Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 580 to Chapter 621. Xiao Mingyuan screamed miserably. His head, limbs, and body immediately shattered. Blood flowed, and in the end, not even a bone was left. He completely disappeared from this world. He had never expected that Yi Fan would be so powerful and dangerous. After being ambushed in Lu City, Yi Fan had directly rushed to the Qishir Manor to kill him, decisive and fierce. Mingyuan, the half-step expert of the Xiao family, cried out in shock. Seeing this scene, he was powerless. No matter how powerful he was, he had no way of reviving a dead person. Immediately afterwards, his face fell ashen, expression sinister. He was like a ferocious beast that wanted to devour a human as he threw himself at Yi Fan. His large hand shook, and then a purple copper 8 trigrams furnace appeared. It was 1,000 zhang tall, the sky dome even collapsing. Dong, the copper 8 trigrams furnace was as large as a mountain, towering into the sky, filling up half the sky. Purple gold flowed, and the metallic luster was cold. The pressure made it hard for people to breathe, almost suffocating. Junior, hand over your life. The half-step expert of the Xiao family, Xiao Ji, roared. He was truly angry now. He could only watch as his nephew was shot to death, but he couldn't stop it in time. Boom, endless flames rushed out. The purple gold 8 trigrams furnace was thousands of meters tall, and the aura it emitted was like an abyss, boundless and boundless. It spewed out purple flames, drowning out half the sky. Yi Fan didn't linger here. This was a half-step expert, and the difference between their cultivation levels was too great. There was a great secret realm between them, and he didn't want to fight to the death. He activated the aspect technique and left. Little Yi, where are you going? Xiaoji shouted, chasing closely. But what made him dumbfounded was that Yi Fan only swayed slightly, and he was thrown out who knew how many mountain ridges. He felt a sense of helplessness. How could he chase? If he followed behind, he wouldn't even be able to eat the dust. 8 days later, news came that the beast riots in the Immortal Mansion world had calmed, and peace was restored. Who knew how many powerful cultivators would enter? In these few days, the price of the Immortal Burial Diagram had skyrocketed. At its most expensive, it had reached 50,000 kilograms of origin source each. Yi Fan took the opportunity to make 7 or 8 copies, and each one was sold for 30,000 kilograms. Unfortunately, the Immortal Burial Diagrams were everywhere. In the end, almost everyone had one, and no one was willing to be the spendthrift. This also meant that the Immortal Estate world was about to experience a storm of blood. There were at least a dozen entrances to the primal ancient space in the Central Plains. Many major forces had come, all of them wanted a piece of the pie. Yi Fan then arrived at the adjacent Immortal Cliff, and began to trade for some necessities in this free market, which he would use when he entered the Immortal Estate world. Not long after, he was startled to see Duanda and the barbarian walking together. The two of them meeting was very funny. Duanda greeted him with a smile and tried his best to rope him in, as if he wanted to discuss something. On the other hand, Dongfang Yi was on high alert. He mistakenly thought that the matter of robbing Fatty had been exposed. We had some misunderstandings before. I just wanted to take a look at that mace. Fatty Duan dawdled as he pulled Duan Ling Tian's hand intimately. Dongfang Yi had a strange expression on his face. He had stripped Duanda naked with his own hands, so he felt uneasy when he saw the fatty. The fatty seemed to be trying to rope him in and did not notice anything. What do you want to do? The barbarian waved his mace. Duanda lowered his stance and actually wanted to rope in the barbarian to explore the immortal graveyard together. Dongfang Yi was completely relieved. This had nothing to do with what happened last time. Yi Fan, who was not too far away, wanted to laugh. This fatty was looking for a helper, and he ended up looking for that barbarian. It was quite comical. Is it enough for me alone? How about I find a few more people? Dongfang Yi said. Fatty Duan rubbed his hands and nodded. That would be great. We need powerful people, but not those so-called half-step almighty ones. If we bring them along, it will be very difficult for us to lead. Hey, Brother Yi, you're here too. Dongfang Yi's eyes were sharp, and he discovered Yi Fan. He waved at him and called him over. Who is this? Fatty Duan squinted his eyes and sized up Yi Fan. He's Yi Zhao Tian. He defeated many disciples of the extraordinary warrior manner. Yan Yunluan also became stupid because of him, and now he's half dead. You're that overlord who specializes in eating spirit beasts? Duanda covered the small iron cage he was carrying with one hand. There was a mouse flowing with multicolored light inside. Yi Fan really wanted to kick him. This damn fatty was too despicable. Did he think he would eat the spirit mouse? Don't stare, this divine mouse can't be eaten. It has great use for exploring the immortal graveyard. Duanda warned him. This bastard was definitely doing this on purpose. Yi Fan cursed silently. He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry, I'd rather eat you than eat it. We're still a bit lacking in manpower. We should bring a few more experts." Of course, it would be best if they were all monstrous geniuses, Fatty Duan said. They set off on the same day because there really was no time to waste. All the major forces had entered. If they were a step late, they might not even get any leftovers. This time, Yi Fan entered the immortal manor through the entrance of the extraordinary warrior manor. With Duanda and the barbarians' cover, no one checked them at all. This ancient world was a primordial place. The spiritual chi here was many times denser than the outside world. Birds and beasts roamed about, and most of them were extremely powerful ancient beasts. Now, all the major forces had an agreement that it was forbidden to kill auspicious beasts to refine medicine. Whoever dared to violate this agreement would be severely punished to prevent beast riots from happening again. Are we going to the immortal graveyard or to find the whereabouts of that centipede? The barbarian asked. Because on the way, not all the cultivators were rushing to the ancient emperor's abode. Too many people were gathered there. If a chaotic battle broke out, perhaps only the major forces would be able to obtain anything in the end. That centipede is also not easy to deal with. The ancient mirror on the forehead is definitely an ancient saint's weapon. Even a group of supreme experts working together might not be able to suppress it. Duanda shook his head. Roar, in the distance, a flood dragon soared into the sky. It was several hundred meters long, and then it coiled around a mountain peak. With a loud roar, it tore the mountain apart. Its momentum was shocking, and rocks shot through the air. Over there, a series of miserable cries rang out. Many cultivators died a violent death. Clearly, this was a powerful beast king. At the very least, it was at the half-step supreme expert level. Oh no, this path is blocked. Could it be that these beasts are going to guard the immortal graveyard? They were still very far from their destination, but along the way, they already saw many beasts blocking the way, as if they were unwilling to let human cultivators near that region. It was suspected that the ancient emperor's resting place was in the depths of the immortal manor world. Ordinary cultivators couldn't reach it at all because beasts ran amok there. Some people speculate that this ancient world has a circumference of about 80,000 kilometers. There are many dangerous places within, and it is not advisable to approach. The immortal graveyard was 30,000 kilometers away from the extraordinary warrior manor's exit. Although it was still far from the depths, it was relatively dangerous. It was surrounded by swamps, large lakes, cliffs, and abysses. With every step forward, there would be dangers of life and death. There were many ancient beasts living within, and they were incomparably powerful and terrifying. There is an ancient battlefield in the depths of this ancient world. Someone heard the battle cries. Who knows, there might be humans inside. The barbarians suggested that if they didn't find anything in the immortal graveyard, then they should enter the depths of this world to take a look. Let's be a bit more careful. The immortal graveyard map didn't mark the depths, which means that no one dares to enter yet. Fatty Duan was very cautious. Along the way, they continuously took detours. There were many beasts blocking the way, but they didn't want to clash with them. Along the way, they saw many human corpses and fresh blood. Of course, there were also many beast corpses, and they even found the bones of a few beast kings. It was extremely terrifying. Not long after, they neared their destination. The number of cultivators they saw immediately increased, and there was almost no one below the dragon transformation realm. Ordinary people couldn't reach this place at all. It really is a place that connects to the heavens. Right in front of them, there was a vast and boundless mountain range. Auspicious multicolored light blossomed, orchids grew, and dragon grass took root between the cracks of the rocks. We can't fly after entering this place. They discovered a fact with shock. The divine force was still here, but there was no way to fly into the sky. The other cultivators were the same, and they all advanced on foot. Could it be that there really is a great emperor's sacred weapon suppressing this place? Duanda revealed a rare serious expression. He was both shocked and excited. That place that connects to the heavens was surrounded by all types of complex terrain, including abyss, giant lakes, swamps, and others. Ah! Miserable cries rang out, the sound traveling extremely far. When an ancient Holy Land's 5 supreme elders crossed the Great Lake, they were swallowed by a giant black tortoise, sinking to the bottom of the lake. Heavens, that giant tortoise is as large as a small mountain. How many years has it cultivated for? Everyone cried out in alarm, feeling a wave of horror. On the other side, there were people who wanted to climb over the cliff of the abyss to approach the immortal graveyard. In the end, a giant bird that was several hundred zhang long rushed out from the precipice of the abyss. Its entire body was covered in scales, and it spat out a streak of light, sucking 70 to 80 people into its mouth. A vicious bird comparable to a Holy Lord level expert. Many people stopped. There were some who wanted to carve formation patterns to cross over, but they discovered that it was ineffective, completely useless. Perhaps there really is a great emperor's sacred weapon suppressing this place. Many older generation figures became excited. Even if this place was a mountain of blades and a wok of oil, after coming to this conclusion, they no longer felt fear. Many people advanced wave after wave, starting to advance. Someone entered. Finally, a Holy Lord level figure took action, killing a beast king and successfully ascending that place full of spiritual essence, entering the Pure Land. Let's walk through the swamp. Duanda sized up this place for a long time, and then he chose this direction. The three of them began to advance. Goo! A frog cry sounded. 100 zhang tall giant toad jumped out from the mud, devouring over 100 people in front of it in a single gulp, completely eating them. A Holy Lord level toad. This thing is even a great wasteland species. There are 9 golden lines on its back, and it can shoot out 9 divine arrows that can even pierce through powerful beings. The barbarian was shocked. Don't worry, we'll slowly make our way through the swamp, Duanda said. They made a detour for over 10 li, and the swamp in front of them suddenly split apart. A bitter baleful aura rushed into the sky, revealing a giant dorsal fin that was as sharp as a blade. What kind of creature is this? Ah! Miserable cries rang through the air. 6 supreme elders of a supreme sect in the Central Plains were all cut apart by that dorsal fin. Its speed was too fast, and those people couldn't dodge at all. The dozens of zhang long dorsal fin flickered with black light, and it was unstoppable. Wisps of bloody mist curled up around it. When it leapt up, Yi Fan and the others finally saw its appearance clearly. This was a large crocodile, but it had a dorsal fin. Apart from this, it also had the characteristics of a dragon, and it was over 200 zhang long. Heavens, this is a great wasteland species, ichthyosaur crocodile. Dongfang Yu was shocked. He grew up in a savage tribe and had seen a few strange species. Although they weren't at the Holy Lord level, they were still terrifying, so he immediately recognized it. It has always been like this since time immemorial. Suddenly, a wonderful sound came from the distance. Buddhist light curled up, and an elegant and otherworldly woman sat cross-legged on a lotus throne. Her beauty was out of this world, and her appearance was solemn and dignified. She constantly chanted ancient scriptures. Her body emitted a gentle Buddhist power that purified the surrounding swamp. It turned out that there were many strange insects there. Each of them was the size of a thumb, and they could pierce through metal and stone. However, they were all blocked by the Buddhist light. Isn't this the Western Desert woman who can prove her Tao and become a bodhisattva? Duanda was surprised. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's eyes were fixed on another person beside the lotus throne. It was a sloppy old man who was waving at them and shouting, "Let's go together. We'll go in together and take the great emperor's holy weapon." It was the blind old man who sold the immortal burial diagram. There were some sparse ancient trees in the swamp, but they towered into the clouds and cast a large area of shade. This place was very humid, and the yin energy was also very heavy. A lotus platform flowed with extraordinary splendor. It was as white as jade, translucent and overflowing with colors. A woman in flawless white clothes sat on top, her hair like clouds. She was chanting Buddhist scriptures, looking otherworldly. The old blind man stood beside the lotus platform and waved at them. His hoarse voice was very penetrating. Everyone heard him, but they hesitated and didn't move. Duanda glanced at him and mumbled, "What's the background of this old man? Why does he look like an old hoodlum and not a decent person? Who could be more dishonest than you?" "He was the one who sold the immortal burial diagram," Yifan said in a small voice. In his opinion, the old blind man was a bit more honest than Duanda. Dongfangyi was very surprised and said, "He sold the immortal burial diagram? Everyone, how about we go together? There is strength in numbers. The ancient scriptures will be divided equally, and the holy weapons will be decided by fate." The old blind man waved his hand and called out to the three. In the end, Yifan, Dongfangyi, and Duanda walked forward and met up with the other two. But as soon as they got close, they were greatly shocked. They had already seen strange insects here, but they didn't expect them to be so terrifying. Each insect seemed to be wearing golden armor and were as long as a finger. They could actually eat god power. Although the young girl refined dozens of insects, there were still 30 left. They ate a large area of the Buddhist light, and the light screen outside the old blind man's body was also full of holes. "What kind of insect is this?" The barbarian was shocked. Even though he lived in the wild old forest, he had never seen it before. Can it be the divine insect that the old man spoke of? Duanda was terrified and took a few steps back. "Yes, this is a god-killing insect, but its blood is not pure. It is not as terrifying as the rumors say." The old blind man called out to the others and asked them to help him refine it. God-killing insects were said to be able to even devour gods. Almost nothing could stop them. They could bite through anything and eat anything. This is a legendary spiritual creature. Its value is no less than that of an ancient scripture. If you cultivate it for a few thousand years, you might really be able to give birth to a real god-slaying insect. The blind old man urged a few people to capture a few and domesticate them. "Old man, you're too unkind. Unless you start nurturing these bugs from the egg, they'll definitely backfire. They won't have a good ending." Duanda gritted his teeth. "Old bastard." Dongfangyi wanted to beat him up after hearing this. For the first time, Yifan felt that this old liar was even worse than Duanda. He was also a person who deserved a beating. He was the kind of bastard that even dogs would bite and geese would carve. "What I mean is, hurry up and help us refine these divine insects. Then, we'll look for the insect nest together." The blind old man rolled his eyes, looking very innocent. Clang, the barbarian's club smashed down on a god-slaying bug, but it did not shatter. Instead, a metallic sound rang out, showing just how tough it was. These bugs were all thumb-sized and covered in fine golden scales. They looked like little flood dragons, but they didn't have horns. These things can't be broken and can only be refined with magic power. Otherwise, how could they be called god-slaying bugs? The old liar reminded. Divine insects had thin ancestral blood and were almost extinct. Now, they were in a primitive state and hadn't developed much spirituality. However, they still had this kind of power, which was enough to show how terrifying they were. If a few ancestral insects are born. Duanda's eyes lit up. He continuously rubbed his hands, appearing very excited. If he could breed a few real god-slaying bugs, he could do whatever he wanted in the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. No one had ever succeeded. According to legend, during the ancient times, there was only a saint who successfully bred a few semi-divine insects. Together with him, they killed an awakened archaic king until he disintegrated and died. "I don't believe you're that tough." The barbarian's stubbornness came. He threw away the wolf fang club and reached out with one hand to pinch a golden bug, crushing it with force. "Wild brat, don't move recklessly." The old liar jumped in fright and hurriedly shouted, telling him to throw it away. "They can bite through even the corporeal body of a powerhouse. Don't act recklessly." Duanda was also startled. Creak, creak. The barbarian twisted it with force. The golden divine insect between his fingers made an ear-piercing sound. Pfft. In the end, he actually crushed a god-slaying bug alive. Golden light scattered in all directions and blood splattered everywhere. The old blind man was so shocked that he rolled his eyes. "You pervert," Duanda muttered. The old liar said, "Hurry up and help us refine them. We don't have time to waste here. Even if we can't find the ancient scripture, as long as we can find the god-slaying bug nest, it'll still be a bountiful harvest." Duanda took action and began to help them refine it. Dongfangyi, on the other hand, directly crushed it with his hands. It was very strenuous, but he was doing it slowly. Yifan also pinched one and crushed it in his sleeve. In the end, a few people still saw it. Everyone stared at him as if they had seen a ghost. I'm just trying. When can we compare notes?" The barbarian's eyes shone with incomparable passion. His physical body was unparalleled, and he had never been able to find an opponent. "I only know how to shoot arrows. You can be the target, and I'll shoot." "There's no problem at all," Yifan said with a smile. Dongfangyi, in the end, several dozen god-slaying bugs were all eliminated. They searched carefully in this swamp, but they couldn't find even the shadow of a bug nest. "It's most likely in the immortal graveyard. I have a premonition that it's very bad. Don't tell me a pure-blooded ancestral bug has really been born? If that's the case, even the bones of saints can be gnawed to pieces." Duanda mumbled. "I see that you have yin qi all over your body. You probably come and go in the mausoleum all year round." "Is that true?" the old liar asked, rolling his eyes. "Old man, you talk too much." Duanda did not have the slightest bit of respect for his elders. "Buddha is merciful. Many thanks to the benefactors for your help." On the translucent and colorful lotus platform, the white-clothed woman smiled faintly. She had an aura as if she had jumped out of the three realms. Even gods and Buddhas who held flowers and smiled were nothing more than this. It was as if she did not belong to this mortal world, faintly discernible yet vivid. There was a golden lotus between her eyebrows, which contrasted brilliantly with her jade-like skin. Her figure was delicate, and her black hair was like clouds. She had a kind of elegant and moving beauty. "Your sentient enlightenment from the western desert?" Dongfangyi asked. Sentient enlightenment was a very strange name, but it was very particular in the western desert Buddhism. Since ancient times, not many people dared to give themselves such a name. It was another meaning of bodhisattva. It included self-awareness and awareness. It was an enlightened person who also took the responsibility of enlightening others. It was sentient and enlightened. There had long been rumors that sentient enlightenment would become a bodhisattva in the future. She was one of the few people in the western desert who was close to Buddha and would achieve the great Tao. Sentient enlightenment put away the lotus platform and stood in the swamp. Her white clothes fluttered, and her skin was bright and clear like seven-colored glass. She emitted a Buddhist light, making her seem like a dream or an illusion. She did not say anything superfluous. She maintained a kind of Buddhist nature, peaceful and tranquil. She nodded and smiled at them without saying much. "Ah!" miserable cries sounded from the distance. That ichthyosaur crocodile was 200 zhang in length. It appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the swamp, killing dozens of experts in succession. It was even more terrifying than a peak divine lord. Gua! More than 10 li away, the 100 zhang tall toad's roar shook the mountains and rivers. It swallowed over 100 experts and became even more bloodthirsty. The entire swamp was trembling. "This won't do. There are 2 vicious spirits guarding this place. We can't go around them at all." Yifan frowned. "Don't worry, we can just wait here. Even if the sky collapses, there will be someone to hold it up." The old swindler was calm and unperturbed. He said that this place could avoid the 2 great wastelands and was very safe. Hong, mud flew everywhere, swirling high into the sky. An emperor lord and a supreme being took action against the ichthyosaur crocodile. A great cauldron descended from the sky, suppressing downwards. Ho! The ichthyosaur crocodile roared loudly. The clouds in the horizon were all scattered. The 200-zhang crocodile body smashed down fiercely, sending the great cauldron flying and smashing it into a distant mountain ridge. Hong, smoke and dust rushed into the sky. Rubble flew through the air. 7 or 8 mountain peaks were smashed down, and the great cauldron fell onto the ground. What a beast! A great seal descended from the sky and pressed downwards, turning into a jade peak. The vegetation on it was flourishing, and a silver waterfall fell down. There were birds and beasts on the ground. It was incomparably lively and grand. Dong, the jade seal turned into a great mountain and heavily pressed down on the ichthyosaur crocodile's body. The entire swamp sank down, but a bitter baleful energy suddenly rushed into the sky. Pung, the ichthyosaur crocodile took on the great seal head-on and sent it flying. It smashed into a distant mountain ridge and turned it into a barren land. This ancient variant ichthyosaur crocodile is too terrifying. Yi Fan and the others were astonished. An emperor lord and a supreme being working together couldn't suppress it. Not long after, a holy lord flew over and brought out a pair of dragon shears to suppress it. Clang, zhing, sparks flew in all directions and mud overflowed into the sky. The 3 supreme beings fought a great battle against the ichthyosaur crocodile. They fought until the sky darkened and the earth became dark. Meanwhile, on the other side, 3 supreme sect master-level characters took action together and were currently suppressing that toad. It was also very terrifying. There were 9 golden lines on its back, and it shot out 9 divine arrows that almost pierced through a sect master to death. This immortal graveyard is truly terrifying. There are Holy Lord-level savage ancient beast kings guarding all 4 directions. Just this swamp alone has 2 desolate beasts. Who knows what else we'll see once we enter? Now is our chance. Let's go. The old swindler called out to the others and was the first to rush towards the heaven-reaching land. In this place, apart from the supreme beings, no one else could fly. They could only advance on foot. This time, they were more scared than hurt. They didn't encounter any strange beasts and directly arrived at the heaven-reaching land. The immortal cliffs were vast and boundless, and purple energy surged. There weren't many plants here, but it wasn't lacking in vitality either. The grass that grew here was either orchids, dragon grass, or wondrous trees. Not a single stalk was ordinary. On the cliffs, 10,000-year spirit medicines bloomed and emitted a delicate fragrance. In front of the ancient cave, divine vines intertwined. The flowers were sparkling and translucent, and some even produced strange fruits. Quite a few cultivators had long since rushed in, searching everywhere for the great emperor's ancient scriptures. In this land and shrouded in purple energy, there was a mysterious Tao rhythm, but it was broken by the crowd. Battles broke out among the human cultivators. Someone discovered a cave dwelling, and a group of people swarmed in, fighting fiercely. In the blink of an eye, there were already more than 10 people who lost their lives. Do you see? Who knows how many people will die today? It's just a sword art. If the great emperor's ancient scriptures appeared, even the supreme emperors would have to fight to the death. The old blind man spoke. Did you discover anything? Yi Fan poked Duanda. This fellow had been robbing tombs all year round, so he definitely had a different understanding of this place. Fatty Duan was very calm. With his hands behind his back, he continuously paced between these immortal cliffs. He was currently measuring and meticulously calculating and deducing. After a long time, he sighed and said, "This place is too big. The cliffs are endless, and the spiritual auspicious energy is too abundant. If I were to deduce everything one by one, it would take me at least half a year. Let me take a look at the general trend." Yi Fan muttered to himself. He used the heavenly origin divine technique to observe this immortal graveyard as a whole. His divine eyes shot out rays of light as they swept in all directions. Moments later, his heart trembled. This place was mysterious and mysterious. It was as if there was an immortal lying on his side in a deep sleep. It was incomparably bizarre. Yi Fan engraved on the ground, marking out the places with the most abundant spiritual auspicious energy. At the same time, he pointed out a few dragon caves that were certain to die. Not bad, I've already observed the great trend of the heaven and earth. If we work together, there is no ancient cemetery in this world that we can't enter. Even if it is the place where the great emperor died in meditation, we can still charge in. Duanda's eyes shone with a profound light. However, there were still many places to choose from. They couldn't make a decision in such a short time. Let me try divination. The old blind man grabbed dozens of ancient tortoise shells, muttered an incantation, and then threw them on the ground. What? 9 extremes? Death without a doubt. The old blind man looked at the divination on the ground and his body trembled. What do you mean? The barbarian asked. The divination shows that this place is absolute heaven, absolute earth, absolute human, absolute ghost, and absolute immortal. Let's put it this way, whatever enters will be destroyed. The old blind man's words were unnatural. Isn't this the place where the ancient great emperors died in meditation? How did it become a land of 9 extremes? Duanda was doubtful and puzzled. Yifan stood up and used the heavenly divine technique to observe it again. As a result, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. This immortal cliff was indeed like an immortal lying on his side. However, after carefully observing it, he was horrified. This immortal wasn't sleeping, but rather seemed to have been locked here by someone and buried here. This really is an immortal graveyard not only in name but also in reality. He said to himself and drew this diagram on the ground. The others were also shocked. The old blind man put away the dozens of tortoise shells and continuously shook them to perform the second divination. With a crash sound, they scattered all over the ground. This time, they pressed down on the immortal graveyard drawn by Yifan. There are immortal treasures here, most likely the sacred weapon or even the remains of the ancient great emperors. However, this is a land of 9 extremes. The old blind man deduced the divination once again. Are you accurate? Dong Fengyi seriously doubted this old man and felt that he wasn't a good person. The old blind man said, I can't be wrong. This is definitely a land of immortal graveyards. However, there is still a strand of life. As long as we find the great emperor's sacred weapon or ancient scriptures, a path of life will most likely appear. Ah! Miserable cries could be heard from time to time in the distance. Large amounts of cliffs appeared one after another. Purple energy surged and multicolored clouds rose. It was unknown just how many cultivators had come in to fight over 10,000-year-old spiritual medicines and fight to the death for a cave with characters carved on it. This was just the beginning, yet 60 to 70 people had already lost their lives. Blood dyed the cliffs red. Let's go. The divination shows that the only strand of life is in this direction. Let's go forward and find the immortal treasures. The old blind man spoke and pointed in a direction. Even though they were nervous, they didn't retreat and chose to advance. As soon as they passed by a few cliffs, they saw quite a few bloodstains and corpses. There were quite a few people roaming about in this direction, and there was no lack of top-level figures among them. However, they didn't start a massacre. Not good. At this moment, all of the fine hairs on Duanda's body stood up. He stared at the corner of the cliff ahead and said, Did you guys see something just now? It seemed like a person disappeared in a flash. Dong Fengyi also stared in that direction. That wasn't a person. I didn't think there would be such a thing in this world. I've been in and out of all kinds of ancient tombs for more than 20 years and have never encountered such a thing. Who would have thought that I would run into one here today? Duanda's face was pale. What is that? Yifan didn't look in that direction. He turned around and asked. He didn't know what they saw. I've been in the ancient tomb for more than 20 years and this is the first time I've seen something like this. Duanda's lips were pale. Even someone like him felt fear, so one could imagine the seriousness of the problem. Could it be the God's will that the old elder mentioned? The blind old man was moved and revealed a serious expression. It's most likely that kind of thing. Duanda stared at the corner of the cliff as if he was facing a great enemy. The God's will was an illusory legend. There weren't many records in the ancient books because people seriously doubted its authenticity. Only a few ancient sects knew about it. How can you be sure with just a quick glance? The blind old man asked. This is most likely the burial ground of the ancient great emperors. Naturally, I prepared well. You guys come and see the reaction of this divine mouse. Duanda took out a small iron cage from his sleeve. A little mouse flowing with multicolored light was rolling its eyes and twitching continuously. 9 small beams of light shot out from the top of its head. It was extremely strange. Extreme number, 9 thoughts appearing at the same time. It's most likely the god's will. The blind old man was shocked. You also know this? Fatty Duan was a bit surprised. I'm good at divination, so I naturally know a bit about ancient burial. This ancient tomb really is a burial ground for immortals. The blind old man's expression was serious as he looked around. Should we retreat or continue forward? Duanda asked. We've already entered, is there still a way out? The blind old man was bewildered. What exactly is the god's will? Dong Fengyi asked. The immortal divine will formed after the ancient god's will dies. The blind old man said slowly. There really are gods in this world? The barbarian was shocked. He only believed in his own strength when he was in a primitive tribe and had never heard of these things. Whether gods exist or not, even the ancient great emperors couldn't say for sure. There wasn't a trace of evidence and it wasn't recognized or confirmed by the people. That's why there are very few records in the ancient books. The god's will was a terrifying existence. It was formed from the immortal will of the immortal will after the god died. It looked similar to humans and its strength was unparalleled. However, what was truly terrifying was that the divine will was a demon that slaughtered all creatures, destroying everything. It was extremely cruel and extreme, almost impossible to defend against. According to legend, its formation was the embodiment of the evil side of the gods when they were alive. It was only after death that it was released, forming a powerful willpower that it became a human-shaped devil. Did gods really exist in this world? Yi Fan muttered to himself. This riddle had stumped countless cultivators since ancient times. Even the monkey's father, the emperor of fighting, had no way of answering it. It's hard to say whether there is a god or not. But just now, that person disappeared in a flash, and this spirit rat appeared to have an ultimate divine sense wave, Duanda said in a deep voice. The study of tombs was a deep and profound field of study. Duanda had studied it for many years, entering many ancient tombs and robbing many of the tombs of legendary invincible kings. For example, the Yuhua king from 15,000 years ago, the 9 heavenly weapons that dominated the world once again saw the light of day because of this. The sky demon lamp from 30,000 years ago once again shone brightly. Duanda could be said to be a grandmaster-level existence in the study of tombs. He naturally had many heaven-defying methods, and the ultimate divine sense wave was created to verify the divine will. I thought it was just something randomly written in the tomb scripture. I didn't expect it to be real. One day, I will personally see the divine will, Duanda said to himself. The few of them arrived in front of the mountain rock. That person had already disappeared without a trace, and only a few corpses were left on the ground. There were no injuries on their bodies, and their eyes were wide open. They died with everlasting regret. They were scared to death. The old swindler frowned. After a careful inspection, he discovered that their divine wills had all been destroyed, and they seemed to be extremely terrified. The divine will, there was a demon here. Thinking of this problem, no one could remain calm. Who knew when they would see it with their own eyes? Up ahead, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. Another cave dwelling had been discovered, and many people rushed over to fight over it. Among them were some supreme elders of the Holy Lands, and they were fighting fiercely. Valuable caves have appeared one after another. In a while, even the emperor-level characters will make their move. After traveling for a dozen or so li, an enormous precipice lay in front of them. The imprints on its surface were indistinct, and there were birds, beasts, fish, and bugs. There were also many ancient patterns whose meaning couldn't be distinguished. This place attracted many cultivators. Among them, there were actually a few half-step powerhouses. They stood at the very front, staring at it without blinking. This is most likely a Tao comprehension diagram. Let's take a look here as well. Dong Fengyi was a martial maniac. As soon as he saw the profound diagram, he immediately stopped moving and stood there to observe it. This is a heavenly Tao diagram of nature, and it contains the true meaning of the great Tao. However, I fear that even a holy master wouldn't be able to comprehend it. Zhu Yuqing, who hadn't spoken for a long time, spoke up. His white clothes were like a deity, and his voice carried a magnetic quality. He was like a bodhisattva walking in the world of mortals. Yifan carefully observed it, and his heart trembled. The patterns carved on this precipice came from the same source as the ancient scripture of nature that Princess Shudai had given him. That personal letter included these things on the precipice. This should be the work of a single person. There were no profound secret techniques, and even less of a specific method. It was just a description of a type of natural Tao. I can't comprehend it. Everyone shook their heads. This was too profound and indistinct. All humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was impossible for it to be like what was recorded, to be born of inaction, to have no desires or thoughts. Is this an ancient scripture created for immortals? How could a person with flesh and blood cultivate it? If one could truly cultivate it, then it would just be grass, wood, and rocks. There wouldn't be any so-called human emotions. Even the half-step powerhouses said this. They turned around and left. Pong, suddenly, a great weapon pierced through the void and appeared abruptly. It fiercely struck Yifan's back, sending him flying 300 zhang out and smashing into the precipice. The stone wall immediately split apart, and a human-shaped hole appeared. Yifan was smashed into the precipice, and he sunk deep inside. One could imagine how great the force was. Pong, the stone wall split apart, and Yifan rushed out. A strand of blood flowed out from the corner of his lips. He was burning with fury. Someone actually launched a sneak attack on him with tremendous force. If it was any other cultivator, that attack just now would have definitely wiped out their body and soul, not even leaving behind bone dregs. Even he felt his blood and chi surge, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not far away, a black stone imprint was currently rising and falling. It was clear that it had struck Yifan's back, causing him some light injuries. Chong, a silver spear that was extremely small and only the length of a chopstick suddenly appeared. It pierced towards the top of his skull in an incomparably sinister manner. This time, Yifan was already prepared. He shifted his position and dodged to the side. The chopstick-length spear was like a streak of silver lightning. It could easily move through the void, and its power was extremely great. This is a slaughtering forbidden artifact. It can even pierce through powerful beings. The old blind man muttered, feeling a bit surprised. The black stone imprint and the silver spear were both forbidden artifacts. They could only be used a limited number of times, but their power was extremely great. Otherwise, how could they have injured Yifan's body? In the distance, the group of people was dumbfounded and couldn't speak for a long time. They had used forbidden artifacts and thought that they would kill Yifan in one blow. Who would have thought that he would only spit out a mouthful of blood? Even a powerful being would have been pierced just now. Who is he to be able to take such an attack head-on? Is he from the same mother as that barbarian? Could they be blood brothers? How can their bodies be so monstrous? They controlled the black stone imprint and the chopstick-length silver spear to attack continuously, wanting to finish off Yifan. 2 of them even flew over and quickly closed in. Little Yi, hand over your life. This person was the Xiao family's half-step powerful being, Xiaoji. Not long ago, he had been flung away by Yifan, who knew how many mountains he had passed. Yi Zhou Tian, return my brother's life. The other person looked to be in his 40s. His cultivation was also very strong, at the dragon transformation 9th transformation. He was Xiao Mingyuan's elder brother. Qi, the rest of the Xiao family threw formation flags all over the ground, wanting to surround Yifan. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The formation here had malfunctioned, and anyone below the powerful level could not fly. Surround him, don't let him escape. The Xiao family's people rushed over. There were actually 2 half-step powerful beings blocking the way. They laughed coldly and pressed forward. Little brat, you are too arrogant. You dare to behave atrociously in my Xiao family's territory? You even killed Mingyuan. I will skin you today. Killing him is too easy. Extract his soul and seal it in the copper lamp. Burn it for 100 years and let him suffer all kinds of torture. A group of people surrounded him. There were 3 half-step powerful beings in total, and the rest were also experts of the dragon transformation secret realm. They all took out their weapons and attacked Yifan, each of them revealing their killing intent. Voila! The blind old man used his tortoise shell to perform a divination and shouted to Yi Fan, "Go east, the door of life will be wide open, and there will be a way out." There is such a thing as divination in a life and death battle? Dongfang Yi glared at him, then raised his wolf fang mace and said, "Brother Yi, let me help you." Buzz. He swung the wolf fang mace and smashed a dragon transformation secret realm expert into meat paste. Without any suspense, even the ancient treasure was turned into powder. "Xiao family, you asked for it." Yi Fan was ambushed and suffered some light injuries. Although it was not serious, he was still angry. He directly uprooted a cliff that was hundreds of feet tall, shocking everyone in the distance. Their jaws dropped to the ground. What a monster, is he even human? He has such great strength. Boom. Yi Fan raised his hand and threw it out, smashing a few dragon transformation secret realm experts into meat paste. He then uprooted a cliff that was hundreds of feet tall and threw it at a half-step powerful being. Bang! The half-step cultivator took out an ancient treasure, shattering the cliff and sending dust into the sky. When he looked again, Yi Fan had already started to draw his bow and pull the bowstring. People from the Xiao family screamed in pain as they were pierced through one after another. Their bodies shattered, flesh and bones flew everywhere. Die. The three half-step powerful beings were furious. They turned into 3 rays of light and rushed over. They took out the purple copper 8 trigrams furnace and other treasures, attacking together to kill Yi Fan. "This way." Duanda shouted from afar and led the way. Dongfang Yi swung his wolf fang mace and killed 4 or 5 people in a row. Zhu Yuqing also made his move, using his Buddhist aura to help Yi Fan block some people. Only the blind old man used his tortoise shell to perform divination and said, "East, then south, there is a great omen, the ancient emperor's cave is about to appear. You want to leave? Today, you have nowhere to go. Yi Zhou Tian, I will burn you all into the sky." Xiao Mingyuan's brother followed the 3 half-step powerful beings, his voice filled with hatred. "God's will, I see him again." Duanda trembled, his lips turning green. Swoosh, that person flashed and disappeared. He only swayed for a moment and then disappeared. Did the gods will really exist? Duanda's face turned pale. In the small iron cage in his sleeve, the spirit mouse shot out 9 dazzling beams of light from the top of its head. The ancient god is brilliant, but the god's will after death is the embodiment of the evil side. It is an undefeatable demon. At this time, no one else paid attention or saw it because the 3 half-step experts of the Xiao family were charging over. They couldn't be distracted. "Little Yi, I will pull out your tendons, pull out your bones, and light you up into a sky lantern." Xiao Zhi's voice was cold. He stretched out a hand and took out the 3,000-meter-tall purple copper 8 trigrams furnace. Purple flames overflowed into the sky, collapsing a mountain on the spot. Rocks flew through the air, creating a powerful deterrent. Because they couldn't fly now, it was very difficult to dodge. Clang, Dongfang Yi swung the wolf-tooth club and smashed the rocks that were tens of thousands of kilograms in all directions. The barbarian's divine strength was shocking and had the power to pull mountains. Thump, thump, sentient enlightenment was dressed in white and held a Bodhi tree branch in his hand. It was like a small dragon biting a leaf. It was vigorous and full of vitality, flowing with a hazy mist. With a gentle sweep, a large number of rocks fell to the ground. Everyone's expression changed. They couldn't see the depth of this beautiful girl. She didn't counterattack and only defended passively. However, this made many people of the Xiao family afraid. No one could fly. Apart from Yi Fan who had the row incantation, the others couldn't move as fast as usual. They could only run on the ground. Rise. Yi Fan stood between 2 cliffs that were almost connected. He suddenly roared and lifted one with each hand, lifting both cliffs up. He threw his right hand and a cliff that was hundreds of meters tall smashed towards the 3 half-step experts. They couldn't fly and couldn't dodge, so they could only take out their weapons and smash it. Boom, smoke and dust rose into the sky. The 3 half-step experts sneered and activated their ancient treasures. Although the stone mountain couldn't hurt them, it slowed them down. Buzz. The void trembled. Yi Fan's entire body shone with boundless light as he lifted up the other stone mountain. His blood energy surged, and his essence energy surged like a tide, all of it pouring into this stone mountain. His divine force was like an ocean that would never dry up. Right now, it was completely activated. A stone mountain that wasn't that large was a bit frightening. The entire mountain was shining. Boom, Yi Fan threw it out with all his might, this time towards the Xiao family's experts on the other side. There were no half-step experts there, they were all dragon transformation secret realm cultivators. A sun that covers the sky. In the distance, many spectators cried out in alarm. That mountain shone with incomparable brilliance. It truly was like an enormous sun as it streaked across the sky. It was extremely terrifying. In order to fool others, Yi Fan turned his divine power into a green-gold color. Even his body was flashing with a green-gold luster. His divine power was shocking as it poured into the stone mountain like an ocean. Retreat. Xiao family's people's expressions all changed. There was no way to fly. This kind of stone mountain pressed down, releasing such a terrifying energy fluctuation. It was truly frightening. Inhuman. He can throw a mountain with just a lift of his hand. His divine power is like an ocean, we can't fight him head-on. They quickly discovered that this stone mountain was excessively terrifying. Every inch of it was filled with boundless divine power, submerging even the sky. Hong, the green gold stone mountain fell. Many magical treasures were shattered by the divine power, and the brilliance poured down like a silver river. Not good. The 3 half-step experts were alarmed. They each took out their magical treasures and attacked the stone mountain. Pop! The stone mountain shattered, and rubble flew everywhere. However, the divine power became even more ferocious. It was like a torrential downpour, filling the sky and descending like blades. Ah! Finally, miserable cries rang out. Some people suffered a calamity, and more than 10 people were crushed into meat paste. Their names were erased from this world, and the survivors were trembling in fear. Yi Zhou Tian, I will skin you alive. Xiao Mingyuan's older brother shouted loudly. I will personally take revenge for Mingyuan. The half-step expert Xiao Ji said fiercely. His face was ashen. You all miss him so much, I will think of a way to reunite you brothers, or even uncle and nephew. Yi Fan replied. At this time, he could only retreat when facing the half-step experts. However, he continued to shoot arrows. The 10,000 deaths bow was as brilliant as the sun, and the divine arrows couldn't be stopped. Pooh! Blood splashed out, blossoming in the void. A head exploded, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. Pooh! Ah! Miserable cries rang out continuously. Another person's chest was pierced by a divine arrow, and his torso was broken into 2. Yi Fan's expression was cold, and his attacks were merciless. The Xiao family always found trouble with him, wanting to kill him. At this time, he continuously shot down their experts. Hong, even though Yi Fan knew that he couldn't deal with the 3 half-step experts, he still didn't give up. He activated the all-secret, and his power increased tenfold as he continuously shot arrows. In the blink of an eye, he shot out 18 divine arrows, all of them several li long. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, it was as if 18 comets smashed into the great earth. Boom, boom, this was an incomparably terrifying scene. The void collapsed, and large black cracks extended in all directions. The 3 half-step experts subconsciously avoided and didn't face them head-on. The 18 stone mountains collapsed one after another from these 18 arrows, no longer existing. Rubble flew in all directions, and some crashed into the crowd while others hit the clouds. The ancient Great Emperor's cave has appeared. Many people cried out in alarm. After Yi Fan shot down the 18 stone mountains, a vast underground palace appeared. It was like an ancient cemetery, but also like an immortal palace. South, then west, great luck. In this instant, the old blind divined again and pointed out the way forward. Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, and the others immediately entered the underground palace. The 3 half-step experts followed closely behind, and the others were even more in an uproar as they all rushed in. This was most likely the place where immortals were buried. There might be ancient scriptures inside, and there might even be holy weapons of extreme Tao. No one wasn't moved. Ah! Suddenly, one of the Xiao family's half-step experts cried out miserably, filled with terror. The underground palace was very dark. Yi Fan and the others looked back and saw a black shadow grabbing that half-step expert's neck with one hand and raising him into the air. The Xiao family's half-step expert flailed and struggled violently, but he couldn't break free at all. Yi Fan and the others felt a chill run down their spines. That was a half-step expert. God's will. Duanda's voice trembled. Retreat, leave the underground palace. Let's make a divination, it's a great omen. The old blind divined urgently. Ah. The Xiao family's half-step expert let out a final cry. His limbs hung down powerlessly, and his divine will also dissipated. He died just like that. God's will. He was no different from a human, but he was extremely powerful. He had strangled a half-step expert with one hand, and everyone who saw this scene was incomparably terrified. Unfortunately, the underground light was dim, and his back was facing everyone, so they couldn't see clearly. Who is he? To be able to strangle a half-step expert to death, he's at least a peak Holy Lord level existence. The others didn't know, and they were all very shocked. You. Good, go invite my father Grand Preceptor Xiao. Xiaoji was shocked and angry. He turned around and left. They weren't the only experts. The others were all looking for ancient scriptures. The Xiao family's other half-step expert was a step too slow, and his neck was grabbed by the God's will. It was like picking up a little chick, and it didn't take much effort at all. He died with just a miserable cry. Go, let's leave this place quickly, or else no one will be able to live. Duanda's face was pale. Thinking about the various rumors of the God's will, his fat body trembled. Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, the old blind, and Zhu Yuqing followed behind. They quickly left the underground palace and rushed to the surface. However, many people didn't know the ins and outs. They thought that the immortal mansion had opened, so they swarmed in, wanting to obtain the immortal fate. Miserable cries rose and fell continuously. The underground palace was like an azurous field, and a large pile of corpses was piled up. Not good, there is a demon in the ancient tomb. Even the half-step experts are far from being his opponent. Quickly go and report to the emperor. At this moment, everyone finally realized that something was wrong. No matter how they looked at it, this person didn't seem human at all. His every movement didn't have the slightest bit of humanity, and he could crush a supreme elder to death with a single move. Fatty Duan's entire body was drenched in cold sweat as he said, "To think that I, Duan, was born at the age of 5 and roamed the ancient tomb for more than 20 years. This is the first time I've encountered the legendary God's will, and I finally have an opponent." The few people were nervous and speechless. This damned fatty's skin was really thick. He even said that he roamed the ancient tomb unhindered, yet he still had the lonely appearance of an expert. Over 100 people have died, let's go. Behind them, cries of fear could be heard. Everyone panicked and fled for their lives. No one dared to stay. That's not an underground palace, it's a chaotic burial ground. I saw the scene underground, it's an expanse of ancient tombs, and there are things crawling out of the tombs. Someone saw this scene and shouted out, making others feel even more uneasy. Normally, if they saw shady people and shady horses, they wouldn't care at all. However, this was the immortal graveyard, and they definitely couldn't provoke the non-humans that jumped out. Motherfucker, I also seem to have seen an old tomb just now. Duanda's expression was unnatural. He walked in the ancient tomb all year round, but right now, he still felt a bit uneasy. There is something wrong with this damned place. There were great emperors that came here before, but it might not have been the emperor's matter. The cliffs are endless, and this is the land of 9 extremes. Didn't I already deduce that? Everything is going to be destroyed. The old blind man muttered. Everyone couldn't help but think back to the diagram Yi Fan carved. There was an immortal lying on his side, as if his corpse was lying here. This place might really be worthy of its name, a place where immortals were buried. Suddenly, the distance shook violently. Everyone was shocked. That place was surging like ocean waves. An expanse of mountain rocks rose and fell like ocean spray, and then they shattered. What happened? Everyone was shocked. There were actually 365 mountains that collapsed at the same time. It was as if raging waves were surging, rising, and falling one after another. Terrifying energy fluctuations sent many people flying high into the sky. Heavens, could it be that a saint took action? This is too terrifying. Wung, the void was like a tattered painting scroll, trembling intensely. Then, the 365 mountains on the ground forever ceased to exist, turning into smoke and dust. Everyone's faces became pale, not daring to believe everything that was happening. Their hearts felt heavy, as if they were going to suffocate. More than a dozen people stood in the air above the ruined land. They were the imperial lords of the 4 divine dynasties of the Central Plains, the divine monks of the Western Desert, the demon lord and the battle lord of the South Mountains. They could fly, so they weren't restricted. Hong, an ancient mountain slowly rose from the ground like a bright moon rising from the sea. It was magnificent and magnificent, drawing everyone's attention. The divine mountain didn't reach into the clouds, but it was majestic and majestic, giving others the misconception of an emperor within a mountain. It was majestic and intimidating. The cave of an ancient great emperor, they found the true entrance. The old blind man's expression changed. Duanda was also stunned. After carefully observing it, he said, "There is always someone better. I thought that I was the only one who completely comprehended burial studies. I never expected these great powers to have people who understand as well." At the base of the great mountain was a pair of enormous stone gates. There were 2 ancient characters carved on them, but not a single person recognized them. "These are archaic divine characters." Someone cried out in alarm. A few older generation figures frowned. "I know why there are deities who only think about this devil. There is an archaic deity buried here, an ancient cave that we cannot understand." The old blind man said to himself. "The human race's great emperor should have come here before. He definitely left behind some profound mysteries here, or perhaps he confirmed something." Duanda's expression changed continuously. Before the archaic times, were there really undying unmatched deities? Feeling was stunned. He held the Bodhi green branch in his hand, the golden lotus imprint between his brows flowing with immortal light. Could there really be immortals before the archaic times? What does this place have to do with the immortal domain? The barbarian was filled with doubt and confusion. Deities only think. Ancient deities. Immortals. Yifan muttered to himself. He suddenly thought of the spiritual sense he heard in front of the desolate hut. There were the words "Undying Heavenly Emperor" in it. He raised his head and stared at this ancient residence, his heart filled with shock. The Undying Heavenly Emperor came here before, the human race's great emperor came here before. Could there really be some great secret? The divine mountain was majestic. There were no plants growing on it, but there was no lack of vitality. There was immortal energy swirling about, wands dancing about, and a refreshing fragrance wafted out. Undying divine medicine. Everyone cried out in alarm. There was a medicinal fragrance from so far away, so it was definitely a divine medicine that had survived from the archaic era. An uproar broke out. Many people rushed forward, but not many people dared to act blindly without thinking. It was because there were more than 10 great figures above them who hadn't taken action yet. Central Continent's divine dynasty lord, Southern Mountains demon lord and war lord, as well as Western Desert's divine monk, all of them had dignified expressions. They didn't move at all as they stared at the stone doors. The ancient stone doors were 8 zhang tall. They were tightly shut, dry and clean. Everyone frowned, thinking that it would be extremely difficult to open. In the end, a great figure from the ancient splendid dynasty walked out from the crowd, walking forward step by step. When he got close, he forcefully pushed. With a loud rumbling sound, one of the stone doors moved half a foot wide, revealing a small crack. Everyone was shocked. They thought that this place was sealed, and that it would definitely take a great deal of effort. They didn't expect it to be so easy. At this moment, the medicinal fragrance became even stronger, flowing behind the stone doors. Many people felt as if they were floating in the air. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva, as if they were going to ascend into the heavens. Swoosh, the dozen or so great figures in the sky turned into an expanse of divine light as they swooped down, standing in front of the cave in a single line. No one dared to compete with them. These people were the current rulers of the world. Even if there were great figures, they still wouldn't dare to make these people their enemy. Amitabha Buddha. An old monk chanted a Buddhist chant. The so-called Amitabha Buddha was the title of an ancient emperor, but it was hard to say whether or not he was born in Western Desert. It was because there were rumors that he came from an ancient star outside this region. I'll open the way. Southern Mountain's demon lord walked up. With a shake of his hands, the great doors opened with a long sound. He walked in with large steps. What a strong fragrance. There really is an immortal medicine. What a pity, with these dozen or so people here, the other great figures might not even take action, let alone us. Behind them, everyone was discussing. Many people were unwilling, and there were great figures' eyes flickering as they waited for an opportunity to take action. A pair of stone doors opened wide, and dense mist rushed out. This was innate spiritual energy. Everyone rushed over like a swarm of bees, sensing the aura of the divine medicine. Damn it, we've suffered a huge loss this time. That's the legendary immortal medicine. We definitely won't have anything to do with it. Duanda was dispirited, listless, and indignant. Boom, loud noises rang out from within the cave. Someone had started a great battle. Needless to say, for the sake of fighting over the divine medicine, there were extremely powerful experts taking action. Let's go in and have a look. Dongfangyi couldn't help but rush forward first. Blind old man performed a divination at the last minute and the tortoiseshell scattered in all directions. He shouted, "It's a daunting experience but not a dangerous one. This is a great opportunity. Let's go." This old thing scuttled and jumped like a live rabbit. He didn't look old and clumsy at all. He was very excited and confident. "Is this old man on aphrodisiac?" The barbarian mumbled. He was agile, but he was overtaken by the blind old man. Yi Fan, enlightened passion, and Duanda followed him into the immortal's cave. Spiritual energy surged, and their bodies were baptized. Every inch of their flesh and blood was brimming with power. There really is a divine medicine here. Duanda couldn't hold himself back anymore. His eyes continuously spun about, thinking about all types of methods and arrangements in Necropolis. He wanted to take action. Even though this cave looked grand and imposing from the outside, it couldn't be considered vast. However, once one entered, they discovered that they were in another world. It was incomparably vast. At this time, over 1,000 people had already entered. They stood in the first floor of the ancient cave, but it wasn't crowded at all. Even if another 2,000 people came, it wouldn't be a problem. The divine medicine is over there. There was a jade field up ahead. A fragrance wafted through the air. Green leaves supported immortal flowers, flowing with brilliant colors and dazzling brilliance. There is more than one stock of divine medicine. No, this should be a medicine king. Everyone continuously sighed in admiration. Everyone's eyes became red, truly wishing they could immediately rush over. This was a priceless treasure. With a stock in hand, even an exceptional emperor would have to bow down. Within a medicinal field made from 5-colored divine jade, the black soil was fertile. 6 stalks of ancient medicine were sparkling and translucent, flowing with immortal mist. The fragrance they released made many people gulp down their saliva. From time to time, there would be earth milk dripping down from the stone walls above, seeping into the soil to nourish these 6 stalks of ancient medicine. Even though it isn't an undying divine medicine, it is an ancient medicine king. It has already grown for 80 to 90,000 years. Heavens, it actually produced so many stalks at once. It truly is heaven-defying. Everyone sighed in admiration. Many people's eyes were about to pop out. In this world, not even a single medicine king could be seen. Even though it couldn't compare to an undying divine medicine, it could still be considered an immortal treasure. A single medicine king could extend one's life for at least 400 years. In the present world, apart from the undying medicines recorded in ancient texts, what other spiritual objects could do this? It was second only to the immortal peach tree in the jade pool. Medicine kings were extremely difficult to nurture. They needed to be continuously watered by earth spirit milk, grow for 80,000 years, and only then could they be called medicine kings. Who could wait for such a long time? 80,000 years, even an undying dynasty wouldn't last more than double this amount of time. Central Continent Emperor Lord, Southern Mountains Demon Lord, and Western Desert Divine Monk surrounded the medicine field. Not far away, there were people fighting a great battle. There were other supreme experts who weren't convinced and fought their way over. The crowd was restless. No one could face them calmly. Many people wanted to rush over and fight a great battle, but they were intimidated by those 10 or so individuals, so they were all hesitant. Heavens, how long has this cave existed for? The medicine kings have flourished and withered for who knows how many generations. Someone cried out in alarm. Within the medicine field made of multicolored jade essence, next to the 6 medicine king stalks, there were a few ancient medicine traces that had long since turned to mud. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of years ago these ancient medicine king stalks had already rotted away. It was clear that these 6 stalks were nothing more than the seeds of those ancient medicine kings. It was unknown just how many generations they had been multiplied. 6 stalks of medicine king stalks, every single one of them different. Some bloomed with illusory rainbow-colored flowers, their petals as translucent as jade. Some produced agate-like fruits that were fragrant and intoxicating. Every single stalk could extend one's life by 400 years. 6 stalks added together was already equivalent to half an undying divine medicine. Many people's breathing became hurried, finding it hard to control themselves. What right do you all have to divide it? Everyone, let's go together and steal it. Finally, there were some powerful individuals who couldn't hold back any longer. They rushed forward and took action. The others didn't care anymore, not even the Emperor Lord or Demon Lord who tried to stop them. Bang! Dong! This ancient cave was in chaos. Everyone took action, crazily rushing forward. All types of magical treasures were brought out, striking towards those 10 or so great individuals. If not for the formation patterns protecting this place, it would have long been turned into ashes. With so many people taking action, there was no lack of powerful individuals. This type of power was enough to destroy a part of heaven and earth. Babuda. The Western Desert Divine Monk chanted, but it was completely useless. A large iron hammer descended from the sky, smashing down on his bald head and releasing a rumbling sound. This place became noisy. In the blink of an eye, quite a few people lost their lives. The 6 stalks of ancient medicine king were all uprooted, and those 10 or so great individuals had no way of dividing them evenly. They all used their own methods to seize them. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. Those who succeeded ran towards the second layer of the cave, not daring to stay for too long. The others chased closely behind them. The medicine field was completely empty without anything left. The barbarian used all of his strength to strike the stone walls, feeling incomparably regretful. Pooh! Duanda's head popped out from the soil of the medicine field. He spat out a mouthful of black mud and cursed, "Mother asterisk cur, I almost succeeded. I ate a mouthful of mud for nothing." During the struggle, he was slapped into the black mud by an exceptional Emperor Lord. The others were incomparably shocked when they saw him jump out alive and kicking. Yifan walked over and put away the herb field, which was a few square meters in size. He wanted to keep it as a medicinal herb in the future. I dug up an earthen pot in the past that was even better than this medicine field. Its origins were mysterious, but unfortunately, it was stolen by a bastard. Duanda clenched his teeth and cursed. Yifan. Dongfang Yi. The two's expressions were calm. They did not say anything out of fear that Fatty Duan would notice something was wrong. 6 stalks of king. Medicine they can prolong one's life by 2,400 years. I am truly unwilling to let those bastards take them. The old swindler rubbed his hands. The situation is stronger than the people. Can we win against those 10 or so supreme experts? The barbarian said. Let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, everything will be snatched away by them. I think there might be a true immortal divine medicine here, Duanda said as he ran inside. The second layer of the cave was just as spacious. It was not crowded at all with thousands of people rushing in. It was still spacious and empty. At this time, the battle had reached its climax, and no one was willing to let go of the king medicine. A saint's weapon. Someone cried out in alarm. In the depths of this cave, there were more than 10 pieces of broken copper. They emitted an ancient and mysterious aura, their luster dim. A broken copper bell has been split into more than 10 pieces, but the formation patterns inside are not destroyed. Someone saw through it with a glance. Even the divine lords were stirred up and rushed forward to kill. Although this copper bell was damaged, it was only a crack on the surface. The heaven and earth patterns it produced were still there, and the bell's deity was even sleeping inside. Dang, even though the bell had long since shattered into pieces, its power was boundless. When one of the pieces was struck, dozens of people nearby turned into a bloody mist, their bodies and souls extinguished. Too terrifying, the saint weapon's reputation is not in vain. Everyone didn't feel fear, instead becoming even more envious. A group of people rushed forward, including several supreme experts. Dang, another bell sound rang through the air. This time, it was an emperor lord who held 2 pieces of copper in his hands, releasing a divine sound. Pooh! A half-step supreme expert who was the closest to him had his head separated from his body. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. When the bell wave swept out, he didn't have the slightest bit of power to resist. He turned into a bloody mist and disappeared without a trace. This was the weapon of an ancient saint. Even though it had long been damaged to the point of being almost ruined, the palm-sized piece still possessed this type of power. This is a divine object. If it can be reassembled and completely restored, when the bell waves sound, who under the heavens can stop it? A few supreme experts were moved. If they grasped this type of saint weapon, with it floating above their heads, where couldn't they go? They would be unrivaled under the heavens. Pung, Duanda spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His hand was firmly holding onto a piece of the bell wall. It was a foot long, covered in rust, and its luster was dim. Yi Fan and the others were quite shocked. More than 10 pieces of copper had been seized by those supreme experts. Fatty Duan being able to snatch food from the tiger's mouth was beyond their expectations. Motherfucker, whoever wants to reassemble that divine bell in the future will have to pay a sky-high price to buy it from me. Fatty Duan clenched his teeth. He actually had this idea. Everyone went crazy. There were divine objects in every level of this ancient cave. Everyone quickly rushed inside because they believed that there were definitely unworldly treasures. Ancient scriptures, undying divine medicines, great emperor holy weapons, they were most likely in the innermost depths. Everyone was extremely excited as they ran with extreme speed. Of course, they were all under the leadership of the supreme experts. If a certain great power didn't have a supreme expert, then it would be impossible for them to obtain a single treasure. It was because many supreme experts had gathered here. A great lake blocked their way. No one expected it to be so vast. It stretched as far as the eye could see, just like a blue sea. Swoosh, a few supreme experts directly crossed over and flew towards the center of the blue lake. The others couldn't fly, so they clenched their teeth and stepped on the water to quickly run forward. White jade heavenly stairway, does it lead to outer space? Everyone cried out in alarm. When they arrived at the depths of the Great Lake, everyone saw a silver river falling from the 9 heavens. There was a heavenly stairway in front of them made of jade that led into the depths of the heavens. It suspended in midair and curled up with mist. Many people were driven mad. Not many people could fly, so it was impossible for them to climb up that heavenly stairway. Voila, suddenly, the sound of water breaking rang through the air. A small boat rowed over from the distance, and there was a person standing on it. He wore a woven rush raincoat and a conical bamboo hat. In his hands was a bamboo pole. Divine will, he truly appeared this time. The old blind man shivered. A small boat broke through the surface of the boundless blue lake. A man of medium build stood on the boat. His woven rush cape was old and his bamboo hat was tattered, hiding his true appearance. Who is this? He came from the depths of the blue lake. Could it be that he entered before us? Many people were puzzled and doubtful. The lake was clear and crystalline. The small boat slowed down and slowly approached. The man threw down the bamboo pole and stood with his hands behind his back. Unfortunately, they still couldn't see his face. At this moment, the dozen or so great figures were the first to feel that something was wrong. The Central Province Divine Dynasty's Emperor Lord, South Mountains Demon Lord and War Lord, Western Desert's Divine Monk were all shaken and their expressions changed. "Who are you?" a peerless Emperor Lord asked. He had already lived for almost 3,000 years and looked down on the world, but at this moment, he felt a horrified feeling. On the bamboo raft, the man remained unmoved. He still kept his hands behind his back and silently urged the boat forward. Nothing in the outside world could move his heart. "Who exactly are you?" "My Emperor Lord is talking to you." "Did you hear him?" An old man came forward. His hair and beard were all white. He was a supreme elder-level expert. "Pop." The man on the small boat looked over coldly. He raised his hand and pointed forward. Blood blossomed from the old man's forehead and he immediately fell into the lake, dyeing the blue water red. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar. Who was this person? He was so daring, killing someone in front of an old Emperor Lord. He was truly arrogant to the extreme. Madman. A half-step Almighty walked on the waves and took large strides forward. He opened his mouth and spat out a cauldron that pressed down like a black mountain. Pa! The cauldron was shattered by the man in the straw raincoat on the small boat with a single tap of his finger. The broken pieces of the cauldron fell into the lake like sand. A weapon interwoven with Tao and truth was easily shattered by someone just like that. This person is too powerful. What kind of background does he have? Everyone was terrified and their hair and bones went cold. A cry rang out. The half-step Almighty couldn't help but fly forward. He stepped on the surface of the lake, splashing water everywhere. One could see that he was struggling violently, but he couldn't resist and was sucked onto the small boat. The man in the straw raincoat reached out with one hand and grabbed him by the neck. His other hand was still behind his back. Everything was very casual. Ah! The great step powerhouse cried out in fear as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in his life. His hands and feet left the ground as he struggled in midair. Pooh! With a soft sound, the half-step powerful being's head shattered. Blood and brain matter flowed out at the same time, soaking into that powerful arm. However, the man in the raincoat did not feel any disgust at all. Plop! He gently loosened his grip, and the corpse fell into the lake, dyeing a large area of the water red. The headless corpse floated in the lake, and no one dared to look at it directly. Now, no one could remain calm. They all backed up. What kind of person was this, strangling a half-step supreme being to death with a single hand? His methods were shocking. He's that existence from the ancient tomb, and he's here again, someone cried out in fright, finally recognizing who it was. It was the mysterious person who had appeared after Yi Fan shot down the 18 stone mountains. However, even now, no one realized that this was the will of a deity. Not everyone was like Duanda and the old blind man, their knowledge so varied. The small boat broke through the water. Its speed wasn't fast, but it was intimidating. The mysterious male stood there with his hands behind his back. His sleeves were dyed in blood and brain matter, but he didn't seem to care. At all. Swoosh, in the heavens, an Emperor Lord from Central Continent and South Ridge's War Lord took action at the same time. They each formed a magical imprint and pressed downwards. Hong, heaven and earth erupted. Blue water overflowed into the heavens. They respectively produced a great imprint and a great bell. They were formed from divine force and had innate patterns interweaved on them. Central Emperor imprint. Southern demonic bell. Everyone cried out in alarm. Even though it was hurriedly struck out, it was still constructed from the natural laws of an unmatched expert. It was incomparably terrifying and could easily kill ordinary powerful beings. Chi. Chi. The divine will raised its head and stood there with its hands behind its back. It didn't make any other movements. 2 streaks of demonic light shot out from its eyes, drawing out a long trajectory. It was cold and beautiful. Dang, in the sky, the southern demonic bell rumbled, and then it quickly cracked apart. An enormous black hole was blasted open, and then it disappeared without a trace. Kacha, the Central Emperor imprint was like this as well. Streak after streak of cracks appeared, as if a bone had been bitten by a wild dog. It broke apart and shattered, disappearing into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Who is he? What kind of person is he exactly? Everyone cried out in alarm. Could it be that the Eastern Wasteland's Mad Elder came? There were some who suspected that there was only this type of saint in the present world. Otherwise, who else would have this type of method? Just the two streaks of light that swept out from its eyes destroyed the natural laws and order created by two peak-level figures. It was just too horrifying. Divine will, he is a divine will. Finally, an old monk from the western desert recognized what kind of creature it was. His white eyebrows moved as he chanted Buddhist scriptures. Divine will? Many people were confused. However, those who understood all had pale faces and shivers run through their bodies. How could there be something like this in this world? Central Continent's 4 exceptional emperor lords were all moved. They couldn't help but back up. They never expected to see this type of creature. Did a deity really appear in this world? Otherwise, how could a divine will be born? The Southern Mountains warlord didn't know if he was happy or worried. At this moment, the other cultivators finally understood what a divine will was. This was a type of creature that was born after an ancient deity died. It could be called a devil. Let's see what methods they have to break through it. Duanda backed up as if he didn't care. The old blind man tossed out another tortoise shell and performed a divination on the lake's surface. Head east, then south, the most auspicious. The barbarian didn't believe this swindler from the bottom of his heart. However, when he saw Yi Fan and Zhu Yuqing follow him, he also followed. Hong, as soon as they left, the raincoat male on the small boat released dark light like a black sun. It was incomparably terrifying, and then it transformed into a black hole. At this moment, it was unknown just how many people cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but fly forward, but their bodies split apart halfway. The small boat's black hole devoured everything. Heads, broken limbs, and torsos were dripping with blood, covering the sky. This was simply a scene from hell on earth. In a split second, over 100 people were torn apart, and all of them entered the black hole. The dark light receded, and the black abyss disappeared. The divine will appeared on the small boat again. There were quite a few bloodstains between his lips and teeth, and there were even some small white bones on his clothes. He swallowed over 100 people in one gulp. Many people almost fell limp onto the ground. These were all experts above the dragon transformation realm, and not a single one of them was weak. In the end, they were all swallowed in one gulp. There really were deities in the past. He is a devil born after the death of a deity. This was a supreme devil. He stood here with an unrivaled momentum. No one could contend against him, and going up would only result in death. After killing over 100 experts in one go, everyone was stunned. Even the supreme experts became silent, and they all felt a chill. Unless the crazy old man comes or invites a few archaic kings, no one will be able to contend against him. Unfortunately, the crazy old man's whereabouts were unknown, and no one knew where he went. As for the archaic kings, there was no need to even think about them. Those ancient creatures were similarly a great threat. Buddha. An old monk from the western desert chanted the name of an ancient emperor. He stood out and said, "My Buddha is merciful." In the past, an ancient Buddha had encountered the divine will, and he left behind a method to subdue the devil. Everyone was shocked. The divine will the old monk spoke of was incomparably mysterious and terrifying. It had always been an existence of legends, yet there were actually people who had encountered it before. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The western desert's inheritance was ancient, and it was broad and profound. An ancient Buddha had actually subdued this supreme devil. Divine monk, hurry up and use the method to subdue this devil. An emperor urged. We need to work together and chant our Buddha's rebirth mantra together. The old monk spoke. Hung. A cold snort sounded. This was the first time this devil had spoken, and it made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice house. Cold air gushed out from their pores, and their bodies began to tremble. This type of voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell. It made people's souls tremble with fear. Namo Amitabhaya, Dota Jia Duo Yi, Duo Di Ta, Ba. At this time, the divine monk from the western region began to chant. He sat cross-legged in the air with a dignified appearance. Buddhist light curled up behind him, and it was as if an ancient Buddha had been reborn. Everyone, chant together to subdue the devil. An emperor shouted. Pull out all negative karma, and rebirth in the pure land of Tharni. Everyone chanted together, and the rebirth mantra resounded throughout the Great Lake. One could clearly see light flying out from everyone's body. They linked together and pressed down on the devil. This devil didn't take action, and it was clear that he wanted to resist the rebirth mantra. He revealed a cold smile, and even though he was in human form, he looked incomparably sinister. The Buddhist divine mantra is indeed extraordinary. It can really stop that devil. Dongfangyi was shocked. On the side, feeling sentient held a Bodhi branch with a compassionate expression. Buddhist light shone from his mouth as he chanted another type of ancient scripture. It was precisely the great compassion mantra. His voice wasn't loud, but it resounded between heaven and earth. She descended like a bodhisattva. Her clothes were as white as snow, and the golden lotus imprint between her brows shot out streaks of auspicious light. It combined with the rebirth mantra and made the Buddhist sound even greater. Not far away, the devil's body trembled. His eyes shot out two streaks of cold light without the slightest bit of human emotion. The Buddhist light pushed the small boat away. The ancient Buddhist scriptures are truly wondrous. Duanda was astonished. He didn't think that he could truly suppress that devil. Everyone had endless potential. There were some scriptures in the Buddhist scriptures that could allow ordinary people to display some special divine abilities. The rebirth mantra was one of them. When the people of the world worked together, they could eliminate gods and devils. However, if it was used in a single confrontation, it would be a bit weak. It needed to be supplemented by other ancient scriptures in order to strengthen it. Does the Tao Gate not have similar ancient scriptures? If there were divine texts, wouldn't it be even better if we chanted them together? Yi Fan said to himself. Humph. The old blind man didn't like hearing this. He shot him a sidelong glance and said, the Tao Gate doesn't like to create sections. Today, I will also chant one to subdue the devil together. Don't tell me you are going to chant a fortune-telling technique? Dongfangyi didn't believe this swindler and always felt that he was a swindler. Accumulating yang to become a god, there is form within the god. The form is born from the sun is born from the moon. Accumulating yin to form, there is spirit within the form. The old blind man sat on the lake surface and chanted the scriptures. Immediately, a group of people couldn't help but chant along with him. The old man was quite sharp. He understood the meaning of the scripture after hearing it. He wanted to transform this devil that was born from yin. Tao light flowed on his body, making him look like a golden body Tao ancestor. The origin of the heart is clear, one illumination destroys everything. The battle of Qi is unyielding, 10,000 senses in one breath. Observing all things with one heart. The old blind man sat in the void and became more and more indistinct. It was as if he was transmitting his voice from outside the world. This is the legendary expiation scripture. The expressions of many supreme experts changed. They were all extremely astonished. The expiation scripture wasn't an ancient scripture of the great human emperor, but it also had extraordinary uses. Even though its fighting strength wasn't great, it could purify all living things. When the expiation scripture appeared, more and more people joined in and chanted together. There seemed to be an indescribable power drawn over from the entire world. Roar, that devil let out a loud roar. He turned into a streak of black light and disappeared from his original location. The Buddhist light and this indescribable power naturally restrained him. Everyone, don't stop. Otherwise, everyone will die here. This devil can kill his way back at any time. A supreme expert transmitted his voice. In fact, there was no need for him to say this. Everyone already couldn't stop. Once the expiation scripture appeared, even the rebirth incantation was somewhat suppressed. When two scriptures were chanted at the same time, the latent divine energy within everyone's body rushed out endlessly. It was difficult to stop. This great lake was bright and resplendent. Many people were immersed in a strange state as they continuously chanted scriptures. Turns out everyone has such powerful and terrifying divine energy. Yi Fan was in a daze. He didn't sink into it. Swoosh, at this time, those supreme experts all moved. They rushed up the heavenly stairway and headed towards the heavenly passage. They weren't immersed in the expiation scripture either. Motherf asterisk Ker, these old fellows let others chant scriptures while they themselves went to seize the great emperor's divine treasury. Dongfeng Yi was indignant. We can't fly up. Yi Fan frowned. At this time only the supreme experts weren't shackled and could fly. The others couldn't climb the heavenly stairway. At this time, the blind old man opened his eyes and calmly withdrew from the strange state of chanting scriptures. He casually divined and a tortoise shell made a sound. We can also go up. It all fell on him. After divining, he pointed at Duanda. Fatty Duan cursed and said, "You old man, you only know how to swindle and talk nonsense. Damn Fatty, don't dawdle. If you go one step later, everything will be snatched away." The blind old man glared. It was a far cry from the ethereal temperament he had when he was chanting scriptures just now. You swindler. Fatty Duan's eyebrows flashed brilliantly. A star river flew out and hung on the heavenly stairway, carrying them up calmly. Is this the treasure of the legendary celestial river Taoist? But he died 20,000 years ago. This divine object of an invincible king was buried underground with him. The blind old man's eyes widened and said, "You actually stole the ancient tomb of the celestial river king? Don't stare at me. I accidentally fell into a hole and picked it up." Duanda felt a little guilty and then indignantly said, "This old man's treasures were all stolen by some bastard. Now, I'm seriously lacking treasures." Yi Fan, the barbarian, Fatty Duan cursed again and again, but the two of them didn't dare to say anything. They let the victim keep cursing for fear that he would notice. They finally climbed the heavenly stairway and walked up into the sky, arriving at a place where all things were born. Here, the spirit chi was like water, almost liquefied. Spirit herbs were everywhere, and vegetation was abundant. Unexpectedly, there was a pure origin forming, and the process could be clearly seen. This is an archaic heaven and earth. The few of them were all shocked. Be careful. Since there is a deity's consciousness, this place is most likely an ancient land where a deity is buried. The blind old man reminded. Ka. With a cry, a golden light streaked across the sky. That's, a three-legged golden crow flew over. At the same time, Yi Fan's expression changed. He saw Grand Preceptor Shao and Shao Ji flying over the mountains in the distance. This is a world within a world. It's very small, but not very big. We must find the ancient coffin where the deity is buried. Duanda gritted his teeth. Inside this small world, plants flourished, spiritual medicines were everywhere, tides surged, and large amounts of innate spiritual essence existed. This was an archaic heaven and earth. I finally know why the archaic races were so powerful. The era they lived in was just like this, spiritual essence like water, so they definitely improved at lightning speed. These ancient trees towered into the clouds, growing for tens of thousands of years without dying. If they were in the outside world, they would have long dried up. Dongfeng Yi and the others couldn't help but be shocked. This was a spirit world like the archaic one, full of mysterious auras. Within this world within a world, all types of strange things could be seen. However, there was one thing that was strange: ancient trees couldn't transform, and strange beasts couldn't cross tribulations. There was a type of mysterious formation pattern that suppressed everything here. There were incomparably powerful beast kings, but there were no humanoid ancient demons. This small world. Yi Fan was lost in thought. He felt his entire body relax, his pores and bones relaxing, easily entering a state of Tao comprehension. The laws of the outside world had changed, not suitable for divine physiques to cultivate, so one could only defy the heavens. However, this place was different, preserving all of the archaic laws and order, harmonizing with his flesh. The immortal Tao is often blessed. The ghost Tao is often vicious. High and pure, beautiful. Sad songs clear in the sky. Only wishing for the immortal Tao to succeed. Not wishing for the human Tao to be poor. Yi Fan casually recited. After saying this, even he himself was startled. This was a flash of enlightenment. This small world made his mind clear, and the Tao realm accompanied it. This truly is a good place. Cultivating here for a year is equivalent to 10 years of cultivation in the outside world. Duanda rubbed his hands, his eyes burning with passion. He actually wanted to collect this small world. Unless an ancient saint came, no one else could collect a small world. The old blind man shook his head regretfully. This is a pond formed from spiritual essence. The barbarian sighed in admiration. Right in front of them was a pond that was less than a square meter. Multicolored light curled up, essence energy surging, multicolored light overflowing, beautiful and auspicious. It was formed from the liquefied essence energy of heaven and earth. There were a few origin blocks beside the pond that had transformed into translucent crystals. Apart from this, there were many spiritual medicines growing beside it. This is an abnormal source, we saw its evolution process. The others were all shocked. Then, they searched around excitedly. If they could find the divine origin pool, then that would truly be a priceless immortal burial, because the divine origin liquid could allow one to seal themselves and live forever. To those below the great emperor realm, this was an indirect way to attain immortality. Even the supreme ancient royal clans survived this way. Divine origin liquid. Fatty Duan cried out in fear and immediately pounced over. There was a small puddle of water under a towering ancient tree, it was only the size of a fist. Divine light surged up and illuminated the entire ancient tree with a resplendent dark green color. Several people surrounded over, clicking their tongues in wonder. With the passing of the archaic era, this type of divine origin liquid had long become a legend, not something they could see at all. I can make one of your fists or two of your eyes immortal, said Jifan with a smile. Fatty Duan chuckled non-stop. He took out a small cauldron and carefully sealed the divine origin liquid inside. He used a profound secret technique to add 81 layers of seals, afraid that it would freeze immediately. Continue searching. Who knows, we might be able to find a divine origin lake. Duanda wasn't satisfied and wanted to obtain an even greater harvest. Unfortunately, they knew that this was impossible. Even in the archaic era, divine origin liquid was still extremely rare, something that could only be discovered and not sought. Oho! A roar sounded from the distance. The magnificent mountains and rivers were all swaying, and countless spiritual trees and leaves flew about chaotically. The leaves flickered with green light, and the fragrance of spiritual medicines released multicolored light as they swayed about. Motherfucker, that's a dragon. The old blind man's eyes rolled back in shock. His black eyeballs spun about, becoming brighter than anyone else's eyes. 8 or 9 li out, within the majestic beautiful mountains, a dragon leapt into the air. It was over 200 zhang in length, and green scales flickered about. Its head was high, and its divine horns were forked like a forest. The barbarian's eyes burned with passion as he said, I ate a wild dragon before. They said it was just a flood dragon. Could it be that I am fortunate enough to see a true dragon today? An old monk and 2 supreme powerhouses were subduing the dragon. The 3 of them joined hands to fight it, yet it was only a draw. The battle was incomparably intense. That is a flood dragon. It has already proven its Tao as an ancient beast king and is even on the verge of breaking through. It is suppressing 3 peak human experts, truly powerful. The old blind man finally determined. On the other side of the sky, flames overflowed into the heavens. There was a fusang tree that towered into the heavens, and there was a crow's nest on top of it. A 3-legged golden crow streaked across the sky and fought with the 2 emperors. The golden bird's body looked as if it was cast from gold, and the divine flames almost burned half of the sky until it collapsed. There are treasures everywhere here. At this moment, the old blind man's eyes were sharper than anyone else's. 2 green lights shot out, and just like a wolf, they looked through the crow's nest on the fusang tree. There are 3 eggs inside. Although they are not real golden crows, if they are properly cultivated, they will become incomparably powerful divine birds. He wanted to borrow the only magic treasure left behind by the celestial river king from Duanda, Star River. He wanted to steal a golden crow egg and cultivate it into a bird king as a mount. Needless to say, once such a golden crow grew up, it would be even more powerful than a sacred master. It was incomparably precious, and no one would not be tempted. However, stealing the egg now was tantamount to taking chestnuts from the fire, and it could easily put one's life in danger. Are you going to lend it or not? The old blind man rolled his eyes. The one who wants to borrow the treasure is a master. Let me tell you, it doesn't matter if you die, but you must return my star river. Don't lose it. Duanda reluctantly lent it to him. Voila! The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a Milky Way. It spread out in an instant and brought the few of them to the Fusang tree, following it. Old faker, you brought us up. Everyone, please help me. I can't get close to that ancient tree alone. The old blind man apologized. Everyone, at #yen%, everyone wanted to kick him, but he had already flown high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the branches of the ancient tree. It was too late to retreat. This ancient Fusang tree was half a head taller than the surrounding mountains. It towered into the sky, and its whole body was pale gold with endless flames burning. This ancient tree is a rare treasure that can be refined into a fire divine treasure. Duanda drooled. It's not the real Fusang divine tree. This is a similar fire tree king. According to legend, the real Fusang tree is in the immortal world, where the immortal ancient golden crows reside. Even immortals are helpless, the old blind man said. The fire tree king's pale golden leaves rustled, and the blazing flames were difficult to resist. All of them had to use their magical powers to resist. There were 3 golden eggs in the nest. They were not very big, only the size of a human head, but they were flowing with powerful fluctuations of divine power. Every egg was like a golden fireball with a frighteningly high temperature. Even from a distance, one would feel a burning sensation all over their bodies. I will only take 1 divine egg. I won't end the bloodline inheritance of this divine bird. The old blind man chanted a Dao name with a compassionate expression. You are clearly an egg thief, yet you are still acting like this. The barbarian was disdainful. He had originally wanted to take 1 of the divine eggs, but now he felt embarrassed. No, there is a supreme treasure in this nest. Duanda cried out as soon as they got close. The others also felt a peculiar aura. It was sacred, auspicious, and vast. There was a pure source of power flowing through it, making the entire nest empty. It was extremely peculiar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The spirit mouse in Duanda's sleeve cried out incessantly. It was a descendant of the treasure-seeking mouse. Although its blood was thin and it couldn't reach divinity, it could still sense something at such a close distance. They landed on the nest and almost fell to the ground. A boundless power surged, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Divine object. They finally discovered the abnormality. At the center of the nest, there was a bone under the 3 golden eggs. It was extremely ancient and flowed with a faint golden brilliance. The bone of a saint. The indestructible saint bone. This is a saint bone left behind after transforming into the Tao. They all cried out in alarm. Even if ancient saints died, their flesh and blood would remain forever. However, some saints were unwilling to leave behind their corpses and would dissolve themselves. However, there would occasionally be 1 or 2 of the hardest bones left behind. Those were the most powerful parts of their bodies, and they could not be erased even after transforming into the Tao. This is the arm bone left behind by a saint after transforming into the Tao. It is a priceless divine object. If it is refined into a weapon, the results will be unimaginable. They were all moved and took action at the same time to grab it. Even the tranquil enlightened being couldn't help but brandish his Bodhi branch, causing green leaves to flicker. However, no one could be faster than Yi Fan, because he grasped the rose symbol art. He immediately grabbed it in his hands. At this moment, his entire body trembled. The saint bone contained unmatched power, making his mind tremble. Brother Yi, give this saint bone to me. I owe you a life. Barbarian said solemnly. Duanda and the blind old man also clamored. They were willing to pay any treasures in exchange for it, such as the Star River, Tortoise Shell, Divine King Weapon, and so on. This saint bone is too important to me. Dongfang Yi pleaded solemnly and explained some of the situation. He came from a savage ancient forest in the Central Plains. The wolf-tooth club in his hand was originally a supreme divine object, but unfortunately, it was heavily damaged after a world-shaking battle in ancient times. To repair it, he needed a divine object like the saint bone to refine it. Don't tell me this wolf-tooth club was originally a saint weapon. Duanda and the others were shocked. Barbarian didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Yi Fan and said, "In a while, I'll help you seize the ancient scriptures. I have my own ancient heavenly technique, so there's no need for other methods." Yi Fan thought about it. He had the myriad chi cauldron. Even though the soul saint bone left behind by the ancient saint was powerful and could be called a priceless divine object, it still couldn't compare to his cauldron and wasn't of much use to him. At this moment, he directly handed over the saint bone to Barbarian. He knew that in the future, he would definitely have a great help. Barbarian was incomparably excited and said, "In the future, as long as the saint's laws are engraved on it, this wolf-tooth club will be completely repaired." The eyes of the blind old man and Duanda burned with passion, but they were still quite careful. They didn't kill each other and didn't rob it. "Don't be disappointed, I'll give you a golden crow egg." Yi Fan smiled and handed over a scorching hot golden divine egg to the blind old man. "This is what I wanted to take in the first place." The blind old man rolled his eyes. There's a green copper plate here." Barbarian squatted down and took out a piece of rotten copper plate from the crow's nest. No one knew how long it had been here as it was mottled with green rust. On the green copper plate, the rust couldn't hide the densely packed engravings. The surface was engraved with small characters like a heavenly book, and there was actually a flow of Tao rhythm. "Brother Yi, take a look." Barbarian handed it over to Yi Fan. It was a piece of scrap copper. It was as thin as paper and mottled with green rust. It was engraved with tiny characters the size of flies. They were densely packed and flowed with a mysterious aura, like traces of the Tao. Duanda's eyes straightened and shot out two frightening rays of light. He pounced over like a wolf to snatch the scrap copper. Bang! Yi Fan and the barbarian attacked at almost the same time. At such a close distance, their bodies collided. There was a loud boom and the crow's nest shook violently. Duanda grunted and fell back. His hands were bleeding and the web between his thumb and forefinger was torn. Bright red blood gushed out. In this world, not many people could compete with Yi Fan and the barbarian in terms of physical strength. Even the Divine Dynasty's overlord would be at a disadvantage in such a confrontation. Duanda's hands were only bleeding and did not turn into meat paste. This was enough to show how strong and terrifying he was. His physical body was very strong. "What do you mean?" Dongfeng Yi widened his eyes and stared at Duanda. At this time, he handed the scrap copper to Yi Fan. "I just want to take a look." Duanda ignored his injuries and looked extremely excited. He still rushed over without a care for anything. His eyes stared at the scrap copper without blinking. His eyes were deep as if he wanted to see through it. He almost immersed his mind in it. Others might not know, but Yi Fan knew what was going on. That year, in front of the Eastern Wasteland's Demon Emperor's tomb, the green copper block appeared. It was ordinary and Duanda missed it. At this moment, Fatty Duan stared at the green copper block. He must have thought of many things. That was why he wanted to take it and see what it was. At the same time, Yi Fan also thought of something. Could it be that this scrap copper had something to do with the green copper block in his body? He held it in his hand and studied it carefully. The barbarian held the wolf-tooth club in front of him and glared at Duanda. He was on high alert. "This is..." Yi Fan's expression changed and he was shocked. He stared at the densely packed small characters and frowned. "What do you see?" "Let me take a look." Duanda's breathing became rapid. "What does it say?" Blind old man also came over and stared at the green copper block. Ju Yuqing also walked forward. Her beautiful eyes were filled with divine splendor as she stared at the ancient bronze plate that was covered in green embroidery. "I don't know a word," Yi Fan said. They were all waiting for him to continue, but they didn't expect him to say something like this. "Let me see." Old Blind and Duanda stretched out their hands at the same time, but Dongfeng Yi blocked them with his big stick. "Unless you are an archaic creature, there is no way you can recognize it. This is the most ancient divine text." Yi Fan shook his head. Yi said, "He of green dev as of as possible." As of old man of as a fire of green of as fire of as he as of. This is. Dongfeng Yi didn't stop them. They looked at each other and stared at the copper block. This was the archaic divine language, a language used by tens of thousands of ancient races. It was rumored that it was created by the ancient deities, and it was the most ancient language used by all races. Duanda finally had the chance to touch the copper block and murmured, "It's not Greenda." He was a bit absent-minded. Then, he said with grief and indignation, "There was once a supreme treasure in front of me, but king. Sigh. This fatty is possessed." Barbarian curled his lips. Yifan cursed silently. This damned fatty couldn't forget it. It seemed that missing out on the green copper block had greatly affected him. At this moment, blind old man's eyes were wide open. Duanda didn't want to snatch it, but he wanted to make a move. Yifan retreated cautiously and didn't want to let him look. "I'm just taking a look, not trying to snatch it." "Oh right, why do I find you familiar? Are you my client? I sold you the immortal burial diagram before." Yifan rolled his eyes. "And said, 'You old swindler, you said it was the only copy, but in the end, you printed over 1,000 pieces. How many people have you cheated?" "Who cheated people? I guarantee it's the real deal. Otherwise, how could you find this place?" Blind old man dawdled as if he wasn't a profiteer. The others were speechless. All the immortal burial diagrams in the world were sold by him. It could be said that apart from a few great powers, everyone here was his client. Sentient feeling suddenly said, "An item from the primordial era that has been preserved to this day must have supreme symbols engraved on it. Otherwise, even a peerless treasure would return to dust. This is immortal tears green gold." Duanda was puzzled. He stretched out his chubby hands and wanted to snatch it. Blind old man was no exception. Yifan was speechless. These two were comparable to the Black Emperor. They wanted to snatch the treasure away from him. "This really is immortal tears green gold. It's the same divine material as the immortal tears pagoda left behind by the Western Empress. Moreover, there are supreme divine symbols engraved on it." They finally confirmed that this piece of scrap copper was extraordinary and not as bad as it looked. "Motherfucker, he really is a wastrel, too much of a wastrel, using immortal tears green gold to make a page. How can others endure this? Even the great emperor might not be able to gather enough divine objects to refine his own sacred weapon." Duanda shouted. "Too extravagant. This is the legendary immortal tears green gold. In the present age, only the Jade Lake has a piece. It's impossible to find another piece after forging it into the Western Emperor pagoda." Blind old man was also distressed. However, even though they said this, they continuously moved forward to memorize the divine characters on the paper. Now, without thinking too much, everyone knew that to dare to use immortal tears green gold as a piece of paper to record these characters was definitely priceless. These characters were absolutely extraordinary. Ouch. Damn. Duanda and blind old man cursed at the same time. They felt a sharp pain in their heads and retreated, revealing expressions of shock. There are supreme divine symbols on this immortal tears green gold paper after all. Using divine will to memorize these ancient characters is extremely difficult. The two of them said. Yifan stared at it for a long time but couldn't recognize a single character. Even though he knew that this was an immortal treasure, he couldn't read it. He could only stare helplessly. Western Desert, there are people on Mount Meru who can recognize archaic divine characters. Feeling Sentient spoke. She was extremely quiet and her voice carried a bit of magnetism. It was extremely pleasant to listen to. Mount Meru was an otherworldly and incomparably mysterious place. Many people believed that there might be a living ancient Buddha there, but no one dared to barge in. "If I have the chance, I will definitely go to Mount Meru to ask for guidance," Yifan said. Right now, he couldn't go even if he was beaten to death. Sakyamuni had already retreated from Western Desert and became a taboo figure. Yifan also came from the other side of the starry sky. If he was discovered by someone from Mount Meru, who knew what would happen? In the future, kidnap an archaic creature and have him read it out. Dongfangyi spoke valiantly. He treated powerful archaic races like chickens and ducks. Yifan felt that this piece of green copper was too rare and felt embarrassed to accept it. This is too precious. An ancient saint passed away and left behind a single sacred bone. It has been tempered hundreds and thousands of times but is still indestructible. It can be said that it condensed all of his profound mysteries and is an exceptional divine object. You didn't hesitate and directly gave it to me. Feel free to accept this piece of green copper as well. Dong Fangyi said. In the end, the two of them put it away. They were both satisfied and incomparably excited. This wolf-tooth club will definitely become a weapon of a saint in the future, and it will definitely be extremely powerful. After all, it contains the entire essence of a saint. Duanda muttered. The Immortal Tear's green gold paper is full of uncertainty, but in the future, it might be able to translate an immortal scripture. The old blind man hugged the divine egg and muttered. The five of them left the crow's nest. They were afraid that the adult golden crows would see them, so they slipped away and appeared in another mountain range. Another puddle. It's the divine origin liquid. Duanda cried out in surprise and threw himself down. It had to be said that this damned fatty's luck was very strong. This time, he discovered a puddle of water that was about a square foot in size. It was formed from the divine origin liquid again. The divine light was resplendent and illuminated the surrounding ancient trees into a bright green like jade. With so much divine origin liquid, I can smear a layer on the surface of my body. I think it can seal me for 10,000 years. If I sell it to those holy lands, I can definitely exchange it for an imperial divine weapon. The old blind man's eyes turned red and he said, Don't you know about tombs? Hurry up and find where that god is buried and dig out that coffin as soon as possible. Otherwise, if those emperors and demon lords get there first, we won't be able to get anything. Duanda calmed down and stared at this small world in a daze. Why do I feel that every place is suitable for burying people? As expected of the immortal graveyard. This small world wasn't big, but it would be tiring to dig out every mountain. Yi Fan went forward and used the heavenly origin divine technique to observe the terrain. He searched for the dragon vein, locked down the universe, and peered into the mysteries of heaven. He wanted to find the immortal graveyard. This world within a world is even more mysterious than the reclining immortal diagram outside. He frowned and stared at a mountain ridge and the mountain range. Look, doesn't that look like a reclining immortal diagram? Everyone's eyes flashed. The more they observed, the more they felt it was similar. The shrubs were lush, and spirit waterfalls poured down. It was as if there was a bloodbath and the corpses of immortals were strewn across the mountains. He should be buried there. Yi Fan provided the diagram of the world. Duanda quickly made a deduction. Next, it was up to him to find the tomb. The five of them were excited. They summoned the starry river and turned it into a waterfall. They leaped over the mountains and appeared in front of this strange mountain ridge. They stopped in their tracks. It's as if a heavenly scar was embedded here. The old blind man sucked in a breath of cold air. The shape of this mountain range was very strange. It looked like the corpses of immortals, but it flowed with the aura of the heavenly path. As soon as they approached, they seemed to hear someone chanting ancient scriptures. The sonorous voice of the great Tao was vast and mysterious. It seemed as if it descended from the 9 heavens and drilled into everyone's ears. However, no one could hear it clearly. It was very restless. It is indeed a mysterious and unfathomable place. Sentient feeling spoke. The Bodhi branch in his hand flowed with green light. Let's take advantage of the fact that the emperors, demon lords, and divine monks are still searching in other places to enter and obtain the immortal graveyard. Dong Fangyi urged. Duanda circled around the mountain ridge and climbed up a withered cliff. He said, We can't force our way through this mountain. Otherwise, there will be a great calamity. Let's enter from here. There was an ancient cave on the withered cliff. It was the mouth of the immortal lying on the ground. It led to the depths of the earth vein. As soon as they entered the ancient cave, their expressions changed. Their divine force was greatly suppressed. There was a supreme pressure coming from the depths of the earth vein that made them want to kneel on the ground. An aura comparable to an ancient emperor. It's similar to a resurrected sacred weapon of the extreme path. Yi Fan had experienced the battle of the northern divine city. At that time, there were people who wanted to kill divine King Jiang and even borrowed the sacred weapon of the extreme path. He personally experienced the process of the resurrection of 2 weapons of the extreme path. It almost destroyed the surrounding tens of thousands of li. There must be the corpse of an ancient deity here. Fatty Duan could be considered an authoritative figure in the field of necrology. He made such a judgment. Deities. All kinds of signs indicate that they might really exist in this world. We are about to see them. The old blind man muttered. The will of a deity had already appeared. If there were no deities buried here, then it really couldn't be explained. Everyone was very excited. Perhaps they were about to witness a miracle. The few of them followed the cave on the cliff and went deeper into the earth veins. From time to time, they would find source blocks on the ground, illuminating the entire ancient cave. Drip, water droplets fell from the walls, flowing with five-colored light. When they landed on the ground, they were clear and pleasant to listen to. It was as if a wonderful melody was being played, making the ancient cave seem even more peaceful. Yi Fan and the others walked through the cave that was flickering with light. They found it hard to calm down. The majestic aura from the depths of the earth veins made it hard for them to breathe. If nothing went wrong, it should be the corpse of a god, but it was even more powerful than an awakened holy weapon. It was like an ocean surging, making one's soul tremble. Walala, the sound of iron chains swaying could be faintly heard. In this dark and gloomy cave, it was especially frightening. It was like the sound of ghosts from hell, as if there was a devil trying to break free from its shackles. Woo-woo, after walking a few more miles, the wind howled and blew from other forks. Energy attacked them, and those forks were pitch black like an abyss. They didn't investigate, and they couldn't pay attention to it. Only the heavens knew what was in those pitch-black forks. Right now, they were only heading towards the main vein that was glowing. Gotcha, along the way, they would see a few source blocks that were attached to the walls. When they were broken off, they would make a clear sound and swirl with multicolored light. It was to the extent where they dug up a few pieces of divine source. They shone with resplendent brilliance, illuminating the entire ancient cave, making it seem like a dream. This ancient god really knows how to choose a place. If we dig this place up, we will find quite a few source blocks. This is a precious treasure land. The aura in front of them became stronger and stronger, making them feel pressured. It was as if they were facing a demonic mountain that reached into the clouds. Their hearts palpitated, and they felt like they were suffocating. If this continues, we might not even be able to get close to the god's coffin. I'm afraid that even if we are far away, our bodies won't be able to handle it and will crack. Gods. Even the ancient emperors were confused. They didn't know if they truly existed, but now, they were about to witness a miracle. In front of them, there was an ancient tree blocking their way. It was shocking. This underground world actually had such a towering ancient tree. Under the illumination of the source blocks, it was dark green, tender, and full of vitality. However, a few people felt a dangerous aura. Roar, a blood-curdling scream that made people's scalps go numb rang out. It was no different from the howl of an evil spirit. In just an instant, it made people's hair stand on end. Xiao. A black figure darted over like a demon, ferociously pouncing at them. It brought with it an evil wind, and a ferocious aura assaulted their faces. Devil ape. Duanda was shocked. His face was snow-white as he staggered backwards. Everyone's expressions changed, and they all backed up. This was a ghost ape that was a zhang in height. Its entire body was covered in black scales that flickered with dark light. A bitter baleful aura lingered about it. Its two eyes were incomparably resentful, as if it had met its mortal enemy for 10 lifetimes. Its iron hook-like claws stretched out, wanting to rip open the stomachs of the few of them. This is a creature born from the ancient tomb. It is extremely difficult to deal with and extremely dangerous. Duanda shouted loudly, reminding everyone. Clang, Duanda took out a metal seal, which pressed down like a mountain. But under the sharp claws of the demonic ape, sparks flew everywhere, and it turned into metal powder. It should be known that every item on Fatty Duan's body was a rare treasure, but they couldn't withstand a single blow from the demonic ape. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Aoo. The demonic ape let out a mournful cry, like a ghost escaping from hell. It once again rushed over. If it were an ordinary person, it would have scared them to death. Buzz. Dongfangyi made his move. He held the sacred bone left behind by an ancient sage. A touch of golden light flowed as he fiercely swung it out. Ah! The demonic ape screamed miserably. It was extremely dexterous. With a schwa sound, it retreated as fast as a ghost. It seemed to be afraid of this golden sacred bone. There really is such a thing in this world. It's a demonic ape. Damn, if we really fought, it could even tear apart a top powerhouse. The old blind man was shocked. This is the third time I've seen it. The first 2 times were in the ancient tombs of the Emergence King and the Celestial River King. I almost died. Duanda still felt some lingering fear. The demonic ape looked extremely ferocious. Its black scales flickered. It stared fiercely at the sacred bone and did not dare to move forward for a moment. Then, it suddenly let out a long cry, like the cry of an owl. So. Not long after, 4 more demonic apes rushed out of the ancient woods. All of them were 10 feet tall. They looked fierce and cruel as they surrounded the few of them. Legend has it that these are the corpses of an ancient top powerhouse. With 5 of them coming at once, we are in danger. The old blind man gnashed his teeth. The few of them retreated together. The demonic apes did not dare to attack. They were very afraid of the sacred bone's arm and kept roaring in a low voice. If we wait for too long, they will definitely attack. This is not good. Yi Fan frowned. Duanda gritted his teeth and said, "They've forced me to use my trump card." He took out an ancient copper lamp. It was dark, but the flame never went out. When he opened the lampshade, an inexplicable aura suddenly spread out. The flame was extremely soft and sacred, illuminating the ancient woods with brilliance and light. The lamp was not very dazzling, but its light could penetrate every inch of space. There were no shadows to be found, and a sacred aura filled the air. The 5 demonic apes retreated in fright and cried out incessantly. They were angry and afraid, so much so that their bodies could not help but tremble. This lamp. The old blind man was shocked. He stared at it and said, "The oil in this copper lamp, could it be taken from the body of a saint?" When these words came out, the others were shocked and revealed expressions of disbelief. That's right, the shell of this lamp is nothing, but the oil inside is refined from the body of an ancient saint. It will never go out and can be used to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Duanda admitted that he brought this out from the tomb of Hell King. When he first saw it, he was so shocked that he could not sleep for 3 days. When the saint's oil lamp appeared, the 5 demonic apes retreated in fear. The light and the smell emitted by the lamp made them feel fear from their souls. They did not dare to stay for long. In fact, the arm bone left behind by the saint was even more precious. It was just that it was too restrained and did not release a supreme holy aura. Thus, it was not as effective as this exceptional oil lamp. Don't put away this lamp. Who knows what will appear in front of us? I'm always worried that the will of a god will appear again. The old blind man was worried. In the outside world, thousands of people are chanting the rebirth mantra and the expiation scripture. Endless divine light has sealed the heavenly stairway. Can the will of a god come in? That's hard to say. There will most likely be other paths. After exchanging a few words, the 5 of them became nervous. They were afraid of encountering that true unparalleled demon. Who in the present world could subdue him? Walala. The sound of iron chains swaying in front of them could be heard clearly. It made them shiver with fear as if they had arrived in hell. A black river flowed silently and calmly, cutting off the path ahead. It was like a black abyss that almost swallowed one's mind and soul. It was very calm without any wind or waves, not even a splash. However, it was so black that it made one's heart palpitate. After looking at it for a long time, one's soul would be shattered. It really is true water. Normally, if one could obtain a small gourd of water, it would be regarded as a treasure by cultivators. However, there is a river here. These people were all stupefied. At the same time, they were horrified. This place was too strange and terrifying. After arriving here, their divine force was suppressed even more. Duanda's Star River couldn't even fly, unable to cross over. I fear that even the central continent's peerless emperor wouldn't be able to fly here. There was an iron chain above the black river. It swayed with walala sounds. It was pitch black like ink and flickered with specks of light as it connected to the other shore. Are we going to cross the river by climbing the chain? We can't climb over. Look, there are creatures on this iron chain. These people looked carefully, and they all felt a chill run through their bodies. There were actually quite a few corpses wrapped around the iron chain. When their eyes opened and closed, they would release a lush green radiance. Ancient strange corpses. They are experts that came from the later generations and not people from the archaic era. They died here. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this iron chain was quite special. It was known as soul-pacifying iron, a type of rare treasure that naturally attracted corpses. It could prevent corpses from rotting. It was unknown just how many years had passed. There were no less than 10 corpses wrapped around the iron chain. Every single one of them was extremely frightening. From their clothing, one could tell that they had existed for an endless amount of time. They are all peerless characters. Otherwise, their corpses wouldn't have gained sentience. How do we go over? These people were troubled. Suddenly, a white bone boat slowly floated over and drifted to the shore. It was constructed from thousands of snow-white skulls, causing people to feel a sense of dread. This must have been created by the will of the gods. Otherwise, the gods of the ancient era wouldn't have made these frightening things. Get on the boat. We have the sage's oil lamp, so no evil can invade. Even if there are strange creatures in the lunar true water, they wouldn't dare to invade. The 5 of them didn't hesitate too much. They boarded the white bone boat and floated towards the other shore. During this process, the ancient lamp in Duanda's hand flowed with auspicious radiance, illuminating the bone boat. Splash! As soon as they reached the shore, huge waves surged in the river. A dorsal fin appeared, and a blood-colored creature that resembled both a dragon and a flood dragon sank into the water. To be able to survive in the lunar true water, this creature most likely has a terrifying origin. Yi Fan and Dongfeng Yi were both astonished. Their physical bodies were very powerful, but they didn't dare to say that they could enter and exit the black lunar true water like this. Hurry up, I feel that those emperors, demon lords, and divine monks are about to arrive. We must obtain the ancient scriptures and immortal treasures before them. Even though they wanted to speed up, they couldn't because the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Even though they took out all kinds of ancient treasures to protect their bodies, it was as if they were moving through a swamp. Is it the powerful aura of the corpse, or is there an extreme holy weapon suppressing this place? They felt that their bodies couldn't hold on any longer. This kind of pressure made their bones feel like they were about to break. We've arrived. Look, it's an immortal ground in front of us. They arrived at the deepest part of the earth vein and finally saw the immortal graveyard they were looking for. Endless immortal energy assaulted their faces, making them want to ascend with multicolored light. In front of them, flowing multicolored lights overflowed. This was a vast heaven and earth with tens of thousands of large dragons spiraling about. Endless brilliance lingered about, and the immortal energy was hazy. There was a huge pyramid-like platform there. Of course, it didn't have a pointed top, and the top was extremely flat. It was completely constructed from 5 colored jade stones. This tall platform was tens of thousands of zhang tall. The jade platform was a step-by-step, and one could reach the top from anywhere. Endless immortal energy was hazy, and it was as if they arrived at the immortal realm. It's tens of thousands of zhang tall, but this is the depths of the earth vein. There must be some profound mysteries of the spatial laws. The tens of thousands of zhang tall jade platform was incomparably grand. Primal chaos surged, immortal energy pervaded the air, and over 10,000 large dragons coiled about. It was extremely majestic. We've finally arrived at the immortal graveyard. Look, there is a coffin at the top, most likely a deity is buried inside. Their divine power was pretty much sealed, but their divine senses and spiritual awareness were still there. They felt that kind of pressure. An ancient coffin was lying on top of the tens of thousands of zhang tall jade platform, and it seemed like it was going to crush the ages. If we can open the ancient coffin, we will be the first people to see a deity since the ancient times. The 10,000 zhang tall jade platform ascended step by step. Dragons and phoenixes soared, primal chaos swirling about. Even though everyone knew that this wasn't real, they were still shocked. The Azure Dragon and Divine Phoenix were extremely realistic. There were over 10,000 of them formed from immortal energy, adding a mysterious aura to the five-colored jade platform. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to see anything even if they looked up. After all, the five-colored jade platform was tens of thousands of zhang tall. However, everyone's divine eyes were like lightning, piercing through the clouds and mist, vaguely seeing it. Above, there was a coffin that was old and ancient, releasing endless vicissitudes. Even though it was less than 3 zhang long, it seemed to have endured endless eras, storing all of the years. What great changes, what boundless great earth, what boundless starry sky. None of it could compare to a corner of the coffin. It seemed to have condensed the past, present, and future, passing through millions of years. At this point, no one could safely pass through. Their bodies were about to break apart. Their entire bodies were in intense pain, and even their bones were cracking. On this five-colored jade platform, there was a boundless terrifying pressure that surged like a tide. It was vast and mighty, making one's body feel like it was going to collapse. Had the extreme Tao of the great ancient emperors revived? This was what everyone was wondering. This type of matchless pressure had only appeared during the Battle of the Northern Divine Region City. No cultivator could resist it. Could it be that it was released by a corpse? Just how terrifying of a power did it have when it was still alive? They couldn't help but feel horrified. Right now, they were not far from the five-colored jade platform, unable to take another step forward. All ancient treasures were useless. At this time, everyone's divine force was severely suppressed. Even though they could still use magical power, it wasn't as smooth as before. At this point, Yi Fan and Dongfeng Yi were undoubtedly the most suited to this environment. Their bodies were even stronger than divine lords. Even though their divine force was weakened, their fighting prowess didn't decrease. This ancient coffin might have existed since the archaic era. Whether or not there were deities in this world would be revealed today. The coffin wasn't placed horizontally on the 10,000 zhang jade platform, but instead floated in the void above, suspended within the primal chaos and immortal energy as if it had a life of its own. It's over, we can only stop here, unable to take another step forward. What should we do? Dongfeng Yi said. The 10,000 zhang tall platform was right in front of them, yet they couldn't approach it. The aura descending from above was difficult to endure, as if their bodies and souls would be destroyed. A group of small fries even came here, not knowing the difference between life and death. A young man's voice sounded. He walked over with his hands behind his back. Trash, who are you talking about? Dongfeng Yi licked his lips. This was a sign that the barbarians were about to attack. He raised the big stick in his hand. Don't be rash. This is a powerful being. The old blind man stopped him. A bunch of trash. This young man looked over in disdain. He slowly walked over, bringing with him an oppressive pressure. Yi Fan and the others felt that something wasn't right. This was a powerful being whose temperament wasn't up to standard. He didn't take them seriously at all and wanted to clear this place. Uncle. At that moment, another voice rang out. A middle-aged man approached this place with great difficulty. It was obvious that the 10,000-meter tall jade platform was giving him a great deal of pressure. Yi Fan cried out in his heart. This was bad. The Xiao family's people had arrived. It was the half-step almighty Xiao Ji who had tried to kill him several times. Yi Zhaotian. When Xiao Ji arrived, he immediately spotted Yi Fan. His eyes widened, and he let out a roar as he prepared to pounce at Yi Fan. He's the one who killed Ming Yuan? The young man's expression immediately darkened. He looked down at Yi Fan and said, Are you going to cut yourself, or are you waiting for me to do it? Yi Fan snorted coldly. He didn't say anything. His steps were light, and he glided over like an immortal towards the 10,000-meter tall jade platform. He was moving forward against the strong pressure. In an instant, he arrived in front of the jade platform. At this place, his divine power was suppressed even more, and it was very difficult to use it. Little Yi, let's see where you can go now. Xiao Ji walked over with an eerie expression. He was like a cat playing with a mouse. He didn't hurry and approached Yi Fan. Xianxia was Grand Tutor Zhao's blood brother. He looked very young, but this was not his actual age. With his hands behind his back, he didn't seem to care at all. He walked over and looked down at Yi Fan. Kneel down yourself. Little dog Yi, let's see how you can survive this time. Xiao Ji's expression was sinister. With one step, he arrived in front of Yi Fan. With the 8 trigrams purple copper cauldron in his hand, he slammed it down. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't show any fear. Instead, he revealed a mocking expression. He calmly made an embracing mountain seal with his left hand and slammed it forward. This wasn't the seal technique of the past, but the flawless secret technique he obtained from the precipice of the savage world. This was the earth seal of the 3 seals of heaven, earth, and man buzz. The power was extreme and incomparably ferocious. It was as if a piece of earth was pressing down. This left hand filled the sky, terrifying beyond compare. Xiao Ji sneered. He was a half-step almighty. How could a dragon transformation realm cultivator be his opponent? The purple copper cauldron in his hand flowed with purple splendor as it pressed down. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong. His divine power was not flowing smoothly, and he was severely suppressed in this place. He actually couldn't activate his weapon. He suddenly became vigilant. This wasn't what made him feel uneasy. His opponent's strength was far inferior to his, so he should be suppressed even more. However, his opponent's hand seal wasn't restricted. Once the embracing mountain seal appeared, it was as if the earth was in the sky. It was heavy and imposing, suppressing everything. A large black hand slammed down. Dang! In front of the 10,000 Zhang Jade platform, everyone's Dao power was suppressed, and they couldn't smoothly use it. However, Yi Fan's physical body was strong, and this was pure physical strength. Embracing mountain seal, Yi Fan's left hand was like a black peak as it struck the purple copper cauldron. A rumbling sound rang out, and with a crack, the copper cauldron cracked and fell to the ground. Behind him, everyone was shocked. A weapon interwoven with the laws of order was destroyed just like that by his physical body. Just how strong was his physique? Retreat! Xianxia shouted. He rushed over with a step, activating his overflowing magical power to block. Yi Fan's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. The embracing mountain seal in his left hand continued to shake, and a black shadow of a great mountain appeared, pressing forward. Xiao Ji shouted and did his best to retreat. He pushed out both hands to block the black embracing mountain seal, but he was powerless. Pooh! His hands immediately turned into a bloody pulp, crushed by the black peak. Then, his arms, like tofu, were brushed by Yi Fan's left hand and also shattered with a pop. Blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. Behind him, everyone was shocked. However, Xianxia's magical power finally surged over and blocked Yi Fan's attack. Bang! There was a huge tremor, and Yi Fan fell back. Xiao Ji used this opportunity to stagger back. His arms had disappeared, turned into a bloody pulp, and no longer existed. In this place where immortals are buried, everyone's divine power was suppressed. Yi Fan relied on pure physical strength to seriously injure a half-step cultivator. Ah! Xiao Ji screamed. He was going crazy and couldn't believe all this. With his strength, no matter how many Yi Fan came, he could kill them. But now, this was the result. In just one exchange, his arms were destroyed by his opponent. He was angry, ashamed, angry, and annoyed. The pain made him sweat profusely. Xianxia's face was as calm as water. Although he looked like a young man, his power was comparable to a sect leader. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning as he rushed over. Swoosh! Yi Fan was even faster. He ascended the sky in 9 steps and rushed to the jade platform's 18 steps. He felt endless pressure pressing down from that height. Here, he stopped. His right hand moved, and marks of the Tao appeared. He formed the man-ruler seal. At this moment, he was like a sovereign of the human race. He looked down on the world and the vast earth with a domineering attitude. This was the man-ruler seal. Once it was displayed, a person's temperament would change. He was like the king of the human race, standing in the clouds and looking down on all beings. Boom! Yi Fan formed the seal. With a loud sound, he staggered backwards. Although he was shaken, there were no injuries. On the other side, Xianxia's expression changed. He was an almighty, but his overflowing mana was not flowing smoothly, so he couldn't kill his opponent. Again. Yi Fan climbed up the 9 steps and shouted. Not good. For the first time, Xianxia felt the seriousness of the situation. The opponent's physique was abnormally strong, even stronger than an almighty like him. It was beyond his expectations. In this place, the mana was suppressed, and the strength of the physique was fully displayed. If he climbed to the top of the jade platform, it was hard to say who would live and who would die. Trash, come up and fight. Yi Fan sneered. Xianxia's expression darkened. Without saying a word, he climbed up the jade steps. A cultivator from the dragon transformation realm was shouting at an almighty. This caused the people below to be stunned. This was truly awe-inspiring. Ah! Below, Xiaoji shouted. After losing both his arms, he was in great pain. Seeing this scene, he was furious. What are you shouting for? The barbarian walked forward with his wolf-tooth club. He was fierce and stared at the half-step almighty. You! Xiaoji almost died of anger. His strength was unfathomable, and he was respected wherever he went. But today, he was being looked down upon. However, he knew Dongfang Ye's background. He was a barbarian from some ancient tribe. His physique was extremely abnormal. If they fought in this godforsaken place, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. What happened? At this moment, a clear voice was heard. A spirited old man arrived. It was Grand Preceptor Xiao. Beside him was an old man. Father, you are finally here. Xiaoji spat out a mouthful of blood, drenching his clothes. Without saying a word, the barbarian rushed up the jade platform. He would definitely be at a disadvantage if he stayed below. He had to imitate Yi Fan and rely on his physique to climb up. Bang! Above, Yi Fan's hand formed the human ruler imprint. His black hair danced about crazily. He fought a great battle with Xianxia, but he was still unharmed. Suddenly, he fought against an almighty being. The people who had just arrived were all shocked, especially Grand Preceptor Xiao and the others. Their expressions continuously changed. At this moment, the 4 emperors of the Central Plains, the demon lord of the Southern Mountains, and the divine monk of the Western Desert all arrived. They all revealed strange expressions. Forget it. Grand Preceptor Xiao waved his hand and made Xianxia retreat. The 2 barbarians of the younger generation could rely on their physique to fight against almighty beings on the jade platform. If 2 of them were killed here, it truly wasn't worth it. So lively, a few more sect masters arrived. They were all great figures whose might shook the world. Some of them were cultivators that gave the 4 great immortal dynasties headaches. They came from the 100 sections. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He saw a few familiar people. He had seen them at the Jade Lake Feast of Peaches. For example, the old sect master of the Central Plains Yin sect. He was over 3,000 years old and was a living fossil-level character. At this moment, apart from Yi Fan's group, there was no one from the younger generation. They were all world-shaking sect master-level existences that looked down on the boundless earth. These people all came. It was clear that there was going to be a great battle. Even the flesh and bones of the ancient saints were world-shocking divine objects, let alone the ancient deities. The floating ancient coffin on the 10,000 zhang jade platform was a priceless immortal treasure. No one would let it go, and there would definitely be a bitter struggle over it. At this time, everyone dispersed and began to ascend the platform from different directions. They walked up the jade stairs. These people are truly well prepared. They brought so many super forbidden artifacts. The old blind man was astonished. Duanda sighed and said, they have engraved a portion of the laws of the ancient saints. Yin Yang Mirror, Heaven Flipping Imprint, Southern Demon Bell, and Middle Emperor Cauldron. With so many super forbidden artifacts, they can make it to the 10,000 zhang jade platform. We've already come this far. Don't tell me our efforts will all go to waste? Dongfang Yi was unwilling to give up. He took out the saint's golden arm bone. The old blind man poked Duanda and said, little fatty, don't hide anymore. You have a lot of treasures on you. Hurry up and take one out. We can't let them ascend the jade platform first. Old bastard, you have great treasures on you. Take one out and it will be enough to protect us. Duanda said. The two swindlers began to wrangle. In the end, Duanda became anxious. He took out the saint's oil lamp and placed it together with Dongfangye's golden arm bone. Old bastard, hurry up and offer your treasures. The old blind man chanted an incantation. An ancient shield flew out and also placed it on the saint's arm bone. To be more precise, it was a tortoise shell. Enlightened being didn't say a word. He stretched out the Bodhi branch and placed it in front of them. Immediately, boundless life energy surged out and shocked everyone. Yi Fan thought for a moment and took out the rotten copper piece. He crossed it with the other artifacts and immediately an indescribable Tao rhyme flowed out. There were divine patterns carved on the immortal tear's green gold paper. These artifacts weren't the weapons of the ancient saints, nor were they replicas. However, some of them were relics left behind by the saints. When they were put together, they flowed with an indescribable aura. They advanced step by step and were actually able to temporarily block the pressure from the jade platform. When they reached 5,000 feet, these artifacts couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. The few of them found it difficult to move forward. The pressure from the divine remains covered the sky and earth, wanting to tear them apart. It was difficult to endure. What a pity. The only saint's bone left behind by the ancient saints has been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It's a peerless divine object. It's just that it didn't have the corresponding formation patterns carved on it. Otherwise, it would be able to protect us. Isn't my saint's lamp the same? It's a true divine material, but it doesn't have the corresponding law imprints. What do we do? Can't we go up? They stopped at 5,000 feet, halfway up the jade platform. It was difficult to go any further. Even Yi Fan didn't dare to take the risk. Crack. Cracking sounds came from other places. The supreme forbidden artifacts were cracking, and many people had no choice but to stop. Hey, something's not right. There are still some major forces moving forward. They must have some unknown divine objects on them. Let's go all out. I must get the relics of the ancient gods. Duanda clenched his teeth and finally took out his ultimate treasure. Swoosh. With a flash of light, a broken bowl appeared above his head. Thousands of strands of black light fell down and protected the few of them. After we go up, I will use the secret technique of tomb study to change the sky and earth and steal the coffin of the god. You must cooperate with me, Duanda warned. Once the broken bowl appeared, it isolated the supreme pressure. It possessed a mysterious power that made everything within 3 feet calm without a single ripple. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, they went all the way up. Although there was a terrifying aura, their footsteps weren't stopped at all. They slowly reached the top of the jade platform. Humph, trash. Someone sneered. It was Xianxia. He looked young, but he was a top expert. Grand Tutor Xiao and the people of the Yin Yang school gathered together and reached the top first. It was unknown what kind of divine object they used to resist the pressure of the god. On the high platform, dragons and phoenixes soared and ancient coffins floated up and down. Several groups of people had already come up, and immortal energy lingered in the air. Most of them were from the central prefecture, but there were also some from the western desert and the southern mountains. All of them used their own methods to make it to the top of the platform. At this moment, Yi Fan and the rest stood out. No matter what, they could not be considered as strong cultivators, but they managed to make it to the top with a broken bowl. This bowl is not bad, Xianxia said sinisterly. He stretched out his hand to take the bowl away. There was an endless pressure here. If the broken bowl was taken away, the few of them would be turned into dust in an instant. Their souls would be destroyed. Above Xianxia and the rest, there were more than 10 forbidden weapons. They combined together and blocked the pressure. At this moment, he was fearless. Yi Fan waved his right hand and lightly flicked upwards. The man-ruler seal appeared naturally. It was like thousands of mountains swaying at the same time. It pierced forward and blocked the endless effali towards the big hand. Boom! After a huge tremor, the two of them retreated at the same time. Everyone was shocked. The strength of Yi Fan's physique had exceeded their expectations. On this jade platform, everyone's fate was sealed. Those with strong physiques had the absolute advantage. Everyone, this is a treasure. Maybe there is a saint's law imprint inside. Xianxia's eyes were sinister as he stared at the broken bowl. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone looked over. Yi Fan and the rest immediately became the focus of all kinds of gazes. Many people revealed strange expressions. Without a doubt, this was very disadvantageous to Yi Fan and the rest. If there was a fight later, many people would pay attention to them and fight for the bowl. Once the few of them lost the protection of the broken bowl, their souls would be destroyed. Xianxia wanted to use others to kill them. Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, and the rest were furious. They stared at the few of them. They really wanted to smash the forbidden weapons above their heads and let them have a taste of what it felt like. Unfortunately, Xianxia and the old leader of the Yin Yang cult had gathered many powerful cultivators. If they really wanted to fight, their strength was too weak. Before this bowl is lost, I will kill you. Yi Fan stared at Xianxia and said calmly. He had just entered the dragon transformation mystery realm not too long ago and was nothing in front of these people. However, the uniqueness of this place gave him the right to say such words. Many people felt that it was absurd to threaten a supreme being like this, but they also felt apprehensive in their hearts. If they were killed by him, it would really be too unjust. Xianxia sneered. There was nothing more to say now. Once they got off the platform, he would kill Yi Fan with lightning speed. At this moment, everyone's gazes converged onto the coffin once more. This was the true focal point of their fight, a supreme immortal treasure. Why can't we move the coffin? Duanda was anxious. He carried the broken bowl and walked on the jade platform. He had long laid down the coffin locking technique, but it was ineffective. This is the ancient coffin of a deity, how can it be moved by ordinary strength? Your burial studies are completely useless, so don't waste your strength. The old blind man said. The coffin was ancient, rising and falling in the void. There were true dragons, divine phoenixes, and others formed from immortal energy, vivid and lifelike. There were thousands to tens of thousands of them, winding about here. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the ancient coffin was actually exuberant with life force. Its vitality was incomparably exuberant, even more abundant than everyone's spiritual essence. What is going on? The ancient deity still hasn't died? The coffin floated up and down, not all that stable. When it descended, everyone discovered an abnormality. There was actually a tender leaf growing on the coffin's lid. It isn't that the deity hasn't died, but rather that the coffin hasn't dried up yet. A meter-long branch grew out from the coffin's lid. It was verdant and glistening, and there were a few leaves on it. The exuberant spiritual essence was precisely released by it. How could this be? This should be a coffin from over 1,000,000 years ago. After such an endless amount of time, how could it produce a tender shoot? This is a coffin carved from a stalk of divine wood. Southern Mountain's demon lord revealed the mystery. At this moment, there wasn't a single person who wasn't moved. They were all shaken up. Divine trees and undying medicines were things that could only be discovered and not sought after. Ever since the archaic era, almost all of them had been destroyed. However, there was someone who carved a coffin from an undying tree. In their eyes, this was simply a reckless waste of natural resources. It was truly too wasteful. I understand now. The deity is unresigned, wishing for eternal life. There were some great powers who were horrified. They thought of a few ancient legends. At this moment, everyone was shaken up. They thought of a few secrets. Legend had it that heavenly deities used undying wood as a coffin, allowing them to remain undying through the ages. One day, they might be able to revive. In this world, only the undying medicine and undying tree could exist forever. They wouldn't be destroyed by the passage of time. A coffin carved from undying would naturally maintain some of its characteristics. Within the rare ancient texts that existed in this world, there were some records stating that for the sake of being undying, deities would find an undying tree to bury themselves in before they died. However, how many undying trees could there be in this world? Only one or two deities had done this type of thing, because there was simply no way of doing it. Of course, no one believed these types of records. From the ancient times until now, there were only legends and no deities descending into the world of mortals. The theory of no immortals had long become the consensus of most people. However, today, they saw a coffin carved from an undying tree. Everyone was shaken up. Without a doubt, this was subversive. It proved that some of the ancient text records might be true. Endless years ago, even before the archaic era, perhaps immortals really did exist. This is Tao Comprehension Ancient Tea Tree. Finally, someone recognized the material of the coffin. On that tender branch, there were a few leaves that were sparkling like agate. Their colors and shapes were all different. Too extravagant. While everyone cried out in alarm, they also released a breath of relief. The Tao Comprehension Ancient Tea Tree was still alive, an undying mountain, not extinct. One could imagine that as early as the archaic era, there was someone who cut off an undying tree to carve a coffin for himself. However, he left behind a divine root. After endless years passed, the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tea Tree already recovered. Meanwhile, this coffin didn't decay either, still retaining a strand of vitality. Even this coffin is a treasure. Everyone thought of this problem. After this coffin was dismantled, not only was it a divine object for refining weapons, it was also a precious treasure for comprehending the Tao. This ancient coffin was too extravagant. From past until now, perhaps only one or two deities had done something like this. Others didn't even need to think about it. Swoosh, someone took action. An expanse of multicolored mist flew out, wishing to seize the initiative and pull down the coffin. Everyone was shocked. There wasn't the terrifying aura they had imagined, no destructive fluctuations descending. This was a bit illogical. The ancient coffin carved from the undying tree steadily descended onto the jade platform. It was divine, auspicious, and incomparably peaceful. Something's not right. This tremendous pressure and exceptionally terrifying aura isn't released by it. Could it be that there is something else? This platform was extremely vast, and there was immortal mist and chaotic energy swirling about. Everyone's first impression was the strongest, so they didn't search other places at all. At this time, a divine monk from the western desert's eyes were like torches. He stared at a hazy area and said, "I'm a Buddha. A corpse." Everyone was horrified to discover that the source of the terror wasn't related to the coffin carved from the undying tree at all, but rather on the other side. There, multicolored light flowed about. It was unknown just how many years it had existed for, but there was an ancient corpse sealed within. This piece of ice was extremely special. Even though there was cold energy, it wasn't bone-piercing. 5 types of brilliance flowed about, releasing astonishing vitality. However, this type of auspicious aura was completely scattered by the corpse within the ice. It was as if he stood at the peak of the endless ages, overlooking the past, present, and future. Everything crawled beneath his feet. Is this an immortal corpse? Everyone was stupefied. They didn't fight over the coffin and instead stared rigidly at this corpse. On the 10,000 Zhang jade platform, the unmatched heavenly might that rippled out in all directions originated from him. He was the source of all power. At the same time, everyone noticed something strange. This piece of ice's shape was quite similar to the ancient coffin, as if it was originally placed within the coffin. Everyone was moved inwardly. There was no reason for it to be just a piece of ice. Perhaps it really was originally in the coffin. Everyone quickly thought of this possibility. The ice was hazy. Everyone used all types of exceptional forbidden artifacts to protect themselves. They floated above their heads, resisting the tremendous pressure as they walked forward to observe this departed deity. It's not a corpse, there are no flesh bones. Everyone was stupefied. When they got closer, they finally saw the figure within the 5-colored divine ice. They all revealed expressions of confusion and shock. This wasn't a complete corpse, but rather a piece of human skin. It was dyed in 5-colored blood and flowing with terrifying fluctuations. How could it be like this? Long purple hair, smooth skin that flickered with precious splendor. Even now, there was still luster. There was a crack on the back, the flesh and bones peeled out from this place. The blood that was dyed in was extremely dreamy, greatly different from the human races. There were a total of 5 colors, brilliant and dazzling. Is this a deity from the archaic era? Where did his flesh go? Why is there only an outer layer of skin left? Before the ancient era, there were immortals. Is this proof? Everyone crowded around, all of them shaken. Regardless of whether he was a deity or not, this skin was priceless, comparable to a great emperor's holy object. It was because this type of fluctuation was too terrifying. However, not a single person dared to act blindly without thinking. This immortal skin was almost comparable to the aura of a revived extreme Dao weapon, crushing everyone until they were about to collapse. Even though they used all types of divine objects to protect themselves, it still wasn't enough. They actually felt like they couldn't hold on any longer. Is this really immortal skin? Could it be the skin of an extreme great emperor? There is a line of ancient characters here. Suddenly, someone released a cry of alarm. They discovered a line of characters on the other side of the solid ice. They were written in iron hooks and silver strokes, bold and powerful, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was embedded there. At this moment, everyone's expressions were extremely brilliant. These characters greatly impacted everyone's thoughts. The general idea was that there was a latecomer who wished to borrow the ancient coffin to sleep and bury himself, and that they had offended him. Even borrowing a coffin. Many people were speechless. Borrowing a coffin from a deity, could it be another deity? That's not right, these are the human race's ancient characters. Before the archaic era, they were all divine characters. It can't be this type of character. Someone cried out. Everyone woke up. Just now, they were too engrossed and forgot about this gargantuan abnormality. The human race's expert borrowed the coffin of a deity to sleep and bury himself. Could this be an ancient great emperor? Everyone's fine hairs stood on end. Their minds were highly concentrated as they looked towards that ancient coffin. Someone was sleeping peacefully inside. These characters are like the heavenly Tao, and they vaguely feel a trace of familiarity. Where have I seen them before? Correct, they seem familiar. They have definitely circulated in this world before. It was just a hurried glance. Everyone's minds were shaken. Who exactly was this? They didn't immediately take action against the 5-colored divine ice, and instead arrived before the coffin carved from the undying tree again. They prepared to open this ancient coffin and take a look. This is the imprint of the latecomer. Everyone saw a few indistinct symbols, and they were all shocked. This represented that person's identity. The ancient coffin was lying on the ground, and there was a half-meter-long branch growing out of it. It was indescribably demonic. One had to know that it had existed for millions of years, yet it was still alive. The chaotic mist swirled, and the immortal mist circulated. The coffin didn't move at all, and there were some blurry imprints on the side wall. Many people's expressions changed. Shua. Everyone looked at the people from the Great Xia dynasty. Everyone was shaken, and they were filled with indescribable shock. This was the symbol of their race. It's the Grand Emperor of the Primordial Era. Someone said this name with a trembling voice. Everyone's hearts trembled. No wonder when they found those ancient words on the ice, the faces of the Great Xia dynasty's royal family changed. The so-called Grand Emperor was their ancestor. No wonder I felt those words were familiar. I've seen them in the Grand Imperial Hall of the Great Xia before. Someone suddenly realized. The Great Xia dynasty was one of the 4 great immortal dynasties in the Central Plains. It was one of the most ancient and terrifying top powers. Its ancestor was a human Grand Emperor. The Grand Imperial Hall was the residence left behind by that ancient Grand Emperor. Although it was empty, later generations and sect leaders still had the chance to pay their respects. Although the imprints on the coffin weren't clear, they could tell that it was a blurry human-shaped imprint, and on his back was a dragon. It was unique, and only the ancestor of the Great Xia had this imprint. Later generations treated it as the symbol of the immortal dynasty. Why is the Grand Emperor here? Everyone was shocked, and they looked at the people from the Great Xia dynasty. How many Grand Emperors could there be? A human Grand Emperor didn't reunite with his people in his later years, but came here alone, borrowed a coffin from a god, and buried himself here. This matter made people feel evil, and there was an indescribable strangeness. Why was it like this? The Grand Emperor, the mystery of his life and death, and no one knows. It's actually here. Someone stared at the people from the Great Xia dynasty. When the two words Grand Emperor were mentioned, they trembled. No one didn't fear this name, even though it had been countless years since he left the world. Ancestor, according to the records, he left alone in his later years, and no one knows where he went. I didn't think he would come here. The Great Xia Emperor sighed. Everyone was a little dizzy. An ancient Grand Emperor personally founded the immortal dynasty, and ruled millions of miles of land. He was invincible, and he was one of the strongest since ancient times. Couldn't they even find a burial ground? Couldn't they even find a piece of burial ground? However, everyone felt relieved in the end. This was a coffin carved from the undying tree. There were legends of eternal life, and apart from deities, no one else could obtain it. The Grand Emperor had snatched the burial ground of a deity and occupied the nest of a magpie. When this deduction was made, everyone was incomparably shocked, not only this coffin, but also this place. Of the Grand Emperor. The Grand Emperor was also this. Of Grand Emperor must also had the Grand Emperor. Ancestor, this unfilial descendant has come to welcome your distinguished self home. An old imperial uncle choked with emotion, using his purple golden dragon robes to wipe away his tears. After the shock, people, they, and that, and the, they, and, of. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Not to mention that the corpse of a great emperor was a supreme immortal treasure that could be refined into an extreme sacred weapon. This coffin carved from the undying tree was also extremely rare. The Tao comprehension wood was a treasure that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. This is my great Xia's ancestor. Fellow Taoists, you won't make things difficult for us, right? The great Xia emperor was majestic and imposing. He wore a 9-dragon crown on his head as he asked in a heavy voice. No one responded. From an ethical point of view, taking away the ancestor's corpse was something that should be done. There was no way to stop them. However, this corpse was not ordinary. It was a priceless immortal material that could be refined into an unrivaled emperor weapon. It was hard to find in this world, and there was no one who wouldn't be tempted. The atmosphere was a bit tense. No one said anything. The people gathered here were all powerful figures who could look down on the world. Not to mention the great figures from the 100 sects, just the other 3 great dynasties of the central continent could be compared to Great Xia. Apart from this, there were also the Southern Mountains Demon Lord and War Lord, as well as the Western Desert Divine Monk. Which one of them wasn't a representative of a great power with terrifying origins? In the past, when the Grand Emperor walked the world, he was invincible and lonely throughout the ages. What kind of majesty was that? All of us wanted to see his face. That's right. Sigh at the endless years, how many great emperors could there be? We didn't have the fortune to see them. If we were fortunate enough to see the Grand Emperor's true appearance today, it would be worth it even if we died. Someone broke the silence. The others all agreed. Great Xiao's people were in a difficult situation. As long as the corpse in the coffin was exposed to the light, there would definitely be a bloody battle. The ancestor's corpse must not be desecrated. Great Xiao's old uncle's white brows trembled as he shouted in a stern voice. That's right. The ancestor is a great emperor of the human race. How can we disturb him by opening the coffin? The great Xia emperor's black hair danced about chaotically. His eyes were like lightning. A sect master said, "These words are wrong. We all admire the unrivaled bearing of the great emperor of the past and worship him with a pious and reverent heart. How can this be considered desecration?" The atmosphere became a bit tense again. There was more or less a hint of a storm about to arrive. The corpse of a great emperor was enough to make people fight until blood flowed like rivers. However, no one dared to make the first move to open the coffin. Not only were they afraid of the others, they were also afraid of the deceased great emperor. The legends he left behind were too many. The Grand Emperor shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. He created the Grand Emperor scripture, an unrivaled ancient scripture. Among them, the offensive scripture, Imperial Draconic Qi, was unparalleled in the Central Prefecture. It was faintly the #1 scripture in the current era. It was said that in terms of offense, the only one that could compete with it was the fighting formula of the 9 secrets. Unfortunately, it only appeared occasionally and was almost lost in the inheritance. The Grand Emperor was a legend. When he walked in the mortal world, he was comparable to deities. Some people said that he could go against the heavens and slay immortals. He was an extraordinary unrivaled character. Back then, his offensive power caused the entire world to tremble. He was unparalleled in the world. Once the Imperial Draconic Qi appeared, no one in the world could compete against him. The Grand Emperor overlooked the world and left behind an indelible and glorious mark in the history of the human race. Even though he had died, people were worried that he still had some tricks up his sleeves. They were afraid that the moment the coffin was opened, a destructive disaster would occur. This wasn't an impossibility. The people of the Grand Xia Empire frowned. They understood that it was extremely difficult to bring away the entire divine coffin. All the sect masters in the world wouldn't agree to it. Alright, we will open the coffin. Our Grand Xia will only take away the remains of the founder. The coffin will be left for everyone. The Grand Xia Emperor directly stated. Hua. A commotion broke out at the scene. Even if they were all supreme experts, they couldn't remain calm anymore. After the coffin was opened, there might be a bloody battle. Everyone took a few steps back. The Grand Emperor is revered by all races since ancient times. Not everyone can see his dragon face. It's better for those who have no business leaving to avoid blaspheming the Great Emperor. The old sect master of the Yinyang sect, Wang Yangzhan, spoke. Some people nodded in agreement. They knew what he meant. They wanted to clear the scene. Anything left behind by the Great Emperor in the ancient coffin was a treasure. With so many people, there was simply not enough to go around. Now, after forcing some people away, only the supreme powers remained to discuss the distribution and ownership of the immortal treasures. Grand Preceptor Zhao's group stood together with the Yinyang sect. Xianxia had a smile that was not a smile. He stared at Yi Fan and the others and said, "If you leave early, you can still live for half a day." "What do you mean?" Yi Fan stared at him indifferently. "Everyone here knows their background. Only the few of you don't know your background." Xianxia was calm and unruffled. He stared at Yi Fan and the others with a hint of disdain. Then he said casually, "I think it's necessary to drive away these people who can't see the light and can't be seen in public." When such a supreme expert spoke, some people immediately nodded in agreement. They thought it was necessary to drive away some people. Duanda, Dongfang Yi and the others were all angry. The blind old man also snorted and rolled his eyes. Xianxia said indifferently, "In this place, everyone is a supreme expert. They are all people with great identities. You few ants should leave quickly." Even the half-step supreme experts stopped at the foot of the platform. No one followed. A cultivator from the dragon transformation realm like Yi Fan was too conspicuous. Yi Fan stretched out a finger. He did not have any respect for the supreme experts. He pointed at his nose and said, "Who do you think you are?" Xianxing's eyes were filled with killing intent. He really wanted to slap Yi Fan to death. However, his divine power was restricted in this place. He said coldly, "Everyone here is a leader-level figure. There is no place for you to stand. Hurry up and get lost. We have a meeting here." "Who do you think you are?" Yi Fan sneered. Xianxing's face darkened. He said, "Small fry, you are looking for death. Fellow Taoists, how about we ask them to leave? This bowl is not bad." He once again encouraged everyone to stare at Duanda's bowl. If it was taken away here, Yi Fan and the others would definitely be killed. Some people had already seen that this bowl was not ordinary. In an instant, many people were tempted. "Let me see how powerful a green onion like you can be." No one expected Yi Fan to suddenly make a move and take the initiative to attack a powerful being. Buzz. He swung his palm directly towards Xianxing's face. The wind was like thunder, and the void was distorted. Everyone was stunned. This young man was too reckless. He dared to slap a supreme expert so rudely. It was a complete humiliation. After all, he was only a dragon transformation realm cultivator. Attacking a supreme expert like this was a blatant disrespect. Xianxia's expression changed. He had roamed the world for so many years. There had never been anyone who dared to slap his face. He backed up, his hands moving about. Even though his divine force was restricted, the flow not all that smooth, there was still a sea of essence energy surging, interweaving into an expanse of natural laws in front of him. It was like a five-colored rain of light. This was the embodiment of his Tao skills. Boom! Yi Fan's palm landed on his light screen. The platform shook, and both of them took a few steps back. What is this kid's background? He can resist a supreme expert's ocean-like Tao with his physical strength. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Everyone present was a hero. After the shock, they did not show too much expression. They could only discuss like this. You're just a green onion, and you want to ask me to leave? I'll fight you with only one hand. Yi Fan hooked his finger at Xianxia, trying to provoke him to attack. Little bastard. Xianxia's face was ashen. Everyone present was a peerless supreme expert. In front of everyone, he was humiliated and looked down on by a nobody from the dragon transformation realm. How could he accept this? Boom. Even though his divine power was not flowing smoothly, he still forced himself to increase it. The mysterious light in front of him was like a raging sea. The laws interweaved, and a forbidden weapon appeared above his head. Fatty, follow me. Yi Fan pulled Duanda and asked him to help protect his body. He raised his battle strength to the peak of his current state. Kaboom! Yi Fan took action, like a human-shaped wild dragon. With a raise of his hand, the void collapsed. His hands slapped out, as if they could pull up mountains and split apart peaks, valiant and unstoppable. He had been patiently waiting until now. Now that he had found such an opportunity, he would not let it go. He pointed at the sky and struck down. Kaboom! The light screen in front of Xianxia cracked, and the laws kept collapsing. After all, his divine power was sealed. Although he could still use it, it could not be compared to his usual power. Bang! He was sent flying. He could not block Yi Fan, who was like a beast. The impact was huge and terrifying. Fatty, follow up. Yi Fan shouted. He asked Duanda to continue to protect him. He formed a seal with both hands and struck forward. Mountain embracing seal, he held a mountain in his arms and pushed it outwards. His palm was as black as ink, and an ancient demonic mountain pressed down. Bang! Xianxia's expression changed. He attacked passively. His right hand interweaved with laws to block. However, the divine light was not as strong as usual. It was penetrated in an instant. Yi Fan used his hand to form a mountain stamp and pierced through Xianxia's palm. Blood immediately spurted out of Xianxia's palm. Ah! Xianxia screamed and quickly retreated. His right hand was completely deformed. His bones were broken. Yi Fan chased after Xianxia like a ghost. The black mountain seal on his right hand did not stop. It continued to attack and smashed down fiercely. Puff! Blood spurted out. Xianxia's right arm was smashed into meat paste. Bone fragments and flesh splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked. What kind of body type was this? Even the body of a supreme cultivator could not withstand it. In a close combat, he suffered a great loss. At this moment, Yi Fan used the secret art of the ancient celestial dynasty, the celestial court. He struck out a palm that was impossible to dodge. Slap! Xianxia was slapped hard on the face. His lower jaw was cracked. A long stream of blood flew out. Everyone was shocked. An almighty being had been slapped by a cultivator from the dragon transformation secret realm. This was simply a fantasy story. It was like a lion being tripped by an ant. This was simply unrealistic and illogical. However, the reality was that it really happened. This powerful cultivator from the Xiao family suffered a great loss. His jaw was almost broken. There wasn't a single person who wasn't dumbfounded. This was too unexpected, and they didn't know what to say. Son of a bitch. Xianxia's lungs were about to explode. His lower jaw was cracked. It was very difficult for him to speak. It was like he was eating a salted duck egg. Son of a bitch. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He quickly approached Xianxia. Duanda was very cooperative. He kept the broken bowl moving forward and protected Yi Fan's body. Slap. Yi Fan slapped Xianxia's face again. It was still the secret art of the celestial court. It was strange and impossible to defend against. It was as if the slap came from the sky. Xianxia was stunned. He was slapped the second time. It was a loud and clear slap. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth for more than 2 meters. Half of his face was almost slapped off and almost deformed. At this moment, Xianxia almost went crazy. He was a powerful cultivator from the Xiao family, but he was humiliated like this. You piece of onion. Yi Fan followed up and spat out these words. Xianxia was slapped by a cultivator from the dragon transformation realm. He was completely stunned. He roared like a wounded beast. Yi Fan followed up and pressed his right hand down. This time, it was aimed at the center of Xianxia's eyebrows. He wanted to cut open his head. Xianxia raised his left hand to block. If the center of his eyebrows was broken, his divine sense would be destroyed. In that case, even if he was a peerless cultivator, he would not be able to survive. At his level of cultivation, even if his limbs were broken, he could regrow them. The only thing that could not be injured was his divine sense. Once the soul imprint was destroyed, the person would no longer exist. Bang! What Yi Fan unleashed was still the mountain-embracing imprint, advancing courageously. His right hand was pitch black like a mountain peak, shattering the laws formed from interweaving divine force, attacking inside. Crack! Xianxia's left hand spasmed and twisted. His left hand was severely fractured. The pain made his face contorted and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Puff! Yi Fan's right hand turned into a black mountain and kept pressing down. It was a pure physical confrontation. Xianxia's palm and fingers were finally broken and turned into a pile of meat paste. How strong was the body of an expert? But in front of Yi Fan, it wasn't enough. It was smashed apart by his peak physical strength. Xianxia screamed. He leaned back to avoid the attack that was going to cut open his head. Yi Fan's right hand pressed down, almost touching his forehead. Xianxia's soul almost left his body. He did not care about his face anymore. He fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. Bang! Yi Fan took 3 steps forward. He swung his right leg and smashed it down with great force. Crack! This kick was extremely powerful. The sole of the foot landed on Xianxia's chest. More than a dozen of his ribs were broken. Puff! Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, all his internal organs were broken. The kick almost went through his chest. Bang! Yi Fan continued to move his leg, and this time, he didn't hold back at all. He stepped on his forehead, and it was obvious that he wanted to smash his skull and kill him. All of this happened in an instant, so fast that no one could stop it. Everything happened in an instant. Stop! Someone at the side shouted loudly. Grand Preceptor Xiao had over a dozen forbidden weapons above his head. His hair stood on end as he pounced over like an old lion. Bang! Yi Fan was unmoved. His right foot stomped down hard, aiming at the center of Xianxia's eyebrows. If it landed, even a peerless almighty would die. Pooh! At this critical moment, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of Xiantian blood essence and turned it into a Qilin shield. Yi Fan roared and used all his strength to stomp down. With a loud bang, he stomped on the blood shield, causing the platform to shake. It was easy to imagine how much power he used. The blood-colored Qilin shield shattered into pieces and then exploded with a bang. Yi Fan's foot's power was mostly blocked, but it still fell in the end. Dong! Like a muffled drum, a part of Xianxia's head was deflated. It was stomped down by Yi Fan, but it was not cut open in the end. It was a bloody mess. At this time, Grand Preceptor Xiao arrived. He waved his hands, and a beautiful mountain and river painting appeared. He wanted to take Yi Fan in. Bang! Yi Fan flicked his finger. This time, he formed the Man-King seal, and with the posture of the ruler of the human race, he forcefully shook the mountain and river painting. Boom! Yi Fan's physical body was unparalleled, and although Grand Preceptor Zhao's mana was suppressed, he still had the ability to move the sea. With a violent tremor, both of them staggered back. Go to hell. At this time, behind Yi Fan, the barbarian who was also protected by Duanda's broken bowl made his move. He swung the big stick in his hand. On the ground, Xianxia was shocked and angry. He quickly rolled away to avoid the shocking attack. Clang! The barbarian's physical body was also very terrifying. The wolf-tooth stick could almost pierce through the sky, and it caused the jade platform to shake violently. If it was not the resting place of the gods, it would have already become a pile of ashes. Bang! Xianxia avoided the first attack, but he could not avoid the second one. With a scream, both of his legs were smashed by Dongfang Yi, and it was a bloody mess. You dare! Grand Preceptor Xiao was furious. Seeing that the barbarian's big stick was about to swing toward the center of his brother's eyebrows, he did his best to attack. However, Yi Fan blocked him and did not let him go forward. He kept colliding with the mountain and river painting. His fingers cracked the sky, and the ancient painting was almost shattered. Swoosh! The people of the Yin-Yang school made their move. A powerful person spat out a waterfall and went forward to save Xianxia. Otherwise, he would definitely be buried under the barbarian's wolf-tooth stick. At the same time, the old leader of the Yin-Yang school, Wang Yangzhan, personally made his move. He pressed forward to deal with the people in front of him. Originally, he was the one who said he wanted to clear the place. Now that his ally was in trouble, he naturally had to establish his might. This was a living fossil-level existence. He was over 3,000 years old, and everyone was afraid of him. His speed was not very fast, but it was quite oppressive. With his hands behind his back, he glanced at the people with the corner of his eye. That kind of attitude of having everything in the palm of his hand made people feel intimidated. He looked down at the people and stretched out his right hand to grab the broken bowl in the air. He wanted to grab it and make these people lose their protective items, causing them to die a violent death. It could be said that he indeed had the capital to be so conceited. As a living fossil, even a top saint was not his opponent. Humph! The old blind man snorted coldly and slapped out with his right hand. It also contained a mysterious and terrifying power of laws, and it was not weaker than the old leader of the Yin-Yang school, Wang Yangzhan. Bang! The two collided, and a whirlpool of divine power appeared. It was indescribably strange, and even time and space seemed to have changed. It was a scene of chaos. In the surroundings, everyone was shocked. Many people had their divine power sealed when they came here, but the living fossil level Wang Yangzhan still had this kind of method. As expected, he was a level higher than others. And that unremarkable old blind man had actually blocked his attack. Just now, no one thought highly of him. They did not think that he was an otherworldly expert. It's you, the second greatest bandit of the north, old man Tian Blind. Wang Yangzhan revealed an expression of disbelief. You are not dead yet. If you are not dead, how can I die? The old blind man laughed mischievously. Whoosh! Both sides quickly separated and retreated. They were both very afraid of each other, and no one dared to rashly attack again. Xianxia was rescued, but it was quite miserable. Both of his arms were smashed into meat paste by Yi Fan, and both of his legs were smashed by the barbarian. Especially his forehead, a part of it had collapsed, and Yi Fan's shoe print was clearly imprinted. This kind of humiliation made him crazy, and the look in his eyes was incomparably resentful. The Tai Huang is the emperor of the human race, and he is respected by all. As a member of the human race, why can't we look up to him? Do you think of other people as alien races, or do you have disloyalty in your hearts? Yi Fan put a big hat on the people of Yin and Yang. Many people were destined to be classified into the ranks of those who wanted to clear the place, and after hearing these words, they all agreed and echoed. The scene was in chaos, and the Xia imperial lord walked out of the crowd and said, "We will only take away the body of the ancestor, and we will not touch the others. Now, open the coffin. After the conflict just now, no one dared to act rashly. The seemingly weakest group had 2 barbarians, and there was also the second greatest bandit of the north. This was beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others also had a strange look in their eyes. They had never thought that the old blind man's background was so great. Chi, beams of divine light shot out, and the imperial draconic chi was injected into the imprint on the ancient coffin. The coffin lid made a sound, and a gap slowly opened. Boom! The primordial chaotic chi rushed out, and the sound was like a clap of thunder. Everyone quickly retreated, looking at the ancient coffin nervously. This was the burial place of an ancient emperor, and no one could be sure if he had left behind a backup plan. Everyone was very nervous. The primordial chaotic chi dissipated, and the coffin lid silently floated up, revealing everything inside. Everyone rushed forward together. It was completely empty. It was actually an empty coffin. There was no corpse, and there was no trace of the Tai Huang. What's going on? Where is the body of the Tai Huang? Why is it an empty coffin? Where did the body of the ancient emperor go? Very soon, people found a human-shaped imprint at the bottom of the coffin. This was the figure of an ancient emperor, and it was branded on the bottom of the coffin. Did the Tai Huang transform into the Tao? He melted himself into heaven and earth. No, this is a type of great Tao imprint, and not a trace of transforming into the Tao. At this moment, people were incomparably excited. This was a Tao imprint left behind by a great human emperor. What kind of profound mysteries were contained within? They didn't even need to think to know that it was a supreme ancient scripture. Where did the Tai Huang go? This was everyone's question. Suddenly, someone pointed at the coffin wall and said, "There are words on it. Undying Heavenly Emperor." Someone read, but he was soon interrupted. Murderous intent erupted here. At this moment, these people finally couldn't bear it anymore. If they wanted to fight over the ancient coffin, they had to take it for themselves. Not only was it the Tao imprint of a great human emperor, but there seemed to be other secrets as well. "Don't act rashly, you will destroy the imprint," someone shouted. Once this coffin broke into pieces, the imprint on it would no longer exist, and no one would be able to obtain it. This old man already said that all unrelated people should leave. Yin Yang Sect's Wang Yangzhan brought up the old matter again. Southern Mountains Demon Lord, Central Continent Emperor, Western Desert Divine Monk, and the others came forward, forcing many people away. "And you guys, hurry up and leave." Beside Wang Yangzhan, a great expert berated Yi Fan and the others. His expression was cold, and he was fearless. "Have you forgotten the pain just now?" The old blind man sneered. "This place isn't for just anyone." When Wang Yangzhan said this, life and death energy appeared above his head. Red and black energy curled up, and it was as if a clear sky had descended, suppressing everyone. Every great expert felt suffocated. An ancient saint's weapon. Many people's faces turned pale. Even the Holy Lord level figures felt apprehensive. They had never thought that someone would bring out a saint's weapon, and they would definitely be able to sweep through everything. That kind of power wasn't something a human could resist. In an era where saints rarely appeared, this kind of weapon was practically unrivaled under the heavens. Is this the legendary Yin Yang mirror? When everyone thought of this weapon that was almost like a legend, their expressions all changed. This was a sacred weapon that had been passed down through the ages. It had been passed down in the world for more than 200,000 years, and it had never been destroyed. It was one of the most terrifying ancient saint weapons. Not every saint could refine a weapon that was on par with their own cultivation level, because the materials needed were too difficult to find. It was just like how the great emperor found the phoenix blood scarlet gold, the source energy of all things, and the immortal tears green gold. Weapons refined by ancient saints with ordinary materials could exist for at least 10,000 years, and at most 100,000 years, they would be obliterated under the passage of time. Only supreme saint weapons refined by peerless divine objects could exist for a long time. They were called the sacred weapons, and they were difficult to find in this world. No, it's not that sacred weapon. It doesn't have the invincible energy to destroy all things. It's an ancient mirror that the Yin Yang sect copied 50,000 years ago. Although it came from the hands of a saint, it wasn't forged from a peerless divine object. After tens of thousands of years, it's already half destroyed. However, it still has a very powerful saint's energy. Other weapons definitely can't resist it. Everyone retreated, and many people's faces were pale. They knew that they definitely couldn't compete with the Yin-Yang sect. Although the people of the Yin-Yang sect were fearless, they didn't dare to be disrespectful to the people of the Eternal Celestial Dynasty. The Eternal Celestial Dynasty was the inheritance of the great emperor of the human race. However, they didn't pretend to be polite to Yi Fan and the others. Xianxia, who was standing with them, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Get over here. Old blind man, my damaged saint weapon, even in this special place that suppresses divine power, is enough to kill all of you." The old sect master of the Yin-Yang sect, Wang Yangzhan, said casually, "For the sake of the legendary old man, I will let you go. However, these people must die." He stared at Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, Duanda, and then locked onto the broken bowl, wanting to take it for himself. The jade platform suddenly quieted down. Everyone knew that even a saint weapon that had long been damaged by the passage of time could still kill many peerless masters. "Fatty, give me your bowl." Wang Yangzhan was cold and merciless as he demanded the protective treasures of these people. At this moment of life and death, Duanda's expression changed unpredictably. One moment, he was gritting his teeth, and the next moment, his eyes flickered. "You insects are all dead." Xianxia gritted his teeth and said with incomparable hatred, "Damn Fatty, hand over the bowl quickly." "Fuck, do you really think you can beat me?" Duanda gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. The broken bowl above his head released a terrifying aura. Crack! The broken bowl cracked, and tens of thousands of black lights rushed out. An ancient pottery lid was revealed, floating in the void. There was an eye-catching ghost face imprint on it. That is, it looks very familiar, very similar to a legend recorded in an ancient book. I remember, the ghost face, that is the imprint of the heaven-devouring great emperor. This pottery lid is a sovereign weapon. The ancient heaven-devouring evil jar is the extreme Tao weapon of the eastern wasteland. Heavens, the long-lost magic jar lid has finally appeared. Many people were horrified and couldn't help but take a step back. This made people's hair stand on end. A broken bowl actually contained half an extreme sovereign weapon. Don't be afraid, half an extreme weapon can't be revived. Unless a saint comes, no one can activate it, and it can't display the immortal power of a great emperor. Then go and try. Even if it can't display the emperor's power, it can still suppress the ancient saint's weapon. The jade platform was in an uproar. Not a single person wasn't shocked, and they all retreated. Yi Fan was also tongue-tied. The most important part of the ancient heaven-devouring evil jar that the Black Emperor couldn't forget was actually in Duanda's hands, hidden in the broken bowl. "You dare to show off in front of me with a broken mirror?" Duanda raised his head and said calmly, "You guys are finished, you have completely offended me. In the future, I will dig up your ancestors' tombs, and leave your cemetery for my grandson to dig." There was no need to explain his valiant life. Fatty Duan's way of threatening people was different from others. He talked about digging up people's ancestral graves, and then he talked about digging up people's mausoleums. Everyone was speechless. They had never seen such a person before. They had seen vicious words, but they had never seen someone threatening them with dead people. Digging up your family's graves just because of a disagreement? Who could stand it? Acting alone, this kind of revenge made people dizzy. Damn, what was the background of this damn fatty? This was what many people were thinking, and they were muttering in their hearts. However, when they calmed down, they were even more frightened. Half an emperor weapon was hanging in the air, and the pressure almost suffocated them. Great Emperor Vicious could be said to be the most stunning person since ancient times. There were too many legends about him, and it was hard to summarize all of them. Above Duanda's head, on the lid of the heaven-devouring devil jar, the ghost face imprint had tear stains, but there was also a smile, and there was sunshine in the sadness. Tears blurred the smile. Perhaps this was the life of Great Emperor Vicious. It was a reflection of his or her heart, and perhaps no one could understand it. It was such a childlike scrawl that made everyone shiver. Thinking of this great emperor's life and methods, there was no one who wasn't in awe, and they couldn't help but retreat. Why does he have an emperor weapon? This was the question of many people. Although half an emperor weapon couldn't be awakened and couldn't unleash its unparalleled immortal might, it wasn't used to deal with ancient emperors. Ordinary might was enough to sweep away the people in front of him. What's there to show off with that broken mirror of yours? At most, it can be used by women to dress up. Duanda walked forward with his fat belly. Above his head, the lid of the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar let out thousands of black lights, as dense as a curtain of rain. Everyone retreated. Half an emperor weapon wasn't something to scare people with. Since ancient times, there were only a few. Once an emperor weapon was activated, even if it couldn't be awakened, it could still kill in all directions. Who could stop it? Try shining that broken mirror at my handsome face. Let me see if I've become more handsome. Duanda walked forward with the lid on his head. The leader of the Yin-Yang sect, Wang Yangzhan, had a look of bad luck on his face. The others also felt that they were extremely unlucky. It was as if they had stepped on dog shit when they went out. This wretched fatty was too unlikable. Do you think I'm easy to bully? If this Lord Fatty doesn't show off his might, you'll really think that I'm a sick cat. Fatty dawdled, looking at this and that. Finally, he stared at Xianxia, whose forehead was flattened by Yi Fan, and said, "Fuck, didn't you just tell me to get over here? Now, get over here. This immoral fatty." Many people cursed inwardly. The way he spoke was too shameful. He belonged to the type of scoundrel who only knew how to hit people's faces and curses. Xianxia's face turned green from anger, but there was nothing he could do. He was truly afraid that this damned fatty would attack. If he took out half an extreme Dao Emperor armament, anyone would faint. And that old white hair, didn't you want the bowl? Why don't you continue to fight? Duanda stared at Wang Yangzhan again. The leader of the Yin-Yang sect felt like he had eaten a dead mouse. He was extremely annoyed. He didn't know what this fatty's cultivation was, but there was an old blind man inside. With the cultivation of a living fossil, this lid could definitely kill everything in its way. Boom. Duanda was never one to suffer losses. Just now, he had been scolded for a long time. At this time, he took out half an extreme Dao weapon and pressed forward. An ancient aura spread out. The lid of the heaven-devouring evil jar turned into a black hole, swallowing everything in the world and pressing down. Xianxia didn't say anything. He continued to climb up with his broken leg. With more than 10 forbidden weapons, he directly jumped down from the 10,000 zhang high platform. Wang Yangzhan used the broken ancient mirror to wrap a few supreme experts. He turned into a beam of light and also retreated several hundred zhang away from the central area. The half-extreme Dao Emperor armament was hazy as if it had a life of its own. The ghost face imprint on it was actually flowing with tears. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. According to legend, the lid of this evil jar was refined from the head of a ruthless person. It was the essence of the Emperor armament. Some people said that the ghost face imprint was drawn when the great emperor was young. That was the happiest time of his or her life. From then on, he or she was the enemy of the world and was very unhappy and sad. Even if he or she was unrivaled in the world, the deepest impression he or she had was that short childhood memory. Thus, it became his or her unique mark and was branded on the devil lid. Damn it, come and help me. This lid is about to suck me dry. Duanda transmitted his voice. Yi Fan and Dongfang Yi came forward and transferred some divine power to him. Meanwhile, the old blind man transmitted his voice, "Don't try to be brave. This Emperor armament consumes a lot of energy. It is enough for us to protect ourselves. Those people are the masters of this land. It is impossible to suppress them all." Clang! Not far away, a set of golden battle armor appeared. It flickered with light that shot into the sky. It appeared beside Emperor Gu Hua. It was in the shape of a human. It held a golden holy sword in its hand and carried a golden divine bow on its back. It actually had the fluctuation of life. The exceptional divine armor was spiritual. It was a sacred weapon that had been passed down through the ages. It was forged from divine objects and could exist forever. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. He had seen this divine armor before. The Guhua imperial court had used it in front of the ancient desolate forbidden land for the sake of picking the undying divine medicine. Worthy of being the ancient divine dynasty. They actually brought along a flawless divine armor. Many people gasped. It was shaped like a human. Golden divine light was dazzling as if it was a living ancient deity. It made people feel reverence from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship it. Hong, divine power surged violently. It was full of vitality. A sun and moon appeared beside the southern mountain demonic lord. They were dazzling. The sun's wheel moved. It was as if a dragon was crying in the 9 heavens. It was dazzling and illuminated all things. The moon's wheel moved. It was as if a phoenix was crying in the 9 netherworlds. Its clear splendor was like water as it overflowed heaven and earth. The sun and moon wheels were like the true sun and moon in the sky. This was also a sacred weapon that had been passed down through the ages. It could remain undying and had long since developed life fluctuations. It was something that was rarely seen in this world. Swoosh, on the other side, Buddhist light rushed into the heavens. A meter-tall pagoda appeared above the head of a western desert divine monk. It had a total of 7 floors and was built from stone. However, it could suppress all things in this world. This was the weapon of a bodhisattva. Not only was the pagoda made from earth-splitting immortal stone, a rare divine object, the bodhisattva had left behind 7 sariras. They were all sealed within the pagoda, 1 for each floor. This made the 7-layered pagoda an immortal sacred weapon. Moreover, its power was terrifying beyond compare. There weren't many weapons that could compare to it. It was one of the supreme sacred objects of Buddhism since ancient times. 3 true ancient saint weapons appeared at the same time. Moreover, they were all well-known divine objects in the human race's history. No one wasn't moved. At this point, many people consciously retreated. There was simply no way to fight over these weapons. It was because a single saint weapon was enough to sweep through them. In the end, Great Xia, Ancient Hua, Jiuli, the Divine Prefecture, the Southern Mountain Demonic Race, the Western Buddhist Sect, Duanda's group, and more than 10 great powers arrived. The others all retreated. The great powers that possessed 3 saint weapons, as well as Duanda's group, stood at the very front. No one objected or said anything. Right now, strength was everything. People carefully studied the words on the coffin for fear of missing a single word. It was because this was left behind by the Grand Emperor. It recorded an astonishing secret. The original owner of this coffin was actually the immortal Heavenly Emperor. He was a supreme existence from the archaic era. In the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races, he surpassed deities. The immortal Heavenly Emperor really exists. A divine monk from Buddhism was moved. The human race had long since lost the inheritance of the archaic past. Only bits and pieces were recorded. Everything had disappeared in the long river of history. The immortal Heavenly Emperor was a mysterious and ancient existence that even the archaic kings had to prostrate themselves in worship. No one would have thought that this so-called deity was actually him. Everyone looked towards that piece of 5-colored divine ice. There was a piece of human skin inside. The aura flowing out of it was comparable to the awakening of an emperor weapon. It was unbearable. Heavens, that's the immortal Heavenly Emperor's human skin. If the archaic races knew about this, this place would definitely become their divine land. If those ancient creatures knew that the immortal Heavenly Emperor's corpse was buried here, the world would be thrown into chaos. All the archaic kings would move out and hurry over here. This was definitely a heaven-piercing secret. The deity worshipped by the 10,000 ancient races was actually buried here. He wasn't an illusion but had truly existed before. He's the immortal Heavenly Emperor. People found it hard to calm their astonishment. They couldn't stop. The great waves in their hearts. An existence from the ancient times, a legendary deity. The races of later generations all prostrate themselves in worship. There has never been any conclusive proof that he existed, yet today, we've actually seen him. Everyone sighed in admiration. Only the immortal Heavenly Emperor from countless years ago would have such a grand method. He chopped down the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree and used it as a coffin for himself. He existed in the distant archaic era and had no enemies. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was rich, and the undying medicine could be found. Only he could do all of this. And the Grand Emperor was truly capable. He moved the immortal heavenly emperor out and entered the coffin to sleep. Only, why was there only a skin left of the immortal heavenly emperor? Where did the Grand Emperor go? Why did he disappear? Unfortunately, there were no more records on the coffin. There were only a few lines of text that explained the origins of the original owner of the coffin. In the end, we still can't prove that immortals exist in this world. Everyone sighed. After knowing the origins, they didn't know if they were relieved or disappointed. Even though the immortal heavenly emperor surpassed deities in the hearts of the archaic races, he was still an unrivaled ancient emperor in the end. He was only deified and not an immortal or a deity. Did immortals exist in this world? Now, these great figures were all at a loss. All signs pointed to the fact that they didn't exist. Pong, suddenly, someone took action. They began to fight over the ancient coffin and the world-shocking immortal treasure. At the bottom of the coffin was a diagram left behind by the Grand Emperor. This was a great Tao imprint, and there was no one who wouldn't be moved. Duanda didn't join in on the fun. He shook the heaven-devouring demonic jar and turned it into a black abyss. He immediately collected the coffin lid. This was the Tao comprehension wood. It couldn't be exchanged for any divine source. Only things that are in my hands are truly mine. Fatty Duan was quite satisfied. While others were fighting over the Tao diagram, he was the first to seize the most practical and priceless divine object. If one cultivated on top of this coffin, they could easily enter the Tao comprehension realm. Even if they cut off a small piece and sold it, it would still be priceless. Pong, someone activated their divine force, but they couldn't crack the coffin carved from the immortal tree. In the end, the Southern Mountain Demon Lord pulled out several stone nails and tore open the outer coffin. Those are the stone nails refined by the immortal heavenly emperor. They haven't been destroyed even after the endless archaic era. They must be immortal treasures. Everyone's eyes turned red, but the 8 stone nails all fell into the Southern Mountain Demon Lord's hands. No one could seize them because he held the ancient saint's weapon, the sun and moon. No one dared to approach. Pong, the outer coffin's wooden board was seized by others. In the end, it fell into the hands of the ancient Glory dynasty and the Western Desert Divine Monk. One side had the peerless golden divine cloves, and the other had the Bodhisattva's stone pagoda. No one could contend against them. The others were all anxious. They fought over the small coffin and the Grand Emperor's great Tao imprint. You can take the coffin, but leave the bottom. No one is allowed to damage the Tao imprint left behind by the Grand Emperor. Otherwise, don't blame my great Xia for being ruthless. The great Xia Emperor spoke. They didn't hold the ancient saint's weapon, but they were still calm and collected as they swept their eyes over everyone. Why? It belongs to whoever can obtain it. Some people were unconvinced, representing the thoughts of all the great powers. That was left behind for my great Xia by the founding ancestor. If you don't agree, then just take action. The great Xia Emperor shouted coldly. At this time a resplendent light appeared above his head. Boundless heaven and earth fluctuations shook outwards, and many great powers almost collapsed onto the ground. Following that, a dragon cry rang out. A dragon sword flew out as if it could collapse the heavens and tens of thousands of worlds. The dragon head sword edge had 9 clawed sword patterns, and the dragon tail turned into a sword hilt. Even if 10,000 suns gathered together, they still wouldn't be as brilliant as this sword. Pooh! Some great powers couldn't withstand this pressure. Even with forbidden treasures protecting their bodies, they still coughed up blood and retreated. It was difficult to bear. The extreme emperor weapon, the Tai sovereign sword, had appeared. The people of the great Xia divine dynasty had actually brought it here. The dragon cry resounded through the ages. It was like an eternal light, hanging above the great Xia emperor's head. Everyone almost wanted to bow down and worship it. At this moment, everyone was silent. The Tai sovereign sword had appeared and suppressed the heavens. Who could resist it? It had unparalleled offensive power. Hee, suddenly, a bone-chilling laughter rang out. Not far away, a demonic figure stood there, staring at everyone with cold eyes. The divine will had appeared again. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe. The so-called divine will must be the embodiment of the evil side of the undying heavenly emperor. This was a demon. Unless a saint appeared, no one could defeat him. Luckily, the Tai Sovereign Sword is here. The Tai Sovereign Sword could almost collapse the myriad worlds. It turned into a heavenly dragon, spiraling in the air. Endless brilliance illuminated the sky, purifying every inch of space. Boom, suddenly, there was another rumble. The sky shook, and an ancient scroll flew out from the head of the imperial lord of the Jiuli divine dynasty. It floated in midair and covered the sky. Heavens, this is the Jiuli painting, the ultimate emperor weapon of the Jiuli divine dynasty. This ancient scroll contained all things in the world, including the 3,000 great worlds. It could suppress and refine everything, causing some almighty experts to retreat and cough up blood. In one day, 2 flawless ultimate emperor weapons appeared, shocking everyone. No one would have thought that these 2 ancient divine dynasties would take out the immortal treasures left behind by their ancestors at such a critical moment. The Tai Sovereign Sword and the Jiuli painting faced each other. They didn't try to suppress the demon, but instead wanted to fight for the Tai Emperor's great Tao imprint. When 2 ultimate emperor weapons fight, everything within tens of thousands of miles will be destroyed. Not to mention this place, even the immortal world will collapse, Blind Old Man said. We have no choice but to protect ourselves. Boom. He opened his mouth and spat out a jar. It was extremely simple and ordinary, nothing special could be seen from it, but it was extremely intimidating, making one shiver in fear. Boy, let's work together. Blind Old Man patted Duanda's shoulder. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the ancient sky-devouring devil jar of the 7th great bandit of the northern region, Tu Tian. It had been borrowed by the 2nd great bandit and was about to merge with the devil lid. Boom. A monstrous emperor's aura surged. No one activated it, but the devil jar merged on its own, shocking everyone. They heard a sigh. Heavens, this devil jar was refined from Vicious body. Don't tell me it has his soul? In the distance, the divine wills were so shocked that they took a few steps back. One could imagine the pressure after the jar merged. It was as if an ancient emperor had come back to life. Vicious' entire life was filled with enemies. Her ultimate emperor weapon has merged again. Will she come back to life? During this process, only one person remained calm, and that was Yi Fan. He held the Bodhi bead he obtained from ancient Mars and held the enlightenment tea in his mouth. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the Tai Emperor's great Tao marks in the coffin, constantly comprehending them. Rumble, thunder rumbled in the sky, shaking the jade platform. Thick bolts of lightning struck down, followed by a boundless sea of lightning. Damn, who's crossing the tribulation? Which bastard is it? Who triggered the heavenly tribulation at this time? Everyone's expression changed, and they couldn't help but curse. In the end, everyone saw the lightning strike down on Yi Fan. He had comprehended the Tao for a short time, and now he was going to cross the tribulation. This time, Yi Fan really didn't want to trick anyone. The heavenly tribulation came naturally, and he didn't deliberately plan or trigger it. Not long ago, he had experienced 81 ancient heavenly dragon lightning tribulations. This kind of heavenly punishment was rare, and it allowed him to break through to the great circle of the first transformation. And now, he had the Bodhi seed in his hand, the enlightenment tea in his mouth, and the heavenly mark left by the Grand Emperor. He was already about to enter the second transformation, and now he had a breakthrough. The arrival of the heavenly tribulation was too abrupt. Everyone was a bit confused, but when they realized what was happening, they became resolute and decisive. Like a flock of white geese jumping into the water, they leaped off the 30,000-meter-high platform in unison. What a bastard, going through the tribulation at this time. Is he trying to kill everyone? Let the doomsday heavenly tribulation descend and mercilessly strike him to death. Everyone was cursing, but they were incomparably resolute. Every single one of them left without looking back, resolutely jumping down without the slightest bit of delay. Because if they didn't leave, they might not even be able to leave behind ashes. If one person went through the tribulation alone, they would drag everyone else down with them, and suffer the heavenly punishment corresponding to their own strength. They weren't ordinary people, but a group of supreme Holy Lord level figures. Every one of them corresponded to a boundless heavenly tribulation. With so many people going through the tribulation together, just the thought of it was frightening. Especially since there were several ancient saint weapons here, and even 3 extreme Tao Emperor weapons. If these ancient weapons were drawn here, it was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be. If one emperor weapon resisted the heavenly tribulation, then it was likely that an ancient emperor-level apocalyptic heavenly punishment would descend. In that case, let alone the people present, even this world would be finished. The extreme Tao Emperor weapons would definitely be fine. They had already gone through the tribulation with the ancient emperors, and there was no power in this world that could harm them. But the others were different from the immortal mansion world. They would definitely be destroyed, and nothing would be left. Everything within tens of thousands of miles would be turned to ashes. I've seen wicked people, but I've never seen someone so wicked. Why is he going through the tribulation now? Is this bastard crazy? Even if he wants to self-destruct, he shouldn't drag so many people down with him. Everyone was scared away. Like dumplings being thrown into a pot, they jumped down from the jade platform. Their divine power was suppressed and they could not fly. Some people fell until their faces were bruised and swollen. However, they didn't care about this at all. They took to their heels and ran. They couldn't care less about the so-called demeanor of a peerless expert. All of them fled for their lives. Someone wanted to snatch the coffin left behind by the god before he left, but he found that Yi Fan had already sat in it. He sat cross-legged on the marks left by the Tai Huang imprint and began to comprehend the Tao. Many people were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. No one dared to take him along with them. If they did, they would be tying themselves to the heavenly tribulation. There were extremely great figures who were furious beyond belief. They wanted to use the ancient saint's weapons to kill him, but the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar was rising and falling. It was as if an ancient emperor had revived, about to crush the endless heavens. Everyone could only retreat. That bastard. Why is his ass so valuable? Motherfucker. He's actually sitting on the Grand Emperor's imprint. He's truly goddamned. This isn't over yet. We'll talk about it after he transcends the thunder tribulation. Even though the people were unwilling, they could only flee. You really are an ancestor. You didn't transcend the tribulation earlier or later, but chose this time. The blind old man couldn't stay calm either. He rubbed his hands and rolled his eyes. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. There's not enough time. You should transcend the tribulation yourself. Duanda kicked the ancient coffin away from the devil jar. Brother Yi, I'll give you this sacred bone left behind by a saint to defend yourself. The barbarian threw over a golden arm bone. Then, the group also fled without a trace. Otherwise, if the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar underwent the heavenly tribulation here, it would be extremely troublesome. This world wouldn't even be left with ashes. Crash. After leaving the range of the extreme emperor weapon's protection, Yi Fan took out an ancient scroll. It was sparkling and sparkling as if it was forged from the essence of the sun and moon. However, it was extremely soft. It was square in shape with a length of 1.5 meters. When it was spread out, stars would occasionally flash on its surface. It was light and auspicious. This was the immortal treasure obtained from the chaotic dragon lair, the resting place of the ruthless. Until now, Yi Fan still didn't know what it was. However, he couldn't care so much at the moment. He could only use it to resist the terrifying pressure of this place. Back in the ancient era, the monkey's father, Emperor of Fighting, had already collected it. Countless years later, it fell into the hands of the ruthless emperor. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Sure enough, as soon as the scroll appeared, it immediately resisted the peerless energy fluctuations coming from the human skin in the 5-colored divine ice. Although this ancient scroll didn't have any powerful aura, it could isolate the outside world from the undying heavenly emperor's human skin. It's not an extreme emperor weapon. It's more like a map, Yi Fan was astonished. After the undying heavenly emperor's aura flowed over and entered the immortal treasure, a blurry star field appeared on it. Boom. However, he didn't have time to think about this. The heavenly tribulation had arrived and covered the sky and earth, drowning the entire platform in an instant. Yi Fan walked out of the ancient coffin and sat cross-legged at the side. He stared at the markings on the bottom of the coffin without blinking. The Bodhi seed in his hand was boiling hot, helping him to comprehend the Tao. The divine tea leaves in his mouth made his heart calm down. His spirit, essence, and energy were highly concentrated. His body and divine sense had reached the state of being one with the world. At this moment, he was in a state of Tao comprehension. He could clearly see the supreme sovereign scripture. At the bottom of the ancient coffin, there was a human-shaped mark that seemed to have come back to life. It was like a human emperor from ancient times had returned against the heavens. On its back, there was a huge dragon on the spine. It raised its head and let out a roar. It was vivid and lifelike as if it had pierced through the past, present, and future. The entire picture was filled with Tao marks, but Yi Fan only stared at the huge dragon. This was the thing he needed the most, the mystical art that corresponded to the dragon transformation secret realm. Just like the Western sovereign scripture from back then, he only saw 5 Tao marks. There wasn't a single word or sentence, but it recorded the most original mental cultivation method. It was the same in front of his eyes. This was an ancient scripture that the supreme sovereign scripture found fault with in his later years. He made some changes to it and ultimately left it in the coffin. Boom! The endless sea of lightning struck down. Yi Fan remained unmoved as he bathed in the lightning tribulation. He comprehended the ancient scripture that had transformed into a tornado. There was nothing but a huge dragon in his mind. His heart was completely empty. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The endless sea of lightning turned into a vast expanse of white, then purple, then scarlet. Lightning of all colors flashed incessantly. Looking from afar, that place was completely submerged. This was an ocean of heavenly tribulation. The terrifying sea of lightning was vast and mighty, destroying everything. Those big shots stood in the distance and were all indescribably amazed. A cultivator from the dragon transformation secret realm could actually attract such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. It was truly inconceivable. At least there aren't any ancient sages' weapons undergoing the tribulation, and there aren't any extreme emperor weapons participating in it. Otherwise, all of us wouldn't exist. On the 10,000 Zhang Jade platform, Yi Fan took out the cauldron and accepted the baptism of the lightning tribulation together. Only then could the laws interweave and evolve into a sacred weapon. Regardless of whether anyone outside could see through the sea of lightning, he had no choice but to do so. He wanted the myriad chi cauldron to evolve, so it had to go through the tribulation together with him every time. This time, there weren't 81 terrifying ancient heavenly dragons, but it was still quite terrifying. All kinds of huge lightning struck down continuously, mixed with chaotic heavenly thunder. Lightning flashed, heaven and earth shook, and brilliance shone in the sky. If the 10,000 Zhang Jade platform wasn't the resting place of the ancient emperor, it would have long been struck into pieces. Yi Fan's mind was calm as he stared at the huge dragon at the bottom of the coffin. His eyes shot out 2 dragon-shaped light beams that connected to the Tao marks. His eyes were misty for a moment and empty for the next. A heavenly dragon was dancing in his eyes, disappearing and reborn again. In the end, his eyes reflected 2 huge dragons and nothing else. At the same time, his spine exploded like a dragon's roar that shook the sky. This process lasted for several hours. The tribulation never stopped. Yi Fan tried his best to resist, but he also continued to comprehend the ancient scriptures. Boom! With the last thunder, heaven and earth finally returned to clarity, and the tribulation stopped. The tribulation of a small realm was not as terrifying as the tribulation of a big secret realm, but it was still quite frightening. Moreover, it was many times larger than the tribulation of others. In the distance, everyone was horrified. Seeing that everything had stopped, everyone rushed forward, wanting to reascend the 10,000 Zhang high platform. However, the bright heaven and earth once again descended a thunderstorm, and a sea of lightning once again drowned that place. Boom, the tribulation appeared again, destroying all things. What's going on? Why is it continuing again? God, this is really a monster. There weren't many people like this in the ancient times. He has advanced another realm and is going through consecutive tribulations. People were shocked to find out that Yi Fan had gone through 2 tribulations in a row. When the tribulation stopped, did you see anything? That was the myriad chi cauldron. That's right, that is the myriad chi cauldron. Thousands of layers of heaven and earth chi fell down. So, he is that kid from the Eastern Barren Territory? Everyone was dazed for a moment, but then they realized that only he could cause such a powerful tribulation to descend. Yi Zhao Tian. Yi Fan. Wang Yangzhan roared in anger. His white beard danced in the wind. The saint and saintess of the Yin Yang school had been killed by Yi Fan, which made this supreme school lose face. Moreover, during the Saturn Peach Festival, Yi Fan had led the heroes into the nest of 10,000 dragons and killed his successor, the Yin Yang vice sect leader. Yi Fan from the Eastern Barren Territory. Xiao Yunqing's eyes flashed as he clenched his fists tightly. So it's this kid. Duanda touched his nose. He couldn't help but think of some past events. Of course, the one that left the deepest impression was the time when he was bitten by a dog. In the end, he muttered, "Damn it." Yi Fan had been studying the dragon transformation scripture and had gone through 2 tribulations in a row. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, but he was very calm. This time, he had advanced to the 3rd transformation of the dragon transformation scripture. His power had increased tremendously. Finally, after another 6 hours, he had imprinted the dragon transformation scripture into his mind. He had completely comprehended the Tao and made it his own Xian technique. At this point, he had mastered the strongest scripture in the dragon transformation secret realm. Dragon transformation 3rd transformation. Yi Fan stood up. His heart was surging with excitement. He could feel an unparalleled power. The tribulation had not stopped yet. It continued to strike down on his body, but it was difficult to leave any burn marks. Instead, many patterns appeared on the myriad chi cauldron. These were innate divine patterns. The cauldron had interweaved its own laws and evolved the Tao marks of the myriad chi cauldron. This was a type of transformation. At the center of Yi Fan's brows, a godlike little golden person sat cross-legged. It looked solemn and dignified. Its mouth was constantly swallowing and spitting out lightning. This was the transformation of the little golden lake between his brows. It took on a human form and went through the tribulations. It was incomparably mysterious. Finally, the little golden person opened its mouth and inhaled. It swallowed the myriad chi cauldron. It went in and out as it breathed. It was incomparably mysterious. The cauldron had shrunk to the size of a knuckle. However, it was even more resplendent. It swallowed and moved along with the little golden person. It was inseparable from Yi Fan. Lightning curled around and continuously refined the little golden person and the little cauldron. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's corporeal body was fused with the sea of lightning. After a long time, Yi Fan let out a long breath. He spat out thousands of lightning bolts and looked around. The ancient coffin was not destroyed by the lightning. It was incomparably hard because it was carved from the immortal tree. It had the characteristics of immortality. God's will. Yi Fan was shocked. He looked around and found that the revered demon was standing below the high platform. His eyes were like knives as he looked at him coldly. He has his eyes on me. However, Yi Fan changed his mind and sneered. This demon was afraid of the tribulations. Otherwise, he would have already attacked. He looked at the 5-colored divine ice not far away. He really wanted to take this immortal treasure away. However, the aura of the immortal heavenly emperor's skin was too strong. Without an extreme emperor weapon, it would be difficult to take it. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of years had passed. From the archaic era until now, that skin still had a sparkling luster. The hair was purple in color, extremely glossy. The blood stained on the human skin was brilliant and brilliant. Finally, Yi Fan raised his head and looked at the mountain range in the distance. There were many figures there. With his divine eyes, he could clearly see their expressions. Wang Yangzhan's face was ashen. The people of the Yin Yang school were all revealing their killing intent. They were all staring at this place. In addition, Xiao Yunqing was also gnashing his teeth. The half-step expert Xiao Ji was extremely resentful and cursing. Yi Fan could even understand what they were saying through the shape of their mouths. He actually passed 2 tribulations in a row. How frightening. But he won't live. Once he comes down, I will grind his bones to ashes. Today, I will strangle this genius and destroy his body and soul. Surnamed Ji, I will pull out your tendons and pull out your bones. Light him up like a sky lantern. This was the resentful curse of the Yin-Yang school and the Xiao family. Yi Fan thought for a moment. He carried the coffin and rushed down with the monstrous lightning tribulation. The deity's will was the first to feel something was wrong. He had never seen someone so arrogant while going through a tribulation. But soon, he understood that it was coming for him. This revered demon was the first to move. He took off as fast as he could. He didn't have that terrifying majesty of a monarch looking down on the world. He was so powerful. If he went through the tribulation, it would definitely be earth-shattering. This world would be pierced through. Then, the people of the Yin-Yang school and the Xiao family were also frightened. They all started to run away. The others saw this and realized that things were not going well. This immoral brat is attracting the lightning tribulation to strike us. Yi Fan jumped off the jade platform and chased after those people, stirring up a sea of lightning. Whoever saw it would feel dizzy and run away. The heavenly tribulation was like a boundless ocean. Lightning flickered, stirring up the 9 heavens and drowning the earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the earth and rocks were scorched and the mountain peaks collapsed. The sound shook the sky and cracked the bones in one's ears. This was a scene of doomsday. It was boundless and boundless. The sea of lightning swept through everything, leaving nothing behind. Everywhere Yi Fan passed, the earth quickly turned into scorched earth. All life was extinguished and nothing was left behind. Even though this space suppressed divine power and made it difficult to circulate it, his feet almost didn't touch the ground. He moved as if he was flying and quickly chased after the divine will. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts poured down in torrents. If this was a normal day, not to mention him, even many powerhouses would find it difficult to escape death. This was the incarnation of the undying heavenly emperor's evil will. It was incomparably terrifying. However, facing the heavenly tribulation, this venerable devil didn't have the slightest temper. He ran like a frightened rabbit and didn't dare to resist at all. Legend had it that the divine will was the embodiment of the evil side of the gods. It would only be born after the main body died and was difficult to erase. However, no one knew if there were gods in this world. Now, it was confirmed that even ancient emperors could give birth to divine wills after their deaths. This was the best proof. However, this kind of entity had long since forgotten its past life. Now, it was only an indescribable existence. Despite possessing powerful divine might, it was still a venerable devil in reality. If it was a true human that had reached this level of power, it could completely turn around and charge into the lightning tribulation to kill Yi Fan. However, the divine will couldn't do it. No matter how powerful he was, it was useless. That was because he was a devil born in defiance of the heavens. He was born after the death of gods or ancient emperors. He went against the great Tao of heaven and earth and wasn't allowed to exist in this world. Normally, it would be fine, but once the heavenly tribulation appeared, it would inevitably be a powerful lightning punishment that could destroy a great world. As long as he triggered the heavenly tribulation, there was absolutely no chance of him surviving. His body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Thus, when he saw Yi Fan chasing after him, he no longer had the domineering air he had in the past. He scampered away. In the distant mountains, everyone stopped in their tracks. When they saw this scene, they were all a bit stunned. Even with an extreme Tao Emperor armament in hand, they might not be able to do anything to a deity's will. They never thought that at this moment, he would be chased by Yi Fan. I feel that even an ancient saint might not be able to suppress this devil, but he's so afraid of the lightning tribulation. Boom, the heavens and the earth erupted as the radiance of lightning flickered, and it swept through everything in its path. An expanse of mountainous terrain was blasted to the ground, and it became a barren land that was suffused with smoke and dust. Oho! The divine will released a great roar. His head of purple hair danced about chaotically, terrifying to the extreme. He was incomparably furious. Bang, he split the sky with his bare hands and drew out a space crack that was over 30 miles long, cutting off the path of retreat. He wanted to stop Yi Fan from chasing after him. In the distance, everyone felt their blood run cold. It was just a slash, yet it had such terrifying might. Anyone who went up would definitely be killed in a single strike. Hong Longlong, Yi Fan chased relentlessly, because he had no other choice. If he didn't get rid of the divine will now, he would undoubtedly die. This devil had long locked onto him. When he was crossing tribulation, he stared rigidly at the ancient scroll he obtained from the primal chaos dragon nest. The greed in his eyes was undisguised. Not only did Yi Fan circulate the aspect technique, he even activated the all-secret technique, increasing his speed by 10 times. However, he still couldn't catch up to this devil. He was horrified. He truly didn't know just how powerful this devil was. However, right at this time, heaven and earth sensed something. A small portion of his lightning tribulation was actually split off and directly hacked towards the divine will. Boom, ow-ho, the sound of thunder rang out unendingly. The heaven and earth trembled, and the devil roared angrily. He was born from the extreme energy and was the embodiment of the great ancient emperor's evil will. He feared the descent of the heavenly tribulation the most. Chi-la, light smoke rose from this devil's body like melting ice and snow. The extreme energy emitted with chi-chi sounds, and his soul almost left his body for fear of provoking his own heavenly tribulation. On the distant mountain range, everyone was stupefied and speechless for a long time. Yi Fan chased after the divine will like chasing a dead dog. Who would dare to make a move against this devil under normal circumstances? Even if they had 10,000 lives, it still wouldn't be enough. Roar, the divine will released a loud roar and leapt tens of thousands of zhong into the air. Even though this place was sealed, it couldn't stop his supreme power. He immediately arrived on the high platform. This was because at this time, he felt a doomsday crisis. The great Tao of heaven and earth seemed to have sensed his existence, and the heavenly punishment was about to descend. Swoosh, he turned into a streak of black light and rushed in front of the multicolored ice. He knelt down on the ground and kowtowed towards that human skin. He was only a strand of the extreme evil will formed from the undying heavenly emperor's body, so he knew very well how terrifying the original body was. Hong, heaven and earth were submerged. 10,000 tribulations descended from the heavens, surrounding the high platform. Right now, there was no such thing as a single lightning, that was a streak of heaven-connecting light that descended from the eternal unknown. It connected the heavens above and earth below, past and present, destroying everything. Heavens, 10,000 tribulations are descending. The world-shocking lightning tribulation that destroyed the divine will has appeared. It really is terrifying. This type of lightning radiance has merged into one. Even ancient saints would feel fear if they came. Who in the present world can stop it? Everyone cried out in alarm. It was unknown just how many years it had been since this type of heaven and earth tribulation had happened. They had only seen it in ancient records. The greatest sound was deafening, 10,000 tribulations descended, yet there was no sound. There was only endless destructive power that was going to shatter this world. Not good, this brat has provoked a great disaster. He triggered such a great lightning tribulation. Even if it killed the divine will, this small world will still collapse. Woo-woo. The sound of thunder finally rang out. It was as if the heavens were being split apart. 10,000 tribulations descended. Many people were overwhelmed with shock. They actually saw a heavenly fault, and there were humanoid creatures descending. In the distance, Yi Fan was alarmed. Last time when he was fighting against the 81 ancient heavenly dragons, he also saw the ancient heaven's phantom. He never thought that the world would appear again today to suppress the divine will. Ow-ho! On the high platform, the divine will roared loudly. It was filled with unwillingness and anger. Its body continuously trembled from the lightning radiance and became faint. That is, suddenly, everyone was shocked. The divine will knelt in front of the five-colored ice and continuously kowtowed. The human skin inside was actually flowing with a strange brilliance. It has been dead for countless years, at least over 1,000,000 years. A piece of human skin still has great Tao law circulating around it. This is too terrifying. In the end, the divine will piously knelt on the ground. It didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It raised the five-colored divine ice above its head. What? The heavenly punishment of 10,000 tribulations is retreating. Is this the might of the undying heavenly emperor? He can command the heaven and earth. Even though he has been dead for so long, a piece of human skin still has such power. Everyone's expression changed. This was truly inconceivable. It was hard to imagine how powerful he was when he was alive. No wonder the 10,000 ancient races viewed him as an existence surpassing deities. However, even in such a short period of time, the divine will's body and soul were almost destroyed. Its body was in tatters and could scatter at any time. The heavenly punishment of 10,000 tribulations disappeared, and peace was gradually restored. This is the might of an ancient great emperor. Without reaching that step, one will never know how terrifying those ancient sovereigns and great emperors are. On the other side, lightning was still flashing and thunder rumbling. Yifan's heavenly tribulation had yet to pass. From a certain perspective, his lightning tribulation was many times more powerful than the heavenly punishment of 10,000 tribulations. That was because he had flattened mountain after mountain peak. Everywhere he passed, it was all scorched earth. Lightning radiance was everywhere, and the heavenly punishment of 10,000 tribulations disappeared as soon as it appeared. This bastard is coming for us. In the distance, everyone was startled and angry. Yifan had transformed into a blazing sea of lightning and was rushing over. Yifan estimated that time was almost up. He couldn't afford to waste any time now. He had to borrow the lightning to kill his way out. Otherwise, he would be blocked here by a group of peak characters. Stop him. The heavenly punishment is about to disappear. We can't let him take away the coffin of the deities. The ancient great emperor left behind an ancient scripture at the bottom of the coffin. We must stop him. His evil intentions should be put to death. He has attracted the heavenly tribulation to bring chaos to the divine land. We must kill him. He has the myriad chi cauldron on him. That is the embryo of an extreme emperor weapon. It is a priceless divine item. Many people were hiding, but Xianxia and the people of the Shao clan were doing their utmost to incite people to stop Yifan's footwork. Humph. Yifan snorted coldly. He couldn't hear it because he was too far away, but he had divine eyes and saw their mouths. He hated these two races. Boom. Above his head was a boundless sea of lightning. He rushed straight towards the Yin-Yang sect and the Shao clan. They still wanted to kill him in this situation, so he didn't need to be polite. Far away from the jade platform, after crossing the Taiying River, many people could fly. However, Yifan still chased after them. The Xing word formula was unparalleled in the world. This bastard is chasing us. Even the expressions of the supreme characters changed. Not to mention that there were some half-step supreme characters waiting outside and many supreme elders watching. Yifan was the first to chase after the Shao clan. Xianxia and Xiaozhi had clearly said that they wanted to skin him alive. At this moment, he really wanted to kill these people. Don't panic. Come to me. Wang Yangzhan said. Red and black gas fell from his head. An ancient mirror floated up and down, suppressing this small world. His tribulation is almost over. I can use this broken ancient saint weapon to attack. Wang Yangzhan transmitted. This was a form of deterrence. Actually, he still didn't feel confident. Everyone gathered towards the Yin-Yang sect leader to avoid the killing star. After being protected by the red and black gas, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After the tribulation is over, kill him. Everyone gritted their teeth. Take away his myriad chi cauldron and turn him into a torch to light up the sky. Xiaoyunqing roared. His arms were smashed into meat paste by Yifan. Although he could regenerate with a thought, it was still a type of humiliation. I will pull out his bones one by one and slowly smash them. Xiaozhi was also furious. As a half-step supreme character, he also suffered a great loss. However, Yifan wasn't afraid at all. He directly rushed towards Wang Yangzhan to kill these people. Isn't his tribulation about to be extinguished? Why does he still dare to come? At this moment, the small golden person in front of Yifan's brow opened its mouth and sucked in. Endless lightning was swallowed. With such resistance, the tribulation became much fiercer. Boom! Wang Yangzhan's heart jumped and he frowned. Then, he ran as if he was flying. He didn't dare to take out the broken saint's weapon for fear of provoking the tribulation. Everyone was stunned. This living fossil actually ran away. He didn't dare to let the ancient saint's weapon go through the tribulation. The other supreme characters of the Yin-Yang sect and some supreme elders, as well as the people of the Shao family, immediately ran. However, Yi Fan's speed was too fast. After circulating the Xing formula to the extreme, he triggered the secret of all. He already had extreme speed, and now he was 10 times faster. He instantly caught up. These people weren't gods, so it was impossible for them to get rid of him. Boom! The sea of lightning descended, and many people were struck by lightning. However, they didn't dare to fight to the death for fear of provoking their own tribulation. They could only passively defend. Yi Fan focused on Xianxia and Xiaoji, chasing them relentlessly. In the process, the supreme elders of the Yin-Yang sect finally triggered their own tribulation. Screams could be heard. They had never experienced lightning tribulation in their lives. This was a tribulation exclusive to people with monstrous talent. At this time, they were facing the supreme heavenly tribulation, but they couldn't bear it. The 3 people who were caught up in it were struck into ashes not long after. The 3 supreme elders of the Yin-Yang sect died. Xiaoji, where are you going? Yi Fan caught up and shot an arrow with the wand-slaying bow in the lightning tribulation. On the spot, he attracted a bolt of lightning and rushed over. Xiaoji resisted and triggered his own lightning tribulation. That was a heavenly tribulation that belonged to a half-step supreme being. It was quite fierce, and although he was doing his best to resist, he couldn't resist it in the end. However, he was unable to resist it in the end, and it wasn't long before a bang sounded out. Half of his shoulder was split apart, revealing ghastly white bone stubble and charred flesh. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Boom! The lightning descended again. Xiaoji couldn't hold on any longer. His sternum was split open, and his internal organs were shaken out. It was charred black, and he screamed continuously. Ye brat, I won't forgive you. Boom! Another great heavenly tribulation descended, and the body of the half-step supreme being Xiaoji was split open. His bones were charred black, but he still wasn't dead. Didn't you want to skin me alive? Yi Fan didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. Boom! 5 waves of lightning tribulation descended at the same time, blasting above Xiaoji's head. His head instantly cracked, and he died from the 5 lightning strikes. In the end, only a piece of charcoal was left of Xiaoji, and he completely died. In the distance, everyone sucked in a cold breath. This was the terrifying lightning tribulation. The heavenly Tao was merciless, and it destroyed everything. Ordinary cultivators didn't have to go through the tribulation at all, and they wouldn't encounter heavenly tribulation even when they died. Only a few outstanding people would have tribulations. And now, someone who had never gone through a tribulation personally experienced heavenly tribulation. This was an incomparably terrifying thing that made many people tremble. Xiaoji. Grand Preceptor Zhao's eyes were red, and his killing intent soared into the sky as he stared at Yi Fan in the distance. At this moment, Yi Fan was chasing after Xianxia. This person had repeatedly blamed him and wanted to kill him. Naturally, he wouldn't let him go now. You bastard whose head was squashed by the door, stop right there. Hearing this, Xianxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. On the high platform, he thought that he could crush Yi Fan to death, but in the end, his skull was flattened by Yi Fan's foot. At this moment, Yi Fan's words could be said to be a slap in the face, a curse, and a provocation. Xianxia was so angry that his veins were bulging, and his hair was standing on end. You bastard whose head was squashed by the door, did you hear me? I'm talking to you. Little bastard. Xianxia was fuming with anger. If there was no heavenly tribulation, he would have rushed over and skinned Yi Fan alive. This is the monster from the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Zhaotian and Yi Fan are the same person, and they both have the saint physique. In the distance, everyone was shocked. A dragon transformation secret realm cultivator was chasing after a supreme being. This was indeed a spectacle. It's over, Xianxia won't be able to live. The lightning tribulation has caught up with him. The heavens tribulation was fierce. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell down and finally caught up to Xianxia. Shocking lightning radiance drowned out this region of space. Mountains collapsed, the earth caved in, turning into a scorched earth without the slightest bit of life. Swish! At the same time, Yifan took out the wand-slaying bow and shot out a golden rainbow. The endless lightning bolts flew forward and made the lightning punishment even more violent. Boom! Finally, Xianxia triggered his heaven's tribulation. Lightning bolts covered the sky and the earth and poured down like a falling galaxy. There was a world-destroying aura. Everyone knew that Xianxia was finished. Such a heaven's tribulation would kill him without a doubt. It was the earth, fire, wind, and water tribulation. It was like the creation of the world. No, this heaven's tribulation is too big. This was a super heaven's tribulation. It didn't pass by in a flash. Instead, it came from all directions. Earth, fire, wind, and water were all moving. The central world was a piece of primal chaos. There must be too many heaven's tribulations today. The heavens are really angry. The tribulations will be more violent each time. Everyone was sure that Xianxia was finished. Even a peerless demon lord wouldn't be able to resist it. The heavens' tribulation was many times stronger than a normal saint lord's. Yifan was also shocked. This heavens' tribulation made his hair stand on end. Just one lightning bolt was enough to turn a large mountain into ashes and scorch the earth. He had seen the earth, fire, wind, and water tribulations before, but they were nothing compared to this heavens' tribulation. The four elements surged and flowed with primal chaos, creating a small world. Boom! The sea of lightning boiled. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts flashed. It was so dazzling that nothing could be seen. Xianxia roared. The first heaven's tribulation fell. All his treasures were destroyed. Not a single one was left. The second heaven's tribulation fell. His body was scorched black and his bones were exposed. The third heaven's tribulation came. Half of his body fell apart. His bones were black and his blood dried up. Just like that, after the eighth heaven's tribulation, there wasn't even a bone residue left. He was turned into dust by the earth, fire, wind, and water tribulations. This is bad. Yifan flew away. His heavenly tribulation was about to end. If he didn't leave now, it would be too late. However, this small world was very convoluted, and he couldn't find the exit for a while. At the same time, a powerful pressure rippled. The extreme Tao Emperor weapon was awakening, locking down space and slowly pressing down on him. Yifan's expression changed. The heavenly tribulation was about to disappear. The Central Plains' two ancient divine dynasties no longer felt any restraining fear. They began to take action to stop him from leaving. Leave behind the supreme sovereign scripture. The countenance of the Grand Xia Emperor was extremely cold. No matter what, he would never allow anyone to take away the imprint left behind by the primogenitor. Otherwise, the ancient scripture would no longer be a secret, and someone could use it to create a second great Xia divine dynasty. The final bolt of lightning vanished, and the heavenly tribulation retreated. Yifan's expression flickered. The exit was right in front of him, and yet there was a huge dragon in the air, coiling around it. Every beam of light it shot out was more resplendent than the sun itself. This was the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Grand Sovereign Sword. It raised its head and let out a shrill cry, causing the heavens to tremble. Its attack power was unparalleled, everyone trembled. The extreme Tao Emperor weapon was slowly awakening as the aura of an ancient emperor permeated the air. Even a group of supreme experts at the peak couldn't help but kneel. Yifan knew that it was impossible for him to take away the Grand Sovereign Scripture. This was the lifeblood of the Grand Xia divine dynasty, the source of their inheritance. No matter how great the price they had to pay, they couldn't allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Not far away, another terrifying aura arose, and it instantly caused the entire world to tremble. The Nine Dawn painting was an extreme Tao Emperor weapon that could seal ancient times and suppress the 3,000 great worlds. Its defensive prowess was unparalleled. Within it, there were mountains and rivers, boundless rivers and seas, incomparably majestic. The aura of an ancient emperor was extremely oppressive. It was rumored that there were two holy spirits that could contend against emperors in the past, yet they were all reduced to ashes. Yi Fan's lips twitched. His scalp went numb and his heart trembled. How could he escape now? The heavenly tribulation was gone. A strand of immortal might from the extreme Tao Emperor weapon was enough to turn him into ashes. Even if he had the Ro incantation, it wouldn't be enough. In such a range, there was no way to escape. The extreme Tao Emperor weapon could even suppress worlds, let alone him. Yi Fan, Yi Zhou Tian, let's see where you can escape to. Grand Preceptor Zhao's expression was frighteningly cold. The Yinyang sect leader also stared at Yi Fan as though he was looking at a dead man. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he closed in step by step. Boom. On the other side, the heaven-devouring devil jar had awakened. Boundless imperial might flowed, and the world-shaking ruthless man seemed to have been reborn. An indescribable aura pervaded the air. The weapons of the ancient heavenly emperors have awakened. Everyone was nervous. The heaven-devouring jar was the most mysterious. It had been split in half for a long time, and almost no one knew how powerful it was. Plop. In the distant mountains, some Supreme Elder-level characters couldn't help but kneel down. They couldn't withstand the pressure from the three Emperor weapons. This wasn't anything shameful, because even many great figures couldn't take it anymore. Their bodies continuously trembled, and their legs continuously shook. Yi Fan rushed to the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar. To him, this was the only pure land. The people outside were all eyeing him covetously, staring at the grand sovereign scripture. Brother Yi, so you are that monster from the eastern wasteland. No wonder Yan Yunluan was struck dumb. Barbarian came over. Where's that big black dog beside you? Duanda's expression was somewhat unkind. The Black Emperor almost bit off his arm and said that he wanted to take him as a human pet. Zhu Yuqing was dressed in snow-white robes and had beautiful hair. His expression was tranquil like a bodhisattva. He only nodded and didn't say anything. Hand over the Grand Dao imprint left behind by the Grand Emperor. Otherwise, the Grand Xia dynasty will go all out. They won't hesitate to fight with the Emperor weapons, blind old man said. I'm really unwilling. It wasn't easy to obtain a complete and flawless ancient scripture. Yi Fan sighed. However, he knew that he couldn't keep it. This was the source of the Grand Xia's inheritance. Even if they had to sacrifice all their resources, the Grand Xia dynasty wouldn't allow it to be leaked. Moreover, there was the Jiuli painting next to it. The people from the Grand Xia dynasty were also eyeing it covetously. If they really fought, this world would be destroyed. The heaven-devouring devil jar was indeed powerful, but it was very difficult to fight against two emperor weapons at the same time. It was far from enough to rely on blind old man and the others. One had to know that there were many people on both sides who could maintain the two emperor weapons in a state of awakening. In fact, they could even truly revive them. Yi Fan pulled out a few stone nails and then removed the bottom of the coffin. He tossed it out, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Clang! The Grand Sovereign sword appeared. The heavens rumbled, and dragon roars shook time and space. Swoosh! On the other side, the Jiuli painting trembled and sealed the sky. It spread out and swept down, heading straight for the Grand Sovereign scripture. Although the others were envious, no one dared to go forward. Once the two emperor weapons moved, anyone who went forward would be courting death. Under that kind of pressure, many top experts were less than ants. Brother of the Ninli dynasty, are you really going to force us like this? Someone from the Grand Xia dynasty transmitted his voice. The Grand Sovereign sword and the Jiuli painting didn't collide, but faced each other across the air. At this time everyone was incomparably nervous. Once the two emperor weapons fully awakened and collided, this world would collapse and cease to exist. Blind old man broke out in a cold sweat. He used all his strength to activate the heaven-devouring devil jar to protect himself. Otherwise, if the small world collapsed, apart from those protected by the emperor weapons, all the other experts would die. The Grand Sovereign scripture is our race's secret. It can't be leaked. If Brother of the Ninli dynasty is willing to let go, we can consider dealing with the gods will together and seize the five-colored divine ice. There's still us. Fatty Duan said, reminding everyone not to forget that they also had an emperor weapon. If there were benefits, they also needed a share. There was a moment of silence. Everyone had different thoughts. At this time, Yi Fan's heart moved. Because the exit of the small world had opened, the Grand Sovereign sword was far away and was facing the Jiuli painting. He felt that it was time to leave. Yi Fan returned the golden arm bone to the barbarian and then threw a large piece of undying divine wood to them. Then, he flew away as if he was flying. The water was too muddy now. Most likely, many people were thinking of him. After all, he had the myriad chi cauldron. Fatty Duanda might also be plotting against him. He felt that leaving was the best plan. Chase, don't let him escape. Wang Yangzhan was the first to chase. He knew that with 3 emperor weapons here, it would be difficult for him to obtain anything. It was far more worthwhile to kill Yi Fan and seize his sacred item. Hand over your life. The people of the Shao clan also roared. Just now, a great expert had died, and it was all because of Yi Fan. They naturally wouldn't let him go. However, when they chased after him, Yi Fan's traces had already disappeared. He had obtained the dragon transformation ancient scripture that he wanted, so there was nothing else to care about. He used the travel formula to escape. In the following days, the 5 regions were shaken. God's will, undying tree coffin, grand sovereign scripture, 5-colored divine ice, human skin, undying heavenly emperor, these words became the focus of discussion. After Yi Fan left, he didn't know what happened next. There were all kinds of versions, but no one could say for sure. 3 emperor weapons clashed, God's will being destroyed, undying heavenly emperor's human skin appearing, all kinds of rumors were hard to determine. Some people even said that the immemorial kings were alarmed and rushed to ask for the undying heavenly emperor's human skin. The Jiuli painting, grand sovereign sword, and heaven swallowing pot were almost suppressed together. At the same time, something big happened in the eastern wilderness. Origin ancient mine spewed out mist for half a month. All the sacred grounds rushed over. This time, there were no great powers in the northern plains or eastern wasteland. It was all because of the disturbance in Origin ancient mine. The world was about to become chaotic. Everyone felt that the peaceful years were about to be broken. The 10,000 ancient races were about to appear, all kinds of immortal abodes were about to open, and the forbidden lands were becoming abnormal. These were all omens. The outside world was in an uproar. The people were all discussing this matter. Half a month later, the Yin-Yang sect that could be compared to the Divine Imperial Court in Central Continent issued an announcement that the entire world would be hunting down Yi Fan. Anyone who could provide any clues would be heavily rewarded. However, Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. He stood out on the same day and warned the 2 great powers to immediately cancel the must-kill order, or else they would have to bear the consequences. The world was in an uproar. A little cultivator from the Dragon Transformation secret realm actually dared to speak, issuing a warning against the Central Continent's undying inheritance. Just how daring was this? The Yin-Yang sect was extremely decisive. The must-kill order was passed down 6 times, and their experts all moved out to find Yi Fan and suppress his soul. No one would have thought that Yi Fan's reaction would be even more intense. He threatened to kill the entire Yin-Yang sect's younger generation, making them not dare to choose a saint or saintess again. Moreover, unless all the young disciples roaming outside were called back, he would kill 1 if he saw 1, and kill 2 if he saw 2. The whole world was in an uproar. This freak from the eastern wasteland had really grown up, daring to threaten an undying inheritance in Central Continent. If I can kill a Yin-Yang holy son, I can kill a second one. I can kill a Yin-Yang holy maiden, and I can still continue to kill. Yi Fan's clamor spread through a larger half of Central Continent. This was an undisguised provocation and threat, but everyone believed that he might really do it. In just a few days, the entire Yin-Yang sect was furious. Several tombs were dug up in the ancestral cemetery, and thieves had raided them. The Yin-Yang sect's ancestral grave was dug up and visited by thieves. This was too much of a joke, shocking everyone to the ground. Many people's mouths twitched. After Wang Yangzhan received the news, he flipped over a table and smashed an ancient palace. Even his hair stood on end and white smoke came out of his nostrils. Which thief did this? This was too evil. They had seen vicious and evil people, but they had never seen someone so lacking in morals. Digging up graves, robbing the ancestral grave, who could endure this? It's definitely that fatty. The Yin-Yang sect master immediately thought of Duanda and everything that happened that day. He almost went crazy. He originally thought that fatty was just speaking nonsense. Who would have thought that this fellow was so extreme and really took action? The outside world was in an uproar. Many people came out of admiration and went to the Yin-Yang sect cemetery to take a look. This angered many of the sect's famous figures to the point where they almost killed someone. Don't get angry, just take a look and leave. Scram. You're already so old, anger hurts people. Don't get angry. Scram. This brother really is a capable person. Look at that robber's hole, it contains the charm of the great Tao. Its aura is extraordinary. Scram. In front of the Yin-Yang sect's ancient cemetery, there would be people coming out of admiration every day. The people guarding the tomb were all cursing and cursing endlessly. They were so annoyed that they almost went crazy. Many people were quite unkind, pointing and making sarcastic remarks. Who did this? It's a bit too much. How can the Yin-Yang sect endure this? You can go and steal the things of the living, but you're robbing their ancestors' belongings. Many people were speechless. They really couldn't think of which deity did this. Their way of doing things made them feel dizzy. Of course, there were even more people who were laughing secretly. This type of person was so immoral that it was a bit cute. 3 days later, there was more news that the Shao family's ancestral grave had also been dug up. This made several great figures stamp with fury and chase down this person who liked to dig holes. The Yin-Yang sect is still the calmest. Even though it was robbed, they shouldn't be this impatient. It's easy for you to say that. This thief is too infuriating. Leave these words and leave. People were shocked to find out that the thief had carved a line of words in front of the grave. Stingy, there wasn't even a decent burial object, far worse than the Yin-Yang sect. When these words spread, not only did the Shao clan go crazy, even the Yin-Yang sect couldn't take it anymore. They chased after Fatty Duan all over the world, wanting to drag him out. It's definitely that damn fatty. A group of people with toothaches, stomachaches, and stomachaches gnashed their teeth as they cursed, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't find the culprit, and they couldn't make a move. Speaking of which, their hatred towards Fatty Duan had really skyrocketed with a whoosh whoosh, practically almost placing him on the same level as Yi Fan. Damn you, I've never seen someone take revenge like this. This was the thought of a group of people who were gnashing their teeth in anger. They wanted to skin him alive. Indeed, all of this was done by Fatty Duan. He did as he said, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest. This was his temperament. He was never one to suffer losses. Moreover, revenge could not be delayed overnight. There was no such thing as 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He had even visited vicious training grounds and lost 9 lives. He even dug out the heaven-devouring demonic lid. What tomb did he not dare to rob? In Fatty Duan's own words, entering the Shao clan's ancestral grave was like walking on flat ground. It was nothing at all. People thought of everything that had happened recently and felt that the Yin-Yang sect had met with 8 lifetimes of bad luck. They had met 2 outrageous people. One was stealing graves to deal with the old, and the other was even more ruthless, threatening to kill their young. The grave robber has already stopped digging. I guess he's done venting his anger. That monster from the eastern wasteland definitely won't be merciful. He's extremely daring to go against the Yin-Yang sect. I wonder what kind of storm will there be. The enmity between Yi Fan and the Yin-Yang sect had already spread to the Central Plains. There was no way they could be merciful. He had killed many people from the sect, including the saint and saintess, but even the vice leader had died in the nest of 10,000 dragons. This was an irreconcilable conflict that wouldn't end until one side was dead. Especially since Yi Fan had a saint physique, the Yin-Yang sect couldn't let him grow. Otherwise, he would pressure them to the point where they couldn't even breathe. Yi Fan left the immortal mansion world and entered Lu City with a different face. He saw that the Shao clan had returned. Then, he went to the desolate hut and saw many suspicious people. Obviously, they were waiting for him. He wasn't afraid. With the Xing formula, he could go anywhere in the world. Not many people knew how fast he was. This was one of his trump cards. There was a great emperor who lived in seclusion in the desolate hut in his later years. It was most likely the Tai Huang. Yi Fan had already obtained the dragon transformation scripture, so he didn't care too much about it. He didn't go too far. He was in seclusion on a cliff 2,000 miles away from the Qishir Manor. He ate pine nuts when he was hungry and drank spring water when he was thirsty. The jade piece is broken. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. This was a formation pattern that the Black Emperor had carved for him. It could isolate heaven's secrets. Back then, the two ancient assassin dynasties, the mortal realm and hell, surrounded and attacked him because they had divination experts who could deduce his location. Not long ago, when he was crossing the tribulation, 3 of the jade pieces were broken. At that time, he was deep in comprehension and forgot to put them away. He only had time to protect 6 pieces. Yi Fan pondered. He didn't know if someone could deduce where he was because of this. If there was such an expert, he would most likely be in trouble. These days, I've been comprehending the Tao every day. Sitting in seclusion like this is useless. If they come knocking, I'll fight with them. It'll be a good training. Another half a month passed in a flash. A cool breeze blew, and the pine trees on the cliff rustled. The clear spring gurgled. Yi Fan sat under an ancient pine tree, his mind empty. Over the past few days, he had been silently comprehending the Supreme Sovereign Sutra, experiencing the profoundness of tempering the human body like a great dragon. No wonder Great Xia's imperial draconic chi is unparalleled. It's closely related to the dragon transformation art. This is a very important source of power. The resurrection of the human body dragon, coupled with the circulation of the imperial draconic chi, would have a destructive power that could shock the heavens and earth. Yi Fan studied it seriously. Although he only had the mental cultivation method of the secret realm and didn't have any offensive saint arts, it was enough. This was because he had the battle saint art. This secret could continue to evolve without end. As long as he could comprehend it, he would be able to get closer to the origin of battle. Now that the Supreme Sovereign Scripture Dragon Transformation Art was in his hands, it could be said that its might and offensive power would increase because they both focused on offense. The resurrection of the human body dragon, 9 nirvanas, 1 leap to immortality, this secret realm of the Dragon Transformation Art was not ordinary. Every time Yi Fan entered a meditative state, he would sit motionlessly for several days. His mind would often wander outside the cosmos. Yes, this secret realm was very wondrous. His divine sense transformed into a small golden person that controlled the human body dragon and rushed into the darkness. He then looked down at the earth and saw many strange lights and colors. Are those the souls wandering between heaven and earth? His divine sense was bewildered as he controlled the dragon in the sky. Swoosh! Suddenly, a dragon roar shook the sky. The dragon swooped down and entered his back. After that, a small golden person sat in the space between his brows. Yi Fan's heart was alarmed. He woke up and opened his eyes. In the distant mountains, a figure silently appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back and was currently using his powerful divine sense to scan the entire mountain range, spreading through every inch of space. A supreme existence. Yi Fan was shocked. He had seen this person before. He was a peak character from the Yin-Yang sect. He actually found this place and found his traces. Little animal, let's see where you can run to. Very quickly, this powerful being with frightening magic power discovered him. With a wave of his big sleeve, he came down with a whoosh. Yi Fan teleported thousands of feet away. He left behind an afterimage on the cliff and appeared on another mountain peak. Hua! His sleeves covered the sky, and in an instant, the cliff that was thousands of feet tall was sucked into his sleeves. As for the neighboring mountains, they collapsed. Yi Fan's expression changed. The Tao of a supreme existence was indeed terrifying. Once his magical power was unleashed, it could easily suppress and refine everything in the world. Junior, do you still want to leave? The supreme existence took one step forward and the laws of heaven and earth shook. All kinds of Tao patterns interweaved and turned into a golden path that extended towards Yi Fan. Great Tao connecting heaven technique. Swoosh! Like a beam of light, he arrived in the blink of an eye. His 5 fingers opened and 5 thick black lines shot out. They evolved in the air and transformed into a flickering cage that descended. This is the cultivation of a supreme existence. His physical body isn't as strong as mine, but his magical power is heaven-defying. He can evolve the laws and refine me. The light in Yifan's eyes dimmed. If it wasn't for the travel technique, he wouldn't have been able to break free. His footwork was dreamy and illusory as he teleported thousands of feet away. How did you find me? Do you really think you can escape? From now on, there will be no place for you in this world. We invited the godly diviner's disciple. No matter where you run, he can find you. Yifan was startled. As expected, it was because 3 of the jade pieces given to him by the Black Emperor were broken. He couldn't block the heaven's secrets anymore. At the thought of this, he turned around and left. Suddenly, another hand reached out. It was even bigger than a mountain and flew out from the desolate mountain range. It turned into a 5-element mountain and pressed down. Another supreme existence. Yifan's heart jumped. His footwork became complicated and he flew out of the 5-element mountain like a shooting star. The people from the Shao clan are here too. 2 mighty figures and more than a dozen grand supreme elders appeared from all directions and surrounded them. If you chase me once, I'll kill one of your people. After saying this, Yifan dashed left and right. He was almost killed several times, but in the end, he disappeared into the darkness. His footwork, the 2 supreme existences withdrew their murderous intent and revealed serious expressions. On that day, news spread that Yifan had raided one of the Shao clan's territories and killed 3 experts of the 8th transformation of dragon transformation with one slap. 4 hours later, he broke into an ancient city of the Xianxia sect and killed the city lord of the 9th transformation of dragon transformation before leaving. The central prefecture was different from the eastern barren territory. All the sects built cities to store dragon chi and became pure lands for cultivation. Therefore, all the sects controlled ancient cities and didn't choose spirit mountains or great rivers. The monster from the eastern barren territory has made his move. He is indeed not ordinary. 2 supreme existences went to kill him but couldn't catch him. He turned around and killed a few experts of the 2 sections. In the next half a month, the Xianxia sect and the Shao clan, 2 supreme existences, 4 half-supreme existences, and 8 supreme elders, continuously chased after Yifan 5 times. In the end, he escaped and couldn't be suppressed. They only injured Yifan once, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, Yifan counterattacked fiercely and destroyed 5 cities of the Xianxia sect, turning them into scorched earth. 5 people of the 9th heaven of dragon transformation were killed. Similarly, 5 areas of the Shao clan's territories were razed to the ground. Not even a blade of grass grew. Nothing existed anymore. Hiss. When the news spread, many people gasped. They felt that Yifan had really matured. It was very likely that he could fight all the way to the Divine Lord level and walk the path of great accomplishment. One had to know that this was a divine physique. He was the only person who had broken the curse after the Antiquity Age. If the whole world was his enemy and he continued to fight, he might really surpass the Divine Lord and become a divine king. After being chased by the Supreme Existences many times, Yifan gradually realized that the remaining 6 pieces of jade given to him by the Black Emperor were still useful. The other party couldn't find them accurately. Every time, they would search within a radius of 2,000 miles. With the divine physique, he won't be able to live. With the divination of marvelous mathematician and the supreme existences of our sect personally chasing after him, he has nowhere to go. The saint of the Xianxia sect led 18 young people out of the unique warrior mansion and participated in the operation to encircle and kill Yifan. This saint was naturally newly chosen. For the sake of their reputation, the Xianxia sect forcefully used the dragon marrow to raise his cultivation level to the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation. One had to know that it was quite terrifying for a person at the level of a saint to raise his cultivation level to the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation. The Xianxia saint had roped in a group of people in the unique warrior mansion. They were all outstanding talents. After learning that Yifan had appeared near the unique warrior mansion, they went to encircle and kill him. With 18 young experts following him, and the supreme existences of the Xianxia sect in this area, He thought that he could chase after Yi Fan like a dog and boost his reputation. Indeed, not to mention those supreme existences, just him and the 18 young experts from the unique warrior mansion could definitely kill anyone of the same generation. The mountains were desolate, the vegetation was sparse, and wild beasts roared. This place was 2,000 miles away from the unique warrior mansion. The experts of the Yin Yang sect and the Shao clan were searching. The Yin Yang saint and the 18 young experts had also arrived. They were all saint-level figures and each of them had extraordinary strength. In the distance, on a cliff, Yi Fan's eyes were like lightning. He saw their mouths and understood everything. A cold smile appeared on his face. Swoosh, in a flash, he leaped into the air and arrived on a mountain peak, blocking the path of these people. Yi Fan, Yi Zhao Tian, someone yelled. Are you here to kill me? Yi Fan looked down with a cold expression. That's right. We're here to kill you. We're chasing after you like a dog. The Yin Yang saint shouted. He did not believe that Yi Fan could fight against 18 outstanding existences from the unique warrior mansion alone. He believed that no one in the same generation could stop the 18 saint-level talents from the young generation if they joined forces. One had to know that there were monstrous existences among them. You've really found a lot of people. Yi Fan did not care. Everyone, let's kill him together. He has the source root of all life. The Yin Yang saint's eyes were malicious. He believed that as long as he killed Yi Fan, his position as the saint would be secured. You think you can kill me? The light in Yi Fan's eyes dimmed. He took a step forward and crushed the void with one foot. Boom, the Yin Yang saint soared into the sky and spat out an ancient treasure. However, he realized that a great path aura had locked onto him. Before the others could help, Yi Fan was already in front of him. Bang, Yi Fan's foot stomped down. It was extremely solid and penetrated the void. It crushed a few ancient treasures, penetrated through, and broke the arms of the Yin Yang saint. He descended from the sky, crushed 6 Dharma treasures, and destroyed a piece of nomological laws. He stomped on the chest of the Yin Yang saint and stomped him down from the sky. It was extremely domineering and stomped on the ground. Pfft, the Yin Yang saint coughed up blood. He could not believe everything. A huge foot stomped on him from the sky all the way to the ground. How domineering was this? But it did not belong to him. The Yin Yang saint coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. A huge foot stepped on his chest, almost crushing his body. How humiliating was this? The moment he made a move, he was directly stepped on from the sky to the ground. His eyes were sinister, and he couldn't say anything. He knew that his position as the saint was gone, and his life was most likely gone as well. Although he wanted to kill Yi Fan, he could only think about it and grit his teeth. Stop. A total of 18 saints followed. Some shouted and took out their Dharma treasures to attack. One of them shook a purple jade bell, and a purple phoenix flew out to attack. Yi Fan used his finger like a knife and stabbed it into the sky. With a soft poof, the purple phoenix turned into ashes. Then, he continued to attack, and the 8 Dharma treasures all shattered, turning into 8 streams of light and disappearing in the sky. Silently, a tall figure flew over from the mountains in the distance, reaching out a huge hand and slashing down. Boom, laws intertwined, and the power of the Tao surged. The hand covered the sky, and the cliffs below kept banging. 8 cliffs all collapsed in a row. The huge hand was as black as ink, and like a dark cloud, it covered the sky, covering Yi Fan below. The ground below also sank dozens of feet, and it became a deep valley. Rumble, rocks shot through the sky, and the 18 outstanding talents all retreated immediately, afraid of being involved. A powerful figure had made a move. Yi Fan carried the Yin Yang saint and leaped 10,000 feet, crossing another 5,000 meters. After a few flashes, he appeared in the sky far away. He saw an old man in green clothes. It was a top expert of the Yin Yang sect. Put him down, this powerful figure said calmly. He stood on the mountain peak, and the wind blew, making his clothes flutter. He knew that the saint participated in this operation, and he was the one who agreed to it. He wanted to use this to lure out Yi Fan, but he never thought that he would be stepped on by this monster from the Eastern Barren territory. This was a humiliation to the Yin Yang sect. The saint was their future hope, but in the end, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yi Fan and was trampled half to death. This was equivalent to slapping their faces. You think I'll release him just because you say so? Yi Fan held the captive upside down, making it look like he was holding a dead fish. This is, Yi Fan, it's not too much to kill. You've gone too far. Figures appeared one after another in the wilderness. When they saw this scene, their expressions all changed. The saint child represented the face of the Yin-Yang sect, but he was being carried around like a chicken. This was a merciless mockery and contempt towards the sect. Put him down. Otherwise, in the future, my sect will extract your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, eternally suppress the CI, and refine you for 1,000 years. Yi Zhoutian, don't push things too far. When Yi Fan heard these words, he burst into laughter and said, You've chased me all over the world, and you still have the face to say such words? Is it worth saying? Do you think I'll do it? It's a pity that you have a holy body, something that's hard to come by in 1,000 generations. I don't want to kill a genius like you. The top figure from the Yin-Yang sect strode forward. Join my sect, and I'll spare you from death. Transform into the Son of the Sun, and all grudges will be resolved. The Son of the Sun, will you enslave him? Yi Fan smiled. The Yin girls and the sons of the Yin sect were all merciless killing machines, enslaved and controlled by others. Even now, these people were looking down on him, and even saying such things. They really didn't see him as a threat at all. Put the saint child down. Otherwise, you know that Master God Diviner's disciple has appeared. He can divine everything under heaven, and he can divine everything. There's no way you can escape. Master God Diviner's disciple? I'll definitely go find him. Yi Fan began to back up. Put the saint child down, and we'll protect your fleshly body and divine will. Transform into the son of the sect protector. A group of people appeared on various mountain peaks. Is making me the son of your sect a gift? Yi Fan raised the saint child of the Yin-Yang sect, and then tossed him towards them. Someone tried to catch him, but the Yin-Yang saint screamed. He was torn into pieces midway, burning fiercely, and then turned into ashes. Yi Fan killed the Yin-Yang saint child in front of these people, turned around, and rushed into the distant sky. Chase! A supreme elder shouted, unable to restrain his anger. Another saint child had been killed, and it was done by the same person. He didn't need to think to know that he would become a laughingstock, and the news would spread to all the sections. This was too embarrassing. 2. Generations of saints had been killed by Yi Fan. Was there anything more humiliating than this? Something like this had never happened in the past 100 years. Haha. Yi Fan laughed, and said, I'm looking forward to your selection of the 3rd saint child. Chase, don't let him escape. A half-step Almighty ordered. Usually, a junior wouldn't dare to speak to them like this, and now this little monster was provoking them again and again. There's no need to chase, an absolute formation has been laid out within a radius of 1,000 miles. This time, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings, the green-robed elder of the Yin-Yang sect said. Yi Fan flew into the distant sky, and saw that the sky was dusky. Endless mist circulated, and the Yin and Yang Qi blended together, sealing off all directions. There are formation patterns imprinted on the mountains and rivers. He was shocked. This wasn't an ordinary formation pattern, or else it wouldn't be so vast, covering a radius of hundreds of miles. Yi Zhoutian! Someone shouted not far away, and the 18 experts of the Qishir Manor appeared not far away. One of them shouted, and led the others to rush forward. Yi Fan didn't notice when he was dealing with the Yin-Yang saint child, but now he finally saw a monster-level character, wearing a loose robe that covered his short body. This was an 8 or 9-year-old child, fair and tender, and his eyes were full of spirit. It was strange to see him standing together with the other young people, because he was too young. This was the youngest monster of the Qishir Manor. He was only 9 years old, but he had reached the dragon transformation secret realm. When he entered the manor, he shocked a group of seniors. You want to kill me too? Yi Fan laughed. Don't laugh. The 9-year-old was very domineering, and his expression turned cold. You have quite a temper. Yi Fan laughed loudly. I said, don't laugh, or I'll suppress you. The 9-year-old was quite arrogant and pointed at Yi Fan. "Little brat, go home and drink milk. I don't have time to coax a child." Yi Fan's mouth was a bit poisonous. Beside him, the other 17 almost laughed, but they all held it in. They knew that this child's background was frightening, and they didn't dare to offend him. "Saint Body, how dare you be disrespectful to me? Come and kowtow to me, and I'll spare your life," the 9-year-old Wang Chong shouted. He stood on a rock and raised his head high. Yi Fan had never seen such a domineering child, and he was stunned on the spot. This youth was even more arrogant than the little Peng King, and even more arrogant than Xia Jiuyo. "Little brat, your parents have really spoiled you. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of them, and I'll smack your butt into 16 pieces. Yi Zhou Tian, you won't be able to live. If you anger me, no one in this world can save you," the young Wang Chong said coldly, and his emotionless expression didn't match his age. He leaped 100 feet into the sky, and when the others saw that he was about to attack, they all moved to the side in fear. Wang Chong formed a dragon seal with both hands, and like a real dragon, he let out a resounding dragon roar. 9 azure dragons appeared, and they shook their heads and wagged their tails, ferociously pouncing at Yi Fan. Pong, pong, Yi Fan sent out 9 palms, and every palm was filled with golden light. Golden blood chi surged, and it was like an ancient volcano was erupting, causing the expressions of the others to change. However, the 9 golden palms in the air didn't disperse the 9 dragons. The green dragon scales flickered, and the dragons' bodies were powerful like a steel wall, sweeping down. Astral winds blew in their faces. The 9 azure dragons were vigorous and powerful, leaping thousands of zhang in a single leap. Some stretched out their claws, splitting open cliffs, some opened their bloody mouths, swallowing entire mountain peaks. There was also a divine dragon that swung its tail, and with a ping sound, collapsed a mountain range. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't expect this 9-year-old boy to be so powerful, and he was so much stronger than the other saints. This child was so young, but he had already reached the 4th transformation of the dragon realm, and he was many times stronger than people of the same level. He could definitely kill people of the 9th transformation of the dragon realm. Yi Fan was shocked. No wonder he was called a monster. How old was he? His talent far surpassed those geniuses, and there was no way to compare. Roar, the dragon's roar shook the heavens. The 9 dragons were made of flesh and blood, and their aura was powerful. With one claw, they crushed a mountain peak, and the people at the side gasped in shock. Pooh! The dragons breathed, and a green light fell. 4 to 5 mountains disappeared, and the area was scorched, turning into a barren land. Pa! Yi Fan's golden palm imprinted in the air, breaking a dragon in half. However, as blood flowed, the dragon reconnected its broken body and swooped down again. The other 8 dragons collapsed a mountain with their roars, and they all pounced down. The 9 dragons fought, swallowing the heavens and splitting the earth. "Do you think you are invincible just because you have a saint physique? I was born to kill king physiques and saint physiques like you," the 9-year-old Wang Chong shouted arrogantly. His hands formed dragon seals, and he commanded the 9 dragons to fight. This monster is truly terrifying. He's only 9 years old. When he grows up, who would be able to stop him? A saint-level character at the side whispered. He is a person with great fortune. When he was young, he fell into a dragon cave and obtained great benefits. Some say he drank dragon blood, and others say he ate large amounts of dragon marrow. An expert from the Qishir Manor studied his physique, and he said he can live for at least 5,000 years. This is the most conservative estimate. I wonder what kind of immortal treasure he obtained after falling into the dragon cave. But at his age, this kind of temperament is a bit too much. There's nothing he can do. He has a big brother that everyone in the younger generation wants to avoid. Who would dare to provoke him? Yi Fan, Yi Zhou Tian, I don't care if you have a saint physique or an immortal physique. Today, you are dead for sure. I will slaughter you 9 times over. Wang Chong shouted. Whoosh! The astral wind became even fiercer. The 9 dragons turned around, and like 9 mountains, they pounced down at the same time. 9 dragons devouring Emperor, Wang Chong formed a dragon seal and revealed a cold and emotionless expression. He used the 9 dragons to suppress Yifan, wanting to grind him to pieces. This is a sure kill technique of the dragon seal, 9 dragons devouring emperor. It can kill people several realms above it. Everyone in the back gasped, and their expressions changed. He really is a person with great fortune. After falling into the dragon cave, he obtained so many benefits. Everyone was extremely envious. Brat, I don't have time to play with you. Yifan suddenly jumped up and charged at the 9 dragons. Pfff. An azure dragon was grabbed by him, and with a fierce pull, it was snapped. Blood rained down. It was simple, direct, and extremely violent. You have great fortune, and fell into the dragon cave. Today, give me everything you have. Yifan sneered. Pfff. This time, he grabbed 3 azure dragons, and with a loud roar, his hands shook. Blood spurted out, and the azure dragons were torn into 9 pieces. You. Wang Chong was shocked and angry. He formed a dragon seal and attacked with all his might. 9 dragons devouring heaven appeared again. Did you really get an immortal treasury from the dragon cave? It's very extraordinary. Let me take it for you. Yifan did not treat him as a child. He attacked fiercely, and his right hand turned into a golden heavenly steel, which pressed down. Bang! The golden heavenly steel smashed into Wang Chong's back, sending him into a pile of rubble. It's over. The Saint Physique is dead for sure. After beating Wang Chong, his brother will definitely come out. He is said to be the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. Who can resist him? The golden heavenly steel smashed down on Wang Chong's back, smashing him into a pile of rubble. Huge rocks rolled about and dust flew everywhere. It was a complete mess. Swoosh, the 9-year-old Wang Chong had raised a stone forest to the ground. His clothes were in tatters, his hair disheveled, and his eyes spitting fire. He had achieved success in his youth, but he had never suffered such a loss. Yifan. His eyes were bulging, the veins on his forehead bulging, and his expression frightening. Although he was only 9 years old, he had a savage and ruthless expression. Awoo, dragon cries rose and fell. His hands formed dragon imprints, and a total of 18 azure dragons appeared. It was twice as many as before, and every single one of them was much thicker. They were like 18 mountain ridges stretching across the sky, and their imposing manner was oppressive. Bang! The 18 dragons were vast and majestic, and they lunged at Yifan at the same time. Even before they arrived, the earth was already fissured with hundreds of fissures. Each fissure was several li long, a frightening sight to behold. This scorched land seemed to be on the verge of caving in and ceasing to exist, an omen of the apocalypse. Little brat, you still haven't given up. As Yifan walked among the dragons, his every movement seemed to contain profound principles, as if he was interpreting a Taoist text. Squelch, squelch, with a palm, he smashed the head of an azure dragon into pulp. With a stomp of his foot, he snapped the head of another azure dragon, causing its bloody body to plummet from the sky. Yifan continued to attack with his golden palm, sending out 18 palm strikes to kill all 18 dragons, and then he began to advance on Wang Chong. Bang! Suddenly, Wang Chong opened his mouth and spat out a war chariot. It was only an inch tall, but it let out a deafening roar as it rumbled toward Yifan. Yifan's expression turned grave as he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Retreating to the side, he raised his hand, and a shiny steel ring shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Clang! The shiny diamond chakram struck the 1-meter-tall battlefield, but it was instantly sent flying with a shattering sound. This is... Yifan's pupils constricted. The diamond chakram was a treasure he had seized from the wavering light-shaking realm. It was interwoven with the principles of the Tao, yet it had been split in half by these 2 ancient carriages. Boom! That ancient battlefield quickly enlarged, reaching 3 zhang in length. There were true dragons carved on it, and it was entirely black in color. It surged over like a flood, carrying an endless and terrifying aura. Bang! Yifan's left and right hands respectively moved a sun and a moon, his entire body overflowing with golden light. The sun and moon were as large as millstones, rumbling as they moved. He was like a god patrolling the skies. The blazing sun and silver moon were like a waterfall, surging outwards, illuminating this entire space until it was sparkling. They both struck the ancient war chariot, creating a loud sound. Boom, the black ancient war chariot engraved with the true dragon stopped, but Yi Fan's arm was also a bit numb. This was the first time he was stopped by a magical treasure using his physical body. It was hard to imagine just how powerful this war chariot was. King-level war chariot. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This was a royal weapon, forged by a peerless king. It was a weapon that surpassed the divine lord level. It was no wonder that the diamond chakram had shattered so quickly. Rumble, the black ancient war chariot charged over again, its terrifying aura even more intense. It was like an ancient ferocious beast, emitting bursts of black light. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived. Yi Fan shifted 300 zhang to the side, but the war chariot was like a ghost. It rushed over in an instant and completely locked onto him. Like a flood, the black light engulfed the heavens and the earth. Boom! The aura of the king divine weapon was like a rainbow, sweeping away everything in its path. Rocks and cliffs were quickly turned into dust. If it was an ordinary dragon realm cultivator, they would have been crushed long ago. This was like the giant hand of a demon pressing down. This was the first time Yi Fan had faced such a weapon. Although his physical body was strong, after this ancient war chariot had awakened, it was interwoven with the brilliance of the Tao laws. He was unable to withstand it. He retreated 10 some li, and a mountain range beneath him was crushed by the war chariot. It collapsed into a cloud of dust. This ancient war chariot was unstoppable. This was a king divine weapon left behind by a peerless existence on the level of God King Jiang Taishu. Yi Fan, don't you have a peerless saint body? Today, I'll crush that body you're so proud of into meat paste in front of everyone and turn you into a pile of mud beneath the wheels of this war chariot. Although Wang Chong was not very big, he had a rather ruthless personality. Standing on the black war chariot, he charged forward at high speed, his expression savage and his aura soaring to the heavens. A king divine weapon consumes an enormous amount of energy. How long can you use it for? Yi Fan faintly smiled. Not wanting to fight, he quickly retreated. I think it's enough to crush you beneath the wheels of this war chariot. Standing on the war chariot, he took out a small jade bottle and pulled out the stopper. Immediately, a fragrant aroma flowed out, and he poured a drop of liquid into his mouth. Inside were 10 some drops of dragon marrow, each as large as a grape. They didn't mix with each other, appearing like golden agate, sparkling and intoxicating. Many people felt that this youth's luck was too heaven-defying. In order to kill Yi Fan, he had casually used dragon marrow to replenish his divine power. Only the heavens knew how much he had benefited from falling into the dragon cave. Yi Fan had originally planned to wait until he had exhausted his divine power and could no longer activate the war chariot, but now that he saw that he wanted to squander dragon marrow, he decided not to delay. Clang, 9 weapons appeared at his side, a jade saber, a violet jade sword, a crimson jade spear, a black jade halberd, a white jade shield. 9 jade weapons, each less than 3 inches long, were warm and crystalline, and exuded an intimidating aura. Whoosh, Yi Fan gripped a 2-inch-long violet jade sword and charged forward. With a mighty slash, a violet light soared into the sky and cleaved the world in two. On the ground, rumbling sounds rang out. A great rift that was more than 20 li long extended into the distance, unstoppable. Mountains and barren ridges were all destroyed. Clang, the black war chariot came to a stop after being struck. Wang Chong's body trembled and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yi Fan switched to another jade weapon, his right hand gripping the 3-inch-long black jade halberd as he descended from the sky. Boom, the halberd cleaved through the black light and stabbed into the war chariot. Yi Fan calmly descended and stood on the chariot. What weapon is that? The war chariot was a king weapon that had been tested time and time again. Killing dragon transformation realm cultivators was as easy as tearing a painting. He hadn't expected to be attacked today, and at such a close distance. The black jade halberd was almost right in front of his eyes. Don't think that you're the only one with a king weapon. The war chariot is good, but it's not something you can control. Leave it to me. Yi Fan put away the 9 divine weapons and sent a golden palm forward. Bang, at such a close distance, Wang Chong couldn't dodge. He stretched out his small hands to block, but the web between his thumb and index finger was torn. Yi Fan was astonished. He thought that he would be able to shatter all the bones in the other party's body, but it was only a tear on the web between his thumb and index finger. My physical body isn't too bad. Let me give it another try. Yi Fan's palm turned golden in color, becoming even more resplendent. His entire body was like a seven-colored glaze, and a golden blood aura surged into the heavens. Pung! This time, Wang Chong screamed as blood spurted from his mouth. His arms were broken, and he was no longer able to block the attack. I'm really curious. How did you manage to train your physical body to such a level at such a young age? Yi Fan pressed forward. Behind him, the faces of the sages changed. It was rumored that he had drunk the blood of a dragon, and despite his young age, he possessed the invincible Vajra body. Even a divine monk of Buddhism had once praised him. Yet, at this moment, his bones were still broken by Yi Fan. It was impossible for him to withstand a blow from the body of a saint. This was truly shocking. Pa! Yi Fan's golden palm slammed down again. This time, he used 80% of his strength. Wang Chong spurted a large mouthful of blood, and 7 or 8 of his bones were broken. You do have some skill. If it were a half-step supreme expert, they would have long been smashed into meat paste by me, but you can still persist. Yi Fan was praising him, but Wang Chong's face turned red when he heard these words. His blood boiled, and he was incomparably furious. He felt that this was a form of humiliation. My big brother will avenge me. At that time, you will die without a burial. Wang Chong's eyes were spewing fire, and he was unyielding. Pa! Yi Fan slapped his head and said, still so stubborn. Can your big brother compare to supreme experts? They can't even kill me. What are they? My big brother is known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. He can destroy you with one finger. Don't think that you can run fast. Even if you run to the ends of the world, I can still find you, the 9-year-old Wang Chong shouted. Pa! Yi Fan slapped his head again and said, I'll wait for him to find me. Now, I'll deal with you first. Take out all the rare treasures. He began to openly plunder. He first snatched the bottle of jade marrow, and then knocked Wang Chong out of the chariot. With a flash of light, the ancient chariot turned 1 inch tall and appeared in his palm. He wiped away the imprint and put it away. Return it to me. That's my treasure. Wang Chong shouted in exasperation. Only at this moment did he seem like a child who had lost his beloved. Return your head. Yi Fan dragged him over and searched his sea of reincarnation, Taoist palace, and other places. He took out a pile of treasures. There were many rare treasures. There were more than a dozen ancient medicines that were more than 10,000 years old, and they could all be used to protect one's life. There were also 3 bottles of dragon marrow, and each bottle contained a dozen drops. They were golden in color, and one could tell with a glance that they were of superior quality. In addition, there was also a jade tablet with a true dragon seal carved on it. It was complicated and profound, and one could tell with a glance that it was a divine art that had not been passed down through the generations. One needed to carefully study and comprehend it. What a good child. You have so many treasures. I don't even know how to thank you. Yi Fan smiled. The ancient chariot was a king's weapon, and it was as precious as the 9 heavenly weapons. It had an inestimable value, and if it was put up for auction, even divine lords would fight over it. Its destructive power was frightening, and it was difficult to withstand. Dragon marrow contained shards of laws. When a cultivator in the dragon transformation secret realm comprehended the Tao, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort and had endless wondrous uses. The true dragon seal was on the same level as the embracing mountain seal and the human ruler seal. Yi Fan vaguely felt that there might be some kind of connection between them, and it was a precious secret art. Yi Fan, even if you kill me, you won't be able to live for long. Just you wait, my brother will suppress you forever in the underworld, and you will wish you were dead. Wang Chong shouted as he saw Yi Fan's hand pressing down. So young, and yet so violent. I better get rid of you as soon as possible. Yi Fan stretched out a finger and pointed at Wang Chong's forehead. Not good. If that person knows that we watched his brother die, he might attack us as well. Behind them, everyone's expression changed. Many people attacked, and all kinds of treasures were thrown at Wang Chong. Ding! Yi Fan casually picked up a 2-inch-long jasper saber from the 9 heavenly weapons around him and swept it in the air, producing a soft sound of jade. A jade-green saber light swept across like a blue ocean. The 11 magical treasures in the sky were all turned into dust and fell to the ground. Another 2 people screamed as they were cut in half. They died a violent death, and their corpses fell from the sky. He has a king weapon. We can't stop him. What do we do? Everyone paled. We've already done our best. His brother can't say anything, so we can't blame him. Some people quickly retreated. Yi Fan's golden finger pointed at Wang Chong's forehead. Even before it got close, the finger was already flashing with golden light. A crack appeared on Wang Chong's forehead, blood seeping out. His face was pale, and he could not move. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful energy surged out. 10,000 rays of divine light shot out of Wang Chong's forehead, as if the gate of the world had opened. Yi Fan quickly retreated. He sensed a dangerous ripple of energy, and he placed the 9 heavenly weapons in front of him. This was a very mysterious scene. A gate of the world had opened on Wang Chong's forehead, and an ancient golden chariot flew out. On it stood a tall figure, like a god or devil. It's him. Ancient Emperor Teng. How could he be at Wang Chong's forehead? Those saint-child level figures cried out in alarm. They stopped in the distant mountains, all of them revealing expressions of shock. The golden chariot rumbled as it flew out. The figure on it had disheveled black hair, a face as sharp as a knife, and bronze skin. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, making him seem like a celestial emperor descending to the world. In addition, around him were 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises. They flashed with divine light, forming 4 images that revolved around him. This was simply a picture of a celestial emperor descending to the world, protected by the 4 images. Wang Ting's hair flew in the wind as he sat in the center of the chariot, radiating brilliant light as if he were patrolling the heavens. Yi Fan was shocked. This person's aura was too powerful. Not even the older generation could compare. This was a powerful innate potential. The dragons and phoenixes cried together, the white tigers roared, and the black tortoise swallowed the sea. Dazzling golden light shone in all directions. Wang Ting stood on the chariot, unmoving, his eyes profound. It's really him. The expressions of those saint children changed. Wang Ting, known as the reincarnation of ancient emperor, was born in the northern plains. At the age of 15, he was already unrivaled among the younger generation of the northern plains. Now, 10 years had passed, and almost no one knew what realm he had reached. Everyone said that he was simply the reincarnation of a great emperor because his growth path was too similar to the great emperors in the history of the human race, perhaps even surpassing them. Anyone who understood his talent would be shocked to the point of feeling terrified. There was not a single person who wasn't horrified. If they were compared to him, they would feel that their own lives were a kind of tragedy. Moreover, this person had great luck. When he was in his teens, he had entered the world to gain experience and came to the eastern wasteland alone. After just one trip, he obtained one of the 9 secrets and returned to the northern plains. This was only known by the outside world. As for what kind of ancient techniques he had grasped, no one knew. Even his clansmen didn't know. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. This person, known as the reincarnation of ancient emperor, was extremely mysterious and powerful. There was a heaven-defying aura that made people tremble. On the golden chariot, 10,000 rays of light shone, illuminating him like an ancient emperor. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises protected him in the center. The 4 symbols actually flickered with terrifying lightning. This was a terrifying aura that could only be obtained after experiencing more than 10 heavenly tribulations. The gate of the world appeared on Wang Chong's forehead, and a golden chariot flew out. The dragon, phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise roared in unison and shot into the sky. Wang Ting, who was known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, stood at the center of the golden chariot. He was like a celestial emperor descending to the world, surrounded by the four godlike spirits. Yi Fan stood 100 zhang away, indescribably shocked. This person's aura was so great that it left one tongue-tied. He had never seen or heard of such a person before. This vigorous aura was like a surging galaxy, drowning the world. It was terrifying, and its brilliance blocked out the sun, making it difficult to look at. How could he come out from Wang Chong's forehead? Yi Fan didn't believe it and opened his divine eyes to observe. Behind him, the 10 odd saint sages had already changed their expressions. They had seen this god before, but they still felt fear in their hearts. The four spirits were like the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, dazzling with divine splendor and surging with blood energy. They all felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, unable to resist. It's not his real body, but a part of his divine sense. Yi Fan used his primordial divine perception to observe and shivered. This was not a person with a body of flesh and blood, but a divine sense as powerful as the sea. Just how powerful is he to create such a divine sense and have it reside in his younger brother's forehead? This was the first time Yi Fan was so shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying young opponent. This was completely beyond his imagination, just like the Purple Emperor. A divine sense transformed into a celestial emperor, surrounded by the four spirits and carried by the golden chariot. This was the form of his divine sense. How many people could transform like this? No wonder there is lightning. This divine sense has gone through more than 10 heavenly tribulations. Even the most conservative estimate is that it has long surpassed the dragon transformation secret realm. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Could this person be on par with the Divine Lord? He couldn't help but gasp when he thought of this question. He was invincible among the younger generation of the Northern Plains at the age of 15. After 10 years, how terrifying had he grown? No one could say for sure. From the fact that he was said to be the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, one could tell that this person's achievements were absolutely shocking. He could be compared to the great emperors of the same age in the history of the human race. Wang Chong was very shocked. He did not think that his elder brother would leave a mark on his forehead. He shouted, "Big brother, help me kill him." Boom, Yi Fan was incomparably solemn. The golden lake between his eyebrows turned into a small golden person that sat cross-legged in the void. It opened its mouth and spat out the essence of heaven and earth, dazzling and dazzling. At the same time, several great phenomena appeared around him. Magnificent rivers and mountains rose and fell. An immortal king sat high up in the 9 heavens, accompanied by a green lotus. These weren't complete. They were originally a type of irregular phenomenon, but they hadn't completely evolved yet. They were divided into several types of the most powerful ancient irregular phenomena. The golden divine sea surged under his feet, and the waves struck the 9 heavens. A yin-yang diagram rotated behind him, and the life and death chi circulated. In front of him, Wang Ting was bursting with majesty and heroism. He was one with the world, and with every breath, divine light flooded the world. He was shrouded in boundless brilliance like a great emperor from ancient times. He did not make a move. His eyes were deep, and there were stars flickering in and out. His expression was indifferent, without any expression. Everything in the outside world seemed insignificant and could not affect his fundamental heart. Wang Chong was shocked after seeing Yi Fan's various phenomena. He said, "Big brother, are these the phenomena that you said would be difficult to form even if you cultivated for a lifetime?" The tall man on the golden chariot still did not speak. He was calm and indifferent, but the stars in his eyes were flickering even faster. Yi Fan was shocked. His golden blood energy rushed into the sky, causing the essence energy in his body to boil. He isolated everything from the outside world because he felt an indescribable aura. Heavenly eye of the heart. He immediately thought of this possibility. The man in front of him most likely had the heavenly eye and was looking at the secrets of his body. Yi Fan was alarmed. If this was really the case, then this man was too frightening. To have the heavenly eye in his 20s, just how frightening was this? Although Wang Chong was arrogant to outsiders, he was as obedient as a kitten in front of his big brother. Seeing that the other party was silent, he did not dare to speak. Rumble, suddenly, the golden chariot moved, crushing through the sky and charging toward Yi Fan. Wang Ting formed a dragon seal and, like a celestial emperor subduing demons, suppressed the chariot. Boom, a vigorous aura and terrifying ripples descended like a falling star. This was completely different from Wang Cheng's as he shot out 81 true dragons. Dragon cries shook the surroundings, shaking the mountains, rivers, and great earth. It resounded through the world, deafening. 81 heavenly dragons, every single one of them like an eternal deity, powerful and terrifying. Bang, Yi Fan struck out with the human king seal, overturning the world. The sovereign of the human race had descended, looking down on the world and shaking the 81 dragons. Wind and thunder roared incessantly. The sky exploded as the mountainous dragons and the sovereign of the human race fought fiercely. All kinds of light shattered the void as the two sides fought endlessly. In the end, the golden chariot stopped and could no longer move forward. The demon-like figure on the chariot remained motionless, his body glowing with golden light. Wang Ting's expression was still calm and did not say a word. The true dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise surrounded the central celestial emperor. Clang, the 9 divine weapons hovered around Yi Fan's body, each of them warm and sparkling. He held a 3-inch-long scarlet jade spear in his hand and pressed forward. At the same time, all kinds of phenomena appeared around him. No matter how powerful his opponent was, it was just a divine sense. He wanted to kill it in one fell swoop. My big brother has survived 10 some heavenly tribulations. This divine sense has fused with lightning and is inextinguishable. Although his real body hasn't arrived yet, it's enough to kill all the cultivators in the dragon transformation secret realm. Wang Cheng shouted as he stared at Yi Fan, ready to kill him after he was defeated. In the distance, the 10 some saint sages all paled. It was truly a tragedy to be born in the same generation as such a person. No matter how dazzling one was, one would only be a leaf. Clang, suddenly, Wang Ting slowly pulled out the golden holy sword on his back. Every inch of the sword emitted dazzling rays of holy light. At the same time, a vast sea of energy surged in all directions. The saint sages in the distance paled and couldn't help but retreat as they sensed an incomparably powerful fighting spirit. This was a terrifying will that seemed to say that it was the only sovereign. It was as if it wanted to control the entire world. Wang Cheng excitedly shouted, "The divine artifact that survived the heavenly tribulations with my big brother, the celestial large sword." An extremely cold aura spread. With every inch the golden celestial large sword rose, more than 10,000 rays of divine might would rush out, shattering the mountains in the distance. This was not a manifestation of a divine sense, but a golden holy sword. With a final clang, it appeared in Wang Ting's hand. He stood on the chariot and slashed forward. Boom, with the 9 divine weapons in hand, Yi Fan charged forward to meet the celestial large sword-wielding Wang Ting. All kinds of light flashed. The earth was being cut open, the mountains were collapsing, and the sky was collapsing. This place had become a land of destruction. Nothing could be seen except light and the broken void. It had almost become a land of chaos. Clang clang. The 9 divine weapons flashed and pressed down. At the same time, the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens and other phenomena also swooped down. Whoosh, at this moment, Wang Ting grabbed Wang Cheng and drove the golden chariot into the sky. After all, it was just a strand of divine sense, and it could not fight for long. Big brother, although it's just a strand of divine sense, it grew up in the heavenly tribulations. It could kill all the experts in the dragon transformation secret realm. Could the power of the divine body surpass the 9th transformation of the dragon transformation? Wang Cheng was very unwilling. Where do you think you're going? With the 9 divine weapons in hand, Yi Fan brought out the phenomena of the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens, the golden divine sea, and the primal chaos green lotus. He wanted to kill this enemy in one fell swoop. Behind him, everyone was stunned. Someone actually dared to chase after Wang Ting. This was a top expert who could make even the older generation tremble in fear, but he had retreated. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, it was just a powerful strand of divine sense. If he had come, no one would know how powerful he was. Yi Fan's speed was so fast that he almost caught up to the golden chariot. But at this moment, a black hole appeared in the void, and the chariot rushed in and disappeared. He stood on the spot in a daze. This was an unimaginable enemy, and he already had the power to surpass the older generation. In the future, his achievements would be limitless. Even the most conservative estimate is that he will surpass the dragon transformation. Yi Fan thought for a while, and with the 9 divine weapons in hand, he went back. There were still more than 10 Saint senior level experts there, and they were all here to kill him. Where are you going? This time, his attack was very fierce. A few jade artifacts, small and beautiful, such as the violet jade sword, jasper saber, white jade shield, scarlet jade spear, and black halberd, all flew out. Yi Fan was like a god of death. With the jasper saber in hand, he slashed at 12 treasures. With one slash, he cut off the head of an outstanding talent, and blood spurted into the air. Originally, these people were not in the mood to fight. Seeing a person's head fly more than 10 meters high, they became even more apprehensive. They scattered in all directions, and no one was willing to risk their lives. In fact, this was a very strong battle force, but unfortunately, they had no intention to fight and all wanted to escape. Therefore, Yi Fan entered an uninhabited land, and with a violet jade sword, he cut another person in half. Pfft! Yi Fan attacked again. The scarlet jade spear flew up, drawing out a beautiful bloody light. It pierced through a person's head, nailing him to the rock wall, and he died a violent death. There were cries of alarm, and these people scattered in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan chased after them, and only stopped after killing another 4 people. At this time, the powerful figures of the Yin Yang school had also arrived, and the area within a 1,000-mile radius was locked down. They were not in a hurry, and seeing that Yi Fan had escaped again, they were not worried. This was because the formation patterns were shrinking, and the area would gradually shrink. At that time, Yi Fan would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. The sky was dusky, and the energies of Yin and Yang flowed. Yi Fan frowned, and finally decided to take the risk. He used the Rho formula to rush forward. There was a deafening sound as all kinds of light blades slashed at him. Lightning flashed, and thunder roared. He had finally activated the vast formation patterns, but the Rho formula was still effective. Yi Fan was attacked, but he forced his way through. Using the 9 divine weapons to open a path, he struggled for dozens of miles before finally breaking free of the formation patterns. A large black hand slapped over, filling up the void. It was pitch black like ink, natural laws interweaving, striking towards Yi Fan. The powerful beings were startled, immediately hurrying over. Clang! Yi Fan used brute force to break through the formation patterns, and finally broke through the last light screen. He shot out like lightning and rushed out of the sealed area. What? Yi Fan killed 7 or 8 saints in a row, and even Wang Ting's brother was almost killed? This Yi Zhaotian is indeed fearless. He dared to fight the so-called reincarnation of the ancient emperor. This matter will not end well. So this is the monster from the Eastern Baron. Although he didn't appear in the Qixia residence, he still came to the Central Plains. Many young talents in the Qixia residence were shocked after hearing the news. Wang Ting was called the North Emperor by the young heroes of the 5 regions. Almost no one dared to oppose him. Everyone avoided him. But now, the monster from the Eastern Wasteland had come and almost killed his brother. This surprised many people. In the current generation, perhaps only the person who could kill a king-type body with one slap could compete with Wang Ting. This was what many people thought. They called him the Central Emperor. The North Emperor used to travel between the Northern Plains and the Eastern Wasteland under the name of Wolf God. At the age of 15, he was already unrivaled. After 10 years of accumulation, no one knew what level he had reached. Moreover, everyone knew that he had the fate of the world and even obtained the 9 secrets. God only knew what other ancient techniques he had. After entering the Qixia residence, no one dared to oppose him. He also remained in seclusion and rarely appeared. Even when he came out, he would only go to the seclusion area behind the residence. As for the Central Emperor, some people said that he wasn't from this world. No one knew the specifics. Strictly speaking, there was only one Wang Ting in the current generation. Big brother, you have to take revenge for me. Wang Chong shook his brother's arm. Only at this moment did he act like a child. He stole my carriage and injured me. He was also disrespectful to you. You have to kill him. Wang Chong hung on the arm, not willing to let go. This was an ancient cave in the Qixia residence. Normally, no one dared to enter. This was where Wang Ting was in seclusion and was considered a forbidden area by the other saint children. There were dozens of spirit medicines in the cave, all over 10,000 years old. In the center, there was a king medicine. Its body was translucent and dazzling. If someone came in, they would be shocked. This king medicine was one of the 6 that had appeared in the immortal graveyard and was planted here. Everything in the cave abode was simple and unadorned. There was a jade bed beside the medicine king, and Wang Ting was sitting on it motionlessly. He was handsome and tall. His black hair was loose, his face was sharp, and his eyebrows reached his temples. There were countless stars in his eyes, making him look unfathomable. He was like the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. "Big brother, why aren't you saying anything? Help me take revenge." Wang Chong started to act cute. "If you continue like this, you'll die outside sooner or later. Even if I'm your elder brother, I won't be able to protect you," said Wang Ting calmly. "Big brother, how can you say that? Mother said that when we're outside, you have to take good care of me." Wang Chong hugged his arm and wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction. "You should restrain yourself a little." Wang Ting stretched out a finger and tapped the center of the young man's brows. "I'll suppress you for a year. You're not allowed to come out until you've calmed down." He pointed out with his finger, and the inside of the ancient cave became sparkling and translucent. The true dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise followed behind and continuously cried out in harmony. It was divine and auspicious, as if a deity had come into being. "Ah, don't!" Wang Chong shouted. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't move at all. He was incomparably dispirited as he said, "Big brother, that is a saint physique we are talking about. It is worth it for you to personally kill him. The so-called constitution is nothing. In my eyes, it's just the difference between a living person and a dead person. Without mastering it, there's no difference between you and the common people." Wang Ting's expression was calm. "You are the number 1 person in the world, but I, your little brother, am not. If I don't kill him, he will become a demon in my heart, and I won't be able to meditate," Wang Chong shouted. "Go into seclusion and reflect on yourself for a year." Wang Ting stretched out his hand and pointed. Wang Chong, who was at the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation, couldn't resist at all. He screamed and was sent flying into a stone room. The stone door closed, and he was sealed inside. "Wu Guli, Jin Wu Duo, come in. We pay our respects to master." Outside the cave, 2 tall and big creatures walked in. One of them was 3 meters tall, and his entire body was covered in silver scales. He had 4 arms and was filled with power. His silver hair draped over his shoulders, and there was a vertical eye in the center of his brows. The other one was 2 meters tall, and his entire body was shining with golden light. He had a pair of golden divine wings, and every inch of his body was covered in golden scales. Among his golden hair, there was a pair of antlers. "Go and retrieve the head of that young man named Jifan," Wang Ting said calmly. "It's that saint physique? It's been spread all over the place. When he grows up, he can even suppress the primordial kings." One of the creatures was shocked. "There's no need to care about other people's physiques. The strong should be confident, and I'm the only one. If he can't prove his Tao, so what if he's the reincarnation of an immortal? It's just the difference between the dead and the living. Master's teachings are correct." Wang Ting said, "He cultivates some ancient techniques and some forbidden secret arts. He can fight against supreme elders of holy lands. The 2 of you go together to ensure that nothing goes wrong. With this kind of strength, one of us is enough to kill a few of them. Even a lion uses its full strength to capture a rabbit. I don't want any accidents to happen. Go and retrieve the head." Wang Ting said coldly. "Yes." The 2 creatures didn't dare to say anything else. They left the cave and discussed softly. Master's heavenly technique is almost complete. At that time even the Middle Emperor won't be his opponent. The Middle Emperor isn't a person of this world. From a certain perspective, Master is already the number 1 in the world. In the Qixia Manor, there were many beautiful mountain peaks. Every disciple had their own spiritual land, and they wouldn't disturb each other. That's an archaic creature. Someone noticed the two creatures and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. I've long heard that Wang Ting's strength is unfathomable. He once entered the eastern wasteland and took archaic creatures as his servants. It's actually true. Many people heard the news and watched from the beautiful mountain peaks. They were all moved and didn't dare to approach. One gold and one silver rainbow tore through the air and disappeared into the horizon. Only after a long time did everyone come back to their senses. They felt even more reverence towards Wang Ting's cave. The Tao can be said, but it's not the Tao. The name can be named, but it's not the name. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth, famous, the mother of all living things. Recently, someone carved a passage in front of the Qishir Manor's mountain gate. It truly caused a commotion. Many people stood in front of the stone wall and pondered. Even the powerhouses of the manor had come to take a look. These words weren't specific cultivation methods and were only describing the main body of the Tao. Even though there weren't any secret techniques, it still made people think deeply. This matter caused a huge commotion and spread to the outside world. Many people were amazed and came because of its reputation. They felt that there was an extraordinary person in the Qishir Manor after all. What he said was worth thinking about. When Yifan heard about this, he immediately rushed over. He activated his divine eye and quickly discovered Pang Bo in the crowd. He was incredibly excited. He secretly transmitted his voice, and then the two of them left one after the other. They went to a place where there was no one else and reunited on a mountain peak. Ever since they separated in the eastern wasteland, it had already been more than 2 years since they last met. In this kind of boundless world, one could easily fly for more than 10 to 20 years. Being able to reunite was not easy at all. That damned Black Emperor sent me to a place where even birds don't shit. I fell into a dormant volcano. Pang Bo narrated his experience and continuously cursed the large black dog. He was full of resentment. Falling into the mouth of the volcano was one thing, but it was a dangerous land with endless formation patterns. Pang Bo had almost been refined there. Could it be an ancient cavern with treasures? There's nothing at all. He refined my flesh and blood to 40 kilograms. Don't let me see that dog again. Otherwise, I'll eat it. Pang Bo had been trapped there for almost 2 years. The only thing he had learned was that he had to cultivate day and night to resist the formation patterns. Otherwise, he would definitely be turned into dust. In 2.5 years, I've cultivated to the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation. This is a great harvest, Yifan said with a smile. That damn dog. I flew for half a year before I came to a prosperous place from the uninhabited region. The two of them narrated their experiences. Pang Bo naturally knew about Yifan's recent experiences. He gave the god-striking whip to Yifan and said, "This treasure is very strange. It can isolate one's aura. With it, you don't need to be afraid of the godly diviner's divination. It has such a wondrous effect?" Yifan was shocked. He immediately put the god-striking whip on his back. He thought for a moment, then took out all the treasures he had. He first gave Pang Bo the wooden plank from the path understanding ancient tree, as well as a few stone nails. Cultivating on it will yield twice the result with half the effort. This is the divine coffin that the undying heavenly emperor built to preserve his immortality. This is the primordial saint? Pang Bo was surprised. After seeing Yifan's pile of treasures, he was especially shocked by the divine source block with an old man sealed in it. What exactly is in the Qishir residence? There might really be a path that leads to the outer realm. I've been investigating it recently. Maybe we can go home from there. Yifan gave the 9 divine weapons to Pang Bo and said, "You don't have any suitable weapons. Keep these to protect your life. But don't let the wicked Taoist know about it. I don't need these. You're in a bad situation now. These 9 weapons are of great use to you." Pang Bo didn't accept it. "This is what I prepared for you. The 9 divine weapons are the most suitable for your 9 slashes of the demonic sovereign. Don't worry, I still have suitable weapons that I can use." Yifan was indeed worried about Pang Bo's safety. Previously, when Lu Yi had been captured, if he hadn't meticulously planned and killed everyone during the tribulation at the critical moment, she would have died without a doubt. He vaguely felt that it was most likely an old friend who had taken action. Although many people had died that day, the real culprit had not been found. Yi Fan told all this to Pang Bo. The two of them pondered for a long time and felt that it was necessary to be on guard. That old friend could be quite dangerous. Although he had given away the 9 divine weapons, Yi Fan's cauldron had already interwoven laws. It could be very useful. Moreover, he had a gourd that he had taken from the Purple Mansion Saint. Just the stopper of the gourd could shoot out chaotic light. It was very likely to be a king weapon. The two of them talked for a long time. Now that Yi Fan had used the God-striking whip to isolate his aura, he didn't need to worry about being found. He learned a lot about the Qixia residents from Pang Bo. There might be a path that led to the outer realm. This was what made him the most excited. In addition, he understood the situation of some experts in detail. Some people thought that apart from Wang Teng and the Central Emperor, there should be a southern demon and a mysterious expert from Mount Meru. It was a pity that those two were rarely seen, so not many people agreed. Yi, let's work hard on cultivating first. We have only cultivated for a few years. There is a big gap between us and some people. We have to be convinced. Do you know who that Central Emperor is? Who is he? Yi Fan was puzzled. He is not a person of this world. His name is Xiang Yufei. Sounds familiar. Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes widened. He suddenly remembered. When he had robbed Duanda, he had obtained a longevity lock from him. It was the leftover material of the Buddha's demon-subduing pestle. Later, it was forged into a life-protecting lock by several arhats. The last owner was Xiang Yufei. 9,000 years ago, an unparalleled genius appeared in the middle ground. His name was Xiang Yufei. He had become an emperor when he was only 19 years old. He was invincible and had the bearing of an ancient emperor. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of geniuses. He died at the age of 20, and the longevity lock could not prolong his life. According to legend, at the last moment, Xiang Yufei buried himself in an ice coffin and slept on a snowy peak. He wanted to avoid death and resurrect in the future. 9,000 years had passed, and Duanda had stolen the longevity lock from his body. How could he resurrect? Are you sure that the Central Emperor is Xiang Yufei? To be exact, it is the 20-year-old Xiang Yufei. More than 9,000 years have passed, but time has not left a trace on his body. How is this possible? Yi Fan was shocked. Not long ago, he was lamenting that the heavens were jealous of geniuses and felt pity for that person. But now, he was reborn in this world. The Central Emperor is Xiang Yufei from 9,000 years ago. There is no mistake. Pang Bo was very sure and revealed some secrets. Everything was done by the Qixia mansion. Although the Qixia mansion had been closed for 10,000 years, they did not pay attention to anything during this process. They did a lot of things. Why did they do this? Yi Fan was puzzled. Because at that time, the monster emperor had just died for 1,000 years. Even if Xiang Yufei had the bearing of a great emperor, he could not prove his Tao and become an emperor in that special period. He needed to avoid it. Why did they have to avoid that special period? Was there still such a terrifying effect after the death of the demon emperor for thousands of years? The fact that descendants couldn't prove their Tao and become emperors was too shocking. There can't be two emperors in the same era. This has been the case since ancient times, and it's a common understanding without exception, Pang Bo said. Yi Fan already knew about this rumor, but he still couldn't understand why. The large black dog didn't explain it in detail back then. Ancient emperors represented the highest achievement of the human race. They had the ultimate power of the world, and were the embodiment of the great Tao of heaven and earth. After the death of a great sovereign, he would still be able to influence this world for a long period of time. Some people estimated that the great Tao would only be completely peaceful after the great human sovereign passed away in meditation for 10,000 years. Azure Emperor was a legend. After the desolate antiquity age, even saints couldn't appear, but he proved his Tao and became one of the strongest cultivators in history. No one could say what era he was from, and it was hard to estimate how long he had lived. People only knew that he died in the eastern wasteland 10,000 years ago. Xiang Yufei had to avoid that special period. Otherwise, even if he had the talent of an emperor, he couldn't prove his Tao. Moreover, his body was indeed showing signs of premature death. Xiang Yufei became a top figure in the Middle State at 19 years old. He could compete with the emperors and the Eastern Wasteland's Saint Master. There weren't many heroes like him since ancient times. Unfortunately, he died at 20 years old, which made people sigh. He reappeared in the world after 9,000 years, becoming an unsolvable mystery. He slept like an ancient creature, dreaming for 9,000 years. He bid farewell to his previous life and woke up today. It was a happy thing that such a brilliant figure could be revived. It added another legend to this era, and also added pressure to many powerful cultivators. He died early, and sealed his body with divine origin liquid to maintain his dying state. He used up several king medicines before he was finally revived and appeared in the world. This was a secret of the unique warrior manner. Pangbo also learned about it accidentally, and not many people knew about it. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The Qishur Manor's foundation was indeed powerful. Even in this era, they still had God origin liquid to use. This was simply a fantasy. Moreover, 9,000 years later, in order to revive Xiang Yufei, he actually took out a few stocks of king medicines. One had to know that those were ancient medicines that were 80 to 90,000 years old. A dozen of them added together was equivalent to an immortal divine medicine. Yi Fan sighed softly. It seemed like this person was being treated like a great emperor. In the future, he would most likely be able to prove his Tao. Otherwise, he would have wasted too much energy. This person definitely has unparalleled talent. 9,000 years ago, a supreme figure in the western desert who was on the verge of becoming a bodhisattva gave him the Buddhist treasure, the longevity lock, to prolong his life. For a living fossil figure, it was a priceless divine object that could extend one's lifespan. It was forged from purple gold that was repeatedly refined by Buddha and injected with endless merits. 9,000 years ago, even Buddhism was optimistic about him. Now that he has been resurrected by Qishur Manor, many people believe that he will become the main character of this world, Pangbo said. It seems like this world is starting to change, as the Black Emperor said. Other than the elimination of the influence of the Demon Emperor, it is also evolving towards the world before the primordial era. Yi Fan pondered. That's right. That is indeed the case. Otherwise, as someone who might become a great emperor, Xiang Yufei wouldn't have been resurrected at this time. Speaking of which, that Wang Ting is really quite terrifying. He can compete with the Middle Emperor. This is a person from the present world. Both of them sighed. With 9,000 years between them, heroes from different time and space would definitely collide with brilliant sparks. However, they didn't know who else could join them. They deeply felt that they had come to this world for too short a time. Compared to such a peerless monster, their realm was still too far away. They needed to work hard and cultivate. That Wang Ting has subdued two powerful ancient creatures. He has already sent them out. I think it's most likely to deal with you, Pangbo reminded. No matter. Now that I have the divine striking whip, they can't find any traces of me. I can think of a way to deal with them. Yi Fan took out 3 bottles of dragon marrow. Each bottle had a dozen drops of golden liquid that were as big as grapes. They didn't mix with each other. Each drop was clear and fragrant. Take 2 bottles. After you enter the dragon transformation stage, you can get twice the result with half the effort with the help of the dragon marrow. It contains fragments of the great Tao and can nourish a human dragon. I have the demon monarch ancient scripture and the dragon transformation divine art. I don't need these, Pangbo rejected. There's no need for the two of us to be so polite. Just take it. It's definitely useful. Yi Fan stuffed 2 of the bottles into his arms. The color is golden, and each drop is so big. It must be a high-grade dragon marrow. 1 bottle is enough. I don't need so many. Pangbo wanted to leave them for Yi Fan to use for his own cultivation. Don't worry. Although it's said that dragon marrow is rare in hundreds or thousands of years, it can definitely be bought. There are many dragon veins in the Middle Prefecture, and they are all ancestral roots. All the major sects have built cities as pure lands to nurture dragon chi. I don't believe that dragon marrow can't be found. I heard that dragon marrow can be found, but it can easily cost more than 1,000,000 kilograms of source. It can only be sold at super auctions, and it can only be traded with divine source, Pangbo said. Yifan instantly smiled and said, then you don't have to worry too much. I won 5,000,000 kilograms of source from an ancient Genesis family at the Saturn Peach Feast and exchanged it for divine source. I should be able to buy some dragon marrow for us to cultivate in the dragon transformation secret realm. The Middle Prefecture is really a divine land. There is actually something as heaven-defying as the dragon marrow. It contains fragments of the great Tao, and not only can it extend one's lifespan, it can also help one comprehend the Tao. Legend has it that the top-grade illusion divine marrow is comparable to an immortal divine medicine. It is said that it can transform into a living creature and cannot be caught. Yifan smiled and said, my Genesis technique will most likely be useful again. After I understand the various secrets of the dragon marrow, I will personally search for the ancestral roots and obtain the dragon marrow. Don't go looking for the dragon marrow. It is said that this thing is very evil. Once you enter the ancestral roots, all kinds of strange things will happen. Even Saint Lord level characters will die mysteriously. Pangbo firmly opposed. Yifan was surprised. He felt that it was necessary to understand more. This kind of divine creature that was nourished by the heaven and earth most likely had something accompanying it, or something that was born from it. You stay in the unique scholar residence. You must find the ancient road that leads to the outer regions. Pangbo nodded and said, I know. I will enter the unique scholar residence for the ancient road. Of course, the insights of the predecessors on the beautiful mountains are also very important. In the end, the two separated and agreed on the place and time for their next meeting. West Dam City had existed for a very long time. Even after the War of Beacon Fire, the reincarnation of dynasties, the vicissitudes of time, it had always stood tall and had never changed its location. Of course, it had been repaired countless times along the way. After all, it was too old and was one of the 10 ancient cities recorded in the ancient books of the Middle Prefecture. It wasn't that far from the unique scholar residence. If the heroes of the 5 regions needed something, their first choice after leaving the unique scholar residence was West Dam City. As one of the 10 ancient cities of the Central Prefecture, its layout was not ordinary at all. The gentle draconic chi nourished the entire city, and many wandering cultivators lived here in seclusion. There was no city lord here, and it didn't belong to any great power. It was relatively free, and a large number of cultivators came and went. As a result, it was incomparably prosperous. Every time a large-scale auction was held, many Holy Lord-level characters would come out of admiration. They came from all walks of life, and there were all kinds of people. Yifan came to West Dam City with the deity striking whip on his back. He wanted to cultivate here and strengthen himself. The city was majestic. The walls seemed to be cast from black iron, and it was like a great black steel wall. The layout of the city was grand and prosperous. There were hundreds of sects and all kinds of people. There was an endless stream of carriages and horses. Yifan stayed here and cultivated while paying attention to the Holy Lord level auction. He wanted to obtain the rare dragon marrow. One could often see the disciples of the Odd Warrior Manor here. As long as the manor was not sealed, they could go anywhere they wanted. People often came here to trade magic treasures and pills. Within West Dam City, there were naturally many people discussing the younger generation of the 5 regions and who was the number 1 in the world. Apart from the Central Emperor and Wang Ting, people also talked about the Southern Monster and the mysterious expert from Mount Meru. However, they chose to ignore the Eastern Wasteland. This was because this great region was too complicated and mysterious. It was difficult to tell which was strong and which was weak. In the Eastern Wasteland, all the heroes rose up together. No one could point out who was the number 1 expert of the region. The Alcade Saint Child was too low-key and had never fought to the death. Only the little Pung King had experienced it, but he had kept his mouth shut. Now, he couldn't even ask the little Pung King to describe the process of that battle. He had been suppressed by the old Pung King. As long as he didn't pass the test set by the ancient celestial Pung Saint, he couldn't come out. In addition, some people speculated that the Jade Lake Saintess was very powerful. Others said that the Ji family's divine king physique was invincible and had never been defeated. They said that she was the #1 expert of the Eastern Wasteland. Some people even said that these people were nothing. Once the Purple Mansion Saintess became the Saint Lord, she would be invincible because she had a natural Dao embryo and was invincible. Others said that the true #1 was Yanryu. Once she used her extreme divine weapon, even Wang Tang and the Central Emperor would have to admit defeat. Of course, Hua Yunfei was mentioned again. He had disappeared for almost 3 years, but no one had forgotten that he cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art. Once he went all out, no one could stop him. He would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Some people predicted that within 10 years, he would definitely cause chaos in the Eastern Wasteland, and within 100 years, he would run amok in the 5 regions. Naturally, many people mentioned Yi Fan. They believed that if he didn't die and grew step by step, his achievements would be limitless. After all, he was the only saint physique that had broken the curse since the ancient times. What made people speechless was that Duanda, a grave robber in his 30s, was also mentioned. They said that the wicked Taoist was an oddity that couldn't be seen through. Other than that, Xia Jiuyo was also mentioned. She had broken through 4 levels and entered the dragon transformation secret realm at the age of 13. She could be considered a rare genius since ancient times. She wasn't like Wang Chong, who had fallen into a dragon cave and obtained a unique opportunity to drink dragon blood and divine marrow. She had cultivated step by step and reached her current level by herself. In the end, people found that there were too many people in the Eastern Wasteland to talk about. It was impossible to determine who the #1 expert was. Most of these people had never displayed their true strength and were very low-key. Even after entering the Qisha residence, it was the same. No one had heard of anyone from the Eastern Wasteland being called a monster, and no one had done anything by force. However, people had heard that the Wavering Light Saint Child was someone who had to go through heavenly tribulations every time. How could he not be a monster? From this, it could be deduced that the other people were not simple either. They had a lot of room for growth. Outside West Dam City, 2 tall figures stood in the air. One was covered in golden scales and had a pair of divine wings. The other was shining with silver light and had 4 arms and an extra eye. He disappeared and covered up his aura. Even the godly diviner's disciple couldn't deduce anything. The people of the Yin Yang sect can't find him. He's most likely still in this area. If we don't take his head, we can't go back and report. The 2 ancient creatures were discussing in low voices. Their eyes were dancing like flames, and their powerful auras were extremely astonishing. While these 2 ancient creatures were thinking of ways to kill Yi Fan, he held the immortal tear green gold book in his hand and pondered. The small characters were written in the ancient divine characters. Could he capture an ancient creature and translate them? Early in the morning glow gushed out. West Dam City was bathed in a golden radiance. The black walls were inlaid with golden edges, adding a sense of holiness. Yi Fan came to a small restaurant and ordered a bowl of tofu pudding and a basket of small buns. He sat down and ate while looking at the passers-by on the ancient street. The sun had just risen, and the morning glow was very gentle, sprinkling warmth on one's body. There was no clamor, no murderous cries, no dazzling magical treasures, and no fresh blood. There was only tranquility and simplicity. These past few years, Yi Fan's pace of life had been very tight. He had gone through fire and water and was used to seeing sharp blades beheading people and blood dyeing the sky. He wandered between life and death, and now he felt very peaceful. For a mortal, this was just a very ordinary morning. Perhaps some would complain that the morning glow was a bit dazzling, but for Yi Fan, it was a kind of enjoyment. The brilliant morning glow, the warm rising sun, the clean porcelain bowl, the lustrous tofu pudding, and the passers-by all made him feel simple and natural. Cultivators are a group of non-humans. It is difficult for them to feel the beauty of the mortal world. It is too boring. Yi Fan sighed. At this time, many cultivators should be deep in the mountains and in front of ancient caves, far away from the mortal world. There were even more people in seclusion, not seeing the sun and moon all year round. Mortals envied flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth, but they did not know that it required many years of accumulation. One could endure the torment in boredom and silently cultivate alone, but there was no guarantee of success. Yi Fan was going to cultivate in seclusion in the near future. He planned to use the bottle of dragon marrow to break through to the fourth transformation of dragon transformation. These days, he had relaxed his mind and felt the mortal world. When the time came, he would break through the tribulation in one go. The streets suddenly trembled and the limestone slabs on the ground trembled. More than 10 strange beasts rushed in from the direction of the city gate. Each of them was incomparably handsome. Some were like cheilants flickering with purple light, while others were like dragon steeds burning with raging flames. As they rushed past, the entire ancient street shook and rumbled. Then, they entered the largest inn in the city. Not long after, some people arrived on clouds and descended from the sky. Moreover, it was not just 1 or 2 batches. From time to time, people would rush over and enter West Dam City. This was one of the 10 great ancient cities of the central continent. There were many powerful cultivators who lived in seclusion here, and there were even more cultivators who frequented this place. The common people were already used to this, so they didn't panic. The bi-monthly super auction is about to begin. This time, it will be held in the 9 Divine Dynasty's treasure tower. Many people have rushed here overnight. I wonder what kind of divine object will be born. Most likely, there will be many Imperial Lord-level characters. At a table not far away, someone was discussing softly. West Dam City held a large-scale event every 2 months. The various large auction houses took turns holding it, and it often attracted Holy Lord-level characters. The tranquility of the early morning was broken. People continuously flew over from the horizon and landed in the city. Some of the people in the city speculated that there would most likely be an unusual magical treasure this time. Otherwise, how could so many people be attracted? The sounds of hooves were loud, and the sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. Another 6 or 7 riders galloped over from the city gate like streaks of flowing light, their speed extremely fast. These mounts were all mutants. Some had wings on their ribs, and their bodies were glowing. Some had thick scales and large hooves. All of the strange beasts trod in the air. They were half a foot above the ground, and their feet did not touch the ground. However, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard, and it was even louder than when they were trampling on the limestone ground. At the very front was a golden divine hoe and a purple Chelan beast. The golden divine flame and the purple heavenly flame burned fiercely, causing the 2 people on the mounts to exude divine might. These are the elites of the extraordinary warrior manor. They have also come to join in the fun. They are all the most outstanding inheritors of the 5 great regions. In the future, there will be no lack of their figures here. The extraordinary warrior manor opened once every 10,000 years, and now, it was destined to make this city even more prosperous. These people definitely did not lack resources, and most of them were future sect masters. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. He saw an old friend. The golden divine hoe's rider wore golden battle clothes. He was majestic and strong, and his eyes were like a tiger's. His black hair was scattered behind him. Xianxia, the inheritor of the golden family of the North region. The blood of an archaic king flowed within his body. Yi Fan did not expect to see this person here. Last time in the eastern wasteland, the fire demon Ridge, when 13 saints surrounded and attacked him, this person was among them. I triggered the heavenly tribulation to kill a group of people. At that time, Saint Yen escaped, but I killed him afterward. I didn't expect him to also be a fish that escaped the net. Participating in the plot to kill him, Yi Fan naturally did not have any good feelings for this person. If he was not in West Dam City, he would definitely attack him. The 6 or 7 strange beasts stopped, and everyone got off their mounts. They went straight to the front of the small restaurant. Clearly, they were going to eat breakfast here. Ding! A piece of silver fell on Yi Fan's table and made a soft sound. It spun a few times before stopping. Go, bring our mounts to the inn in front. The person who spoke walked in side by side with Xianxia. He was wearing a purple robe and only glanced coldly at Yi Fan. He did not look at him for long and found a seat to sit down. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Seeing that Yi Fan did not move, the person beside him revealed a strange expression. He was just a mortal, but he was actually unmoved by a piece of silver. You think it's too little? I'm only letting you walk a few steps. Xianxia glanced over and threw a golden leaf at Yi Fan's face. Ding. Yi Fan caught the golden leaf with 2 fingers and casually threw it on the table. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes as he looked at the few people and said slowly, "You want to order me around and throw a golden leaf at my face?" These people were surprised and immediately understood that this was not a mortal. Otherwise, he would not dare to speak to them like this. "You don't even want the golden leaf. We'll find someone else to lead the horses," one of them taunted. The others did not say anything else, afraid of causing trouble. Yi Fan flicked out a few golden leaves which landed in front of Xianxia and the person who spoke. "This is for you. Be quiet and don't be noisy. You." The few people were furious and stood up. Xianxia's expression changed and he said, "Forget it. Let's eat first and rest later. We still have to go to the Jiuli God Dynasty's palace." "My apologies, friend. Since you are not willing, we disturbed you just now." The man in purple also spoke. Clearly, he did not want to cause trouble. "Since you have said so, forget it." Yi Fan stood up and left. "You." One of them was very unwilling, but he did not act up. Jiuli was one of the 4 great immortal dynasties of the Central Plains. It had an ancient heritage and its influence was as vast as the sea. In each ancient city, there were weapon halls and auction houses. At this moment, in front of this palace, there was a sea of people rubbing shoulders. Many people had come to participate in this super auction. The Jiuli Heavenly Palace was very grand and occupied a large area. It was like a city within a city. After walking in, there was a door of light. Every time someone entered, it would flash, displaying a person's strength. There would be people receiving them according to the light. Yi Fan tried to hide, but the light still flashed a few times. A young girl came out and led him to a pavilion in the air. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this place was filled with cultivators of the dragon transformation realm. In the end, he asked for a private room. He sat in the floating pavilion and looked down at the auction hall. He could see everything clearly. "I hope there is a peerless dragon marrow. If that's the case, I can immediately break through." Yi Fan sat in the pavilion and paid attention to everything in the auction hall. The transaction had already begun. A 6,000-year-old spirit medicine, starting price of 10,000 kilograms of source, 11,000 kilograms of source, 12,000 kilograms of source. In the end, the spirit medicine was sold for 20,000 kilograms of source. This was the first transaction in the Jiuli Heavenly Palace. The auction hall was tepid, but everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. There were no special treasures that had appeared yet. A fleeting fire sword, starting price of 50,000 kilograms of source. Finally, there was a commotion in the hall below. Many people were attracted and immediately started to bid. This sword was crimson like blood and surged with mist. Fleeting fire burst out and the heat was difficult to resist. This was an ancient sword interwoven with natural laws. It was a divine lord-level weapon, 150,000 kilograms of source, 180,000 kilograms of source, 200,000 kilograms of source. In the end, the fleeting fire sword was sold for a frighteningly high price and fell into the hands of a young man. Many people were shocked. It was a disciple of the unique warrior manner. Then, the atmosphere in the auction hall became more and more heated. Treasures appeared one after another, causing waves of exclamations. The final price became more and more shocking. When a jade-white, flawless piece of iron was placed on a jade plate and sent into the hall, the auction reached its climax. A piece of mutton fat divine iron, starting price of 500,000 kilograms of source. Boom! The hall was in an uproar. Many people stood up and looked forward. That was a piece of divine iron the size of a human head. It was pure white like snow and without a single flaw. It didn't have any special characteristics of metal and was like a piece of mutton fat jade. However, everyone knew that this was a rare treasure. Even if a divine lord refined a weapon for himself, a little bit of it would be enough. It was extremely rare. It was said that this kind of precious material could be used to refine a king weapon. It was needed by all kinds of king bodies and was extremely rare. 600,000 kilograms of source, 700,000 kilograms of source, 800,000 kilograms of source. Many people were very excited. They raised the price by 100,000 kilograms of source in one go, all wanting to get their hands on it. Yi Fan was speechless. There were so many people who had source. Although he was the successor of the Yuan Taoist master, he had never thrown out a few 100,000 kilograms of source like this. 5 million kilograms of source. Suddenly, a young man calmly said. All the voices in the hall disappeared. This person suddenly raised the price from 500,000 kilograms of source to 5 million kilograms of source, showing his determination to win. Who is he? Although this kind of thing is rare, the risk of refining it is very high and it can be easily destroyed. It's not worth a single cent, yet he really dares to bid for it. Su Zixuan, the Yuhua king of the young generation of the central state. This kind of physique hasn't appeared in 15,000 years. If it weren't for the fact that the central emperor is too shocking, as one of the experts of the young generation of the central state, his great name would have already spread all over the world. In the end, the Yuhua king won the head-sized mutton fat divine iron for 5 million kilograms of pure source. An old man beside him paid for him. Obviously, he had a powerful background and the support of an ancient clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to take out so much source on his own. The next auction item is a king weapon. Hua. This time, there was an uproar. Everyone stood up. In the end, this kind of thing was auctioned. It was beyond everyone's expectations. With a king weapon in hand, one could move unhindered in the world and fight against a group of experts of the same level alone. Its power was peerless. Yi Fan was also stunned. He had once held one of the 9 divine armaments and had truly experienced that terrifying power. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. And now, he had a black war chariot about an inch long. It was a king's war chariot, and it was similarly terrifying. In his hands, he had only been able to suppress it with one of the 9 divine armaments. This was a small bell, only the size of an infant's fist. The body of the bell was green and made of divine jade, like green agate. A king weapon seemed to be translucent and gentle, but it possessed an incomparably terrifying might that affected the minds of everyone present. I have to obtain this weapon, Jin Qishao said, his eyes flashing with golden light. Even in the Central Plains, it was almost impossible to see a king weapon being auctioned in a supreme auction like this, as they were simply too rare. Anyone who obtained one would nourish it and fuse it with their flesh and blood, not sell it. Truly a treasure. It's probably going to be at the heaven step. I still want to buy dragon marrow, but I probably won't be able to buy this treasure, Yi Fan softly sighed. Every king weapon consumed countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Even the entire wealth of a large sect couldn't be forged. Only holy lands, divine dynasties, and the top forces could have them. One could imagine how many people could obtain and use the weapon that the peerless divine King Jiang Taishu had spent his entire life refining. Anyone who wielded it could sweep through a group of people at the same level, invincible and unrivaled. The body of the bell was only the size of a baby's fist. It was green and glistening, translucent and translucent. It was obvious at a glance that it was a treasure. Blue Sky Bell, in the Jiuli Heavenly Court. As soon as the old man in charge of the auction said this name, the people in the hall were in an uproar. It's actually the legendary Bell King. The entire hall was in an uproar. Many people were shocked and began to discuss it. Many people even squeezed forward to see what was going on. Because of the 3 words Blue Sky Bell, the auction hall was in chaos. Everyone was excited. Many important figures walked out of their private rooms and used their divine eyes to watch. The Blue Sky Bell was famous in the past. It was a mysterious and powerful weapon. When the bell rang, the world became silent, heroes fell, and all things shattered. 20,000 years ago, a Jade Sky King appeared in the Central Plains. He was like the current divine king of the eastern wilderness, Jiang Taishu. He was an invincible king. The weapon he had refined for his entire life was extremely precious. Blue sky was the first level of Taoism. The sky was filled with blue clouds, and it was called blue sky. Since he dared to call himself a king with such a name, he naturally had his own merits. The Blue Sky Bell was called the Bell King. It was as famous as the 9 divine weapons that the Jade Sky King had refined for his entire life. It was recorded in many ancient books in the Central Plains. The Jade Sky King, was a powerful king body in the Central Plains. The weapon he left behind is rare and priceless. I'm afraid not many people can afford this blue sky bell king. Who knows how many precious materials were used to forge it from the 9 heavens blue sky divine jade. The most important thing is its power. If it was in the hands of a holy lord, it would be invincible in an era without ancient saints and a king body. Everyone was shocked. They knew that the price would be sky high. Unless an ancient dynasty or a holy land acted, no one would be able to afford it. It was too precious. 700,000 kilograms of pure source energy, start. When the crowd calmed down a bit, the old auctioneer loudly announced the starting price. After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into an uproar. How is this possible? Only 700,000 kilograms of pure source energy. Almost no one dared to believe this. This was the legendary Jade Descent Bell, a treasure refined by an unmatched king with his entire life's effort, so how could it be so cheap? It must be fake. This is definitely not the real Azure Sky Bell. Could this be a replica and not the king bell recorded in the ancient books? Many people were skeptical. They didn't believe that a divine bell's base price would be this low, believing that there was something fishy going on and that it wasn't a precious item. Everyone, please calm down. Within the Ninely Treasure Tower, the old auctioneer gently knocked on the bell. Instantly, a clear bell sound rang out, cleansing the souls of those who heard it. It's the king bell, but there's a stain on it. The Azure Sky Bell, which was the size of a baby's fist, was flipped over. People found a bloodstain on the inner wall of the bell. It was dark and lusterless. What happened? Not long ago, someone found the corpse of the Jade Descent monarch in an ominous land, lying in a bloody cave. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood what was going on. The ancestral root of the dragon marrow could also produce stains. Even if it was a treasure, it would still be dissolved after being soaked in it for a long time. It was already a miracle that the Azure Sky Bell hadn't been completely destroyed after being soaked in this land for 20,000 years. What a pity, a divine object was destroyed just like that. Who would have thought that the Jade Descent monarch would die in a bloody cave? This is truly an inestimable loss. The legendary Azure Sky Bell has been destroyed just like that. Everyone shook their heads, their enthusiasm waning. Everyone, this isn't an ordinary weapon, it's made from the 9 heavens Azure Divine Jade. You have to know that this is a divine material that can be used to make weapons of saints. Even the ancient saints couldn't find it. If we can find some peerless earth milk or top-grade dragon marrow, we can completely wash away the bloodstain and restore the Azure Sky Bell. Moreover, if we continue to nourish it, it will be impervious to all evils. It will be impossible to erase it. Many people were moved again, their thoughts becoming active. However, there were still many who shook their heads. Forget it, the price is too high. Earth milk and dragon marrow are priceless in themselves. Who can afford to pay the highest grade? 800,000 kilograms. 850,000 kilograms. Even though many people said that the price was too high, they still made a bid during the auction, and it was very intense. 1,200,000 kilograms. Yifan also spoke. He felt that the Azure Sky Bell was extraordinary and should be able to dissolve the bloodstain. After all, it was made from the 9 heavens Azure Divine Jade. If it was properly nourished, not only would it be able to recover, it should also be able to grow continuously. He suddenly raised the price by several 100,000 kilograms, immediately causing people to raise their eyebrows. Many people hesitated, not knowing whether to continue or not. 1,500,000 kilograms. Another voice sounded, extremely calm and composed. It was Xianxia of the Gold Clan, the blood of an ancient king flowing in his body. 1,550,000 kilograms. Another person spoke. 1,800,000 kilograms. Yifan continued to raise the price. 1 million kilograms. Xianxia's expression did not change, as if he was determined to obtain it. Is he crazy? The Azure Sky Bell is already tainted, yet it is still being fought over like this. This is truly a case of too much energy. Everyone was shocked. 1,800,000 kilograms was Yi Fan's bottom line, but seeing that it was Jin Qishao who was competing, he felt the need to add fuel to the fire. It was not that he wanted to cheat this person, but that the dragon marrow would be auctioned soon, so he felt the need to make him consume a bit more to prevent him from competing with him later. 1,150,000 kilograms. Yi Fan's tone was not firm, as if he had shouted this price through clenched teeth. 1,300,000 kilograms. Jin Qishao was extremely domineering, adding 200,000 kilograms in one go. 400,000 kilograms. Yi Fan seemed to be even more hesitant, and he was a bit hesitant when bidding. 2,600,000 kilograms. Jin Qishao was extremely straightforward. Brother Jin is too much. The azure sky bell is seriously tainted, and is no longer as majestic as before. Its power is less than 10%, and 1,800,000 kilograms is the limit. The man in purple beside him advised. The other disciples of the Qishir manor also felt that it was not worth it, and they all dissuaded him. I'm taking it. Our gold clan has the great earth elixir. It can completely wash away the stains and restore this bell king. Jin Qishao secretly transmitted his voice. What? The others were shocked and incomparably envious. If it could be restored, it would be worth it no matter how much origin source was spent. They could recreate the glory of an invincible king. In the end, everyone in the hall became numb. Yi Fan increased the price a bit, pushing the azure sky bell to the sky-high price of 1 million kilograms. He didn't dare to increase it anymore, as he was afraid of frightening the other party. Something's not right. He's determined to get it, and he can still bid. Yi Fan observed with his origin divine sense and felt the other party's emotional fluctuations. 1,100,000 kilograms of origin source. 1,200,000 kilograms of origin source. Yi Fan gently cooked the meat, pushing the price to 1,500,000 kilograms of origin source, and no longer paid attention to it. In the end, even Jin Qishao became anxious. He didn't have that much origin source on him, so after communicating with the person in charge of the Jiuli Heavenly Imperial Court and obtaining permission to pay in the future, he pushed the price to 1,700,000 kilograms in one go, becoming the final winner. This bastard. Jin Qishao clenched his teeth. This price was too great. He stared at the private room Yi Fan was in, his heart filled with endless killing intent. Then, he began to laugh coldly. The auction hall was in an uproar. This was truly a sky-high price. It was extremely crazy, making everyone feel that it was unreal. Afterwards, another precious item was auctioned. It was the ancient Gemini king's personal letter, which recorded part of the process of Tao comprehension. Even though it was only an incomplete piece, its value was immeasurable. Yi Fan thought for a bit and participated again. This time, he loyally acted as a support. He still hesitated every time he called out a price, but he continuously pushed the price up. Damn support, your acting is too terrible. Too despicable, raising the price is too obvious. In the end, this incomplete personal letter was also pushed up to a sky-high price, provoking the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Next time, you can play by yourself. Go to hell, Itua. Many people cursed, unable to restrain their anger. Yi Fan naturally did this on purpose. He wanted to play the role of support to the end, letting these people understand his use and paving the way for the bidding for the dragon marrow. After that, as expected, he did not change his bad habits. He supported another two precious items, raising the price to a sky-high price. The last precious item, a bottle of purple dragon marrow, a total of 12 drops. The starting price is 1,200,000 kilograms of origin source, but it must be auctioned with divine source of equivalent value. The hall was in an uproar again. Finally, the finale item, the dragon marrow, was presented. This was an exceptional divine item. Not only could it extend one's lifespan, but it could also assist in comprehending the Tao. There was a transparent jade bottle, and everything inside could be seen clearly. There were a total of 12 drops of dragon marrow, and they shone with divine splendor, illuminating the hall with purple light. The fragrance was intoxicating. Every drop was the size of a thumb, and they did not mix with each other. They were sparkling and translucent, and purple clouds flickered. It was as if purple energy had come from the east. The hall was enshrouded in mist, and the fragrance directly entered one's soul. 12 drops, and every drop had a starting price of 50,000 kilograms of origin source. It was a sky-high price that could scare people to death. Even the wealthiest person would feel the pinch. Only 12 drops, and the starting price is 1,200,000 kilograms of origin source. Why don't you just rob someone? Many people shouted that it was too expensive. Most importantly, they had to use divine source for the transaction, which stopped too many people. 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source. At that moment, Yi Fan spoke, his tone still not as determined as before. The hall instantly fell silent. Then, curses rang out. Itua, acting again. Too immoral. You guys play by yourselves. We are not bidding anymore. 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source going once, 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source going twice. Pong, the wooden hammer fell. Everyone was busy cursing, and no one competed. Yi Fan bought the dragon marrow with 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source and became the winner. The hall was silent, and then curses rang out. Everyone believed that this was just a prop, and they just did not manage to scam anyone this time. Itua, you guys are too greedy. If you don't want to auction, then forget it. Why do you have to do this? At the side, the person in charge of the auction house had tears streaming down his face. He was speechless. Just now, he had been extremely respectful to Yi Fan, but now he wanted to smack him to death with the sole of his shoe. F***ck, this was a bottle of dragon marrow. It was hard to find in the world. It was supposed to be the finale, and it would definitely be auctioned off at a sky-high price. In the end, this prop who looked pleasing to the eye had placed the lowest price on it. Itua. Everyone in the auction hall cursed. The person in charge of the auction house wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to strangle Yi Fan to death. Originally, he had estimated that the winning bid would be more than 2 million kilograms of origin source. That was because it was not an inferior grade dragon marrow this time. 1 million kilograms of origin source definitely could not be won, and its value was immeasurable. While many people were cursing angrily, the person in charge of the auction house beat his chest and stamped his feet. He almost suffocated to death. When everyone in the hall had left and the place became quiet, Yi Fan paid the divine roots in the VIP booth and kept the bottle of purple dragon marrow. It was a pleasure working with you. I will come often in the future to support you. Don't you feel guilty? That is not an ordinary dragon marrow, and you placed it on the floor for 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source? The person in charge of the auction house was exasperated. Why else would I say that it was a pleasure working with me? I raised the prices of the first few treasures to such a high price, and you guys did not lose out at all. Just take the last item as my compensation. We are honest with everyone, and we never look for a prop. That will ruin our reputation. The person in charge of the auction house was furious. Isn't it just a bottle, not a cauldron? Do you know what dragon marrow that is? That is something dug out from the purple dragon ancestral root. Do you know how many people died for these 12 drops of divine liquid? That is an extremely dangerous place, and there are terrifying creatures guarding it. There are many experts who died. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat as he said, "Where did you dig it out? There are ancient creatures guarding the dragon vein underground? Maybe we can work together." Tell me. What are you talking about? It has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and leave. I don't want to see you again. Old man, don't get angry. It won't cost me anything to tell you. I am very knowledgeable about mountains and rivers, and I might be of great help when the time comes. Hurry up and leave. In the end, Yi Fan was chased out by a group of old men. A few old auctioneers glared at him and listed him as the most unwelcome guest. Old man, you will invite me in the future. In this world, only I can help the big factions behind you. Yi Fan dawdled. Go, go, go. Don't let us see you again. Princess Yueling of the Jiuli divine dynasty has gone to invite experts. You little liar, hurry up and leave. Yi Fan was astonished. Princess Yueling of the Jiuli divine dynasty was the second most beautiful woman in the Central Plains. Her beauty shocked the world and she was extremely famous. Almost everyone in the younger generation knew of her. I wonder which experts she will invite. He rubbed his nose. This was the first time he had been chased out in such a sorry state. He turned around and left. Before long, Yi Fan left West Dam City and prepared to find a place to undergo his tribulation in seclusion. Damned Yin Yang sect. If you dare appear before me again, I will go to your lair to undergo tribulation and flatten your ancestral tombs. Yi Fan left West Dam City and walked toward a mountain range. He wanted to choose an uninhabited area to enter seclusion. You finally come. We've been waiting for you for a long time. An indifferent voice as if everything was under control came over. You've delivered our purple dragon marrow? Another person taunted and laughed heartily. Around him, 7 figures appeared. It was Xianxia's group. They appeared in 4 directions and surrounded him from afar. I think you've come to deliver the blue sky bell to me. I can't forget that bell, king. You're very enthusiastic, Yi Fan said. Xianxia smiled and slowly shook his finger. You don't have any chance. Without a sound, an old man appeared in each of the 4 directions. They blocked the sky and trapped Yi Fan in the center. Unfortunately, you only won a bottle of dragon marrow. If you had won the Gemini King's letter as well, it would have been 2 earth-shattering gifts. One must be satisfied. The final item is the dragon marrow. It's a priceless divine item. We should be satisfied. Jin Qishao, the man in purple, and the others came to kill Yi Fan and take away the rare dragon marrow. They had nothing to fear. The purple dragon marrow is rare. This bottle of divine liquid is worth more than 2 million kilograms of origin source. You really came at the right time, knowing that we need it. One of them smiled faintly. There are 12 drops of divine liquid in total. It's not easy for the 7 of us to distribute them, another said casually. He had already treated Yi Fan as a meal on his plate. Jin Qishao was unruffled. With his hands behind his back, he paced around slowly as if everything was under his control. He said, he might have other treasures on him. We can count them when the time comes. The man in purple beside him was calm and collected. He glanced at Yi Fan and said, take him down first. We'll decide later. Do you really think I'm a pushover that you can pinch as you please? Yi Fan sneered and walked forward, approaching them step by step. At this moment, he was not afraid of Jin Qishao and the others. He was only afraid of the 4 old men, who had surpassed the dragon transformation secret realm and were at the level of the great elders. There are 4 seniors here, and you still want to put up a stubborn resistance? You don't know the meaning of death. One of them sneered and shook his head. Jin Qishao and the man in purple retreated. They did not plan to fight him personally. They wanted the 4 great elders to kill him, so they were very cautious. This morning, when we met in that restaurant, we didn't know you were a cultivator. Now, let's bring up the topic again. If you help us, we can consider sparing your life. I don't trust people like you. It would be better if you cripple your own cultivation. If you want to live, you should first kowtow and beg for mercy. I like to see people give in. The 7 of them stood in the distance, calm and unperturbed. They spoke words of humiliation, standing on the mountain rock as they overlooked this place. A cold smile hung on the corners of their mouths. You guys are just saying it. You don't even have the courage to fight me, yet you want to invite these 4 old men. Yi Fan sneered, I think you should find a godfather or a god-grandfather no matter where you go in the future. One of them had a frosty expression as he said, I'll teach you a lesson in a bit. I'll make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Your life will be worse than death. Another person said in a sinister voice, you are just a person at the 3rd transformation of dragon transformation. Who here is weaker than you? It's just that they are too lazy to fight you. Yi Fan ignored him. Instead, he looked at the 4 old men and said, For brothers, are these 7 your grandchildren? One of them shook his head subconsciously, but he came to his senses in an instant. His face darkened as he said, You're just trying to be eloquent. Behind him, Xianxia and the others all had cold expressions. One of them said coldly, taking advantage of us, we'll make you kneel to death later. So, they have nothing to do with the four of you. Whose grandsons are they? Why isn't your grandfather here? Yi Fan said with a smile. The identities of the seven were not ordinary. When had they ever been ridiculed like this? One of them stepped forward with a sinister gaze and said, I'll fight him. I want to personally take him as a slave. Why bother arguing with him? Just ask the four seniors to kill him. There's no need to stain our hands with his blood. Jin Qishao shook his head. It could be considered a tactful way of stopping them, afraid that something unexpected would happen. If I don't personally make him kneel, I'll always feel like I'm lacking something. I'll feel uncomfortable all over. As he spoke, he walked forward. In his palm, a golden trident appeared. Whoosh, the golden trident that was only an inch long enlarged in his hand, reaching a length of 3 meters. It was cold and gloomy. Golden divine light flowed, radiating brilliance in all directions. This was an ancient weapon that interweaved the laws of heaven and earth. As he held it in his hand, rays of murderous light swept over like a raging sea. Seniors, please step back. Let me personally take a slave. He strode forward, passing the 4 old men and entering the field. Yi Fan calmly stood there without saying anything. However, he was prepared to attack. It's not too late to kneel now. I'll spare your life. This was the young master of an extremely powerful and ancient clan in Northern Plains. His cultivation was at the 4th transformation of Dragon Transformation. Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan finally moved. His figure fluttered like an exiled immortal in the sky. He was agile yet swift to the extreme. Chi. This young master wielded the golden trident and forcefully slashed over. His surroundings were like a golden sea. It was resplendent and intense, and the murderous light shot out in all directions. Yi Fan's left hand transformed into a golden heavenly steel while his right hand transformed into a golden millstone. Symbols flickered on the surface as if there were 2 heavenly books engraved on it. Clang! Clang! 2 ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding resounded. The golden divine steel and millstone collided with the golden precious weapon. Sparks flew in all directions, piercing through metal and cracking stone. The radiance of the trident dimmed for a moment. 2 of the halberd blades were broken, leaving only the divine peak in the middle. The large halberd had turned into a golden spear. Behind him, everyone's expression changed. Yi Fan barehandedly broke a weapon interwoven with laws. Everyone was shocked, but it was too late to stop him. Swoosh, Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. His right hand transformed into a golden millstone and slammed down. All kinds of symbols flickered on its surface. It was mysterious and unfathomable, as if it was explaining an ancient scripture. This young master turned pale with fright. He had never thought that a person's physical body would be so powerful that it could break his golden precious weapon's blade and get close to him. Bang, he had no choice but to quickly counterattack. He abandoned the spear that he could not wield at close range. While retreating, he used his hands to block the enemy and buy time for himself. Unfortunately, just as he raised his hands, they were smashed by Yi Fan. Both his arms were broken inch by inch and turned into a large mist of blood. Bang, Yi Fan's left hand pressed down. This was a golden heavenly steel. Innate patterns flickered, densely packed and engraved on its surface. It pressed down with force. This young master cried out loudly. He couldn't block it at all. His body immediately became shorter, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He couldn't bear the heavy pressure and bent down. Putong, he couldn't block it at all. He was pressed down until he couldn't move at all. Both of his legs were almost broken. As soon as he went limp, he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. This was a humiliating position. Just now, he threatened to make Yi Fan kneel. In the end, he was forced to kneel after just a single exchange. This was even more unbearable than killing him. You want me to be your servant? Yi Fan's palm slammed down. The golden heavenly steel immediately turned this young master's head into a rotten watermelon. Then, he took the weapon that had become a golden spear and retreated. The young master's corpse was still kneeling there, but his head was already decayed. The people behind couldn't stop him in time. The four elders pounced over like tigers and wolves, activating ocean-like magical power to suppress him. However, they could only capture an afterimage. Yifan rushed out by a hair's breadth. "Return my brother's life." In the distance, a young man's face was ashen. He produced a purple copper gourd. The moment the stopper was pulled out, it sucked in and swallowed everything. Yifan rushed over with the golden spear in hand. He seemed to have shrunk as he rushed into the gourd's mouth and was about to be sucked in. However, at this moment, his body suddenly shook violently. Like an azure dragon swinging its tail, he leapt up and quickly enlarged. The golden spear in his hand stabbed forward. Gotcha! This golden spear pierced through the gourd's mouth and came out from the bottom. The divine peak couldn't be blocked, and the purple copper gourd shattered into several pieces. Pooh! After the golden spear pierced through the purple copper gourd, the spear's speed became even faster. Golden light flickered, and it immediately entered this person's chest. Bloody light gushed out. Ah! This male released a loud cry. His chest was penetrated from front to back. His internal organs were all ruptured, and even his soul was injured. Yifan stood on the battlefield like a demonic god. With the golden spear in one hand, he raised it up, and then with a forceful shake, a pew sounded. Blood splashed outwards, and this body broke into pieces, flying in all directions. Chunks of flesh and bones carried large amounts of blood as they fell. This person's soul was destroyed. The golden spear dripped with blood. Yifan's black hair scattered about. With the spear in hand, he walked forward with large steps without stopping. This is... Everyone was stupefied. Such methods were clean and efficient. It was terrifyingly frightening. Yifan pressed forward. With each step, the great earth trembled. It was as if a giant was moving. The golden spear in his hand was pointed towards the heavens. Blood flowed outwards, and his black hair fell down like a waterfall. He was like an ancient war god. Chi, chi, the sound of air shattering rang through the air. The four elders rushed over, and they once again activated their ocean-like magical power. Splendor pervaded the surroundings, drowning out the heaven and earth. They wanted to refine and suppress Yifan. However, what was left behind was only an afterimage. Yifan's speed was too fast. It was as if he was walking in the ancient past, separated from the present and unaffected by the current world. With the golden spear in hand, he crossed 100 zhang with a single step towards Jin Qishao and the others. His black hair danced about, and his murderous aura spread in all directions. He was like a deity that had broken free from his shackles and slaughtered his way out from hell. The remaining 5 young experts' expressions all changed. The other party leapt like a dragon, and a powerful aura surged over. Every single one of them had no choice but to do everything they could to resist. Ah, one of them cried out loudly. He had previously ridiculed Yifan for delivering the purple dragon origin to them. At this moment, he raised his heaven-gathering umbrella to block the air, protecting himself behind it. Weng, the void trembled violently, and like a rag in the astral winds, it continuously fluctuated. Yifan held the golden spear in his hand and treated it like a heavenly blade. Holding it with both hands, he chopped down vertically, bringing about a heaven-overflowing golden divine light that engulfed the great earth. Yifan brandished the golden spear downwards, and as easy as breaking dry weeds, it cut the heaven-gathering umbrella interwoven with natural laws into 2 halves. The cut was smooth and even. Ah, this young expert cried out loudly. A crack appeared between his brows, and blood gushed out. His eyes were filled with fear. The golden spear in Yifan's hand was no different from a heavenly blade. It chopped down vertically, and at the same time as it finished. Cutting open the heaven-gathering umbrella, the spear point cut into this person's skull. Blood gushed out wildly. He forcefully chopped down, and the golden spear point was like a bolt of lightning, splitting this person's body into 2 extremely symmetrical halves. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the 2 halves of the body fell in different directions. Fear was written all over his face, and his eyes were filled with endless panic. Pung, the 2 halves of the corpse fell to the ground, and Yifan stood in the middle. His hair was as black as ink, and the golden spear in his hand was even more resplendent under the sunlight. Blood dripped down, and he stood there like a demonic god. Yifan stood there with the golden spear in hand. The golden spear was dripping with blood, glaring under the sunlight. He was like a war god from ancient times. "You are Yifan," Xianxia shouted. His face was full of shock. Although the other party had changed his appearance, his aura was definitely the same. There was no mistaking him. "Xianxia, you have attacked me 3 times. Let's see how you can escape today." Yifan held the golden spear upside down and drew a string of sparks on the ground. He crossed hundreds of meters with each step. Stars flickered in his eyes as he quickly rushed over. "Everyone, let's kill him together. Supreme Elders, attack quickly," Xianxia shouted. A man wearing a golden crown beside him shouted and took out a scroll. Inside, there was a towering ancient demonic mountain. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The other 2 also attacked. They took out their magic treasures at the same time to stop Yifan and buy time for the Supreme Elders. Behind him, the 4 old men were like comets. They drew a long tail of light and chased after him. However, they couldn't compare to Yifan's speed. Yifan held the golden spear that was dripping with blood. In just a few flashes, he appeared in front of him. He was like a moving mountain. Every time he landed on the ground, there would be a loud boom, and the mountains would tremble. Devil Cloud Mountain Locking Diagram, suppress. The diagram flew into the sky and spread out. It was like a real world had appeared. There were 72 demonic mountains that reached the clouds. Black fog surged and lightning interweaved. The moment Yifan rushed over, a huge mountain flew out from the Devil Cloud Mountain Locking Diagram and filled the sky. It was as black as ink and came pressing down. Buzz. Yifan used the golden spear like a big stick. He swung it towards the sky. The golden spear's body had withstood a huge force and was almost bent. Bang! Who knew how much strength he had? Yifan swung his golden spear and shattered the black mountain that was pressing down from the sky. Huge rocks fell everywhere. It was like a flood that overflowed the heavens. Rocks tumbled down and mountains sank. A black flood with terrifying momentum rushed in all directions. One could clearly see that one of the peaks in the Devil Cloud Mountain Locking Diagram had dimmed down and had almost vanished. 9 great peaks pressed down. The man stood at the side of the demonic diagram and pointed with his finger. 9 black mountains rushed out and flew towards Yifan. The 9 mountains appeared at the same time, forming a dark and intimidating mass. They covered the sky like dark clouds, leaving behind a large shadow on the great earth. They possessed the power to move mountains and fill up seas. Yifan released a light shout. The war spear pointed towards the sky, pressing forward courageously, facing the 9 ancient great peaks. Qin Wentian was like a sovereign that descended from the heavens. He had the strength to uproot mountains and rivers, unobstructed wherever he went. The golden spear in his hand swung about unceasingly, colliding with the Devil Mountain in the sky. Boom! He held the spear with both hands and forcefully raised it. The tip of the spear drew an arc in the air and lifted a huge mountain, sending it flying towards the horizon. In front of them, several people widened their eyes in shock. Just how much strength was needed to do this? He was actually able to send a black mountain flying with the tip of his spear. Peng! Yifan raised the spear a second time, and this time, the tip of the spear was inserted into the mountain. With a loud roar, he forcefully shook it and sent it flying. Again. This is... Xianxia and the others' expressions changed. The other party could pick up mountains as if he was picking people. Such a powerful physical body was truly frightening. Boom! This time, it was a heaven-shaking attack. Yifan's spear struck out and smashed a huge mountain into pieces on the spot. Rocks rained down in all directions, covering the heaven and earth. He continuously brandished the golden spear, and the 9 great mountains were either sent flying or shattered. They were all destroyed in the blink of an eye, and no one could react in time. Yifan turned into a divine rainbow and swooped over. Wherever the tip of the spear went, the ground below would split into pieces, filling the sky with smoke and dust. Before he even arrived, his aura was already pressing down like an ocean. Walala, the man wearing the purple gold crown shook the painting scroll with force. It was like a black ocean, covering the sky and covering the earth, wanting to suck Yi Fan inside. Phew, the astral winds were fierce, and the painting scroll unfolded. The endless blue sky disappeared and turned into a world, swallowing Yi Fan inside and disappearing without a trace. The group refined the devil cloud-locking mountain diagram together, and the supreme elders also approached from the distance. Rip. Suddenly, the painting scroll shattered, and a golden spear pierced out, piercing straight towards the holder of the demonic diagram. The cold light was bone-piercing, and murderous intent filled the air. A loud sound rang out, and cracks appeared on this treasure map of interweaving Tao and truth. Yi Fan struggled free, and the spear in his hand stabbed out at lightning speed. Pooh! Blood splashed out. The golden spear pierced through the holder of the demonic diagram and came out from his back. With a forceful shake, this body immediately exploded, and flesh and bones scattered everywhere. Jin Qishao and the other two were right in front of him. They all retreated, turning into 3 beams of light as they rushed into the distance. Close combat was definitely courting death. No one could fight a divine physique in close combat. At the same time, the endless magical power of the 4 supreme elders in the sky pressed down. It was as if a world was shrouded, and the earth directly sank more than 10 zhang. Yi Fan leapt up and rushed out several li. He identified a target and chased after it. His feet did not touch the ground as he jumped several thousand zhang, cutting off the path ahead. Don't run anymore. I'll send you back home. Even though this person did his best to resist, he was only at the 3rd transformation of the dragon transformation and could not compare to a divine physique of the same level. He was blasted into a bloody mist almost immediately after exchanging blows. In the distance, Jin Qishao and the purple-clothed man stopped. At this time, they finally stood together with the 4 supreme elders, and their killing intent surged as they pressed forward. Yi Fan did not escape. He stood on top of a stone mountain and calmly took out the 1,000 Slayer's bow. He pulled the bowstring with all of his strength, and the essence energy of his entire body began to burn. Divine flames surged, and this part of the sky became dazzling. Xiao, a beam of golden light shot out, piercing through the clouds and heading straight for the purple-cloaked man. It was extremely fast. Peng, one of the supreme elders, intercepted the golden divine arrow. His magical power erupted to refine the several li-long rainbow. Swish! Swish, swish, Yi Fan continuously shot arrows. One after another, golden rainbows shot out. They interweaved like bolts of lightning, forming a blazing world of arrows. In the end, he poured all of his divine power into one of the arrows and shot it out. It flew straight towards the purple-clothed man. The others were busy with their own matters and could not help him. The divine arrow that was several li long rushed past and shattered his treasure. It pierced through the space between his eyebrows and exploded with a pop. Both his body and soul were destroyed. At this point, only Jin Qishao and the 4 supreme elders were left. The others had been killed by Yi Fan. The 3 supreme elders used their magical power to form a screen of light that surrounded an old man. Then, with a loud roar, they attacked with all their might. Chi! This supreme elder rushed over like a shooting star. He was enveloped by endless magical power. The arrows could not penetrate through him, and his speed was extremely fast. 4 symbols into one. Magical power gathered in one body, shrinking the earth to inches. This was a secret technique. 4 people helped one person, allowing him to possess extreme speed in an instant just to catch up to Yi Fan and reach him quickly. Such speed really shocked Yi Fan. These people really had some strange techniques. If he had not been prepared, he would have suffered greatly. He activated the Xing character formula and retreated to avoid the sharp light. He waited until the brilliant light on his body disappeared and his divine power was almost exhausted before he stopped to wait. Boom! The eyes of this supreme elder were filled with murderous intent. He opened his mouth and spat out a wave of innate essence chi. It brought along his entire body's magical power and pressed down. Runes flickered within it. He knew that Yi Fan's physical body was unparalleled, but his cultivation level was not high enough. Therefore, he used endless magical power to suppress him, using the law of the great path to refine him, taking advantage of the fact that he was still in the dragon realm. Beginner level Supreme Elder. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He did not escape but rushed up into the air to meet the attack. Bang, bang, at this moment, he used all he had and displayed his strongest ability. He used his third transformation of the dragon realm to fight against a Supreme Elder from a holy land. Roar, with a dragon's roar, a green dragon flew out. Yi Fan formed a dragon seal with both hands and unleashed a true dragon. It raised its head and swung its tail, piercing through the overwhelming magical power as it flew up. Boom, a huge mountain stretched across the sky, towering and suppressing all directions. Yi Fan formed another mountain seal, forcefully resisting the boundless sea of magical power as he flew up into the sky. What? He is only at the third transformation of the dragon realm. How can he fight an opponent so many levels above him? In the sky, a few people's expressions changed as they sped over. Within the boundless magical power, all sorts of runes flickered, forming threads of law that linked together to form a great path rule that pressed down on Yi Fan. Boom, within Yi Fan's body, all sorts of lights appeared. A chaotic green lotus rushed out and with a gentle shake, the laws could not touch his body. Then, the celestial king descending to the 9 heavens phenomenon appeared. The 9 heavens floated up and down, attracting the torrential magical power. All of it was absorbed and swallowed crazily. Be careful, that is the phenomenon of the holy physique. Do not touch it with your physical body. Yi Fan used the seal and the phenomenon to attack, tearing a hole in the endless magical power of the Supreme Elder, who had surpassed the dragon realm, and rushed up into the sky. Bang, bang, he formed seals and fought fiercely. In this short moment, he attacked more than 100 times, exchanging over 100 blows with this Supreme Elder. It was incomparably intense. Boom, Yi Fan first used the dragon seal, then the mountain-embracing seal, and finally the man-ruler seal. He did it all in one go, naturally and terrifyingly. A huge figure merged with him. The virtual body of the human clan lord appeared, condensing divine power laws. It became one with his palm and fingers, and he struck outwards. Bang, everything happened too quickly. At the 150th move, Yi Fan used the man-ruler seal to break through the last layer of magical power and entered. Pfft, the Supreme Elder spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Yi Fan was merely a dragon realm cultivator, but he had defeated a Supreme Elder like him. The third transformation of the dragon realm was 8 levels lower than him. This did not make sense. The so-called battle across a large mystery realm referred to mystery realms like the Sea of Reincarnation, the Holy Palace, and the Four Extremities, which only had a few small levels. For mystery realms like the dragon realm, there were as many as 9 small levels, and no one could cross them. 9 is the limit of numbers, and no one can cross 9 small levels to battle. 8 is the limit. Since ancient times, only a few heaven-defying people have been able to cross 8 small mystery realms to battle. Holy physique, he actually entered this category and became one of the people who crossed the 8 limits. Everyone's expression changed. Those who became one of the 8 limits were all heaven-defying people. In the future, they would definitely grow to an extremely frightening level. The legend of the 8 limits had too many secrets. It included all kinds of physiques, and the influence was great. Boom, after using up the man-ruler seal, Yi Fan formed seals again and struck out with the sky-throwing seal. At this moment, heaven and earth turned upside down. The stars and moon moved, and everything was turned upside down. The great seal that represented the will of heaven and earth pressed down. The Supreme Elder tried his best to resist, but he still exploded. His bones shattered, and he became a pile of meat paste, no longer existing. When the others rushed over, it was too late. The battle was over. 8 limits, someone who stepped into the 8 limits. Everyone's expression changed. When Yi Fan was in the Holy Palace, he could only fight against people a few small levels higher than him. He entered the Four Extremities and Dragon Realm, and only then did he gradually approach the 8 limits. However, this was the first time he had heard of it. Humph. Yi Fan snorted coldly. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Facing the people rushing over, this time, the arrow blocked out the sun. The tail light was more than 10 li long, and it disappeared into the void. Ah, Jin Qishao screamed. the divine arrow spun around and pierced through him. His left shoulder was shattered, and he became a pile of meat paste. His expression was incomparably sinister. Yi Fan sneered and said, "You've tried to kill me 3 times. The first 2 times, only my incarnation died. Let's call it a day. My real body will die." "Arg!" Xianxia screamed. His left shoulder wriggled as a brand new arm grew out. However, this arm was different. It was covered in golden scales and was even thicker. As expected of a descendant of a primordial beast, the blood of a primordial king flows in his body. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he stood in the air with the myriad slayers' bow in his hands. After the death of a supreme elder, the other 3 old men all had solemn expressions on their faces. They stood not far away, accumulating their strength and preparing to kill Xianxia in a single strike. "It's the legendary 8th level, a person who broke through to the 8th level." The eyes of the few of them flashed with coldness. This was truly terrible news. Even Xianxia had a look of resentment, jealousy, and unwillingness on his face. He was only at the 3rd transformation of the dragon transformation, yet he actually managed to kill an immortal foundation expert. This was simply unheard of. Jumping 8 levels in one go, this was something rarely seen since ancient times. After the 9th transformation, one would be able to see immortals with a single leap. Only then would one be able to enter the final secret realm of the human body, Immortal Foundation. Ascending the dragon spine, one would be able to ascend to the Immortal Foundation. This was a pure land, a supreme immortal depository that contained boundless potential. The human body had a total of 5 great secret realms: the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremes, Dragon Transformation, and Immortal Foundation. There were people who tried to derive the 6th secret realm but to no avail. The final conclusion was that it was impossible to exist unless there were deities or immortals. Regardless of supreme elders, supreme existences, supreme god kings, or even sages, they all stopped at this secret realm, Immortal Foundation. Immortal Foundation was the final secret realm of the human body. It was vastly different from the previous 4 secret realms. There was an intrinsic difference between them. This secret realm was incomparably difficult to advance. Every step forward was equivalent to stepping into a layer of heavens. The difference in strength between the 2 was incomparably great. If one wanted to enter from one layer to another, there would be a heavenly moat separating them. From this, one could very well imagine how difficult it was to cultivate in the Immortal Foundation secret realm. One could say that in this final secret realm, the distance between each layer of heavens was equivalent to a greater secret realm. For supreme elder level characters of the various sacred grounds, almost all of them were at the 1st level of Immortal Foundation. Among them, the most outstanding ones were at the peak of the 1st level, only half a step away from entering the 2nd level. The immortal platform was extremely unique. If it was only on 4th heaven, then in terms of strength, it was equivalent to 4 big mystic realms. One must know that before this, there were only the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremities, and Dragon Transformation mystic realms. As for the final Immortal Foundation mystic realm, each level was like a great mystic realm. If the Immortal Foundation secret realms had 8 or 9 layers of heavens, that would be even more terrifying. It would be equivalent to having 8 or 9 secret realms, the final secret realm of the human body, Immortal Foundation. As for how many layers there were, no one knew. Because no one knew how strong the heavenly sovereigns were. No one knew what heights they stood at. Some people said that only by ascending to the immortal platform would one be considered to have stepped onto the path of immortality. Only then would one be able to ascend and see exactly how many layers of heavens there were in this secret realm. Even the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremities, and Dragon Transformation mystic realms added together couldn't compare to the disparity in strength of the Immortal Foundation mystic realm. A supreme elder who had just stepped into the 1st level of the Immortal Foundation mystic realm was killed by Yi Fan. This naturally caused them to be shocked. If they allowed him to continue growing, it would be hard to predict what would happen. Bzz. The air trembled as the 3 supreme elders acted at the same time. Their Xiantian origin energy condensed into a picture of mountains and rivers that bore down on Qin Wendian. Swish. Yi Fan retreated far away, he didn't receive the attack head-on. These three were definitely stronger than the Supreme Elder earlier. When they attacked together, the might they unleashed was terrifying, exceeding the limits of the 8 layers. Every layer of the Immortal Foundation mystic realm was equivalent to a greater secret realm. It wasn't like the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and 4 Extremities, which only had 4 or 5 levels. Instead, it was like the Dragon Transformation mystic realm, where each layer was equivalent to 9 levels. Naturally, each layer of the Immortal Foundation mystic realm couldn't be further divided into 9 levels. There were only Initial Stage, Intermediate Stage, and Peak Stage. The 4 Supreme Elders were all at the initial stage of the first level of the Immortal Foundation mystic realm. But only the Supreme Elder who died earlier was 8 levels higher than Yi Fan, while the other 3 were 9 levels higher. Yi Fan raised his cultivation base to the limit as all sorts of phenomena manifested. His entire body shone with over 10,000 beams of golden light. He was like a fiend god, exuding boundless energy fluctuations. Also, at this moment, he activated the secret word all unceasingly, preparing to raise his combat prowess by 10 times, using this to kill his enemies. This was the first time he activated the secret word all after his strength improved by leaps and bounds, wanting to break the taboo legend. However, no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't activate the secret word all. If it was usual, he would succeed after tens of times, but right now, he had already tried over 500 times. What's going on? Yi Fan was startled. He didn't understand this situation. He felt that there was a huge problem. That 10,000 miles mountain river diagram was like a bottomless abyss, unfathomable. It flew over and almost trapped him within. Yi Fan retreated once more, like a flood dragon soaring through the skies. With a single retreat, he retreated a few thousand meters. He hovered in the air and tried again and again, but after activating the secret word over 1,000 times, he still failed. The secret word all has failed. Yi Fan was in a daze. He didn't know what was going on. Where do you think you are going? The 3 Supreme Elders roared. Each of them spat out a mouthful of Xianxia origin essence qi, infusing it into the 10,000 miles mountain river diagram. This was a real scene of rivers and mountains flying in the air, exuding a majestic aura. The mountain peaks were towering, and there were waterfalls and springs everywhere. It was filled with a sense of power, yet it was incomparably vivid. Yi Fan retreated again and again. He didn't fight back. He mumbled to himself, could it be because I've stepped into the ranks of the legendary 8 boundaries? As he thought of this, he no longer circulated his combat prowess to the limit. Instead, he lowered it by a lot. In an instant, he successfully activated the secret word all, causing his combat prowess to rise by 10 times. I succeeded, and I just happened to step into the realm of the 8 boundaries. Yi Fan was in a daze. At this moment, he was truly a bit shocked. Just what kind of secrets did the 8 boundaries have? Could it be that they were truly insurmountable? If anyone knew that Yi Fan was somewhat dissatisfied at this moment, they would definitely sigh in anger and curse the heavens to be struck by lightning. Since ancient times, there weren't many people who could step into the 8 boundaries. Crossing 8 minor realms to fight was like a fantasy story. But now, he had become one of the few people who could do so. For the sake of stepping into the 8 boundaries, there were many exceptional geniuses who used all kinds of methods and exhausted their mental and spiritual energy to derive it, yet they still couldn't step into the ranks. Meanwhile, he had unknowingly succeeded, yet he didn't feel the joy he should have. If it was anyone else, they would have long since shed tears of joy. After all, such a thing was rarely seen throughout the ages. What are the legends of the 8 boundaries? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He discovered the insurmountable nature of the 8 boundaries. Even the secret word all couldn't be successfully activated. Even if he has a saint physique, he might not necessarily be able to step into the 8 boundaries. We have to capture him and figure out what is going on. The 3 Supreme Elders secretly transmitted their voices. They exchanged a glance and turned into 3 streaks of rainbow as they rushed over, activating endless magical power. 8 boundaries. Yi Fan pondered while retreating, many thoughts emerging in his mind. Soon after, he raised his head. Now wasn't the time to think too much. He had to finish the battle first. Jin Qishao! Yi Fan shouted. He couldn't do anything to the 3 Supreme Elders, because they had exceeded the range of the 8 boundaries and were staring at the inheritor of the Northern Plains Huang Jin family. At this time, Jin Qishao followed behind the 3 supreme elders, not daring to stray half a step too far. His expression was cold as he also looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan sneered. He feigned an attack on the 3 great experts and rushed forward. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared from his original location, leaving no traces behind. The 3 supreme elders were startled at the same time, somewhat baffled. However, a cry of surprise came from behind. The void beside Jin Qishao split open, and Yi Fan stepped out. Great Void Technique. They were all astonished. This was the Eastern Wasteland's Ji family's secret technique. Although it could travel through the void, if one was on guard, one could still sense the fluctuations. Moreover, its speed was far inferior to the travel word formula, so Yi Fan rarely used it. At this time, it was merely a sneak attack. The 3 supreme elders hadn't anticipated that he would succeed and close in on Jin Qishao. At such a close distance, even half-step experts would have to bear a grudge if they encountered him. In close combat, not many could escape his methods. Ah, Jin Qishao screamed as cracks appeared all over his body. Like a cicada shedding its carapace, his human body split open and a golden creature rushed out to resist Yi Fan's golden fist. Archaic creature. Yi Fan was astonished. He had long known that this race had the blood of the archaic king in their bodies, but he didn't expect that they could transform into another true form. Jin Qishao was still in human form, which was the most obvious characteristic of the descendants of the archaic king. However, his entire body was covered in dense golden scales as if he were cast from gold. Moreover, his limbs were much thicker, and his bones were creaking unceasingly. His hair had also turned golden like a burning flame. The flesh and skin that belonged to a human fell off, drenched in blood. The scene was somewhat frightening. His eyes had turned golden, and a single horn grew out from between his brows. Bang! Jin Qishao's 2 golden hands collided with Yi Fan's golden fist, emitting a bone-cracking sound. He let out a miserable cry and borrowed the force to retreat like a stream of light. Pfft! At the instant Jin Qishao retreated, his hands turned into mush. After that, the bones in his arms were broken. One could very well imagine how much force he endured. However, Yi Fan was also shocked. Jin Qishao, who had transformed into a primordial life form, had a fleshly body comparable to a half-step supreme existence. In other words, he was at the peak of the first level of immortal foundation. The fleshly body of a primordial life form is so tyrannical. Kill. The 3 supreme elders rushed over, but their speed simply couldn't catch up. Yi Fan had already transformed into a beam of light, rushing towards Jin Qishao. Boom! At this moment of life and death, Jin Qishao gritted his teeth and ignited his golden body, exhausting the source energy of his primordial life forms. He knew that even if he transformed, he wouldn't be a match for Yi Fan, who had already broken through to the 8 Forbidden Realm. The 8 Forbidden was simply too monstrous. He had no chance of victory at all. He could only flee. You have already ambushed me 3 times. It's time to send you on your way. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face as he tossed out the golden battle spear. Chi. The battle spear was like a golden bolt of lightning, piercing through the clouds and instantly catching up to Jin Qishao. With a chi sound, it pierced into Jin Qishao's back, causing a large amount of blood to splatter out. Arg! Jin Qishao screamed in misery as he was pierced through by the golden battle spear. He was flung thousands of meters away and nailed into a precipice in front of him. The golden spear trembled as fresh blood flowed from it. No! Behind him, the 3 elders held in rage. However, they had no way to stop it. The distance between them was too far. Jin Qishao was in incomparable pain, yet he had no way to struggle. His body was nailed to the precipice by the battle spear, and the slightest movement caused the pain to seep into his bones. Yi Fan neared and pulled out the battle spear. With a single hand, he lifted Jin Qishao up into the air. Release me, I am willing to pay any price. I will never dare to ambush you again. Jin Qishao admitted defeat. He was afraid that Yi Fan's spear would shatter him into pieces. Not long ago, he had personally witnessed Yi Fan fling or shattering 9 mountains. His strength was unrivaled, and it truly suppressed him. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to do anything. He no longer had a trace of arrogance as he begged in a humble voice. You are the descendant of an archaic king, so you must be able to recognize the ancient divine text, right? Yi Fan recalled the immortal tear-green golden book in his body and wanted him to translate it. Swoosh, with a flash of brilliance, a rusty green copper plate appeared. It was desolate and ancient, and it attracted one's attention. Do you recognize the words on it? I don't. Xianxia shook his head awkwardly and said, It has been too long. These words have long been forgotten. Yi Fan was furious and said, What use do I have for you? You illiterate. Xianxia was stupefied at first, but then he was enraged. All the blood in his body surged and he almost cursed out loud. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Even if he didn't know the immemorial divine language, he shouldn't have been scolded like this. But he didn't dare to act out. His little life was in the hands of Yi Fan, so he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. You have the blood of the immemorial kings flowing in your body. As their descendant, you haven't even learned those words? Yi Fan was rather dissatisfied. After marrying with humans, we have almost become half humans. The immemorial blood is getting thinner and the imprint of the ancestral kings has already faded away. Xianxia explained. He felt very uncomfortable. The Grand Golden King's descendant was actually called illiterate. There was nothing more comical and terrible than this. He really wanted to swallow this enemy whole. Yi Fan was very disappointed and didn't have a good expression. He had finally caught an ancient life form and wanted him to translate the immortal tear-green golden book, but he didn't even know a single word. Where is the 9-heaven-falling Bell King? It was sent to Northern Plains. Nonsense, quickly hand it over. Yi Fan glared. Xianxia was alarmed and cautiously explained, The blue falling bell is the weapon of an unrivaled king, but it has been defiled. I had people send it back to the clan to be cleaned. The Golden Clan has the great earth divine milk? Yi Fan was astonished. We have some, it should be able to let the treasure regain its former glory. Xianxia cautiously replied. When will they send it over? Yi Fan pondered. With the great earth divine milk, he would definitely be able to clean the blue falling bell. I also don't know, then what use do I have you? Yi Fan cursed his bad luck. He had encountered an ancient life form that didn't know the immemorial language, and even the Bell King had been sent away. The more he looked at him, the more irksome he felt. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to pay any price. Xianxia begged. He could sense the other party's killing intent. You still want to live after trying to kill me 3 times? Yi Fan didn't want to say anything else. He shook the golden spear and turned Xianxia into meat paste, destroying both his body and soul. No, in the distance, the 3 supreme elders rushed over. When they saw this scene, they were terrified. This was their young master, but he died just like that. It was hard to explain. Yi Fan left without looking back, only leaving behind a faint afterimage that disappeared into the boundless horizon. Life is like a dream, how long can it last? Life becomes even more difficult. No one can compete with me in the art of immortality, singing in the mountains in the spring. The forest was lush, and thin vines coiled around the old trees. The bluestone path led to the depths of the mountain step by step. There was a woodcutter singing at the top of his voice, creating quite an artistic mood. Yi Fan had come from the west. He had chosen this mountain range, which was more than 1,000 miles away from Shiba City. He wanted to cultivate here and break through to the 4th transformation of the Dragon Realm. This place couldn't be said to be very beautiful, but it could be said that mountains and rivers were interdependent. There were lakes at the foot of the mountain, and there was a dilapidated Taoist temple in the middle of the mountain. It wasn't a fairyland, but there was a sense of returning to simplicity. From afar, Yi Fan saw the woodcutter walking down the bluestone path from the mountain. He was carrying a bundle of firewood on his back. His body was sturdy and his face was covered with a beard. Big brother, I heard you sing loudly. Could you be a cultivator? Little brother, you have misunderstood me. I am just a commoner, how can I be a cultivator? I just heard an old Taoist sing and remembered it. Yi Fan was shocked and asked, I wonder where that expert is? There is a Taoist temple in the mountain. There used to be an old Taoist, but it has been deserted in recent years. That old Taoist is too old, so it has been a few years since he died. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He bade farewell to the woodcutter and walked along the bluestone path into the mountain. After passing through 9 mountains, he finally saw a dilapidated Taoist temple that was situated on a short mountain. On that short mountain, there were no green bamboos, nor were there any spiritual herbs. It was simple. There was a small patch of vegetable field, but it was barren and overgrown with weeds. Dharma, Dharma, Dharma essence cannot be, emptiness, emptiness is not emptiness. Silence and silence are the same. There is no dream in a dream. Useful in a use, useless in a use. Useless in a use. If it is ripe, it will naturally turn red. How does Moen cultivate? 2 hunters walked out from the mountain. They were wearing animal skin clothes and walked with strength. They carried a wild deer on their backs and were not sweating at all. Their physiques were strong. These 2 big brothers, what are you chanting? Yi Fan went forward to ask. The one you are talking about. I often heard an old Taoist sing and I unknowingly remembered it. Every time I come back from hunting and pass by this place, I can't help but sing when I think of him, one of the hunters answered. This was an expert. Yi Fan could already confirm that the old Taoist on that short mountain was not simple. He was definitely not an ordinary person. What a pity, he is too old. He has been dead for 2 to 3 years, the other said. Yi Fan asked a few more questions and found out that the old Taoist had taught them some breathing techniques. They were very simple, but they could strengthen the muscles and bones. They were most suitable for ordinary people. Little brother, are you looking for celestial Taoism? What a pity that you are late. Obviously, the 2 hunters had a good impression of the old Taoist. They stopped and said a few more words. The old Taoist was very old. Even their grandfather said that he remembered the old Taoist's existence when he was very young. No one knew how many years he had lived alone on the mountain. Thank you, big brothers. Yi Fan left. This time, he followed the mountain path and finally climbed the short mountain. It was a small Taoist temple. It was dilapidated and low, like a thatched hut. It had been abandoned for many years. No one came in or out. It was cold and quiet. In front of the small Taoist temple, there was an old pine tree. The trunk was hollow and many people would need to wrap their arms around it. The branches were strong, but the leaves were sparse. The old tree was dying. There was no herb field, only a row of vegetable fields. However, it was overgrown. There was also a rack of grapes. On the dry vine, there were 2 to 3 bunches of purple grapes. This Taoist temple and ancient tree have existed for at least 4,000 years. Yi Fan was shocked. He felt an ancient aura. Was this Taoist temple built by the old Taoist himself? Did he plant the ancient tree himself? If that was the case, he was definitely an expert who could frighten people to death. Yi Fan entered the dilapidated Taoist temple and searched carefully, hoping to find some clues. However, there was a thick layer of dust inside. There were no ancient books or stone carvings at all. It was very ordinary, no different from an ordinary Taoist temple. There was a broken praying mat, a few tattered Taoist robes, and a horsetail whisk that had been chewed up by insects. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Yi Fan walked out and walked to the back of the Taoist temple. There was a small grave there. There was no tombstone or inscription, only a simple yellow bag. This is his grave. He died without leaving a word. I don't know who he was. Even his cultivation method was not passed down. He stood in front of the yellow grave and activated his divine eyes of origin. He stared at the ground and wanted to see the skeleton. He wanted to see what realm the person was at. Huh. He was shocked. It was an empty grave without any bones. No, there's a tattered Taoist robe, a hairpin, and shoes and socks. His heart moved. Could this be a cenotaph? Transforming into the Tao. He was greatly shocked. In the end, he confirmed that there should be a corpse, but it had dissolved itself before dying. This was definitely an expert. Generally speaking, only peerless kings and above could transform into the Tao. They could dissolve themselves into the world. This was true transforming into the Tao and not destroying their own bodies. As expected, there are tigers and leopards crouching in the mountains and cheilants hiding in the fields. In such a small place, there was actually an old king, or even a saint who passed away. Yifan was extremely shocked. This person's name was not passed down. No one knew about him. He had died silently just like that. It's not that there are no experts in this world. It's just that no one knows about them. There is a peerless expert here, probably no weaker than the peerless divine King Jiang. He might even be a saint. However, this person had died just like that. He did not leave anything behind. Even his name was unknown. Yifan searched the place carefully. He used his divine sense to search the praying mat, horsetail whisk, and Taoist robes, but there was not a single treasure. It's too thorough. He really did not leave anything for the later generations. For such an unimaginable existence to have his legacy severed, it is truly an inestimable loss. Yifan settled down here. This place was very quiet, suitable for him to meditate and comprehend the Tao. No one would disturb him. The short mountain and broken temple had an indescribable Tao presence. It was very suitable for meditation, and it gave off a feeling of returning to one's natural state. That's right. How could his place of seclusion be ordinary land? Moreover, he transformed into the Tao here. In the future, this place will definitely become a divine place for cultivation. Yifan obtained the dragon marrow, but it did not mean that he could enter the fourth transformation just by eating it. He still had to comprehend the Tao himself. There were fragments of the laws of the great Tao in the dragon marrow, which could help, but it was not the foundation of breaking through. The most important factor was the cultivator's own heart. Late at night, all was silent and the stars twinkled. Yifan sat cross-legged in front of the temple with his palms facing the sky. A huge dragon rose from his back. In the end, it took on a form and danced around him. I occasionally come to the pine tree and sleep on a rock. There is no calendar day in the mountains, and I don't know the year. Suddenly, a soft voice startled Yifan, and he opened his eyes. At this moment, a dark cloud floated past, blocking the stars and moon in the sky. The land was covered in darkness, and the mountains were even darker. In front of the temple, in front of the ancient tree that many people could not even wrap their arms around, a person appeared out of thin air. He was the one who had spoken. Yifan's heart trembled. Who was this person? He could actually avoid his spiritual perception and directly appear at such a close distance. It was too frightening. He activated his divine perception and carefully observed. In an instant, his hair stood on end. An ancient Taoist robe fluttered, and a short and skinny old Taoist appeared under the withered tree. He was very familiar with that old Taoist robe. It was exactly the same as the one in the temple, and it was no different from the one under the yellow grave. A chill ran down Yifan's spine. He looked at the old Taoist's hair. A broken wooden hairpin was also very familiar, and it was no different from the one in the grave. What the hell? Yifan suddenly stood up and took many steps back. How could a person who had already transformed into the Tao appear? How many times has the human world changed into mulberry fields? Although the mulberry fields have changed into paintings, who can become immortal with paintings? The skinny old Taoist muttered to himself as he walked under the ancient tree. He seemed to have become one with the darkness of the night. Yifan took a step back. A cool breeze blew past, and the fresh smell of plants came. The dark cloud in the sky floated away, and the cool breeze in front of the temple was still there. However, the old Taoist had disappeared without a trace. Yifan's scalp went numb. His eyes did not move at all, and he stared straight ahead. However, that old Taoist seemed to have evaporated and disappeared without a trace. The dark clouds moved away and the stars twinkled in the sky as moonlight sprinkled down. It was very quiet on the hill, as if nothing had happened. Yifan arrived in front of the old tree step by step. This ancient pine tree was at least 4,000 years old. Its trunk was hollow and its pine needles were sparse. It was on the verge of death. At the base of the tree, there was a square bluestone that was no taller than 1.6 meters. It was the same length as the old Taoist. It was very flat and extraordinary. I come to sleep under this pine tree. There is no calendar day in the mountains, and I don't know the year. Yi Fan was in a daze. Was this old Taoist still alive? How many times had the human world changed? How old had he been to sigh like this? He walked to the back of the temple and arrived in front of the yellow grave. He used his heaven-origin divine instinct to observe. At this moment, he shivered. Under the yellow grave, the tattered Taoist robe was still there. The old wooden hairpin was still in its original position. It hadn't moved an inch. How could this be? Yi Fan was a bit scared. The old Taoist had passed away a long time ago, so why did he see his figure just now? It must have been an illusion. The dark clouds appeared and the old Taoist appeared. Then, he disappeared inexplicably. It was very real. And those words were still echoing. It wasn't a remnant divine imprint because I heard a real voice. Yi Fan returned to the front of the temple and walked around on the hill. He was very puzzled. The night was as calm as water. Apart from the occasional chirping of birds, there was no other sound. He couldn't feel the aura of a stranger, let alone the fluctuation of divine power. His heart was full of questions, but he had no way to solve them. In the end, he could only continue to meditate. He believed that no matter how strong the expert was, he shouldn't have any evil intentions towards him. Yi Fan secluded himself here for half a month. Every day, he would sit in front of the temple and silently comprehend the Tao. This was a pure land that had returned to simplicity. It was far away from the hustle and bustle, but there was no auspicious air lingering around it. Everything was natural like an elegant ink painting. During the day, woodcutters would occasionally sing. Sometimes, hunters would chase some wild beasts from the depths of the mountains, their roars shaking the mountains. Yi Fan's heart was empty as he savored all of this. Over the past few days, he had captured a strange type of Tao mark. The short mountain contained a spirit. Even before he consumed the dragon marrow, he already had a mysterious feeling. His body and mind were both spiritual. A place of Tao transformation is a divine land of the world. If a great sect were to find out about it, they would definitely immediately occupy it and set up a heaven's net formation, making it a forbidden land that outsiders cannot set foot in. Another late night arrived. Dark clouds rolled, almost pressing down on the mountain peak. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Not long after, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down. The world was covered in a curtain of rain. Yi Fan stood in the Taoist temple and observed the world in the rain. Occasionally, lightning streaked across the dark night sky, but in an instant, he could see the bright rain world. Boom, lightning hacked about chaotically. In a split second, more than 100 silver streaks appeared in the world, connecting the heavens and earth. Endless rain poured down, illuminating the mountains and the water. But soon after, it sank into endless darkness again. The lightning disappeared, and only the pouring rain could be seen. Nothing else could be seen. In this terrifying night, he was alone, and there was an abnormal atmosphere. Boom, another expanse of lightning. Hundreds and thousands of golden snakes danced about, causing the vast world to be blazing. In the distance, the mountain peaks could be seen clearly. That is, Yi Fan stood in front of the window, and his expression immediately changed. He saw the old Taoist again. He was still wearing that tattered Taoist robe, and there was a wooden hairpin in his hair bun. At this moment, he sat cross-legged in the pouring rain in the night sky. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Thousands of streaks of lightning entered his mouth and disappeared. Boom, the heavy rain poured down like a waterfall. There was water everywhere in the world, and the lightning became even more intense. This time, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning descended into the world. So much lightning, it's comparable to a great heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan said to himself. However, what left him shocked was that the old Taoist was still in the same motion. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the tens of thousands of streaks of lightning immediately disappeared, all of them rushing into his mouth. This is just too freakish. Yi Fan's expression changed. He had experienced heavenly tribulation several times, and he could resist it without fear. However, he still had to pay the price. His flesh was often injured, but when had he ever been like the old Taoist, absorbing everything in one gulp? This was like something out of a fantasy story. Not a single strand of lightning descended, all of it sucked into his body. It wasn't like a heavenly tribulation, but more like water. Hong, endless lightning radiance descended, and the world became a vast expanse of whiteness. All types of lightning tribulation appeared. Earth, fire, wind, and water tribulations descended, and there were even streaks of primal chaos heavenly lightning. Meanwhile, at the very top, there was even an ancient heavenly imperial court that appeared. A few human-shaped lightning figures appeared, interweaving together, hacking about in the heavens. Could it be that he can even swallow this type of great heavenly tribulation? Yi Fan didn't believe it. The level of this type of tribulation already reached an unimaginable level. He had previously seen a heavenly imperial court formed from lightning, human-shaped lightning radiance moving about, but he had never experienced it before. He deeply understood how terrifying it was, and if he was struck, he would definitely turn into ashes. However, right now, that old Taoist was still the same as before, allowing the great rain to pour down and lightning to drown out the skies. He only opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking all of the lightning radiance into his mouth. Is he still human? All of the fine hairs on Yi Fan's body stood on end. When he faced tribulation to resist the heavenly tribulation, endless lightning radiance ultimately scattered between heaven and earth, yet this old man didn't let a single trace go, absorbing it all. This left one horrified. It couldn't be calculated with the Tao, without the slightest bit of reasoning. This was especially the case with the heavenly imperial court formed from lightning, as well as the streaks of human-shaped lightning radiance. They were as terrifying could be, yet they were still devoured. The old Taoist appeared in front of the shabby temple, his speed incomprehensible. Endless lightning radiance erupted from his mouth, turning into a pill, sliding into his stomach. His entire body shone brilliantly, and then it became dim and ordinary again. Yi Fan was stupefied. This old Taoist was truly terrifying. Did he turn the lightning tribulation into a pill? Between heaven and earth, the lightning disappeared, leaving only the torrential downpour. Curtains of rain fell from the pitch-black night sky, and the sound of water could be heard everywhere. Yi Fan didn't move, quietly watching the old Taoist. He was afraid that if he made a sound, the old Taoist would suddenly disappear like last time. The vast sea becomes dust for tens of thousands of autumns, the Tao becomes yellow hair, the worry of longevity, a dream lasts for thousands of years, the path of immortals is rugged, where do you travel? The old Taoist chanted softly, sitting cross-legged on the blue stone, not moving at all, merging into the night rain. There was no brilliance, and even more so no divine power. The raindrops scattered down on his body, yet they didn't wet his clothes. This was definitely an expert. Yi Fan was shaken, feeling that he might have encountered a saint. He originally thought that there was only one old lunatic in the present world who became a saint, but he never thought that the central state also had one. His words were profound and unfathomable, his realm immeasurable. Senior, he walked into the heavy rain and called out softly in a pious and respectful manner. However, the old man didn't move at all, his eyes closed like a stone. Yi Fan cautiously tried to sense the frail old Taoist sitting on the blue stone. He was very close, but he couldn't sense his existence. No, it's not a spiritual imprint, but it doesn't have a physical body either. He was startled because the divine eye of origin had opened at this time, and it was only an illusion. Suddenly, the old man stood up and walked over. He was immediately startled, but he didn't move. If a saint wanted to take action, apart from the old lunatic, all the experts in the present world wouldn't be able to stop him. Swoosh! The old Taoist walked straight towards the Taoist temple and came into contact with him. They dispersed like air, rushing past each other, and then gradually disappeared. It's not a real person, he's still dead after all. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. After that, he carefully examined the small mountain in the heavy rain and found many magnetic rocks. This was an iron mine. Yes, I understand now, he thought of the reports he had seen on the other side of the starry sky. Figures appeared in ancient tombs and ancient soldiers were fighting in the Great Canyon. Everything seemed so real. In fact, all these scenes were just reenactments of the past. The magnetic rocks in nature could play back these past events under certain conditions. Yi Fan was incomparably regretful. He had actually missed an opportunity to meet an ancient saint. He had only arrived 2 years late, so he couldn't meet him. This person's cultivation had reached an inconceivable level. Refining a heavenly tribulation into a pill was not even recorded in the ancient books. One could imagine how tyrannical this person was. That was a heavenly tribulation that interweaved with the ancient heaven. Its degree of terror was unimaginable. A saint has silently passed away here. No one knows, not even the 5 regions. Apart from the old lunatic, there's another saint in the middle continent. Yifan let out a long sigh. Perhaps this was a true expert who didn't have the so-called ambition to dominate the world. He had such unparalleled cultivation, yet no one knew that he had passed away in the wilderness. So this is the realm of a saint. Compared to him, the other cultivators were far inferior. This kind of person had long since become indifferent to the world of mortals. He didn't care about anything else and only had the heart to seek immortality. After Yifan understood that this was an illusory image, he paid even more attention. If he could see the old Taoist's various cultivation methods, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Time passed quickly. 2 months later, Yifan was quietly cultivating, silently comprehending the Tao and refining the dragon marrow. He was on the verge of breaking through, and it was possible that the heavenly tribulation would be triggered soon. However, during these few days, his heart couldn't calm down. This was because he saw a few more scenes and obtained a shocking piece of information. When the old Taoist muttered to himself, he mentioned the 9 secrets. He came from an ancient family and grasped one secret. Of course, it was just a few words and wasn't enough to prove it. Yifan had connected all kinds of clues together. This was the result of his conjecture and might not necessarily be true. Even so, his heart was still shaken. The inheritance of the 9 secrets was almost broken, and there were only 3 or 4 of them left in the world. Now that he had unexpectedly obtained a clue about one of the secrets in the Central Plains, it was of great importance. Kai clan, there isn't such an ancient clan in the Central Plains. Yifan muttered to himself. Before coming to the Central Plains, he had carefully studied the situation of the major powers, and there was no Kai clan. Could it be a hidden aristocratic family? Or could it be the Kai clan that flourished 10,000 years ago, but suddenly declined and disappeared? During these few days, the sky was covered with thunder clouds. Yifan felt that it was possible that he would take that step. On that very night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. He saw the old Taoist's figure again, but he had only seen him 5 or 6 times. He paid extra attention to him. If only I could hear him recite a Tao incantation or recite one of the 9 secrets. Yifan hoped, but he knew that it was almost impossible. After the old Taoist passed away, he didn't leave behind a single word. This was enough to show his state of mind. He was far too aloof. There is nothing in the world that doesn't shed tears. Gains and losses, human emotions and life cannot be delayed. When I was drinking in the hall of my home, I looked back and saw that it has been 8,000 years. This time, the old Taoist actually felt a sense of loss. He wasn't like he was in the past. He walked around the Taoist temple 3 times, then raised his eyes and looked towards the west. In the end, he came to the back of the Taoist temple. His tone. Why is it like this? Why does it sound like he is about to pass away? Yifan's heart trembled. This old Taoist had lived for at least 8,000 years. He had left home for 8,000 years. This was a little scary. He was definitely a saint, there was no doubt about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a lifespan, and he was at the peak of existence. The old Taoist found an empty space behind the small Taoist temple and dug a hole. He was calm and natural as he walked in step by step. Just like that, he buried himself. This happened to coincide with the original yellow grave. They were the same place. Coming without a trace, leaving without a trace, leaving at the same time as coming. There is no need to ask about the fleeting life, for this fleeting life is only a dream. These were the last words of the old Taoist. Just like that, he turned into Tao and disappeared between heaven and earth. This is an ancient saint. Yifan could only sigh. Yifan stood there silently for a long time, thinking of many things. This old Taoist pointed out the whereabouts of the 9 secrets in the end, so perhaps he could find them. Kai family, this was a crucial clue, so he could definitely find them. Moreover, before the old Taoist passed away, he circled around the small temple 3 times before looking towards the west in the end, seemingly pointing towards something. Just now I was drinking in the hall of my home, and when I turned back, 8,000 years have passed. All of these things were linked together, pointing out a faintly discernible path. As long as he diligently pursued it, he would definitely be able to find out where the 9 secrets were. A saint was resting here, and when he died, he was extremely aloof. Every word and action contained profound principles, yet no one knew about them. Perhaps this was a true expert. Yi Fan stayed here for a long time. Half a month later, he completely refined the dragon marrow and comprehended the law fragments within. A great dragon rushed out from his back, and his breakthrough was imminent. Dragon cries shook the 9 heavens. No, I can't cross tribulation here. When the lightning descends, the short mountain will no longer exist. This place of Tao transformation can allow a great sect to flourish, so I can't let it be destroyed. Yi Fan rushed into the distance. He wanted to find a desolate and uninhabited area, not wanting others to see him cross the tribulation. Along the way, he passed through endless mountains and rivers. Finally, he flew for 3,000 li and arrived at an uninhabited area. This was a great wilderness with many lakes and swamps, and mist pervaded the air. He was like an azure dragon, releasing a roar from his mouth as he soared through the air, entering the great wilderness of lakes and swamps with inconceivable speed. Flying so fast, are you in a rush to reincarnate? Someone loudly berated. Insolence, which lunatic dares to offend Venerable Sun Long? There were large swamps and great lakes one after another. Water vapor was hazy, and there were originally no signs of human habitation. It was unknown how many years it had been since someone set foot here. Today, apart from Yi Fan flying past, there was actually a group of cultivators traveling with the wind. When they saw Yi Fan fly over their heads, many of them shouted loudly. Capture him! He dares to fly over our heads, acting recklessly. Yi Fan was astonished. He looked down and said, what arrogant words. If an immortal flew over, would you guys also want to kill him? The people below took action viciously. They didn't say much, all of them activating magical treasures. Light flickered about, attacking towards the sky. Yi Fan sneered. He was about to break through and had no time to waste on these people. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. These people were startled. This kind of speed left them extremely shocked, and no matter what, it was impossible for them to catch up. They all revealed looks of worry. Could that person be here for the ancestral root? Could it be that the news has been leaked and someone is here to fight for the immortal treasure? Not necessarily. Right now, we still can't be sure if there is a rare dragon marrow in the underground ancestral root. Maybe he is just passing by. Venerable Master Dragon Seeking, do you think there will be dragon chi turning into divine marrow here? Someone respectfully asked a person in a dragon chariot for advice. Yi Fan flew for another 500 kilometers before stopping in the uninhabited area. Standing in the middle of the lake, he did not immediately undergo the tribulation. Instead, he first observed the terrain. If he were to undergo the tribulation, it would definitely be world-shaking. There was no way to hide it, and it might even attract some enemies. He muttered to himself, it's better to make some preparations. He used a forbidden origin technique to seriously carve on a few pieces of divine source. He spent an entire day and night, exhausting all of his energy. He then carefully examined the mysterious jade platform. During the tribulation, the deity striking whip most likely won't be able to hide from the heavens. At that time, someone will most likely be able to deduce where I am. Yi Fan had the intention to go to the Yin Yang sect to undergo the tribulation, but after thinking about it, he didn't do it. Acting in such a high-profile manner in the Central Plains might provoke a fatal disaster. Just relying on the lightning tribulation would most likely not be able to do anything to a top-notch sect. At most, it would cause them to panic. There was definitely more than one type of heaven-deceiving formation left behind by Great Emperor Wuxia in this world. According to the Black Emperor, there were 4 types of similar divine runes. 2 of them had already spread out, and many great sects had grasped them. If the Yin Yang sect had a type of formation, it would most likely be a tragedy if he went there to undergo the tribulation. Yi Fan used 3 days to make sufficient preparations. After ensuring that there were no mistakes, he then flew high into the sky and chose the only mountain range in the swamp. Standing at the peak, he began to undergo the tribulation. Boom! Tens of thousands of meters of lightning descended from the sky. Not long after, it drowned the area, turning into a vast sea of lightning that covered the mountains below. The vast tribulation, although not as exaggerated as breaking through to the great mystery realm, where there were 81 heavenly dragons descending, was still extremely terrifying. From time to time, there would be chaotic lightning striking down. Yifan took out the myriad chi cauldron to absorb the attacks of the sea of lightning. He imitated the imprint of the great Tao, and now, it had already begun to evolve the laws of heaven and earth. At the same time, a small golden person rushed out from the golden lake between his eyebrows. It opened its mouth and spat out lightning, tempering the powerful consciousness. Not many people dared to do this. Using the powerful tribulation to baptize the consciousness could easily lead to eternal damnation. The consciousness was the foundation of a person's existence. Even the slightest damage would be fatal. Physical injuries could still be repaired, but once the consciousness was shattered, it was very likely that a piece of memory would be lost, and a part of one's personality would be lost. It was extremely fatal. However, Yifan was not afraid. He had experienced it many times and already had a certain level of experience. He advanced step by step, and did not attempt to shake the entire sea of lightning. At this moment, he stood in the void, the endless sea of lightning surging. His body, the cauldron, and consciousness moved together, accepting the baptism together, attracting endless lightning. The endless lightning was deafening, and the aura of primal chaos lingered. The myriad chi cauldron floated up and down, at the center of the tribulation. It was struck here and there, carving patterns of heaven and earth. And it was the same for Yifan's physical body. He was bathed in the most terrifying tribulation lightning, and every inch of his body became transparent. The tribulation struck the top of his skull, and rushed down, rushing out from the bottom of his feet. This was a very frightening scene. Endless lightning, each one capable of shattering a mountain peak, all struck at one point. Yifan became a sun. It was unknown how many lightning bolts entered the top of his skull. It was dazzling. The lightning that rushed out from the bottom of his feet was like a vast ocean, flattening the mountain range below. The small golden person, who was originally sitting cross-legged between his eyebrows, rushed tens of thousands of zhang into the sky, arriving at the place where the tribulation was the fiercest. It opened its mouth and spat out even more powerful lightning. All kinds of lightning bolts rushed into its mouth, drowning it. The small golden person formed by the consciousness continuously tempered its body, transforming into an undying spirit. Yifan let out a long roar. His eyes shot out two several li-long divine lights, piercing through the lightning. His roar shook the mountains and rivers. The myriad chi cauldron roared together with him, shattering the tribulation together. It floated in the sky, branded with all kinds of profound Tao marks, becoming more and more mysterious. And the small golden person formed by the consciousness also let out a long roar. The sound waves were even more violent than the sound waves of the physical body. It shook the void. And the sea of lightning was boiling. He successfully broke through and finally entered the fourth transformation of dragon transformation. His strength had greatly increased. When he stretched out his arms and legs, he was powerful enough to smash a mountain peak with one punch. Fourth transformation of dragon transformation, I feel such a powerful force. Yifan opened his mouth and sucked in, retrieving the cauldron. The small golden person also automatically flew back and sat between his eyebrows. The three of them combined as one, using the lightning to carry out the final tempering. The mountain range below had disappeared, and even the ground had sunk hundreds of meters, turning into a terrifying canyon that was boundlessly vast. Cough, what happened? Did the sky collapse and the earth collapse? How could this be? We were almost buried alive. Under the ground, someone was flustered and exasperated, coughing and shouting. Damn it, what's going on? Someone is crossing tribulation. Damn it, it's the heavenly tribulation that smashed this mountain range and made the ground sink. We were searching for the dragon marrow, but we suffered an undeserved disaster. The group of people were furious. There was no reason for them to suffer such a disaster for no reason. Yifan was astonished. He sensed all of this in the endless lightning and immediately became happy. It was the group of people he saw 3 days ago who threatened to take his life. It's him, someone recognized Ji Fan. 3 days ago, he flew over their heads. Now, it was even more excessive, and he was crossing tribulation above their heads. Quickly leave the Sea of Lightning and bring Venerable Sun Long out. Don't provoke the heavenly punishment. Someone shouted, transmitting sound to everyone. They hid under the ground, not daring to come up, fearing that they would come into contact with the lightning and cross the tribulation. If that happened, they would most likely die. Are you looking for the dragon marrow? Yi Fan was moved. He descended with endless lightning. Damn it, run. Everyone was horrified. The ground immediately sank, and the Rift Valley collapsed once more. It could not withstand the bombardment of the Sea of Lightning at all, turning into ashes in an instant. These people quickly fled, following the earth vein into the distance as if they were avoiding a demon. Who are you? How dare you make an enemy of the Geomaster bloodline and snatch the dragon marrow we discovered? This old man is Venerable Sun Long. I will remember this grudge. You offended us before, and now, you snatched the divine marrow mine we discovered. In the future, we will make you pay with your life. Those people were extremely dissatisfied. They fled through the underground tunnel, charging in all directions. How noisy. Previously, you arrogantly said that you wanted to kill me. Now, you are returning the karma. Yi Fan descended. The Sea of Lightning struck the ground and automatically opened a path for him. Yi Fan followed the vein they dug out and went deep underground. This kind of terrain is similar to the dragon vein that contains the divine origin. The two are connected and can be compared. Yi Fan was astonished. The strange techniques grasped by the marrow seekers of the Central Plains were mostly similar to the Eastern Wasteland's origin techniques. The path ahead was cut off. They had dug all the way here but had not found any precious divine marrow. Based on origin techniques, there should be a divine item here. However, it is also a dangerous land with strange creatures. Yi Fan was startled. However, he did not shrink back. Now that he had the heavenly tribulation, he could use it to dig out this marrow mine and obtain the rare treasure. Boom, lightning struck down continuously. Even though it was about to stop and this was only the final remnant of the tribulation, it was still very horrifying, causing the earth vein to sink continuously. After advancing another 3 kilometers, a pair of huge stone doors blocked the path in the depths of the earth vein. Huh? There is such an ancient door underground. Clearly, there are living beings living here. Yi Fan did not stop. He brought along the boundless lightning and arrived before the stone doors. After a while, smoke and dust rose. The ancient stone doors shattered after being struck by the heavenly tribulation over 100 times. This was an ancient mine. Humans had come here many tens of thousands of years ago. There were many withered bones in the cave. Yi Fan followed the ancient cave for hundreds of kilometers and finally reached the end. Treasure marrow. There was a marrow pond in front of him. It was less than a square meter and had endless dragon energy. Within it, there were 36 drops of sparkling and translucent liquid. They were like little dragons swimming back and forth. They were dazzling and the fragrance was almost intoxicating. Roar. A scalp-numbing cry was heard. 3 silver creatures appeared beside the marrow pond. Holy light pulsed around them like 3 holy spirits. They stared at Yi Fan. What life forms are these? Yi Fan was greatly shocked. The 3 life forms all had humanoid forms but were covered in silver scales. There were also bone spikes protruding from their backs, each of them over half a foot long. No matter how one looked at them, they didn't seem to be of the good sort. However, the silvery light flashed, causing them to look extremely divine. They didn't seem like dead spirits at all. Each of them had a pair of silver wings that flickered with silver light. With a flap of their wings, they could tear apart the void. Primordial life forms? That shouldn't be the case, most of them should be in the eastern desolate regions. This looks extremely similar to the flying god Xianxia. Legend has it that these are the reincarnations of ancient experts after they died. Each of them is so powerful that it would cause one to tremble in fear. Yi Fan's heart pounded violently. If this was really the case, these were 3 devils. It was hard to estimate their exact cultivation bases, but they were definitely not existences he could afford to antagonize. However, things were different now. He had the heavenly tribulation on him. These types of evil spirits shouldn't even exist in this world. They feared the 5-colored lightning strikes the most and were innately countered. Yi Fan pressed forward. The miraculous marrow was too important to him. It contained law fragments that could allow him to comprehend the Tao and break through. As long as he had enough, he would be able to break through unceasingly. It was a priceless treasure. Holy light flashed as the 3 silver-colored lifeforms acted together. They opened their mouths and spat out silver flames, causing the surrounding stone walls to instantly evaporate into lava. So hot. Yi Fan was greatly shocked. Even first-level Immortal Foundation experts would be turned into ashes if they came here. No divine energy or Tao arts would be able to block it. Even ancient treasures would shatter from the heat. Roar. A silver-colored life-form lunged over. The aura it exuded was like a river of stars, causing the entire ancient cavern to tremble. Yi Fan brandished his lightning, slashing it down. The heavenly tribulation was like a myriad of bolts of lightning, deafening the ears of everyone present. The tunnel ahead of him was reduced to dust. Fear flashed in the eyes of this silver-colored lifeform as it retreated unceasingly. The heavenly tribulation was its nemesis. The ancient fiend corpse had transformed into the flying god Xianxia. It couldn't be allowed to exist in this world because its life should have ended long ago. Roar. The other 2 silver creatures shouted loudly like muffled thunder, shaking up the underground world until it trembled intensely. One could well imagine how powerful they were. Yi Fan broke out in a cold sweat. He was snatching food from the tiger's mouth. The flying divine Xianxia didn't back down, making his heart pound. This type of creature's true strength was terrifying. If he delayed any longer, the heavenly tribulation would vanish, and that would be bad. Thinking of this, he charged forward with boundless lightning. Roar. In the end, the 3 flying heavenly divine Xianxias cried out loudly, extremely alarmed and furious. Heavenly tribulation was approaching, making them instinctively shiver in fear, inwardly alarmed. Even though they were extremely unwilling, they didn't have any other choice. Once they triggered the lightning tribulation, they would definitely be turned to ashes. They weren't allowed to defy the heavens and live 2 lives. This world had its own rules. Once one died, even if one's corpse was able to defy the heavens and come back to life, it was destined to be obliterated. Life outside of the rules was not allowed to appear. The 3 terrifying creatures carried anger and resentment. In the end, they fled, not daring to touch the lightning. These creatures look pure and holy, but they specialize in sucking the yang energy of humans. If they escape, I'm afraid it will be a great disaster. Unfortunately, I can't exterminate them. The heavenly tribulation was about to end, so Yi Fan didn't dare to chase after them. He could only stop here. Whoosh, there was still a great distance between them. He took out the myriad energy cauldron and collected the 36 drops of precious marrow. He didn't dare to approach, fearing that the lightning would destroy them. There are 36 drops of rare precious marrow. With them, I can sit at the 4 corners of the world and undergo another transformation. Yi Fan's heart was stirred. The ancestral root of the world was born beneath the great earth of the central continent. The divine liquid that was born from it was of immeasurable value to him. These drops didn't mix with each other. Every drop was like a small night pearl, releasing divine splendor and flowing with extraordinary splendor. One could vaguely see a small dragon within, gently trembling. All of them were a faint golden color. This is a spiritual object. A single drop is worth hundreds of thousands of kilograms of origin source. Of course, this was the most conservative estimate. If it was truly put up for auction, this could only be considered a base price. Only heaven knew how high it would go. Inside the marrow pond, there was a dense mist of light. Draconic energy continuously seeped out. This was the entrance of an ancestral root, and the dragon marrow was born from its countless years of nurturing. That's not right. It's not just an entrance. This is a dragon pond. Dragon marrow was rarely seen in the mortal world. It could only be encountered and not sought. There were even more precious divine marrow, but it was hard to find even after thousands of generations. Legend had it that it had already developed intelligence and turned into a living creature. It was comparable to an immortal medicine. Yi Fan was shocked. When he found out about the importance of dragon marrow, he had spent a great deal of effort to collect many books to understand it in detail. The top-grade dragon vein ancestral root would sometimes give birth to inconceivable immortal treasures. First of all, a dragon pond had to be evolved before a divine object with life could be born inside. This 1 square meter pond in front of him was definitely a dragon pond because there were dragon scale-like patterns on its inner walls. This was the most obvious characteristic, and it was the symbol of a dragon pond. Patches of green scales flickered with brilliance, but there were no fluctuations of life. In the distant past, a fantasy-level divine marrow was born here. He quickly understood everything. No wonder there were human skeletons here. A great battle had happened here in the past, and the immortal treasures had been plucked away. Only the dragon pond remained, and after the passage of countless years, it had produced several dozen drops of dragon marrow. It seems like the 3 flying divine Xianxias were the terrifying experts who had fallen in that era. Yi Fan sighed softly and left the underground world. In the past, there must have been a world-shocking battle here. He didn't know what kind of person obtained the divine marrow, but it was too long ago. Everything had been buried in history. He came to the surface and stomped on a rocky ground, submerging this place. Perhaps after thousands of generations, there would still be rare treasures born here. After all, there was an ancestral root here. At this time, the lightning weakened. The last bolt of lightning disappeared with a flash, and the heavenly tribulation completely disappeared. Yi Fan didn't dare to stay for long. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A few minutes later, a realm gate appeared in the sky. It silently opened, and more than 10 figures rushed out. Their powerful divine senses swept out in all directions. Divine Diviner's disciple has accurately deduced the location. It's right here. The people from the Yinyang sect and Shao clan appeared, there. Killing intent soaring. There were 4 of them, and the others were all first-layer Immortal Foundation experts. He's undergoing his tribulation here. This was extremely bad news. It had only been a few months since the last time and Yi Fan broke through again. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying, causing their expressions to change. If this continues on, he would reach the Immortal Foundation in just a few years. They were all shocked. They didn't expect Yi Fan to be so demon-level. His rate of improvement was simply too fast, and he wasn't much weaker than the Sovereign Emperor. In the future, he would surely catch up and become another Northern Emperor soaring. Even further away in the sky, a golden figure and a silver figure stood side by side. These were 2 powerful primordial existences, the light in their eyes flickering. He escaped again. Master told us to take his head. It's already been 3 months and we still can't find his traces. Not long after, Yi Fan returned to the small Taoist temple on the short mountain. He cultivated here for another half a month, completely stabilizing his foundation. During dusk, a red whirlwind gusted by as a few more scenes appeared on the mountain. Yi Fan didn't care too much about it. This old sage was too transcendent, he didn't leave anything behind. He felt that no matter what, it was impossible for the other party to recite any scriptures. There was no point in paying too much attention to it. Wait, suddenly, he was shocked. He saw a young man below the ancient pine tree. This young man was clad in blue, exuding an aura of transcendence. His entire person was like a transcendent immortal, standing on the short mountain, one with the heavens and earth. Hua Yunfei. The ruthless immortal emperor had left behind a portion of the heaven-devouring devil art. Even after so many years, it was still a taboo. No matter who obtained it, they would definitely be hunted down by the entire world. Back then, Hua Yunfei had hidden himself very deeply and was accidentally discovered by Yi Fan. Only then did he reveal himself to the world. However, after the battle 2 years ago, he vanished completely, never to be found again. He actually came to the middle continent and appeared here before. Yi Fan cried out in alarm. This was the magnetic mountain replaying the past. Hua Yunfei had arrived here before him, so he definitely knew about the Kai clan's 9th secret. Furthermore, some of the things left behind by the old sage were also taken away by him. The ancient sages were extremely powerful. Anything they refined was a supreme treasure. Oh no, Yi Fan didn't find anything here and thought that the old sage didn't leave anything behind. Now, it seemed that the situation had changed. It was very likely that Hua Yunfei had obtained it. Where is the Kai clan? Under the ancient tree, Hua Yunfei muttered to himself as he faced the west. After hearing this, Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. The other party didn't obtain the ninth secret here. However, his heart immediately sank. Hua Yunfei had arrived earlier than him, possibly 2 years earlier. It was hard to say if he had found the Kai clan during this period of time. He had such a great fortune and obtained the heaven-devouring demonic art. Now, he might even be able to obtain the ninth secret. Yi Fan frowned. It had already been 3 years. He didn't know how much this terrifying opponent had grown. He couldn't use common sense to deduce this, because he could devour the origin of others. Once he was unrestrained, an invincible demonic master would quickly grow and no one would be able to stop him. I need to cultivate while searching for the Kai clan. If he gets there before me, that would be bad. Things are not looking good. The art of 10,000 transformations could bloom flowers with a single thought and rule over the world. With the help of the ninth secret, Hua Yunfei could devour the origin of others and accumulate it to a certain extent. There would really come a day when he would be invincible under the heavens. Yi Fan counted the days. It was almost 4 months. It was time to go see Pang Bo and discuss things with him. He wanted to see if he could borrow the help of the Qishir Manor to find the Kai clan. 2 days later, Yi Fan once again arrived at the Qishir Manor. Purple clouds rose and the cliffs were magnificent. Spirit. Springs gurgled and the fragrance of ancient medicine wafted through the air. Tens of thousands of dragons soared into the sky. This was a place that connected the heavens and the earth. According to the agreed time and place, he quietly waited in a mountain range. Not long after, Pang Bo appeared. You broke through. The two of them said at almost the same time and then burst into laughter. He sat cross-legged on the coffin board of the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree and refined the dragon marrow. With the Tao Comprehension tea leaves in his mouth, he could be said to have a godly speed. Even Pang Bo didn't dare to believe it. Yi Fan sealed 36 sparkling drops of the precious marrow in 3 white jade bottles and passed them to him. We need to quickly increase our strength. So much dragon marrow. Pang Bo was shocked and refused to accept. No need to decline. I can obtain it in the Saint Master level auction. As long as I have enough divine source, it won't be a problem. In addition, there are many ancestral dragon veins under the central prefecture. In the future, I will go underground to search for them. There won't be a lack of them. Maybe I can find the dream divine marrow. Pang Bo thought of something and said, the second beauty of the central prefecture, Princess Yu Ling of the Jiuli God dynasty. She is said to have a beauty that captivates even the birds and beasts. Not long ago, she visited a geomaster. They seemed to have discovered a super ancestral vein. Geomasters were eccentric people who studied the mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth. If one wanted to enter the underground dragon vein to search for rare marrow, they could not do without such powerful people. Yi Fan nodded and said, I also heard that it is an ancient mine. It might contain the dream divine marrow and is guarded by a powerful being. Rumor has it that 3 powerhouses have fallen there and countless other experts have died. After a period of time, when I am free, I will come down and take a look. Xiaochen was very confident in the Origin Heavenly Book. The so-called geomaster observing technique was very similar to the earth observing technique that he had learned. The two could be said to be interlinked. Furthermore, he had heard rumors that one of the 5 Yuan Taoist masters of the Eastern Wasteland had encountered an inauspicious event in his later years. He had traveled through the void and arrived in the central prefecture. Perhaps he could find some clues about him in this land and learn whether he had escaped his fate in the end. You must be careful. The beings guarding the ancestral roots are all inconceivable. They are even more terrifying than the immemorial life forms, Pang Bo reminded him. Yi Fan nodded. Then, he began to talk about his recent experiences. He asked Pang Bo to help him gather information on the Kai clan and the unique scholar residence to see if there were any clues. The unique scholar residence had an ancient inheritance. It possessed countless books and records about the origins of the various sects in the world. It was very likely that they would be able to find the whereabouts of the 9 secrets. Hua Yunfei has appeared again. When the time comes, I will go with you to kill him. Pang Bo nodded. I hope he did not obtain the 9 secrets. Otherwise, it will be very bad, Yi Fan said. Oh, right. Pang Bo frowned and began to talk about the matter of Bai Hua. Li Heishui had been severely injured and almost died. What? Yi Fan was furious. Li Heishui had been very kind to him. Back when they were gambling on stones in the Divine City, he had accompanied him and helped him greatly. Pang Bo said, I wanted to kill those people, but Li Heishui and the others wouldn't let me. They were afraid that I would be in danger if I was exposed in the Unique Scholar residence. The Unique Scholar residence had Wang Ting overseeing it. He suppressed everyone in the younger generation and made it hard for them to breathe. If Pang Bo knew about the relationship between Yi Fan and Pang Bo, he would definitely be in big trouble. That's right. Don't be impulsive. I still hope that you can endure and find the ancient starry sky path to the outer realm. Just leave it to me. Li Heishui was seriously injured and only recovered after a month. Jiang Huiran and the others were also injured. I felt very suffocated and couldn't help but attack a few times. Pang Bo pounded his fist. Who else attacked? I'll kill them one by one. Yi Fan's tone was firm and full of killing intent. Who else could it be? The saintess of the Yin Yang sect attracted 8 or 9 people. There's also Yan Yunluan. They attacked Li Heishui and the others together and injured them. They're tired of living. I'll wait outside the Unique Scholar residence for them to come out. None of them will live. Yi Fan knew that these people were definitely targeting him. They must have found out about his relationship with them. Many of Li Heishui's bones were broken. He can only walk now. Pang Bo said hatefully. Okay, I'll wait for them to come out. You can go back now and help me collect information, said Yi Fan. Not long after, Yi Fan arrived outside the Unique Scholar residence. He waited in front of the mountain and muttered to himself, I'll kill one person if they come out. I'll kill a pair if they come out. He held a scroll in his hand. There were a total of 11 people on it. They had all attacked Li Heishui and almost crippled him. Although the Unique Warrior Manor was less than 1,000 miles in circumference, it was majestic and divine. It was one of the secret grounds of the Central Prefecture. Yi Fan waited outside for a few days and occasionally saw people entering and exiting. However, he didn't see the Holy Maiden or Yan Yunluan. There were a total of 11 people in the painting in his hand. These experts were from the Central Prefecture, the Southern Mountain Range, and the Western Desert. All of them had acted against Li Heishui, humiliating him to the extreme, breaking his ribs and legs. Yi Fan waited for 3 days and finally saw a target appear. This person matched the man in the painting. However, he didn't act rashly in case he alerted the enemy. On the 4th day, Pang Bo sent him a message. The disciples of the manor were about to undergo the so-called tempering exercise. If there were no accidents, the Holy Maiden and Yan Yunluan would accompany them. Good, let's take this chance to capture them all in one fell swoop. Since they humiliated Li Heishui so much, I shall settle this once and for all. Yi Fan's aura was ethereal. With a flick of his sleeves, he drifted away. 5 days later, a group of people walked out of the Unique Warrior Manor. The person in the lead was none other than Yan Yunluan. He was a demon-level genius in the manor and was extremely powerful. However, he was almost killed by Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation. The beast we have to kill is an old snake that has cultivated for 900 years. Although it hasn't taken human form, its strength is at the first level of immortal foundation. The difficulty is too high. With so many of us, I don't believe we can't deal with it. Over 5,000 miles away, an old snake appeared in a mountain valley. The miasma there was extremely dense, and the bones of beasts and humans could be seen everywhere. There was a mutated beast that had lived here for 900 years and had finally reached a certain level of cultivation. It walked the path of a beast king and had never attempted to take human form. Recently, it had been wreaking havoc everywhere. The disciples of the Unique Warrior Manor were sent to eliminate it. These people were about 40 miles away from the Unique Warrior Manor. In front of them was a vast piece of land. There were many rocks on the ground, but there was very little vegetation. This is Yi Zhaotian's territory. Who would have thought that he was Yi Fan? It's too bad we missed our chance to kill him. I'm sure he won't live long. Offending Wang Ting, who is blessed by the heavens, won't end well for him. It's a pity that I can't kill him with my own hands. Humiliatingly, He Shui and the others still can't vent the anger in my heart. These people passed by this area and discussed softly. They were all hostile towards Yi Fan and didn't have a good impression of him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered together. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. There were no terrifying fluctuations, nor was there any powerful aura, but it made one's heart tremble, blocking their path. A 16 or 17-year-old youth dressed in purple stood with his hands behind his back, blocking everyone's path. There was a trace of a cold smile on his face. Who are you? What do you want? A young man stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. I want to kill all of you. Yi Fan paused for a moment before spitting out these 6 words. Someone immediately laughed out loud. They had never heard of someone daring to face so many geniuses alone. They were all elites of the 5 great regions, inheritors of great sections. Did you eat immortal gall, or did you eat the wrong medicine? How dare you boast like this? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? What a reckless thing. Don't you even look at the almanac before going out? Did you go the wrong way? You even dare to kill us? Many people didn't take it seriously. There weren't many people in the same generation who dared to be so arrogant. The person in front of them was only 16 or 17 years old. He's Yi Fan. Yan Yunluan suddenly said. That's right, he's that monster from the eastern wasteland. The Yin-Yang Saintess also revealed a serious expression. As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately quieted down. Those who had been talking all shut their mouths. The eastern wasteland's killing star had arrived, and the main character had blocked their path. Not long ago, they had received many benefits from the Yin-Yang Saintess. Under her instigation, they had crushed many of Li Heishui's bones and ruthlessly humiliated him. However, they still didn't feel at ease. Yi Fan sneered. His 100 meridians flowed with saint blood. A thick golden blood energy rushed into the sky from the top of his head and swept over everyone. I don't understand. Some of you don't know me. Why did you attack Li Heishui? He asked in a deep voice. Yi Fan, you made everyone your enemy. We couldn't stand it and attacked him. What can you do? A monk with a golden band bound his hair. There were a few knife scars on his face and his expression was very cold. You're just a wild monk. You don't have the compassion of a monk and hurt the innocent. In a moment, I'll send you to the Buddha to repent. Yi Fan walked forward. It's better for me to send you to the afterlife. The knife scars on Ku Tuchua's face trembled slightly, appearing somewhat fierce. One look and I can tell you're a wild monk. Don't tell me you're an abandoned disciple that was chased out of an ancient temple in the western desert? Yi Fan smiled. You're courting death. I'll send you to hell to seek Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva in a moment. Ku Tuchua's hair was disheveled as he shouted loudly as if his sore spot had been touched. With such a strong person standing out, the others weren't afraid anymore. They all prepared for battle and took out their magic treasures to protect themselves. Yan Yunluan was the leader among them, so he naturally stood at the front. Last time, he tried to kill Yi Fan during his tribulation, but he didn't expect to be struck to death instead. Not only did he fail to break through, but he was also almost crippled. He cultivated for close to half a year before breaking through again. He displayed an incomparable constitution and monstrous talent in cultivation. Yi Zhaotian, do you dare to fight me fair and square today? You can't. Yi Fan glanced at him. Just 3 words of evaluation caused Yan Yunluan's expression to change. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Everyone, what are we waiting for? This is a rare opportunity. Let's join hands to kill him and take away the source root of all things. The saintess of the Yin-Yang school transmitted her voice. Her hair was like clouds, and she was beautiful like a flower and the moon. However, she kept sneering. Now that they had met, it was impossible for her to say that she wasn't afraid. However, she didn't have any other choice. She could only contact everyone to attack together. Otherwise, she would die without a doubt. I killed the previous saint and saintess of your Yin school. You, a saintess in waiting, still don't remember. This time everything happened because of you. Today, I'll give your old leader a big gift and take your head. Everyone, let's kill him together. Someone else shouted. Now that Yi Fan's name had shaken the region, apart from monstrous geniuses, no one dared to fight him alone. There's no need to be afraid. Cut off his head. So what if he has a saint body? There are so many of us, it's enough to kill him. A scholar in white stood out with a sinister look in his eyes. He took out a 5-colored stone and smashed it towards Yi Fan. They had no other choice but to work together. Otherwise, fighting alone would definitely be disastrous. Humph. Yi Fan snorted coldly. He left behind an afterimage where he originally was. A golden fist smashed apart the 5-colored stone and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Not good, retreat. The others cried out. They each took out their magic treasures and attacked Yi Fan to save the white-clothed scholar from danger. However, everything was too late. Yi Fan intentionally gave them a show of strength. The rowward art was unparalleled under the heavens. It arrived in an instant, and his golden fist broke through the divine force barrier as easily as shattering glass. Pfft! Yi Fan's fist pierced through the white-clothed scholar's chest. With a light shake, his body split apart and fell in all directions. However, his purple clothes weren't stained with blood as he stood there. A large net that was as red as a cloud and raging with flames descended from the sky towards Yi Fan. A 5-colored feather fan gently shook. Mountains collapsed and seas roared. 5-colored divine light submerged heaven and earth. A large bell shook forcefully, shattering the vacuum. Tens of thousands of bell waves surged over. This part of the world was almost boiling. Everyone attacked together, attacking Yi Fan at the same time. They didn't want to give him the slightest chance. Otherwise, everyone present would die. However, the battle was extremely disadvantageous to them. Yi Fan was unstoppable as he faced their magic treasures head-on. Rip! The red net was like a sky full of stars. It flickered with brilliance as it shattered in the void. Clang! The silver bell and golden fist collided, sending out tens of thousands of bell waves. But in the end, the bell shattered into a dozen pieces and fell from the sky. Ah! Finally, another person let out a miserable scream as he was smashed into meat paste by Yi Fan. What happened? Is that Yi Zhou Tian? He's trying to kill Yan Yunluan, the Yin Yang Holy Maiden, and the others. Some people appeared in the distance with shocked expressions. This place was less than 40 miles away from the Qishir Manor. People would occasionally pass by and naturally see the battle here. The Eastern Wastelands monster is here. Ever since Yi Fan's identity had been exposed, everyone had been guessing when he would come again. Who would have thought this day would come so quickly? Almost all the young experts of the 5 great regions have entered the Qishir Manor. Only he hasn't come. Now that he's finally here, let's see who's strong and who's weak. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people appeared in the distance. They were all watching the battle. Pow! Yi Fan waved his golden palm, slapping another expert to death. This time, the people surrounding him all felt fear in their hearts. Many of them wanted to retreat. Finally, someone couldn't endure this kind of torment and fled into the distance. After the first, there was a second and a third. Who dares to run? Yi Fan held the myriad slayer's bow and pulled the bowstring back. It was like a full moon as his strength rose to the peak of the 8-limit domain. A golden rainbow shot out, traversing several miles and catching up to its target. With a pft, a string of blood blossomed as that person turned into a bloody mist on the spot. Immediately after, the second arrow was shot out. Another golden light flew up and caught up to another person. There was another soft sound as flesh and broken bones exploded. That person died a violent death. Yi Fan fired 3 arrows in a row. The first 3 people to escape were all killed. Their bodies shattered in the void. One could imagine the terrifying power. 1 arrow to kill a saint. In the distant sky, everyone was shocked. This kind of battle strength was terrifying. Apart from those few people, who else in the younger generation could compete with him? Everyone, don't run. Fight him to the death. This place is very close to the Qishir Manor. The Arch will soon receive the news and kill him personally. Yin Saint Lady shouted. If they scattered now, no one would survive. I'll send you on your way first. A trace of coldness hung on the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow, aiming at this reserved saint lady. Her beautiful face immediately changed. Swish, an arrow flew out. It was as swift and sharp as a golden snake. With a pft, a flower of blood bloomed on Yin Saint Lady's forehead as the arrow penetrated through. A beautiful face was stained with specks of blood. The light in her eyes dimmed. She lost her life and slowly fell to the ground. Don't kill us, spare us. This has nothing to do with us. We were only invited and didn't make a move. Apart from Yan Yunluan and that itinerant monk, everyone else was begging for mercy with terrified expressions. No one wasn't afraid of death, especially when facing someone like Yi Fan. Yi Fan had killed Saint Child level figures in succession, and he even killed the Yin Saintess with an arrow, causing her to die through her forehead. The others all felt fear. No one didn't fear death and admitted defeat. Face and dignity couldn't compare to life. As long as they could live, what harm was there in lowering their stance and repenting? They still wanted to see the sun rise and set, not wishing to be erased from this world. All of you, move to the side. Yi Fan swept his eyes over them, staring at Yan Yunluan and that itinerant monk. Surname Ji, don't think that you are unrivaled under the heavens. This Buddha has always wanted to send you to the afterlife. Ku itinerant pressed forward. The scar on his face throbbed, making him look extremely sinister. Send me to the afterlife? It's better if I let you become nothing. Yi Fan leapt up, rushing over like a dragon. His hand formed the true dragon imprint, striking down. The itinerant monk shouted loudly, chanting an ancient scripture. His body released endless light, and like a Vajra, his 6 golden body struck forward with the alms bowl in his hand. Dang, the violet gold alms bowl shook violently, as if a great bell was ringing. 10,000 sound waves surged, and the great earth became like a vast ocean. Earth and stone rose and fell like a tsunami, sweeping high into the sky. What kind of background does this itinerant monk have? He can block a divine body attack? Someone in the distance was shocked. I have the Vajra unbreakable body. Let's see how you injure me. Ku itinerant shouted. The alms bowl in his hand released purple radiance, and his aura flourished even more as he struck forward. Not to mention a hairy monk like you, even if an arhat came, I would still be able to smash it. A thick blood energy rushed out from the crown of Yi Fan's head, piercing through the clouds. His entire body shone like the 9 transformations golden body. Divine radiance flourished, and every inch of his flesh contained destructive power. He extended his arms and legs, about to crush the void. Dang, Yi Fan's movements were bold and unconstrained. Every move he made could uproot a mountain, striking the violet gold alms bowl until it wailed. The Buddhist magical treasure couldn't hold on any longer. Ba! The itinerant monk roared loudly. His 6 golden body swayed, and like a lion, he released a tsunami-like sound. Fearless lion imprint, he transformed into a divine lion. With a loud roar, even the mountain ranges on the horizon trembled. Profound magical imprints were sent out, colliding endlessly with Yi Fan's dragon imprint. Pooh! The itinerant monk coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his body flew backward. Even the Buddhist invincible Vajra body could not block Yi Fan's physical attack. It was simply not enough. However, the people in the distance were shocked. How many people in this world dared to compete with Yi Fan's physical body? This itinerant monk's courage was praiseworthy, and his Vajra body was terrifying. This itinerant monk probably has a great background. He most likely came from a temple. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to cultivate such a physical body. In the Western Desert, there are many ancient temples. There are many branches of Buddhism, some of which are unfathomably deep. He is most likely a descendant of one of these ancient temples. Now, people were no longer talking about how strong the divine body was. Instead, they were comparing who could last longer under his body. Yi Fan, the first time, you injured me with the thousand slayers' bow. The second time, I was defeated by your heavenly tribulation. Today, let me see your true abilities. Yan Yunluan shouted. He opened his mouth and spat out a rainbow, which transformed into a 5-colored feather fan in his palm. There were rock feathers and phoenix feathers on it, flickering with 5 different colors. Boom! Yan Yunluan fanned with force, and a red light rushed out of the 5-colored feather fan, submerging the surrounding. Several li on the spot. A deep abyss immediately appeared, and endless flames burned. In the distance, the people were shocked. What kind of treasured fan was this? With a single fanning, it burned a huge valley on the ground. Magma surged, and the scene was horrifying. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan felt a wave of heat. The ground within a li of him sunk and was burnt to a crisp. If it was any other cultivator from the dragon transformation realm, they would definitely have been turned into ashes. Boom! Yan Yunluan fanned again, and a green light rushed out of the 5-colored feather fan. In the blink of an eye, mountains collapsed and seas roared. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the ground was cut down by hundreds of zhang. Moreover, the void was torn open one after another, pitch black holes everywhere. There were storms everywhere, crazy winds like a sea. Yi Fan flew out more than 10 li. His clothes were tattered, and his body was hit by many wind blades. When they came into contact with his body, the sound of metal clanging could be heard. This fan was a secret treasure, everyone thought. If it wasn't for the divine body, other people in the dragon transformation realm would have long been cut into pieces. The treasures of evildoers are indeed rare treasures. Even divine lord-level characters are tempted. Boom! Yan Yunluan waved the treasured fan for the 3rd time, and a pitch-black river rushed out, rushing towards Yi Fan. The Yin energy was terrifying, and it could melt all things. Lunar true water. Everyone was shocked. Yan Yunluan's 3rd fan swept out with the lunar true power. The great river overflowed, and black water filled the sky, corroding everything in the world. You're not done yet. Yi Fan shouted. A vast golden divine sea appeared beneath his feet, and a blue lotus accompanied him. He rushed forward with the others. Divine body phenomenon. Everyone's eyes widened. The divine body phenomenon was the most mysterious, and it could restrain the strange phenomena of others. It was unfathomable since ancient times, and there was no one who didn't want to see it for themselves. The lunar true water was blocked by the golden divine sea. Yi Fan was like a war god as he rushed out more than 10 li, returning to the battlefield. He raised his fists and smashed them down. Boom! Yan Yunluan waved the treasured fan for the 4th time. The void was filled with vitality. Endless ancient trees appeared, and all sorts of vines turned into great dragons that twisted about. In all directions, all of the essence energy was sucked dry. The world dimmed, and the energy of plants became rich, forming Tao diagrams that refined Yi Fan. Voila, at Yi Fan's side, the blue lotus gently swayed. All of the plants withered, and endless essence energy was sucked out, merging into the lotus. His phenomenon appeared, and no techniques touched his body. All attacks were dissolved. Yi Fan's golden fist pierced through the world, smashing towards Yan Yunluan. Kacha! An ancient shield shattered, and more than 10 flying swords snapped inch by inch. All of the magic treasures were turned to powder by his golden fist. Pooh! Yan Yunluan spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew back several li before stabilizing himself. If not for the 5-colored fan blocking for a moment, he would have most likely been smashed apart. Is this the honorable battle you wanted? It's just SOSO. Yi Fan loudly said. Yan Yunluan's face was burning hot. He had been defeated again and again. This was something that a genius who had grown up surrounded by a halo of light could not accept. To him, this was a type of humiliation. Kung! Clear splendor flashed. A set of bronze battle clothes appeared in front of him. With chong-chong sounds, it automatically attached itself to his body. A bronze spear appeared in his hands. Chi! The 5-colored fan turned into a ball of light and imprinted itself on the spear blade. The bronze spear became more and more terrifying, as if it was a demonic weapon that came from hell. A weapon that only a peak divine lord can refine. Many people cried out in shock. Your weapon isn't bad. I'll accept your kindness. Yi Fan said. Kill. Yan Yunluan shouted loudly. Like a bronze divine spirit, he brandished the heavenly spear and slaughtered his way forward. The bronze spear shattered great emperors and split the heavens. A green radiance, hundreds of Zhonglong shot out. Chong, Chong, Yi. Fan's golden palm and fingers collided with the spear. Sparks flew in all directions. This bronze weapon was extremely terrifying. It possessed an undying sharpness and was extremely difficult to break. Moreover, when it was brandished, woo-woo sounds continuously rang out. Strand after strand of the power of natural laws were produced to refine Yi Fan, making him feel a type of pressure. However, his flesh was rarely seen in this world and couldn't be injured by blades. Moreover, each time his finger moved, a tremendous wave of power would be transmitted outwards, blasting Yan Yunluan's mouth until it ruptured. Slowly, Yi Fan's power suppressed the bronze spear. Even though the formations on it were mysterious and unfathomable, they couldn't injure him. They were almost completely sealed by his golden flesh. The power of natural laws were obstructed, and the sharpness couldn't injure the divine body either. Yan Yunluan was in a dangerous situation and his life was about to be threatened. The bronze heavenly spear was almost seized several times. Buddha. Tuchuo also rushed over murderously again. The violet gold alms bowl descended like a violet gold mountain. It smashed towards Yi Fan's head and surged with endless Buddhist radiance. In addition, a great pung flew out and grabbed towards Yi Fan. Break for me! Yi Fan released a light shout. The sky-overturning imprint struck out, blasting that Ping King apart. At the same time, the violet gold alms bowl flew into the horizon and almost disappeared into the clouds. The monster Yan Yunluan and a mysterious expert like Ku Tuchuo couldn't defeat the divine body even after working together. Everyone sighed helplessly. Yi Fan's rise was already unstoppable. A monster like Yan Yunluan could fight several realms higher. Yan Yunluan had just broken through and could already fight supreme elders of holy lands, but now he was being suppressed. Tuchuo seemed to be a bit stronger, but it was still useless. He couldn't suppress Yi Fan and was instead forced into a dead end. Pow! After 120 moves, Yi Fan used the void palm imprint and struck Yan Yunluan through the bronze battle armor, causing him to cough up blood. Dang! After 140 moves, Yi Fan's sky-overturning imprint landed on the violet gold alms bowl and sent Ku Tuchuo flying hundreds of meters away. One of the bones in his arm was broken. This is the Eastern Wastelands monster. People could only exclaim like this. The battle between the three became more and more intense. Those who hadn't attacked because of Yi Fan's power glanced at each other and rushed in all directions, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Let's see which one of you dares to leave, shouted Yi Fan. Those people trembled, but they didn't stop. They rushed into the distance. Bang, bang, Yi Fan used the man-ruler seal and sky-overturning imprint. The sky trembled, and Yan Yunluan and Tuchuo were both sent flying. Blood appeared at the corner of their mouths as they clenched their teeth. He took out the Thousand Slayers bow again. His expression was cold as he continuously pulled the bow. His battle prowess rose to the 8-limit realm. He was like an eternal god that illuminated the sky. The bowstring moved, and several arrows flew out one after another. They tore through the sky for dozens of miles and all hit their targets. Flowers of blood bloomed in different directions. The saint children were all killed. Their bodies split into several pieces and fell to the ground. I personally broke that black brat's limbs and crushed his sternum. What can you do to me? If you have the ability, kill me too, said Tuchuo coldly. Yi Fan's expression was cold. I'll make you lose everything now. With each step he took, and like a dragon in the clouds, he arrived in front of Tuchuo and Yan Yunluan. He formed a seal and attacked. Ah! Suddenly, Ku Tuchuo let out a loud roar, and a Buddha appeared behind him. The Buddha's voice echoed out from its mouth. All of this was too sudden. The world seemed to be destroyed, and there was a world-splitting aura that rushed into the top of Yi Fan's head. Everything was born and destroyed. A small world was evolving, and nothing existed. Only the ancient Buddha uttered the word ah. On the side, Yan Yunluan coughed up a mouthful of blood. A bloody mark appeared between his eyebrows, and his body shook violently. If it weren't for the bronze battle armor, he would most likely be shattered. Not far away, the only person who didn't escape turned into dust under this mysterious ancient sound, no longer existing. Quang dang. Yifan was momentarily absent-minded. The purple gold alms bowl shone brightly, swallowing heaven and earth. It sucked him in and sealed him within. In the distance, it was absolutely silent. Everyone was shaken. What kind of ancient sound was this? It turned a person in the third dragon transformation into dust, and it made a monster like Yan Yunluan's body crack apart. Ba, I said I would ferry you from the afterlife, so I will. Ku Tuchuo laughed coldly. The crack on Yan Yunluan's forehead recovered, and he found it hard to calm down. He asked, Great Master, what kind of ancient sound is this? If it weren't for the protection of the bronze battle armor, he would have been in danger just now. A part of his body would most likely have been obliterated. This is my Buddhism's supreme 6-syllable mantra. As long as one's magical power is strong enough, they can subdue all experts in the world, said Tuchuo. In the distance, everyone cried out in alarm. Buddhism's 6-syllable mantra, ma, and I, pad, me, hum, was a supreme holy technique that could subdue deities in the heavens. There were many temples in the western desert, but only the most ancient holy temples each possessed a single word of the mantra. It was difficult to gather all of them, and some of them had already been lost forever. This Tuchuo definitely has a great background. Only those source ancient temples each grasped a type of mantra. In the distance, there wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. The legendary 6-syllable ancient sound had the power to split apart the heavens and earth. It was endlessly profound and supreme. It contained the universe's great power, great wisdom, and great compassion. Hum, the Tuchuo chanted the heavenly sound, continuously supporting the purple gold alms bowl. He wanted to use this type of mantra to dissolve Yifan and extinguish his body and soul. Tens of thousands of layers of Buddhist light drowned out the void. He sat cross-legged here, using the supreme holy technique of Buddhism to form Yifan's figure and refine his soul. Dang, suddenly, the purple gold alms bowl violently shook, shaking the skies. Cracks appeared one after another, and it was on the verge of breaking apart. This was a Buddhist treasure refined by a peak holy lord level divine monk, yet it couldn't withstand the terrifying power and was about to be broken apart. Pung, with one final violent tremor, the alms bowl was broken into pieces. Yifan's body erupted with golden light as he struck out. He was using the battle saint art. Hum. The Tuchuo roared, using this source mantra to suppress Yifan. You have the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra, and I have the Taoist 9 supreme secrets. Let's see who is stronger and who is weaker. Yifan shouted. Everyone was stunned. Even though many people had already guessed that Yifan grasped 1 or 2 of the 9 secrets, this was the first time they heard him admit it. He used the battle character secret. His hands moved about, resonating with the universe. His body turned into the shape of a dragon, crushing the Buddhist sound as he charged forward. Pooh! The Tuchuo was cut in half. Blood sprayed out, and he was extremely unwilling. What a pity, the victorious fighting Buddha disappeared in seclusion, and the hum mantra was lost. I only obtained half. In the distant skies, there was a great commotion. Everyone was shocked. There was still a Buddha in the western desert, a saint in this world. Pooh! Yifan used the battle character secret. His body curved like a true dragon, turning into the yin and yang dividing line of the Taiji diagram. He rushed forward, and with a wave of his right hand, Yan Yunluan's head was cut off. The western desert's mysterious itinerant monk's body was cut into 2, his life hanging by a thread. Yan Yunluan's head was removed, and he was about to die. This was a scene dyed in blood. After Yifan turned into a dragon-shaped Dao mark, the 2 great experts both suffered grievances. They couldn't stop the yin-yang dividing line of the Taiji diagram. Yifan held Yan Yunluan's head with one hand, and his other hand turned into a golden heavenly monument. He suppressed the upper half of the itinerant monk's body and placed it in the middle of the battlefield. Here, one could hear a pin drop. Blood flowed, falling drop by drop. It was like the sound of the yellow springs. 2 great experts were suppressed by a single person, and their bodies were broken. It was a scene that made people's hearts tremble. In the distance, everyone was silent. Yi Fan displayed the battle character in the end, destroying everything in its path. His methods were so powerful that it made them feel suffocated. It was too terrifying. Only after a long time had passed did someone speak. They began to discuss in low voices, and their hearts were filled with shock. The legendary battle character of the 9 secrets, in his hands, it can deduce the heavenly battle skills and display all battle techniques. Unfortunately, Kutuchua's 2 mantra is incomplete and cannot compete with the Taoist's battle character. The Buddhist 6-word mantra will definitely reappear in the world. In the future, it will most likely compete with the Taoist 9 secrets. Yi Fan stared at the itinerant monk and said, "What is going on with the sacred battle Buddha? What is his background?" This was the answer the others wanted to know as well. After the desolate antiquity era, Buddhism actually had an ancient Buddha. As expected, their foundations were unimaginably powerful. Kutuchua didn't reply. He was extremely unwilling, but he didn't say a single word. The incomplete 2 mantra made him feel depressed. "If you don't speak, then I'll make your body empty and your death empty. Stop." Suddenly, a loud shout sounded from the distance. 2 elders flew over and stared at Yan Yunwan's head in Yi Fan's hands. They revealed a horrified expression. "Let go of Yan Yunwan." The other person shouted, his face full of shock. They were Yan Yunwan's protectors, but normally, they weren't always together. Now that they knew they were late, their expressions changed. "Do you think I'll let go just because you say so?" Yi Fan didn't care. "Stop. Let go of Yunwan." The 2 of them rushed forward. "What if I don't stop?" Yi Fan asked. "If you dare to touch Yunwan, you will not have a good ending. The Yan tribe will not let you go. I hate being threatened." Yi Fan directly interrupted their words, and with a bang, he smashed Yan Yunwan's head with a finger. It was as simple as smashing a walnut. "You. I'll kill you." Their faces were as white as snow, without a trace of blood. Their hearts felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. Yi Fan was fearless. He did not fear any holy land or divine dynasty. He killed Yan Yunwan cleanly. "Yunwan. Yi brat, hand over your life." The 2 from the Yan clan pounced over. Their hair was messy and they seemed to have gone mad. "Since you miss him so much, then follow him and reunite with him." Yi Fan kept Yan Yunwan's bronze battle armor and sky dagger axe. "Kill." The 2 experts rushed over. In front of a beautiful mountain in the Qishir mansion, 2 young men hesitated. They stood outside Wang Ting's cave, not daring to disturb him. "Who's outside? Come in." A calm voice was heard. The stone door rumbled open, and a dense mist rushed out. It was colorful and celestial. The 2 young men nervously walked in. In the cave, a man sat cross-legged on a mysterious jade bed. His hair was thick and black, and there were countless stars in his eyes. He was unfathomable. "Greetings, Brother Wang," one of them said with a trembling voice. One of them spoke with a trembling voice. The pressure that this man gave him was even greater than that of his ancestor. "What do you want?" Wang Ting calmly asked. "Holy Fiziki Fan has appeared." One of them quickly explained what had happened outside. However, after a long time, Wang Ting did not say anything. The 2 looked at each other in dismay. "Brother Wang, I know." Wang Ting only said a few words. He had no intention of attacking. He used the 9 secrets, using the fighting symbol art to defeat Yan Yunwan, as well as a monk. The Buddhist tortoise mantra also appeared. One of them spoke of this information. "Is that so?" 9 secrets. Wang Ting's eyes became illusory. A streak of divine light rushed out from the crown of his head. A golden ancient war chariot rumbled as it appeared. The divine light turned into a majestic and imposing figure. His entire body was surrounded by golden light that rushed into the heavens. On his back was a holy sword. It was as if a celestial emperor had descended into this world as he stood on the war chariot. Apart from this, divine light shone resplendently in his surroundings. There were 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises. They flickered with dazzling radiance, forming 4 images that surrounded him. Lead the way. This figure released a light shout that shook the skies. The 2 youngsters discovered that they were already standing on the war chariot. They had long rushed out of the cave and flew into the sky. The 2 of them couldn't help but tremble. Wang Ting's incarnation was already this powerful. As it stood on the golden ancient war chariot, dragons and phoenixes cried out in harmony, white tigers roared into the sky, and black tortoises raised the sea. Golden light shot out in tens of thousands of streaks, shining resplendently. It was as if an ancient emperor was patrolling the skies. It's Wang Ting. Wang Ting drove the war chariot out. This is an incarnation with the imperial sword on his back. Who is he going to kill? Could it be that he is going to fight against the Middle Emperor? Within the unique scholar manor, there were many beautiful mountain peaks. Many people saw the scene and were incomparably shocked. One after another, figures rushed out and followed. Wang Ting's every move was closely watched. His incarnation naturally attracted many people's attention as they tailed him. He is going to kill the Eastern Wastelands monster. What? The Saint Fiziki fan appeared again? He is fighting in the distance. This time, he is most likely in danger. The 9 secrets have appeared. Wang Ting is determined to collect all 9 secrets of Taoism and cultivate them all. No wonder he wants to personally take action. Along the way, there were many figures. Hundreds of people followed. More than half of the unique scholar manor's people were alarmed. They all wanted to see the North Emperor's glory. The 9 secrets had appeared, and the North Emperor had come out of seclusion. The golden war chariot was as fast as lightning. Along the way, dragons and phoenixes cried out, and white tigers illuminated the sky. It was a splendid and majestic scene. However, by the time the chariot arrived, the battlefield had already calmed down. Everything was over. The 2 experts guarding Yan Yunluan had been defeated, and Yi Fan had left for a long time. Ku Tuchuo had also died, leaving behind only a corner of his tattered monastic robe. All the experts had been killed by Yi Fan. Not a single one of them had escaped. What a pity, we missed it again. Some people felt regretful. It was rare to see Wang Ting come out of seclusion, but they couldn't see his invincible glory. Yi Fan didn't know any of this. He was already 1,000 miles away. After saying goodbye to Peng Bo, Li Heishui, and the others, he wasn't worried about their safety. The second greatest bandit of the north hadn't come out of the central continent recently. He had once appeared at the unique scholar manor with the heaven-devouring devil jar. He might not interfere with the younger generation's competition, but if someone wanted to take their lives, the living fossil would definitely not agree. It's more than 300,000 miles away. It's not that far. Let's meet often. Yi Fan said goodbye to them and headed west. It had to be said that the unique scholar manor was very mysterious. There were all kinds of ancient books, and Peng Bo had found a lot of information for him. Now, he could roughly guess the range. 10,000 years ago, there was a flourishing Kai clan in the central continent. They had a long inheritance and a terrifying foundation. It was suspected that they had grasped one of the 9 secrets, but they were destroyed in a single night. The 9 secrets originated from the eastern wasteland and were broken up. One of them actually ended up in the central continent, but the others seemed to have lost their inheritance. However, what made Yi Fan's heart uneasy was the collapse of the Kai clan. Just who was it that could destroy an ancient clan that was not much weaker than the Divine Dynasty? All the ancient books back then didn't have a clear conclusion because there was no evidence or clues. It was a case without a clue. Yi Fan flipped through the information and found that there was no conclusion at that time. But after thousands of years, there were many speculations and different viewpoints. Some said that it was the Great Xia Divine Dynasty who used the extreme divine might of the Tai Sovereign Sword to annihilate the Kai clan. Others said that the Jiuli Divine Dynasty used an extreme Dao weapon to refine this ancient inheritance. Others said that it was someone from the Eastern Wasteland who appeared with an extreme Dao weapon. In order to retrieve the 9 secrets, they erased the Kai clan without leaving any traces. There were even some who said that it was the work of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. Mount Meru was mysterious and unfathomable. It was overseen by an unworldly being that could do all this. The victorious fighting Buddha? No, the time doesn't match. Afterwards, Yifan saw many more speculations, and all of them were very reasonable. It really has become a historical case. It's difficult to see through. Finally, Yifan saw a piece of unofficial history sandwiched between the piles of information. There was a shocking conclusion inside that was completely different from the previous viewpoints. It wasn't a group of people killing, but a single person destroying an immortal inheritance with a flick of his finger from 10,000 miles away. After reading up to this point, Yifan shivered. With the power of a single person, an ancient family was wiped out with a flick of his finger. This was too shocking. One had to know that the Kai clan back then wasn't much weaker than the Divine Dynasty. This piece of unofficial history didn't specify who it was, but it vaguely pointed to one person. From ancient times until now, there were only a few people with such terrifying combat strength. And in that era, it was obvious, Azure Emperor, 10,000 years ago, there was a great emperor living in this world. If there really was such a person, it would be Azure Emperor without a doubt. A great emperor was involved. Just what happened back then? Was it really Azure Emperor who took action? Yifan was stunned. This was a shocking deduction. Why would the last great emperor of this world do such a thing? Was there some secret that was worthy of Azure Emperor taking action? All kinds of deductions, it's difficult to distinguish. He sighed. Too many years had passed, and now, everything had become a mystery. He could only make wild guesses. Traveling 30,000 miles to the west, Yifan came to an ancient land. He saw endless desolation, and endless ancient trees surrounded a ruin. The surroundings were lush, and primeval forests stretched on endlessly. Only this place in the center was barren, quiet and cold. This is the ruins of the Kai clan, only a few broken walls and ruins were left. Crows were entrenched, and the cries of the crows were miserable. It was a clear contrast between the former prosperity and the current desolation. A huge abyss, more than 100 miles long, passed through this barren land. Rubble and other things were at the edge of the abyss. One could imagine that the endless heavenly palaces of the past had sunk and fallen. In the past, the Kai clan's pure land was built on this great canyon, but it has sunk. Yifan flew high into the sky and observed with his origin divine art. In that instant, his heart shook. The abyss had no rules, and it looked incomparably terrifying. However, he cultivated an origin art that could restore the landscape and accurately predict the changes of the terrain. Light flickered in his eyes, flickering indeterminately. He repeatedly deduced and interweaved the various landforms of the past. The abyss changed continuously, and then turned into a shape with rules. It was more than 100 miles long and unfathomably deep. This is the mark of a finger. Yifan almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. The 100-mile abyss seemed to have been flicked out by a finger and then erased. Was it really Azure Emperor who took action? Why did he do this? Broken walls were everywhere, and not even a blade of grass could be seen. There was a huge abyss that was hundreds of miles long. It was pitch black, and one could not see the bottom at a glance. It was actually left by a finger. Yifan was stunned. Had that unofficial history really come true? A person stood 10,000 miles away, and with a point of his finger, he destroyed an ancient clan that was comparable to a celestial dynasty. Azure the Arch, the only person who proved his Tao after the Antiquity era. His origin was mysterious, and his cultivation was unfathomable. He was a mysterious the Arch who shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Yifan experienced the terror of a demonic the Arch. He stood 10,000 miles away, and with a light flick of his finger, he destroyed an immortal inheritance. What kind of divine might was this? I think if he wanted to, it would not be a problem for him to create a fingerprint that was 10,000 miles long. The 50-mile-long gorge was very meticulous. It just happened to destroy the pure land of the Kai clan, and it did not spread out. The control of the area was very precise. The ancient Arch was too powerful. It would not be difficult for him to wipe out a celestial dynasty with a raise of his hand. What kind of person was Azure the Arch? He was the only the Arch in the Antiquity era, and he must have been one of the most outstanding figures since ancient times. Would he wipe out an ancient clan for the 9 secrets? the 9 secrets was the highest divine art of Taoism. It was indeed tempting, but it was not enough for the arch to do such a thing, right? Yi Fan thought about it, but he could not figure it out. Could it be that there are some unknown secrets, or that it involves the secrets of immortals? No matter how much Yi Fan thought about it, there were too few reasons for the arch to make a move. He felt that the Kai clan must have many secrets, for even Azure the arch to make a move. If he could find this clan, perhaps he would be able to unravel the fog of history. In the current world, apart from the Kai clan itself, there was probably no one who knew the cause and effect of the past. Yi Fan walked in the ruins and did not find anything. Who knew how many people had come here to pay their respects in the past 10,000 years? Even if there were any clues, they would not be left behind. He sank into the bottomless pit and felt the power of the finger. It was 10,000 feet deep, and the ground was hard and dry. Be it rocks or soil, they were all flattened. Yi Fan left with a trace of disappointment and awe. A glorious clan with a long inheritance could not block a finger from the Azure Emperor in the end. This made one sigh. According to the information Pang Bo had given him, the Kai clan had not been completely annihilated. At that time, there were still some people outside who had definitely escaped the calamity. In the past 10,000 years, several new sects had been suspected to be survivors of the Kai clan. They believed that they had changed their appearance and continued the glory of the clan. Yi Fan also believed that the race was not completely wiped out. Otherwise, how could there be an old saint? Before he died, he looked far into the west and transformed into nature. In the following days, he began a long journey of searching. The Vermilion Bird sect was a large sect that rose up 8,000 years ago. It occupied a vast area and was located in a beautiful mountain in the west of the Central Plains. This time, Yi Fan traveled through the void. Because the distance was too far, he sighed helplessly. In the past 2 months, he had been to many places, but to no avail. This mountainous area was mainly made of red earth. If there were no vegetation to cover it, it would look like a blazing inferno. The Vermilion Bird sect had been flourishing for the past few thousand years. There were many experts in the sect. This was practically Yi Fan's final target. If there were no descendants of the Kai clan, he would be at his wits' end. After a few days, Yi Fan transformed into a geomaster and wandered around the area. He learned many details. The sect had 72 spiritual peaks and over 10,000 disciples. However, he was disappointed to find that he had not heard of any special divine arts. He did not know whether they had hidden it well or if he had found the wrong place. After a few more days, Yi Fan learned that this was the result of a fallen phoenix. Its blood had dyed the mountains and rivers red, so the earth here was also red. The sect's strongest ultimate technique was known as the Minor Yang scripture. This is a scripture evolved from a remnant of the extreme Yang scripture. He was astonished. No wonder the sect was flourishing day by day. The remnant scripture that they grasped had a great origin. Just a fifth of the extreme Yang scripture was enough to allow a great sect to establish a foothold. This was enough to prove that the supreme scriptures of the immemorial era, the extreme Yin and extreme Yang scriptures, were extremely profound. Half a month later, Yi Fan spent a divine source and learned a secret from a disciple of the sect known as Know-It-All. The sect's founder was indeed surnamed Kai, but he did not stay for long. He left after 500 years and left everything to his disciples to manage. Brother, you're here to find the 9 secrets, right? Who knows how many people have come here in the past 8,000 years? Don't waste time. There's no one. This know-it-all patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said meaningfully. Yi Fan also smiled. It seemed like this method would not work. Many people had already used it. Let me tell you this. Our founder might really be a survivor of the Kai clan, but he did not pass down any 9 secrets. He only left behind a remnant scripture. The know-it-all said a lot. Many outstanding people had come here in the past 8,000 years, but in the end, they all left helplessly. They could not find anything. The 9 secrets were the 9 strongest divine techniques of Taoism. They contained too many secrets and incurred the jealousy of the heavens. They could not be combined. Now, they were lost everywhere and some of them were lost. Searching like this was like looking for a needle in a haystack. There would not be any clues. You're quite generous to spend a divine source to buy information. I'll tell you for free. Our founder went south. I heard he went to an ancient place called Hanchuan. Yifan smiled wryly. It had already been 8,000 years. It was too difficult to find clues about one person. He even suspected that the founder of the sect was that old saint who had transformed into the Tao. However, in order to obtain the 9 secrets, he could only keep searching. Even though he knew many people had walked this path, he still hoped to find precious clues. He came all the way from the west and now wanted to go to the southern part of the Central Plains. The journey was extremely long, and he could only travel through space. Fortunately, the so-called southern part was the area bordering the west and not the southernmost part. Otherwise, he would have to stare at it. He had enough mysterious jade platforms on him. By now, he knew how to carve them himself. Of course, they were the simplest ones that could only travel tens of thousands of miles. Along the way, Yifan traveled through space. It was impossible to count how many mysterious jade platforms he had abandoned. Finally, he arrived at Hanchuan in the southern part of the Central Plains. This area was 1,000,000 miles wide, but in the vast southern part of the Central Plains, it was only a small part. Hanchuan was a plain. There were 11 famous cities here that gathered the draconic energy of the world. Each city was extremely ancient and had flourishing fate energy. Each city was a great power. Yifan felt a headache coming on. After searching for half a month, he had only found some clues. The Kai clan had indeed come here, but they had disappeared. In the end, he used all his methods and finally found out that the Kai clan had wanted to rise from the ashes and rebuild their glory. However, they had left in the end for unknown reasons. His next stop was in the eastern part of the Central Plains. He was close to the eastern barren territory. From south to east, he had crossed more than half of the Central Plains. If Yifan wanted to continue, ordinary mysterious jade platforms wouldn't do. He would have to carry a mountain on his back to be able to squander them. But now, he needed a large divine formation. The distance was too far. Are the Kai clan purposely tormenting people? First to the west, then to the south, and then to the east. Will they go to the north next time? Yifan felt that searching like this wouldn't work. Countless people had searched for the Kai clan's 9 secrets. Since they hadn't been passed down, it meant that most of them had failed. If he continued down this path, it would be difficult for him to succeed. I can't think like the people before me. I need to think from a different angle. Then, he began to spend the divine roots in his hands to buy information from the 3 ancient sects of the Central Plains. He wanted to find out where the 9 secrets were. The 100 Shao House, the Pavilion of Heavenly Mystery, and the Red Dust Pavilion were all ranked among the 100 sects of the Central Plains. Their origins were ancient and could be traced back to the Antiquity era. They were the most well-informed and sold information to the outside world. I can only hope that Hua Yunfei has found some clues. Yifan really didn't want this person to find the 9 secrets. But now, he could only start with him. Hua Yunfei had gone to the small temple before him. He most likely had more clues than him. It was possible that the old saint had left something behind. He stopped searching for the Kai clan. Instead, he began to spend a large amount of divine roots to find Hua Yunfei's traces with the help of the 3 ancient sections. First, Yifan issued a mission. He wanted to find out where most of the sons of the world had fallen. He knew that Hua Yunfei cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic technique. In order to devour supreme divine roots, those sons of the world were definitely his favorite targets. Very soon, a secret letter was sent over from the 100 Shao House, providing the relevant information. When he saw it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was written very simply. The area where the divine physique Yifan appeared was the area where most sons of the world had fallen. The Fire Demon Ridge, Qishur Manor, Immortal Mansion World, and so on were marked. Why did I end up in my own body? Luckily, the 100 Shao House sent over more detailed information. Some of the outstanding disciples of the large sects in the western part of the Central Plains had died in the past 2 years. A few outstanding figures had disappeared in the southern part of the Central Plains. A few young experts with extraordinary talent in the eastern part of the Central Plains had mysteriously disappeared. Yifan's heart moved. In the past 2 years, a few outstanding figures in the Central Plains had mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind many unsolved cases. However, because the area was too big, no one had noticed anything. Was it done by Hua Yunfei? But they are too scattered. There's no way to deduce his location. He drew a few circles on the map, dividing it into a dozen or so areas. All of them could be places where he had appeared. He spent a lot of time connecting the time and location of these people's deaths, arranging them into a trajectory map. Using this to deduce Hua Yunfei's whereabouts is still a bit unreliable. There are too many variables. After that, Yi Fan spent a large amount of resources to commission the 3 great ancient sects to investigate a very important link. He had to gather information on the places where the heavenly tribulation had occurred in the past 2 years. This was very difficult. Normally, those who had gone through the tribulation would find an uninhabited area where they would not be discovered. However, the 3 great ancient sects were extraordinary. They actually sent over some very valuable information. They marked out a few areas, and their words were conclusive. There were people who had gone through the tribulation. Yi Fan used this to draw another map. However, he still could not be sure. He seriously pondered over it for a very long time. This was far from enough. The world was too big. Even after combining all this information, it was still not enough to deduce where Hua Yunfei was. When Yi Fan was with the Black Emperor, he had a detailed understanding of the various characteristics of the heaven-devouring demonic technique. He knew the various problems and difficulties that would occur when cultivating it. This technique was related to the harmony of the heavens. It was a demonic path that had a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. When devouring the source of others, it was easy to incur the wrath of the heavens. It needed to be mediated with a few ancient prescriptions. Apart from the Black Emperor, the people of the Celestial Dynasty might not know of these prescriptions. There were not many people in the world who understood its use. Yi Fan listed out a few very rare spirit medicines. They were the main ingredients of the ancient prescriptions. They were not easy to find in the world. If they were sold, there should be traces of them. This piece of information was very important. Not long after, Yi Fan received a set of information from the Red Dust Pavilion. He drew another map according to the time and location of the spirit medicines. Once the heaven-devouring demonic technique is accomplished, one can devour mountains and rivers during the trial. The black hole will shatter everything. Based on what the Black Emperor had said, he issued another mission. He was to investigate the abnormal movements of the mountains and rivers in various places. He wanted to know if some regions had disappeared. Just like that, Yi Fan issued a total of 18 missions according to the various details. Each mission cost a large amount of resources. He drew 18 maps based on 18 sets of information. After that, he summarized and combined the 18 maps into one. He drew a final map that represented Hua Yunfei's movements. 5 of the regions are the most suspicious. Late at night, Yi Fan bent over the table and looked at the map. He carefully pondered and confirmed the 5 regions. Hua Yunfei, I'm coming. On the second day, Yi Fan set out and started to search. He had to go to the 5 regions one by one. This was a boring process. He spent a month and eliminated 4 of the regions. Finally, he came to the western part of the central prefecture. However, it was not the Vermilion Bird sect, but a place called the Qinling Mountains. This time, Yi Fan spent even more time. After more than a month, he finally found some clues. However, he could not confirm the final location. The Qinling Mountains was a mysterious place. There were many ancient sects, and they were all extremely powerful. However, they had no connection with the Kai clan. Most of them had existed for tens of thousands of years. However, Yi Fan found traces of Hua Yunfei in this region. It was very similar to the 18 maps he had drawn. I believe you are in this region. However, the Qinling Mountains are too vast. I can only advance slowly. I will definitely find you. Half a month later, Yi Fan passed by a small declining sect. There was no ancient city where the ancestral dragon Qi was condensed. There were only a few short mountains without any beautiful scenery. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure on one of the short mountains. She was traveling with a few disciples of this small declining sect. Li Xiaoman, it was an old friend from the other side of the starry sky. He had not seen her for almost 3 years. She was as beautiful as before. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and she had an otherworldly temperament. In that instant, Yi Fan thought that Hua Yunfei was definitely here. He had found the right place. The 9 secrets must be here too. Not simple. Hua Yunfei only used 2 years to find the 9 secrets that others have been searching for 8,000 years. A declining small sect with only a few dozen disciples. Was the 9 secrets really here? Yi Fan stood in the distance and looked at Li Xiaoman. He thought about it quietly. She became a disciple of this sect. This declining small sect is probably not as bad as I thought. The Qing mountain range was no less than 1,000,000 miles in circumference and could be said to be boundlessly vast. But relatively speaking, it was only a small corner of the western region of the central prefecture. This was a mysterious ancient land. It was very difficult for the outside world to understand it. There were many legends about experts who were extremely powerful, yet not many people knew about them. Some said that in the past, there was an ancient saint who was unrivaled under the heavens. He roamed through the 5 great regions and in the end, he was beaten to the ground by an old man who was herding sheep. Even in the recent ancient times, a similar thing happened 20,000 years ago. 8 supreme experts came to the Qing mountain range in search of the ancient past and were all thrown into the lake by a fisherman. This was an ancient land with its own unique inheritance. To the people of the outside world, it was very mysterious and shrouded in a layer of fog. The Qing mountain range spanned 1,000,000 miles and there were many mountain ranges everywhere. There was once someone who excavated the tombs of 12 ancient emperors within half a year. This land was extraordinary. After some emperors died, they would always think of ways to bury themselves in the Qing mountain range, causing people to be puzzled. Some said that this was a land connected to immortality. According to the legends, there were people who once ascended to immortality. There were even some who said that this was an incomprehensible land with many tombs underground. There were people cultivating there, seeking to verify their Daos, unknown to the outside world. There were too many secrets regarding the Qing mountain range. There were even people who claimed that the Azure Emperor was born in the Qing mountain range and only left for the eastern barren lands after that. There was a legend saying that there was an immortal transformation pool in the Qing mountain range. 30,000 years ago, an azure lotus gained sentience and transformed into a human form. After that, it grew step by step and eventually became the world-shaking Azure Emperor physique. There are many hidden experts in the Qing mountain range, and there are many tombs underground. This was the conclusion Yi Fan came to after a period of time. Although he saw Li Xiaoman, it was impossible for him to acknowledge her. Hence, he chose to stay behind and roam this ancient land, silently observing, wanting to find traces of Hua Yunfei. The declining small sect occupied 4 small mountains and had a total of only 20 people. It could be said to be pitifully small. Li Xiaoman was a disciple of one of the mountains. Yi Fan had observed them from afar and felt that something was strange. The cultivation bases of these people were all uneven. The weakest was only at the Sea of Reincarnation realm, while the strongest was at the first level of Immortal Foundation. That's not right. How could such a small declining sect have a grand elder of the Holy Land? Moreover, he discovered that there were 2 or 3 disciples who were extremely powerful. Their cultivation had reached the dragon transformation realm, and they were not any weaker than the young experts of the Qishir Manor. This was really strange. These people were all concealing their cultivation, and ordinary people would not be able to see through them at all. Only Yi Fan, who had cultivated the divine eyes of origin, could see through the falsehood and see through the source of their cultivation. It's not simple at all. There must be a reason behind it. I have to be careful. Yi Fan stayed and understood everything in detail. He learned that this declining small sect was called the Qin sect. This place was only a branch, and could also be considered an outer sect. Such a small outer sect actually has a first-level Immortal Foundation expert. He felt that this was inconceivable. The Qin sect wasn't very large, with only a little over 100 members. There were 4 branches in the north, south, east, and west, which were the so-called outer sect. The main sect was located in the center of this mountainous region, and it was only 20 to 30 li away from the north, south, east, and west branches. In this region, there were some scattered villages, and all of them were ordinary commoners. There were some naughty children who would often run up the mountain to play, and no one cared about them. One could say that this declining small sect with only 100 members didn't have any strict rules. It looked very relaxed, and didn't seem like a secret sect at all. The 9 secrets is in this small sect? In the Qin sect, the sect leader's bloodline had the surname Qin, and they seemed to have no connection with the Kai clan. The only thing that made people suspicious was that this declining small sect actually had a history of several thousand years. Compared to the mortal world, it was unknown how many dynasties had passed through. The nearby villages had no idea how long the Qin sect could be traced back. Because it was too ancient, it was as though it had existed since the era of their ancestors. Not because of the Kai surname, but a small sect with such a long history, Yifan was very cautious. During these few days, he had been observing. Other than Li Xiaoman's southern branch, the eastern, western, and northern branches were similar. There were experts at the first layer of Immortal Foundation, and there were 1 or 2 disciples from the Dragon Transformation secret realm. This exceeded common sense. Even for a peak-level sect, it was only at this level. With so few people, how could the number of young disciples be so high? Finally, he stealthily approached the main peak, wanting to see the strength of the main sect. Although it was called the main peak, it was actually only over 1,000 meters tall. It was 200 to 300 meters taller compared to the surrounding mountains. It didn't exude a majestic aura, nor did it exude any majestic aura. It was extremely ordinary and ordinary. In fact, it was somewhat similar to the small Taoist temple where the old sage was. It looked ordinary and ordinary, but there was a hint of returning to one's natural state. Not long after, Yifan's heart pounded. He discovered a supreme existence meditating in front of the main peak, not moving at all. Is this really a small sect? I just arrived at the main peak and I already saw a supreme existence. He was astonished. There was a stretch of buildings on this small mountain. Could there be even more powerful characters, or even a few supreme existences? Yifan didn't take a step closer. This kind of character's spiritual sense was extraordinary, and he would be sensed if he wasn't careful. If it wasn't for the golden lake between his brows being baptized by the thunder tribulation, and his extremely powerful divine sense, as well as the heavenly god technique, he would have been discovered long ago. This is a hidden sect. Now, he could already confirm that this seemingly declining small sect was extraordinary and had an unknown secret. Even though it wasn't surnamed Kai, it was most likely worth stopping here. In the next few days, Yifan carefully read the county and prefecture annals of this area. He discovered that there was a famous surname in this area in the past, Kai. Unfortunately, this surname had moved away in an unknown era, and its whereabouts were unknown. The old land of the Kai clan. Not long after, Yifan inadvertently discovered an ancient book in the library of a local prominent clan, and he learned even more from it. In an extremely ancient era, there was only one major surname in this area, which was the Kai clan. For some unknown reason, the entire clan had moved away 30,000 years ago, and since then, they had disappeared. 30,000 years ago, wasn't that the time when the legendary Azure Emperor took human form and attained Tao? The Kai clan had lived in the Qinling Mountains in the past, and there was a rumor that the Azure Emperor had also come from this area, originating from the Immortal Transformation Pool. There's an 80 to 90% chance that the Qin sect is from the Kai clan. They've returned to their homeland, but they've changed their appearance. However, the Azure Emperor passed away in meditation 10,000 years ago. What are they afraid of? Yifan didn't discover any traces of Hua Yunfei, but he believed that he should be nearby, or even within the Qin sect. He most likely has a secret treasure on him that can isolate his aura. Even my heavenly god eyes can't see through him. This is very troublesome. Yifan considered it over and over again. He felt that he could only join the Qin sect and slowly search for the 9 secrets. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to approach openly. The southern mountain range where Li Xiaoman was located should be avoided. If not, if she discovered any traces of him, the consequences would be dire. The few branches were only tens of miles apart, and there would definitely be times when they would meet. But as long as he didn't reveal his old habits, there shouldn't be any problems with the heaven and earth transformation art he learned from the Heavenly Origin book. In the eastern mountain range of the Qin sect, there were 3 short mountains. There were 4 elders and 15 disciples, as well as several hundred chickens, ducks, and geese. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was clearly a first-layer immortal foundation expert guarding this place, yet there were several hundred animals being reared. It was like the mortal world. As to why he chose this place, it was because the eastern mountain range was about to accept disciples. Coincidentally, this was an opportunity, and he wanted to fish in troubled waters. Doggy child, after you ascend the mountain, you have to cultivate well. Don't steal goose eggs anymore. This is your sect now. A hunter stared at his child. Yi Fan was somewhat speechless. There were 4 snot-nosed children who followed him up the mountain, and they were all children from the village at the foot of the mountain. When they had nothing better to do, they actually ran up the mountain to play. And now, they were actually going to become disciples. The Qin sect was simply too unscrupulous when it came to accepting disciples. He really didn't know what to say. They were all children from the vicinity, and there was no such thing as picking on their roots. A hidden sect can't be judged by common sense. Qin Wendian could only mutter to himself. The snot-nosed children were only 6 to 7 years old, and they were all staring at him with curiosity. Yi Fan truly felt a little uneasy. He was about to become fellow apprentice brothers with a bunch of little kids. Luckily, not long after, 2 more people ascended the mountain, and they also wanted to take him as their master. One of them was around 18 or 19 years old, and had a refined and scholarly appearance. He was dressed like a scholar, and exuded a scholarly aura. The other person was over 50 years old, and his hair was sparse. He was emaciated, and had a sickly appearance. Even his beard had turned white, and he actually came here to cultivate. The Eastern Qin sect did not reject anyone, and all of them were accepted. The 4 snot-nosed children, in addition to Yi Fan's group of 3, made up a total of 7 disciples. Faintly, Yi Fan felt that the scholar and the sickly old man were not simple. However, in front of others, he didn't want to casually use the heaven origin divine eyes to probe them. This hidden sect is completely unafraid of these people, and they dare to accept anyone who comes. This is enough to prove their confidence. This was what Qin Wendian truly felt after staying on the mountain for a few days. That scholar was an expert from the dragon transformation realm, and that sickly old man was actually a unique cultivator who only cultivated in a single secret realm. This was the first time he saw such a person, and his strength was not easy to estimate. Yi Fan was speechless. The small Eastern Qin sect only had 3 short mountains, and a total of over 20 people. Apart from the scholar and sickly old man, there were also 2 other young cultivators from the dragon transformation realm. If word of this got out, it would scare people to death. This hidden sect, with a few branches added together, the quality of their disciples could almost be compared to a sacred ground. There were only over 100 people in total, and yet they had such achievements. It was like a fantasy, and no one would believe it if word of this got out. These people are most likely the same as me, and found the chi of the 9 secrets through some kind of clue. After Yi Fan understood in detail, he felt that there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this small place, and it was hard to guess who the most outstanding inheritors of the supreme sects were. Boom! Not far away, smoke and dust soared into the sky, and immediately after, chickens flew and dogs jumped. A snot-nosed child ran out from the chicken coop, crying. "Senior brother, save me, what's wrong, doggy?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. Little Shirtu and the rest fell into a cave, and there is a vermilion coffin inside. The 4 snot-nosed children were as mischievous as before. They ran to steal the egg, and in the end, the ground inexplicably cracked, and they fell into the cave. Many people on the mountain were alarmed, and they rushed over. When they saw the scene, they were all shocked. There was actually an underground ancient tomb in the open. Yi Fan couldn't help but to sigh in admiration. Indeed, there were many ancient tombs in the Qin mountain range, and there was even one in the middle of the mountain. How strange. I pay my respects to senior uncle. Before the dust settled, a beautiful silhouette descended from the sky. Li Xiaoman came to the Eastern Qin sect, and she paid her respects to the mountain lord of the first layer immortal foundation layer. Martial uncle, it won't be long before the disciples are sent to the inner sect. My master wants you to make preparations. Li Xiaoman bowed. She was elegant and otherworldly. Her fine black hair danced in the wind, and her dress was pure white without a speck of dust. I understand, the Eastern Mountain chieftain said, nodding. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Would he be closer to the 9 secrets if he entered the inner sect? I have to seize this opportunity. I'm sure everyone else has the same thought. Recently, he had been paying attention to Li Xiaoman. However, he did not see her interacting with anyone special. He could not find any traces of Hua Yunfei. He felt that Hua Yunfei was definitely at the Qin sect, but he did not know who he was. He wanted to search for him through Li Xiaoman, but he could not find any clues. Martial uncle, I'll take my leave now. Li Xiaoman bowed and her sleeves fluttered as she flew into the sky like a fairy. When the smoke and dust in the cave settled, a large vermilion coffin was lying on the ground. 3 snot-nosed children were crying inside, and chickens and ducks were jumping around. When the mountain chieftain saw the 3 wailing brats below, she was instantly angered to the point of being amused. She said, "Look at how useless you are. All you do is steal chickens and dogs. If you don't listen to me, I'll lock you up in the underground cave. Mountain chieftain, please save us. We will only steal this once. We won't dare to do it again." The 3 snot-nosed children were sobbing as they leaned against the coffin. They were terrified. The Immortal Foundation expert flicked his sleeves and swept them up together with the coffin. Quang dang. The coffin was thrown horizontally onto the ground. This coffin had been buried underground for over 10,000 years, but it didn't show any signs of decaying. It was still the same as before. It was carved from red silk dragon wood and was extremely precious. Bang, the instant the coffin lid was opened, a green light flew out. It was actually a centipede that was 2 meters long and sparkled like jade. Its mouth spewed out a green mist, and the chickens and geese all turned into pus and blood. The Mountain Lord was at the peak of the first layer of Immortal Foundation. As a half-step supreme existence, his strength was naturally extremely powerful. With a wave of his sleeves, he brought all the children away with him. Centipede Sky Demon. Many people cried out loudly. This was a centipede that had clearly matured. Even though it wasn't shockingly thick, it was still frightening enough. Bang! The Mountain Lord personally took action and fought against it. Endless magical power was released to continuously refine it. The dark green centipede pierced through the void and actually escaped. Everyone was shocked. This was a strange insect that had cultivated for over 800 years. Even though it hadn't taken human form, it had the power of a half-step almighty. It walked the path of the Bug King, choosing not to evolve into a human, but to continue cultivating with its bug body. It was even more terrifying. Pooh! An expanse of green light sprayed out. Its mouthful of poison even pierced through this short mountain, and one could well imagine just how powerful it was. The mountain chieftain let out a long howl and spat out a small green gourd from his mouth. Boundless golden water vapor gushed out and purified the poison, then engulfed the dark green centipede. Sun True Water. Many people cried out, even Yi Fan was astonished. The solar true water corresponded to the lunar true water. Even though it was water, it contained extreme yang energy, and it was the bane of darkness bugs. Pooh! The jade centipede opened its mouth and spat out a streak of green light that turned into a centipede-shaped dark green short sword. It cut through the void and rushed towards the sun true water and the gourd. Not good, this centipede's cultivation is very profound. You guys, retreat! The mountain chieftain shouted. He and the jade centipede rushed into the sky and continuously clashed. An elder below turned into a beam of light and rushed to the main gate to report the danger here. At this time everyone was nervous and frightened. There was a corpse inside the vermilion coffin. Its flesh hadn't decayed, but it was as black as ink. This is red silk dragon wood. It can ensure that the body is immortal and can live for 20,000 years. It is a rare treasure, and this person must have been an emperor-level character when he was alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a coffin. How terrifying. This centipede devoured the corpse's origin essence. No wonder it is so powerful. Everyone saw everything inside the coffin and felt uneasy. An emperor became the food of a poisonous insect after his death, unable to rest in peace even in death. The snot babies' faces turned pale and they trembled in fear. Just now. They had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. If not for the centipede looking down on their flesh, they would have died a long time ago. Boom. In the air, the body of the centipede trembled violently as a green light shone brightly. In an instant, it expanded to over 10 meters in length, resembling a flood dragon. Its body was gigantic and its 100 legs moved in unison, lacerating the void. A Tianho at the peak of the first level of Immortal Foundation. Only supreme existences can subdue it. Its poison is too intense. Pooh. The over 10-meter-long jade centipede spat out a mouthful of jade water, cleanly dissolving the peak of a short mountain. This kind of poison caused the hearts of everyone to palpitate. Demonic insect, hand over your life. From afar, a long howl rang out. A supreme existence rode on a cloud and stretched out a gigantic palm that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, grabbing towards the jade centipede. A supreme existence at the peak. Yi Fan was shocked. As expected, there was a supreme existence guarding the main peak. An emperor-level character had appeared in such a short period of time. Pooh. The heavenly centipede soared through the air, glowing with a jade-green light. The poison in its mouth gushed out, transforming the 5 short mountains into dust in a single breath, no longer existing. It darted left and right, wanting to flee. However, the supreme existence's methods were heaven-defying, completely locking down this space. He grabbed downwards, and with a paw sound, the centipede was caught. After that, a multicolored light shone as the centipede was refined. This is a character at the peak of the Saint Lord level. Suppressing a half-step heavenly centipede king is like squashing an ordinary insect. There's no difference at all. Yi Fan shuddered. The body of the jade centipede was filled with poison. It unceasingly spat out green light, but it couldn't break through the light screen. It was refined by the magical energy and rapidly shrunk. Finally, it shrank to the size of a palm and appeared in the palm of the supreme existence, unmoving. Vile creature, as one of the 5 poisonous insects, it's perfect to be used to nurture a goo king. This supreme existence from the main sect coldly snorted. He kept the centipede into a small cauldron and left. This was a supreme existence. In an era without saints and great completion king physiques, they represented the world's most powerful fighting strength. They were the true rulers of the earth. That insect really isn't simple. It actually devoured the corpse's broken source. That's almost not a centipede anymore. It has long turned into a goo, devouring its own kind and other creatures. It will become stronger and stronger. Goo was a type of divine insect that was raised by locking all kinds of insect kings together and letting them devour each other. In the end, only one was left. It originated from the southern mountains of the 5 great regions. The people there were good at raising goo. At this moment, when Yi Fan heard their words, he quivered and shivered. He thought of the heaven-devouring demonic art. Wasn't it just like this? Those who cultivated this kind of heavenly art devoured the human race's king physiques to strengthen themselves. In the end, they turned into the humans' goo king. It was exactly the same. When the ancient heavenly emperor created this supreme demonic art, he was most likely inspired by the goo king. When Yi Fan thought of this, he was shaken and said, "This is bad." The Qinling Mountains was a mysterious ancient land. There were many ancient mausoleums. In ancient times, even the people of the Celestial Dynasty came here to be buried. Only heaven knew how many ancient tombs there were in these mountains. Hua Yunfei was like a fish in water. If he discovered some immortal corpses, it would definitely be a feast. The well-preserved corpse of a supreme character would most likely still have some remnant source. If it fell into Hua Yunfei's hands, just thinking about it made people shiver. In less than 10 years, he will be able to run amok under the heavens. For the first time, Yi Fan felt that Hua Yunfei's future was even more terrifying than he had imagined. If he couldn't keep him in check now, once he matured, he might be invincible. Several days later, the Eastern Mountain Lord announced a piece of news. In 2 months, he would select disciples to enter the inner sect. Everyone in the mountain was moved. In the competition of the 4 branches, the first place can enter the inner sect. There is only one spot, said the Mountain Lord. Everyone was stunned. Only the first place of the 4 branches could enter the main peak. The conditions were too harsh. After a big battle, everyone else would be in vain. Yi Fan's heart trembled. According to what he knew, there were only 3 or 4 disciples who had reached the dragon transformation realm. They definitely had great backgrounds. The other 3 branches were not weak. If they wanted to fight for first place, it would definitely be a fierce battle. This was definitely done on purpose by the Qin sect. They already knew that their disciples had impure motives. They came for the 9 secrets, but I came for you, Princess Moon Spirit. Who exactly did you transform into, and which branch are you from? The Eastern scholar Qin Yu muttered to himself. This was the only news Yi Fan had obtained from paying attention to the scholar and the sickly old man. He had used his heavenly origin divine technique to connect with the earth veins and hear these words. The second most beautiful woman in the Central Plains, the Jiuli Celestial Dynasty's Princess Moon Spirit, is also in the Qin sect. Yi Fan was quite shocked. In this small place, there were only 100 or so people in a small sect. Only heaven knew what other powerful characters there were. He didn't even need to think to know that the handsome scholar was a prince of the divine dynasty. Otherwise, how could he have dared to chase after Goddess Moon Spirit? He was a hidden dragon. How many people like Princess Moon Spirit and Hua Yunfei are there in the east, west, south, and north? How did they find them? Yi Fan was puzzled. Clearly, some of them had been here for a year or 2, or even earlier. 2 days later, the Eastern Mountain Lord announced another piece of news. If they could make a great contribution to the Qin sect, they would be able to enter the main peak and cultivate the highest secret manuals. What is considered a great contribution? A disciple asked. Finding dragon marrow to extend the life of the main peak's elders, or presenting precious materials that can be used to forge king divine weapons. Everyone was stunned. Every treasure was a rare treasure worth millions of kilograms of source energy. This was a super great contribution. Yi Fan felt that the Qin sect must have long since understood the goal of these disciples. Now, they were asking for a lion's share of the fees from the divine dynasty and the other major powers. After the crowd dispersed, Yi Fan asked the sickly old man, "Old bro, do you plan to enter the main peak?" "It's better not to enter the inner sect." The sickly old man shook his head. "Why?" Yi Fan didn't understand. "There are some extremely talented people who enter, and they can't leave for the rest of their lives," the sickly old man said. "Who are they?" Yi Fan's expression changed. "For example, the king of Jade Luo." "What?" Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately thought of the 9 heavens blue sky bell. It was left behind by an invincible king from 20,000 years ago. This king of Jade Luo naturally couldn't be the same person from 20,000 years ago. The sickly old man didn't hold back and told him some secrets. 30 years ago, someone had found this place. At that time, the king of Jade Luo was still in his prime. In less than a year, he entered the main peak and stayed there permanently. It's not that he didn't want to leave, but... The sickly old man shook his head. "Could it be that there are other secrets?" Yi Fan asked. "Of course there are." The sickly old man revealed a shocking secret. In the main peak of the Qin sect, there were peerless experts who weren't any weaker than the Holy Lands. And the most terrifying thing was that they had a secret art called the soul cleansing art. This art could cleanse a king of a generation. If it was said that Buddha could cleanse all living beings from suffering, then this art could cleanse all kings of the world. The higher one's talent was, the greater the influence would be. The king of Jade Luo entered the main peak for less than 3 years before he became a protector of the sect. From this, one could imagine his mental journey. And now, he had even become a supreme protector of the Qin sect. 30 years had passed. And he hadn't taken a single step out of the main peak. He had taken root in the Qin sect and officially became a member. The soul cleansing art didn't control one's divine sense. Instead, it controlled the source of one's divine sense, allowing one to wholeheartedly worship them. Although there aren't many people in the Qin sect, the main peak doesn't lack experts. The king of Jade Luo is only one of them. And now that 30 years have passed, he can at least fight against a peerless holy lord. The main peak is so unfathomably deep. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Naturally. The origin of the soul-cleansing art is extremely terrifying. It's said that it's a peerless divine art left behind by the Southern Mountain's celestial emperor. This? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. There were rumors in the world that the Southern Mountain's celestial emperor was a ruthless character. And now, there was actually a peerless saint art of his. The soul-cleansing art was a mysterious and powerful secret art that could convert a disloyal person into a devout protector of the sect. How heaven-defying was this? One had to understand that this wasn't controlling one's divine sense, but rather starting from the source of one's heart. Everything was going with the flow, a normal illumination. It definitely wasn't seizing one's will. Although the Qin sect was small, with only 100 or so members, their strength was unfathomable. This caused Yi Fan to feel a sense of reverence. Even the Jade Luo monarch had been cleansed. This was truly a major event. According to the sickly old man, the Jade Luo monarch was not the only one who had been cleansed. There were others who had been outstanding figures in the past 30 years. In truth, those who could find this place for the 9 secrets were all extraordinary. The most outstanding among them were naturally dragons and phoenixes among men, far surpassing their peers. Yi Fan parted with the sickly old man. Many thoughts ran through his mind. The Qin sect was extremely strange and could not be underestimated. If he, with his holy physique, was also cleansed, then things would be even more interesting. At the same time, he felt a trace of unease in his heart. The soul-cleansing art was created by the Southern Mountain's celestial emperor and was suspected to be the other life of a ruthless person. This was not good news. Hua Yunfei should be a member of the Qin sect. This secret art was definitely extremely tempting to him. If he obtained it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I still have to enter the inner sect, or else I won't be able to obtain the 9 secrets. However, I have to be on guard against being cleansed. Yi Fan pondered. He already had a plan in mind. Now, I should think of a way to increase my strength. Entering the inner sect is not easy, so I should take advantage of this time to search for the dragon marrow. He made up his mind. The night breeze blew by, causing the small mountains to become hazy under the starry sky. The trees swayed and the roars of wild beasts could be heard from the depths of the mountain range. The crescent moon had a limited amount of moonlight, and the forest was very dark. Yi Fan walked alone, observing the terrain of the mountain range in search of the dragon marrow. In the distance, there was a quiet pine forest. A clear spring flowed out, and birds were chirping as the fragrance of the plants permeated the air. Suddenly, his expression changed as he stopped in his tracks. He saw a beauty sitting cross-legged on a blue stone with her palms facing the sky. She was surrounded by a pure white radiance. The stars and moon were dim, but there was a lot of starlight and moonlight flowing down from the depths of the pine forest, condensing towards her body, making that place pure white and hazy. Li Xiaoman. Yi Fan was surprised. The technique she cultivated was definitely a type of wondrous art. 365 golden whirlpools appeared around her body. They were extremely dazzling as they gathered spiritual essence from all directions and swallowed the essence of the sun and moon. All the stars in the sky. Using one's body to correspond to 365 main stars? Yi Fan was astonished. He had never seen or heard of such a mysterious technique. He activated his divine eye of origin and carefully observed it, wanting to see what was going on. Suddenly, his heart trembled. In each of the 365 golden vortexes, there was a golden figure sitting cross-legged like a god. Wood power, dragon chi, starlight, and moon essence all converged like water and flowed into the 365 golden vortexes, where the golden figures were being forged. Yi Fan wanted to take a closer look, but the figures in the golden vortexes were too hazy. He couldn't see their faces at all, but he could feel a kind of majesty and loftiness, as well as the aura of a god. What a powerful wondrous art! The human body corresponds to the main stars in the sky, and a god is formed in each golden vortex. What kind of heaven-defying divine ability will there be when one cultivates it to the end? Yi Fan pondered and was rather shocked. In the end, he discovered that the 365 golden figures were actually a god that resided in different parts of the human body. To be able to create an unparalleled god. How miraculous! Suddenly, his body trembled as he saw an even more bizarre scene. An ancient diagram appeared behind Li Xiaoman, and a golden god stood on the primordial battlefield, looking disdainfully at the gods. On the ancient battlefield, a sea of gold flowed, and there were many corpses lying on the ground. The blood of the corpses was multicolored, and it was obvious that they were not mortals. They were incomparably mysterious. Yi Fan was greatly shocked. Among the corpses, there were golden arhats, and after careful observation, there were also 7 colored bodhisattvas. All of them were lying on the ground. What a powerful god, walking on the multicolored blood of the bodhisattvas and arhats. The mountains trembled slightly, and the endless essence energy contained in the earth veins all gushed out, gathering toward Li Xiaoman's body and entering the 365 golden vortexes, casting the golden god. During this process, Li Xiaoman's body constantly flickered with divine splendor. Her sparkling jade-like body was repeatedly refined, becoming one with the 365 gods. When her eyes opened and closed, there were actually specks of golden light that were indescribably demonic. She was like an ancient demon god, beautiful and wild. The essence of the sun and moon in the sky and the spiritual chi of the ancestral roots on the ground turned into rivers and entered her body. The speed at which she breathed in and out essence energy was astonishing. This place was thousands of miles away from the Qin sect, so she was not worried about being discovered. She sat there motionlessly, cultivating this heavenly art that had never been recorded in the ancient texts. Where did she learn this? Suddenly, Li Xiaoman's body trembled, and her beautiful hair fluttered. A black vase appeared above her head. At first, it was not very clear, but it gradually solidified. This is... Yi Fan's eyes immediately sharpened. Strands of black light seeped out from the top of Li Xiaoman's head and formed a vase above her head. The black light flickered, and the rhythm of the Tao flowed. It looked simple and natural. The vase's style was very simple. It was like the carrier of the great Tao, and it seemed to be able to suppress the myriad worlds. It was too familiar. This great Tao vase was almost the same as the heaven-devouring demonic jar. Li Xiaoman used her own essence energy to form the body of the vase and cultivated to this level. The Black Emperor once said that when one comprehended the heaven-devouring demonic art to a certain level, they could choose to form the great Tao vase. This was the carrier of the Tao, and in the future, they could use it to gather endless magical power. Black light flowed, and the vase was formed. It floated above her head, and the 365 golden vortexes all trembled and disappeared. Only the vase was in harmony with her. She also cultivates the heaven-devouring demonic art. Yi Fan's eyes were sharp, but he did not make any moves. Without a doubt, Li Xiaoman cultivated 2 heavenly arts. The first one was hard to guess, but the second one was easy to recognize. The great Tao vase floated up and down, and it had the power to suppress the heavens. Boom! The mountains and forests shook, and the sky hummed. The method created by the ancient celestial emperor contained endless profundities. The great Tao descended, and the laws appeared, intertwining with the vase. Moreover, all living beings in the world were affected. Strands of divine power gathered from all directions, and it was even greater than the 365 golden vortexes. Swoosh! Suddenly, Li Xiaoman's eyes opened. They were pale gold, and she looked at Yi Fan like 2 bolts of lightning. Her skin was like jade, and her beauty was out of this world. She was mysterious and strange, like a beautiful demon god that had come back to life. She seemed to have sensed something. Yi Fan used the original technique to become one with the mountains and rivers, and there was not a trace of human presence. He then used the travel formula and disappeared into thin air. She looks like she is just in the Tao Palace secret realm, but how can she have such a sharp spiritual sense? Yi Fan was shocked. Li Xiaoman was strange. Not only did she cultivate 2 heavenly arts, but she could also sense that someone was spying on her. Yi once said that Li Xiaoman had entered the celestial palace outside the forbidden ancient barren land. Could it be that she had obtained a great opportunity there? But he still felt that something was wrong. The first type of mysterious technique was too strange. It created a god in the golden vortex, and it walked on the bodies of golden arhats and bodhisattvas. It was very strange and wild. What kind of opportunity did she have? Her actual combat ability is definitely far higher than the Tao Palace. What happened to her? Yi Fan did not do anything. He did not want to alert the enemy. He wanted to lure Hua Yunfei out. This person had hidden too deeply, and there was not a single clue until now. There were many ancient tombs under the Qinling Mountains. Every time there was a flash flood, there might be one or two ancient coffins rushing out from the mountains. It was not a rare sight in the area. Yi Fan cultivated along the way, and he appeared and disappeared in the Qinling Mountains. He was observing the mountains and rivers, looking for rare materials that he could use when comprehending the Great Path. In the past half a month, he had walked hundreds of thousands of miles. He had already found 8 ancient coffins in the veins, and all of them were the corpses of holy lords. They had rotted for who knew how many years, and even their weapons had rotted away. The oldest person was actually 180,000 years old. There were some clear engravings in the jade coffin, and it was an imperial lord from back then. However, he did not find a single drop of strange marrow. He had gone deep into the belly of who knew how many mountains, and he had seen dragon chi, but he could not find marrow. There is a shocking dragon crawling in this million-mile Qinling Mountains, and there must be a peerless divine marrow. It is just that this area is too big, Yi Fan frowned. He stood in the sky and looked down at the vast Qinling Mountains. It was so vast that it was impossible to see the end, but he could see the shocking dragon chi condensing. This chi was very special. Only those who had received the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master could see it. It was actually a dragon that was hundreds of thousands of miles long, and it was too majestic. No wonder there are so many ancient mausoleums in the Qinling Mountains. This dragon is just too big, and it contains endless life force. There must have been people from the ancient times who came here to die after seeing this secret. The dragon vein was too big, and it was difficult to determine where the precious marrow was. Moreover, there were many fake dragons entangled here, and it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. There must be a fantasy-level divine marrow that is comparable to an undying medicine. It is most likely transformed into a living creature a long time ago. Yi Fan deduced. It was another quiet night. The full moon hung in the sky, and the great earth was silvery white. It was as if there was a thin layer of smoke curling about. Yi Fan had searched for more than half a month, but he still hadn't found anything. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the depths of the Qinling Mountains, and he was already hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Qin sect. Ayo, suddenly, a sound that was like the cry of a bird and the howl of a wolf could be heard. The mountains all shook. Boom, boom, in the distance, more than 10 great mountains were all smashed to pieces. Smoke and dust filled the air, covering the divine moon in the sky. How powerful are these creatures? Yi Fan's expression changed. A strange bird flickered with green light all over its body. Its body was like an azure pung, but it had a wolf's head. It was over 100 zhang long, and the sound was precisely made by it. Ancient mutant, night heavenly wolf. Roar, another loud roar sounded, and a rumbling sound came from another mountain range. A giant silver ape that was over 100 zhang tall walked over, trampling a few short mountain ridges. As soon as the two creatures saw each other, it was as if they had great enmity. They threw themselves at each other, and green light and silver light surged. The sound of the collision shook violently, and more than 10 nearby mountain peaks were all flattened. Yi Fan was astonished. These were two strange beast kings, and even a divine lord would find it difficult to subdue them. Their strength was extremely tyrannical. What are they fighting over? Pung, in the distance, half of a majestic mountain collapsed, and a tattered bronze carriage sped out. It was pulled by several ceramic horses, and it looked rather strange. Behind it, an old man wearing an ancient dragon robe and a rusty dragon crown drove the carriage. His face was deathly gray, and there was no sign of life. An ancient emperor turned into a corpse king, and it's driving a carriage for someone. Yi Fan was quite astonished. Inside the tattered bronze carriage, there was a little person that was about a foot tall. Its entire body was purple, and it was flowing with light. It was very strange. He was helping someone make an advertisement for the heaven and earth splitting finger. The ancient city was filled with boundless cypress trees, and the endless clouds were connected to Chu Tian. At the end of the alleyway was a vast mansion, and the ancient halberd was desolate. The grave at the corner of the wild river was actually the burial place of Xianxia Chizu. A silver plate hung high in the sky as the bright moonlight sprinkled down on the ground. The great creatures in the Qianling Mountains had stopped fighting. A small silver waterfall fell in the distance. It was exceptionally beautiful under the moonlight. It was relatively far away and the sound wasn't loud, giving people a sense of tranquility and beauty. Yi Tianlang was over 300 meters long. His entire body was covered in flickering green feathers. He was no different from an azure gold peng. Only his head was sinister and his white teeth were dense. He landed on a cliff. The 100-meter-tall silver ape was like a mountain. It breathed in and out the essence of heaven and earth. Each time it did so, it surged like a tide. The silver fur on his body flickered with light. The tattered bronze carriage flew into the air and hovered there motionlessly. It was enveloped by the moonlight and emitted a thin layer of smoke. In the distance, a deep hiss could be heard. A brightly colored spider crawled over. It was 4 to 5 meters tall. Its body seemed to be carved from multicolored jade, sparkling and translucent. One didn't need to think to know that this was a strange insect king. Even a divine lord wouldn't be able to survive its bite and would definitely die immediately. In another direction, a skinny old monk walked over on the moon. His entire body was golden as if it was cast from gold. It was obvious that he had cultivated the golden arhat body to an extremely high realm. He wore a rotting monastic robe on his body. This old monk didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. He had cultivated the 10-meter-6 golden body of Buddha. His entire body flickered with golden light. In reality, he had died many years ago and was now only an ancient corpse. However, he had already gained intelligence and became a corpse cultivator. It was obvious that this kind of existence wouldn't live for long. One day, he would die under the wrath of the heavens. Yi Fan was speechless. He hid in the distance and used the heavenly origin divine technique to hide his aura. He became one with the mountain range and watched in silence. This was too strange. Why were the 5 giants gathered here? He could clearly feel that these creatures were extremely powerful. They could only be stronger than peak divine lords. Their cultivation was profound and it was unknown how many years they had cultivated in the Qianling Mountains. The strange marrow belongs to me. The silver ape emitted a powerful spiritual fluctuation. When its eyes opened and closed, 2 beams of silver light shot into the sky. It was hard to imagine how vigorous its essence was. With a hiss, the multicolored spider that looked like it was carved out of jade emitted soul fluctuations. It swallowed and spat out multicolored light. The moonlight in the sky connected with it, insisting that the wondrous essence belonged to it. On the other side, the Xianxia golden body old monk, even though he was all skin and bones, his strength was great. He sat on a cliff, white light spitting out from his mouth, chanting an ancient scripture. A giant Buddha appeared out of thin air and appeared behind him. Golden Buddha light shone brightly, as if it wanted to deliver all living beings from suffering. Buddhist chants resounded throughout the world. Although the old monk was dead, he still had Buddhist magical powers, and they were quite pure, causing the other big shots to be deeply fearful. Stop fighting. The treasure marrow was born for me. In the shabby bronze chariot, the 1-foot-tall purple person opened his mouth. His spiritual waves were extremely powerful, causing the waterfall in the distance to stop temporarily. Its spiritual force undulated like an ocean, suppressing all fluctuations and causing the old monk's chanting to almost stop. Among the 5 giants, it and the old monk were the most powerful. Even the one driving its carriage was the corpse of an emperor master. Its purple body was translucent and extremely terrifying. What kind of creature is this? Yi Fan was the most interested in it. At first, he thought it was the fantasy-level divine marrow, but it wasn't the case. Shizhongyu, you still have 500 years to live. Your time is still far away. Why do you want to fight with us? Yi Tianlang growled, his green feathers fluttering. Yi Fan was shocked. That tall little purple figure was formed from a piece of purple jade. This was a rare treasure, a world-shocking divine object created by an ancient saint as a sacred weapon. This kind of thing could only be found by chance. In the distant ancient times, even the sages couldn't find it. That was why the weapons left behind could only be passed on for 50 to 100,000 years before they were destroyed. This is a divine item. Even the ancient sages were tempted by it. However, it has gained intelligence and turned into a human form. Yi Fan's eyes were burning. The 1-foot-tall purple person was even more valuable than the dragon marrow. If it was auctioned, it would definitely shock the divine dynasties. However, now that it had cultivated successfully, its strength was no weaker than a peak-level emperor. It was impossible to suppress it. It was simply courting death to have any ideas about it. It still has 500 years to live. If it can't break through, its divine will scatter and become a precious treasure loved by the sages again. It was foreseeable that there would be no resistance when they came to take it 500 years later. As long as they remembered this area, they would definitely be able to find it. At that time, it would be purely a divine item. Seize it with your own ability, the giant silver ape said. With a paw sound, a huge mountain collapsed with a slap. The other creatures all growled. The light in their eyes flickered. Then, they all stood there motionless as if they had been petrified. Yi Fan didn't understand. He had learned the origin divine technique and had repeatedly observed the terrain. He didn't see any precious marrow. How did these powerful creatures determine it? What did they find? At midnight, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the world. Under the bright moonlight, it spread especially far and wide. Even the mountains were shaking. In the distance, draconic energy pervaded the air from the mountain peak with a silver waterfall. A streak of green multicolored light rushed out, drawing upon the splendor of the stars and moon. They connected together like a great soaring dragon. I understand now. The ancestral root of Qinling Mountains is alive and can move everywhere. Today, there is a dragon soaring underground. It seems like these 5 giants have already seen this kind of scene. Several powerful creatures rushed forward together, arriving in front of the main peak in an instant. Each of them reached out a large claw and slammed down. Hong, this majestic mountain split apart and fell onto the ground. If it wasn't for them controlling their power, there would definitely be nothing left of this mountain. This mountain would inevitably turn into ashes. There was a dragon cave at the bottom of the mountain. Green light rushed into the heavens like a haze pervading the air. Draconic energy overflowed, creating an expanse of fragrance. It really is like this. The moving dragon vein rushed out from the earth vein today to absorb the power of the stars and moon. Yi Fan said to himself. Pung, pung. The 5 giants exchanged blows. Within a range of 10 or so li, all of the mountain ranges were like paper. They turned into dust under their power, and not a single mountain remained standing. Yi Fan was horrified. These creatures were even more terrifying than he had imagined. That place became a sea of divine light, submerging everything. He operated the origin divine eyes and looked at that dragon cave through the 5 types of divine light. Green light flickered, and a dark green stone basin appeared beside it. There were 6 drops of divine liquid inside. They were dark green like agate, and a sweet fragrance assailed his nostrils. Every single drop was the size of a lychee without a trace of impurities. The dark green color bewitched one's mind, and they unexpectedly released waves of tsunami-like sounds. High-grade dragon marrow, its quality is even higher than the purple dragon marrow I've seen before. The fragrance was strong and seeped into one's bones. The dragon underground had long escaped, only leaving behind these dark green precious marrows. They illuminated the entire sky with a green luster. This truly is a rare treasure. These 6 drops of divine liquid are comparable to the past 36 drops. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and his eyes shone brightly. The 5 giants fought fiercely. Every time someone tried to grab the jade basin, they would be attacked by the others. They restrained each other, and no one could get close. They were all fighting on the side, surrounding the dark green wondrous marrow. They were very careful with their strength, and no one dared to attack the jade basin. Yi Fan no longer hesitated. He operated a genesis technique and became one with the earth vein. He concealed his aura, and submerged himself into the ground. He used the line art to rapidly approach the dragon cave. This was the Yuan Taoist master's method. As long as there were no creatures in the way, he could walk through the earth vein with unbelievable speed. He was riding on dragon chi. Yi Fan held his breath and appeared below the dragon cave. He then leaped up and stretched out a giant golden hand to grab the 6 drops of divine liquid. Roar. The 5 giants were enraged. They never thought that someone would dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and snatch the strange marrow from their hands. They all unleashed their monstrous magic power and attacked. Yifan moved at top speed, flying through the earth vein like a beam of light. If he was caught now, he would definitely die without a burial place. None of the 5 giants were easy to deal with. A long whistle that made one's scalp numb came from afar. The jade and stone, which was regarded as a treasure by ancient sages, was chasing at top speed. The foot-tall purple dwarf was dazzling all over, and its whistle shook countless earth veins. Boom! It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of purple jade divine light. This was the essence it was born with, and it was the most terrifying. It broke 81 earth veins in a row, and rushed dozens of miles, almost catching up to Yifan. So powerful. Yifan's expression changed. He operated the line art to the extreme, turning into a beam of light. He used a Genesis technique to open a path, and traversed through the earth vein. Bang! A strand of innate purple chi erupted from the earth vein. It was like the creation of the world, collapsing dozens of mountains on the surface, let alone the underground world. Pfft! Yifan spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Even someone as strong as him was injured. His body shook violently, and his blood and chi churned. If it were someone else, they would have been killed. Fortunately, after taking this attack, the innate purple chi didn't catch up, and Yifan was left some distance behind. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. The opponent was too powerful. Oh, not good. The old monk also caught up. A giant Buddha appeared in front of him, and it was 10 times faster than the monk. Buzz. The golden Buddha opened his hand, and a Buddha's hand seal slammed down. The earth vein collapsed continuously, and the ground undulated like a raging sea. The mountains were all destroyed, and nothing could stop it. The Buddha's hand seal slammed down, but it didn't hit its target. It only brushed past Yifan, and he was sent flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and his internal organs were all injured, and his bones were almost broken. He was shocked. This Buddha was too powerful. Even if it was a powerful figure, his body would definitely be shattered after taking that blow. How terrifying was this old monk's cultivation when he was alive? Yifan didn't dare to stop. This was the first time he felt the threat of death. The 2 giants behind him were too powerful, and he couldn't fight them at all. Suddenly, the purple clouds trembled, and the strand of innate purple chi rushed over again. The jade and stone wasn't that fast, but the innate purple chi it spat out was extremely fast. Pfft! Yifan was only brushed by the tip of the purple chi, and he didn't get hit directly. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and his left shoulder was cracked. He was shocked. No wonder the ancient saints used this divine item to refine weapons. The innate purple chi contained in it was too powerful. Even a saint lord would be smashed to pieces. Amitabha. A Buddha's name was heard, and the golden Buddha caught up again. He was 10 times faster than the old monk, and the Buddha's hand seal slammed down again. Bang! Yifan was sent flying by the golden light. His spine was cracked, and other parts of his body were fractured. This was the combination of the power of laws and power, and it created the phantom of Amitabha. It was one of the most powerful demon-subduing techniques of Buddhism. Yifan snatched food from the tiger's mouth, and he paid a heavy price. These 2 gods were unimaginably powerful. His body was torn apart, and he gritted his teeth to increase his speed. He took a few more hits, and finally got rid of the golden Amitabha and the innate purple chi after a quarter of an hour. He only stopped after running for thousands of miles. I've encountered the purple jade king that even the ancient saints were tempted by. It's too terrifying. I'll deal with you in the future. Damn it, he even summoned the phantom of Amitabha. What was that damned monk's identity when he was alive? Yifan cursed. His sacred body was almost cracked, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. This was the most serious injury he had suffered in a fight since he started his cultivation. At this time, he was half dead. If it weren't for his strong body, he would have become a pile of mud. This kind of attack was enough to turn the bodies of more than 10 saint lords into dust. Only he could withstand it. This was the price of snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Yi Fan was almost killed by the two giants, and he immediately swallowed a few mouthfuls of divine spring water. He then circulated the Nirvana scripture and Miaoi taught him. Endless golden blood chi burned, and his bones crackled. This lasted for 2 hours before he opened his eyes. His bones had connected, and the cracks had disappeared. 6 drops of dragon marrow were rolling in the small cauldron made of mutton fat jade. They were as big as a dragon's eye, and the sound of tsunamis could be heard, illuminating half the sky with a green luster. This kind of precious marrow is extraordinary. 1 drop is equivalent to 6 drops from before. It's a rare high-grade one. The injuries this time were worth it. I can enter the 5th transformation now. Yi Fan was delighted. Although he had narrowly escaped death and was almost killed by the two giants, the harvest was also great. These drops of rare and precious marrow were priceless. Not long after, he returned to the eastern region of the Qin sect. He quietly recuperated for a few days, recovering his body to its peak state, and then left. This time, he began his seclusion. He had to break through continuously. Seeing the scene of Li Xiaoman cultivating, he felt a kind of pressure. Hua Yunfei would definitely be even more terrifying. In the recent months, he had been comprehending the Tao. Now, with the help of the dragon marrow, everything was much smoother. The 6 drops of dragon marrow contained fragments of the great Tao laws, as expected, were 6 to 7 times more than before. Half a month later, Yi Fan came out of seclusion and set off. He traveled 100,000 miles before stopping. He then quietly observed for 2 days, and only after seeing that there were no abnormalities did he begin the tribulation. This tribulation was very vast, but it could not stop Yi Fan. He refined the myriad chi cauldron, baptized the small golden person formed from his sea of consciousness, and tempered his body. After a few hours, he successfully entered the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation. Powerful, I've taken another big step forward. Divine light curled around Yi Fan's body. Every inch of his flesh and blood flickered with a sparkling and translucent splendor, containing boundless and terrifying divine power. He flew deeper into the Qin mountains, observing the terrain. He believed that there would definitely be fantasy-grade marrow that was comparable to the immortal medicine. 2 days later, Yi Fan heard the sound of thunder. The sound was very loud, and the mountains trembled. There are no dark clouds, and the sky is clear. Someone is undergoing tribulation. He was shocked. There were not many people in the present world who could undergo tribulation. He quickly flew forward, and vaguely, he felt a kind of anticipation. A huge lake appeared in the middle of the mountains. Yi Fan saw an ancient stone tablet with 3 words engraved on it, Celestial Transformation Pool. The place where Emperor Qing was born? The Immortal Transformation Pool was a legend. Many people said that it might not necessarily exist. He did not know if he had seen the real Immortal Transformation Pool. Who was undergoing tribulation in the Immortal Transformation Pool? The lake was extremely large and misty. It was unknown just how vast it was, and the end couldn't be seen. In the surroundings, ancient trees were like dragons, some even taller than the mountains. The grass was flourishing, and the fragrance of spiritual medicines wafted through the air. It was full of vitality. Many old vines were terrifyingly thick, winding from one mountain to another. Yi Fan was apprehensive. He didn't know if this was the real Immortal Transformation Pond. That cracked stone tablet seemed to be quite old, probably 10,000 years old. The characters on it were like blades and dragons. There was actually such a vast lake amidst the endless mountains. The waves were endless and boundless, just like an ocean. After so many years, people had seen many immortal transformation ponds in the millions of li of Qinling mountains. Some were as small as a well, while others were boundless. It was impossible to tell which one was the real one. There were many legends about the immortal transformation pond. In ancient times, there were immortals who ascended, and later on, it was said that the Azure Emperor was born within. It naturally drew the attention of the people of the world. This great lake contained spiritual beauty. The lake was connected to the sky, and the mist was hazy. Green lotuses flickered within, emerald-like multicolored clouds. Moreover, there were strange beasts moving about in the water, their horns and scales dense. In the depths of the lake, deafening thunder resounded like a mountain torrent or a tsunami. It was as if it had become one with the sound of the absolute beginning. Yi Fan moved forward while sticking close to the surface of the lake. After walking for several dozen li, he finally saw a terrifying scene. The sky was filled with lightning and bloody radiance, completely submerging the sky above the Great Lake. Several dozen people are crossing tribulation. His expression became sluggish. There were more than 30 figures in the endless sea of blood lightning. It was incomparably strange. Of course, what shocked him even more was that the power of this heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. It was many times greater than the lightning tribulation Yen Yun had experienced, and it wasn't much smaller than what he had experienced. Who are these people? Yi Fan was quite shaken. Every bolt of lightning from this terrifying great tribulation shattered the void. This kind of heavenly tribulation was extremely bitter. It was mostly made up of blood-colored lightning, like a sea of blood. Moreover, chaotic radiance would flow within from time to time. Great Yin True Tribulation, Great Yang True Tribulation, Great Earth Fire Wind Water Tribulation, Undying Phoenix Tribulation. Thunderstorms surged in the sky, and all kinds of lightning tribulations appeared within the blood-colored sea of lightning. What a powerful heavenly punishment. This is clearly planning on erasing everything, not allowing the person crossing tribulation to succeed. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. This was almost comparable to the tribulation he had experienced. One has to understand that his physique was close to undying. Among the younger generation, his physical strength was unparalleled, and that was why he could endure such heavenly punishment. What kind of people were trying to break through here? Yi Fan observed carefully. Within the boundless sea of lightning, there were 32 figures. They were covered in dazzling splendor as they resisted the great heavenly tribulation. Why are there so many people? The lightning was extremely intense and incomparably dazzling. Those people all felt as if their bodies were in the sun, blazing brilliantly. It was very difficult to look straight at them. Yi Fan focused his attention. His eyes shone with divine light as he saw the faces of some people. At this moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The people he saw were too strange. Their clothes were all different, and there were men, women, young, and old. They belonged to different dynasties and periods. Who are these people? Are they a group of malicious spirits crossing tribulation? There were more than 30 figures, every single one of them incomparably strange. There was an old Taoist dressed in tattered clothes, as if he had just emerged from the earth. There was a decaying aura around him. There was also an emperor wearing a dragon crown mottled with rust, as if he had just crawled out from an ancient tomb. There was also a heavenly lady dressed in heavenly silkworm divine silk clothes, but unfortunately, her clothes were about to rot. There was even an arhat dressed in a tattered kasaya. His body was shriveled, yet it looked like it was cast from gold. It was said that there were many ancient tombs beneath Qinling Mountains. Could it be that this was a group of ancient experts that became ancient corpses and crawled out from their tombs to cross tribulation? No matter how one looked at it, these people couldn't be from the same era. Their old clothes had almost rotted away, as if they were a group of living fossils that had just been unearthed. This really is strange. Yi Fan was endlessly bewildered. Everything he saw was a bit inconceivable. He could see more than 10 people. The others were in the depths of the sea of lightning, only indistinct figures visible. These people's clothes were all from over 10,000 years ago. He even saw an old emperor wearing a purple gold crown that was similar to the one from 50,000 years ago recorded in the ancient books. It could be said that it was so ancient that it made one dizzy. There were more than 10 figures in the center of the sea of lightning. Although they were indistinct, one could see that they were wearing modern clothes. One of them was actually dressed like a prince of an eternal divine dynasty. Crossing tens of thousands of years, from the modern era to the ancient era, how did these people come together and cross the tribulation together? It's almost similar to the Great Tribulation I experienced. Under such violent and terrifying lightning, these people's clothes shouldn't have been preserved. Yi Fan activated his divine eyes of origin and observed carefully. He looked through the void, directly at the source, and finally saw the truth. They are formed from the source of essence energy, not their true bodies. Yi Fan was shocked. His eyes shot out 2 beams of cold lightning. He began to search for the 33rd person. He must exist, and the others were led by him. There are ancient emperors, divine monks, old Taoists, and there are also the princes and heavenly ladies of the current divine dynasty. What a great deal! Finally, he found the 33rd person at the center of the Sea of Lightning. At this moment, he was in a very strange state. His entire body had merged into the void, and a black vase was suspended above his head. As expected of a cultivator of the heaven-devouring demonic art. He actually devoured so many people, Yi Fan's heart trembled. There were so many ancient tombs under the Qianling Mountains. This person found so many undying ancient corpses and only absorbed a bit of the source energy from each one. This was already shocking enough. Moreover, many heroes of the current era were killed by him and their source energy was seized. This was an unimaginably great enemy. No wonder the heavenly tribulation was so terrifying. Hua Yunfei, we meet again. Yi Fan stood in the distance with an indifferent expression. After coming to the Qianling Mountains for so long, he finally found this terrifying enemy. In the Sea of Lightning, Hua Yunfei merged with the heaven and earth. Just like before, even when facing the lightning tribulation, he still appeared incomparably ethereal like a banished immortal. Tens of thousands of heavenly tribulations struck down, and he did his best to resist. The vase above his head swallowed and spat out electricity, appearing mysterious and unfathomable. This was a man that even women would be jealous of. His complexion was as fine as jade, and he was excessively handsome. He was otherworldly like a reincarnated immortal. 8th transformation of the dragon transformation. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party's cultivation speed was somewhat frightening. 2 days ago, he experienced a terrifying tribulation and only advanced to the 5th transformation. His progress was already very fast, but he didn't expect the other party to have such a frightening speed as well. Back then, in the southern region of the eastern wasteland, he fought Hua Yunfei. At that time, he was at the 2nd level of the 4 Extremes secret realm, and Hua Yunfei was at the 1st transformation of the dragon transformation. There was a difference of 3 levels between the two. And now, a few years had passed. Yi Fan advanced by leaps and bounds and advanced all the way to the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation. It could be said that he was at his peak and had great luck these few years. However, Hua Yunfei was not inferior to him. He was still higher than him by 3 levels, and his speed was similarly terrifying. Yi Fan had many fateful encounters in these few years. He was rushing forward like he was flying. It was difficult for others to have his speed, but Hua Yunfei did it. He similarly advanced 1,000 miles in a day, a terrifying 8th transformation of the dragon transformation, and the tribulation he experienced was not much weaker than Yi Fan's. This was truly shocking. The heaven-devouring demonic art was indeed terrifying. The entire world was a medicinal cauldron. As long as it was an expert, it could devour their origin to strengthen oneself. With such a method, it was impossible for one not to soar to the heavens. This technique was related to the harmony of the heavens. Thus, every time it advanced, it was a destructive tribulation. The heavens wanted nothing more than to strike him into ashes. Such a boundless sea of lightning was almost comparable to a divine body. I have killed my way through, and even the heavens are forcing me. After cultivating this demonic art, as long as I don't die, it will be difficult for me not to become stronger. Yi Fan sighed softly. Using this technique to prove one's Tao, the experience was too frightening. This path would definitely be filled with countless dangers, and only those who could amaze the world would have a chance of surviving. No wonder people predicted that as long as Hua Yunfei did not die, he would be able to move unhindered in the world in 10 years and cause chaos in the 5 regions. According to his current progress, it would definitely come true. In a short 3 years, Hua Yunfei had already obtained the origin of 32 experts. Among them, 11 were ancient strange corpses, and 21 were the current generation's elites. At this moment, Hua Yunfei was undergoing the tribulation. The essence of those who were devoured overflowed and manifested as their true bodies. They were undergoing the tribulation together. Such a powerful tribulation, yet he could actually withstand it and successfully pass it. It's nearing the end. Yi Fan did not enter the lightning tribulation because he had just succeeded in breaking through. Even if he rushed in now and attracted his own tribulation, he would only suffer the lightning strikes for nothing. It was impossible for him to advance another level. Moreover, Hua Yunfei was able to withstand this kind of tribulation. Even if he attracted a stronger sea of lightning, he would most likely not be able to kill him. If this continues, no one will be able to stop him in the future. When he obtains the origin of the various physiques, he will definitely be invincible in the world. In the present world, all kinds of elites and kings were like stalks of immortal herbs. Hua Yunfei cultivating this kind of heavenly technique was equivalent to picking divine herbs in the mortal world. Yi Fan stepped on the surface of the lake and arrived in the air step by step. He closed in on the dissipating sea of lightning. Since they had met, a life and death battle was unavoidable. Whoosh! When the last bolt of lightning disappeared, all the essence returned to Hua Yunfei's body. The emperor in the tattered dragon robe and the goddess in the colorful robe all disappeared. Yi Fan stood tall and handsome. His black hair was thick and his eyes were clear. He swung the god-striking whip and smashed the sky. It was as if he was swinging a river of stars. It was as if an ancient holy spirit had appeared again. Dang! Hua Yunfei held a phoenix wing gold-plated hoe in his hand and blocked it directly. A terrifying sound like a tsunami rang out. The lake below boiled and the mountains in the distance collapsed. The two of them met. Just the first strike had already created an extremely terrifying scene. Brother Yi, we meet again. Hua Yunfei had already changed into a set of blue clothes. He looked elegant and noble with a peaceful smile. Yes, it's a small world. Actually, we can totally sit down and have a chat. It doesn't have to be a life and death battle. Hua Yunfei's sleeves fluttered and he looked ethereal like an immortal. Haven't you always wanted to devour the origin of my holy body? Yi Fan walked forward step by step. Times have changed. You and I have almost become the common enemy of the world. Why don't we work together? There's no need to fight to the death. Yi Fan smiled and said, work together with me to kill people and obtain the origin of your holy body? Then you will devour me in the end? I have always yearned for the ancient scriptures of the ruthless great emperor. Let me have a good look at the various unparalleled holy techniques. Brother Yi, today is not 3 years ago. I have no scruples. If we go all out, it's hard to say who will live and who will die, Hua Yunfei said indifferently. The sea of lightning dispersed and the heavenly tribulation disappeared. Hua Yunfei's blue robes fluttered in the wind as he stood in the air. He was incomparably calm and had a confident smile on his face. The great lake below was misty with boundless blue waves. It was very peaceful and there were no cries of birds or roars of beasts. There were only faint ink paintings. Hua Yunfei was a smart person and didn't continue speaking. It was useless to say more. It was impossible for the two of them to drink and chat merrily. They could only fight to the death. Brother Yi, you came from the outside world. That place really makes one yearn for it. I hope that one day I can go there. Hua Yunfei revealed a faint smile. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Did Li Xiaoman tell everyone everything? However, he had no fear now. He had already grown up. So what if everyone in the world knew about him? He could go anywhere and no one could stop him. At this moment, Hua Yunfei made his move decisively. He purposely let Ji Futian's emotions fluctuate and became absent-minded for a moment. He seized the initiative and immediately displayed his most powerful attack. Boom! He formed seals with both hands and slapped them forcefully. A huge black hole appeared and directly swallowed Yi Fan. He displayed the heaven-devouring demonic art in his first attack. Yi Fan's eyes were like lightning. His black hair was disheveled and he immediately used unparalleled saint techniques. The mountain-embracing imprint, human king imprint, and heaven-overturning imprint were all unleashed in succession. This was a world-shocking ancient technique that evolved the 3 imprints of heaven, earth, and man. It was based on the human and represented the will of the world. It could suppress all worlds and sweep away all deities. In that instant of eternity, ancient chanting and sacrificial sounds rang out. It was like an immortal war song that pierced through the boundless void and conquered all worlds. Dong! Yi Fan stepped out. His entire body's essence energy surged and the black hole behind him collapsed. However, it was frantically plundering his golden blood energy and swallowing everything. Bang! This was the first time he struck out with the three great ancient imprints in succession. They were incomparably profound and connected internally. The power was frighteningly great. It was as if he was opening up a world. The black hole collapsed and every inch of Yi Fan's body became sparkling and translucent. Boundless divine force flowed out as he used the three great imprints to open up a path and finally broke free. Boom! Yi Fan's golden hand reached out, uprooting an island in the middle of the lake. He combined it with the embracing mountain seal and struck downwards, drawing support from the vast power of the earth. Hua Yunfei was calm and unruffled. He pointed with his finger, and a black light appeared, turning the mountain into dust. The dust merged into a large black crack. Yi Fan was shocked. After not seeing him for 3 years, this person was indeed unfathomable. This was a great enemy of life and death. It was hard to predict who was stronger and who was weaker. With a single thought, flowers bloom, a sovereign descends upon the world. Hua Yunfei shouted softly. Transparent flower petals fell one after another, descending from the sky. Each petal was engraved with the marks of the great Tao, and each petal could cut down a mountain. Above the lake, there were patches of pure white and crystalline. Hua Yunfei floated like an immortal, standing on a 1-meter-long flower petal. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his skin glistened. Yi Fan felt as if a knife was scraping his bones. He felt a kind of pressure, and his entire body was about to break apart. A rain of flowers filled the air. Each petal was a flower of enlightenment, and they were engraved with Hua Yunfei's imprint. At this moment, beams of light of the great Tao fell from the petals like thousands of waterfalls. Rumble! The world was filled with resplendent light. With a single thought, flowers bloomed, and the imprint of the great Tao fell, obliterating everything in its path. Dang! Yi Fan executed the battle saint art. Golden fists, dragon imprints, and even the sun and moon moved. He collided with each petal and came into contact with each beam of light of the great Tao. The world was filled with blinding light. After 3 years, Yi Fan fought Hua Yunfei once again, clashing head-on with his unparalleled divine techniques. Yi Fan, I am looking forward to your origin. Endless petals rained down, and each and every petal was sparkling. Hua Yunfei was like a smiling deity plucking flowers. He was flawless and incomparably holy. Each petal was engraved with his imprint. Walala, a cool breeze blew. At a glance, the sky was filled with Hua Yunfei's figures. It was hard to tell if they were the petals or the millions of bodies he had manifested. Time seemed to have returned to 3 years ago. It was the same move again, but this time it was many times stronger than before. It displayed the true essence of the unparalleled divine technique. There was an indescribable pressure and a destructive aura. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The Black Emperor had once said that the ruthless Great Emperor had created a divine technique, with a single thought, flowers bloomed. Every single one of them could transform into a true body. It was an unparalleled killing technique. Yi Fan's expression was serious. His hands moved, and he used the battle saint art to execute the Taiji diagram. The yin-yang diagram appeared, and he arched his body like a dragon as he instantly rushed out. Boom! An intense collision occurred. The waves of the lake soared into the sky. On the shore far away, a large portion of the mountain peak collapsed. The two clashed violently. It was a tit for tat. Yi Fan shattered the petals that filled the sky and killed the millions of Hua Yunfei. Only his original body was left standing on the petals. The dragon-shaped Tao mark of the Taiji diagram was unable to kill the enemy in front of him. Yi Fan's heart instantly sank. Ever since he used the battle symbol art to execute this technique, he had been successful in every endeavor. There was no enemy he could not kill. Today, although he was as strong as before, he only broke the other party's divine technique and was unable to kill him. Hua Yunfei's eyes flickered, and he revealed a shocked expression. However, he quickly calmed down and took the initiative to attack, charging towards Yi Fan. 10,000 transformations sacred art, he displayed another divine technique that could seize the power of the heavens and earth. No matter what kind of secret technique it would be turned into ordinary. It could turn the miraculous into the rotten. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Although he had seen it before, he still felt a huge pressure. The 10,000 transformation sacred art affected all of his techniques. It was worthy of being the mystical technique created by Emperor Ruthless. It possessed inconceivable power and could endlessly weaken the opponent's battle prowess. It countered all the divine techniques in the world, turning them into ordinary things. Yi Fan was not having a good time. If it were not for the 9 secrets and the battle symbol art activating the various divine techniques, he would have been defeated long ago. Even when he executed the battle sacred art, he was slightly suppressed. The 10,000 transformation sacred art was known as an unrivaled mystical technique. It was not without reason, it was the crystallization of the ancient emperors. At this moment, Yi Fan could not hold back anymore. He used all his secret techniques at the same time, using the battle symbol art to derive them. Boom! Boundless murderous intent burst forth. For the first time, Yi Fan executed the various killing techniques of the celestial court. He executed the line symbol art, and his entire body turned into a field of light, unleashing countless killing techniques. Hua Yunfei also used all of his techniques. Unheard of and unseen mystical techniques were used frequently. They were all supplemented by the 10,000 transformations sacred art. It was incomparably terrifying. The two of them engaged in a heaven-shaking battle, fighting from the depths of the lake all the way to the shore. The 10,000 waves were like tsunamis, drowning the entire mountain range. They exerted their strength, causing the towering lake water to recede. The mountain range below them collapsed, like sand castles that couldn't withstand a single blow. A vast area of land was razed to the ground. Yi Fan frenziedly raised his combat prowess, coming into contact with the 8 Forbidden Realm. He was now strong enough to fight against a mid-phase Immortal Foundation expert on the first layer. Hua Yunfei felt a trace of pressure. He took out the Phoenix Wing gold-plated lion and fought against it, transforming into beams of black light that emitted strange whistling sounds. Yi Fan brandished the god-striking whip and unleashed all sorts of secret techniques, clashing head-on with Hua Yunfei. The two of them clashed intensely, fighting unceasingly. Boom! All of a sudden, a mountain range over 20 miles long was sucked into Hua Yunfei's hand. It transformed into a meter-long mountain range and smashed towards Yi Fan, wanting to crush the heavens and earth. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Hua Yunfei had already circulated the 10,000 transformations sacred art to the extreme. To think that he would be able to unleash such might. If he reached the peak, he would definitely be able to pluck the stars and capture the moon. Bang! He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He used his golden fist to meet the attack head-on, smashing heavily onto the 1-meter-long mountain range. Its weight was so heavy that it could even crush the heavens. Boom! Golden light radiated out in all directions. Yi Fan shattered the mountain range, revealing his true form. The mountain range over 20 miles long crumbled as countless rocks and dust fell from the air, causing smoke to billow up into the sky. The battle between the two of them reached the climax. Yi Fan let out a long roar as all sorts of phenomena manifested, wanting to trap Hua Yunfei and fight him to the death. A golden sea of bitterness appeared beneath his feet. A green lotus swayed as primordial chaos revolved around it, accompanying him. There was also a beautiful minor world that appeared, enveloping his body. Boom! Naturally, the first to act was still the immortal king in the air. His gigantic palm was like a mountain, smashing downwards. The immortal king brought along the 9 heavenly layers to suppress Hua Yunfei. His might towered up into the sky, like a true divinity descending to the mortal world. Flying immortal. Art. Hua Yunfei let out a long roar as his attack power instantly became incomparably shocking. He actually fiercely clashed with the phenomena and took the initiative to rush in. Yi Fan finally saw the secret technique. It was rumored that its attack power was unparalleled. If it was used by the great emperor, it would have the power of the flying immortal. There were no immortals in this world, but it was rumored that the ancient heavenly emperors could display such unimaginable power. They could be said to be unstoppable and unbreakable. Yi Fan's heart jumped, but he took the initiative to retract the phenomena. Since the other party dared to fight in close combat, he could go all out and use his unparalleled divine body to suppress him. They rushed together and fought in close combat. The divine body's physical body was unparalleled, and its attack power was unparalleled. However, the flying immortal art shook both ancient and modern times. It had the power of the flying immortal, Not good. Yi Fan felt that the situation was far from good. The flying immortal art was peerlessly terrifying and could definitely injure him. However, this was not what made him apprehensive. What made him apprehensive was that Hua Yunfei did not defend and allowed his palm to shatter his body into pieces. However, he also used this opportunity to imprint the flying immortal art on his body. Yi Fan's body trembled violently. Even the unparalleled divine body could not withstand it. His organs were all shattered, his bones and tendons were all broken, and golden blood splattered everywhere. It had to be said that the flying immortal art was even more terrifying than the legends. If it was used by an ancient emperor, it would definitely surpass the limits of the human body. The power of the flying immortal. Yi Fan's body split apart and was tattered beyond recognition. Luckily, he did not turn into minced meat. He did not expect Hua Yunfei to be so ruthless, not hesitating to injure both sides. So ruthless. He did not dare to delay any longer because he knew why the other party dared to do this. He quickly healed his injuries. A phoenix cry shook the 9 heavens. The undying flames burned fiercely. In the distance, the shattered Hua Yunfei's physical body was reassembling and healing rapidly. Phoenix Calamity Regeneration Technique. Hua Yunfei had great luck. Other than the inheritance of an ancient emperor, he had also obtained such a heaven-defying technique that had the miraculous effect of 9 deaths and rebirth. Last time, during the great battle of the eastern wasteland and the southern region, he had used this technique to escape death. And this time, he was even more thorough. He used this secret technique to be ruthless enough to kill Yi Fan and almost succeeded. Yi Fan's physical body was even more sturdy than a divine lord's. It was almost indestructible. However, the flying immortal art was too terrifying. At this moment, his injuries were extremely serious. Hundreds of his bones were broken, his tendons were all ruptured, and his organs were all shattered. He clenched his teeth and activated the Nirvana Sutra that An Miaoi had passed to him. At the same time, he activated the secret of all, causing this healing technique to be 10 times stronger. Crack, crack, crack. All the bones in his body quickly healed. Boundless golden blood chi was burning. The Nirvana holy technique consumed one's own blood essence to heal. The strongest part of the divine body was the physical body. It had an inexhaustible divine power. Its blood chi was incomparably vigorous like a vast ocean. The golden blood chi drowned him within. The two of them fought for time and speed. Whoever recovered first would have the absolute advantage. They could forcefully interrupt the other party and kill him. End of chapter 621. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.